Hour we've had in a long time. This is as fucking ugly as it gets. All right, not prepared for this at all. Didn't want to come home at all. Don't want to be here, and just completely unhappy. So gonna try and hook up to somebody, anybody, and just tether the call. So hopefully somebody will be able to hold the goddamn opening hour. So that I can get ready as much as possible. And hopefully just get into monologue at some point. So let's see what we can do, who we can call, and everybody tell me if you can hear me at all. And God, I'm pissed. Okay, just pissed to be here. All right, refresh the pages, see if we're on, see if we're connecting to live stream at all. See if we can get anybody on at all. Entertainment Hub says, "Howdy, Douglas. Hi, good to hear you, see you. Well, read you really." And so I read you. And all right, so let's see if we can get some noise going here with this. Probably hear my own voice. Okay, good. We're not going to hear my own voice. Everybody put an upvote in. Vicky Johnson says, "I can hear you. Thank you, honey." That's not guaranteed for the next several minutes. It's not guaranteed for the rest of the night because I still have this old microphone, and the new microphone that came isn't worth a shit. So that needs to be explained. And it's like I have to send that back. It's just more trouble than it's worth. It's like somebody just threw me a hand grenade. All right, just another fucking bad joke. All right, let's see who we can call. If there's anybody out there who can get in on the goddamn call, let me fucking know. Amy Como isn't online at all. And all right, well, he called earlier, Sammy Romero, so we could try and call him. Let's try and call Brandon Young and see if he can hook up. Can't call Brooke for obvious reasons. She's at work these days now, and see if we can connect. There we are. Thank God. How are you?
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Hello.
Don't tell me you can't hear me. Everybody else can hear me.
Douglas.
Yeah, it's me. Yes. It's something's wrong. Okay. The all right. So all right, we can do a
No, we're
test.
good. We're good. Hello.
Okay. You hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, wonderful. So good to have you with us. Let's see if we can hook you up with anyone else, and hopefully you can help me hold the opening hour. I'll count on you as much as possible because this is going to be the ugliest opening hour there's ever been. I basically,
Oh, wow.
well, I'm totally unprepared. The new mic that was sent to me is a joke. It's like somebody sent me a hand grenade. It's like so I'm stuck with this old mic that is completely not working. So I'm just completely fucked. I mean, we probably won't be able to produce tonight, but if we're able to get through, it's a fucking miracle. The only thing I can say is that dealing with everything else that I was dealing with, obviously, like always, there's no chance to prepare. Came home too late to prepare. Don't want to be here at all. I'd rather not have come home at all
Mm-hmm.
to the crypt. So it's just one thing after another. It's just the usual shit. It's up compounded. And so with that, let's see who else we can add to bounce off against you so that you can all. We can't add Brooke, of course, because she's working. And what we can do is only try and pull in a few other people that I can think of, and just whoever's going to respond. Anybody who can respond will help. So let's see what we could do. And aside from that, how have you been?
I've been great. I've been taking um, a course on Old Norse.
Oh, fabulous! So you can write in runic.
Yeah, Old
Excellent,
Norse.
excellent, excellent. Very, very
And I
proud of
know,
you.
but very interesting.
Yeah,
And I wanted to talk about this. And I thought I brought it up last time I was on was the fact that the Old Norse and these Vikings
mhm.
have their origin in the Asian
Yeah,
and the Huns.
yeah,
They have a memory of the Huns. They think they were sort of, and maybe they were, proto. English. They were Proto-English, Scandinavian, and they were called the Aesir,
Hmm.
Aesir.
And that ultimately became, yeah, that ultimately became the name of their gods, the Aesir.
Exactly,
Yeah.
the pantheon.
Yes.
Correct. So I've been studying this quite intensely with one of the best scholars of Old Norse in the country, and Anglo-Saxon, and Beowulf, and Tolkien, and everything else.
Wonderful.
Um, so it's been fascinating, Douglas, and it's just been interesting because I'm sure you're aware of all these
Yes.
so-called magi out there that pretend that they know how to cast runes and interpret the runes, and they know Odin and they know Loki, but all that's all based on Wagner,
Yeah.
rather
Absolutely.
than an infatuation with Wagner,
Yes.
which Hitler had and Nietzsche had,
Yes.
we've been having this infatuation with the Norse mythology
Yeah.
because it offers a balance to Christian mythology, and it leads
Absolutely.
into a monotheism. Anyway, it's fascinating.
No,
Yes,
it's
that
vital.
that reminds me of. I've had that conversation with people, and I've asked them, "Do you know the original sky god Tyr?" And these people
Mhm.
don't even know Tyr.
Thank you.
They know the
Celtic.
basics, like the
Yeah.
pre-Roman Germanic, like Mars,
Mm.
basically the character that represents Mars. Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, I want to
Yeah.
welcome all three
Well,
of you
it's
gentlemen. Hold on for just a second. I do need to let everybody know the situation. So I want to thank all three of you gentlemen to be here. I'm going to count on all three of you gentlemen to hold the entire opening hour, basically. Maybe it won't be that bad. Maybe I'll be able to take care of what I need to take care of in the next 20 or 30 minutes. But, I'm just counting on a worst case scenario because everything that's happened has been worst case so far. So I just want you all to know that Brendan Zogit, I want you to know that Entertainment Hub in the chat room was saying how much he has sorely missed your appearances. So I'm so glad that you were able to speak with us tonight. And of course, you have the background and acumen to speak with Brandon about the mythology. And as well, we have the real Ian West with us to help hold conversation and bring up some current events. And I want to thank you, Ian, for answering the call. We will not have Brooke Gibson with us because she is working now, and but other than that, she sends her best, and I want people to understand. Marina Sarin has been in contact with me and says that due to her own regimen of sleep that she's taken on to deal with her own challenges, health issues, and her own job that she does kind of online. She's just unable to appear with us at what is effectively 2 a.m. in the morning her time. What right now is 2 a.m. in Spain, actually 10 minutes after 2 a.m. in Spain. So she's simply unable to appear with us. So she sends her apologies for not showing up the last time she said she would. So as far as I'm concerned, that's just, a dead avenue. Other than that, I have tried to contact Amy Camus and Michelle Saldana. Anna Michelle Saldana obviously has multiple issues that she's dealing with and challenges, so she hasn't responded. So we can only pray that she is in her is going to recover from whatever she's going through right now in terms of any challenges. Aside from that, Sammy tried to send me a replacement mic. The mic has no port to enter the cable into, so it's a dead mic. It's a dud mic. It's like it's a joke. So I'm just left with nothing. We are left with a broken mic. That if we make it through the night, it's a miracle. It's probably not going to happen. The show probably will die at some point, and I won't be able to bring it back. But we're just going to do our best with what we've got, which is always is pure shit. So that being said, I'm gonna try and set my throne of pillows up so I can make it through the next 12 hours at least sitting comfortably while everything else goes wrong. And as for the three of you gentlemen, with that as an intro, it's kind of like the normal.
I'm having some technical difficulties as well.
Oh yeah, what
If
are
I
yours?
if I drop off,
Yeah.
The Skype is acting strange, and I'm gonna have to go back to work soon. But it's like I can't even access the main Skype screen. I'm just like working on what I have.
Understood.
So,
but Ian, hopefully we'll be able to. Ian, let's test your audio. Can we hear you? You'll be able to balance off if Brendan has to drop.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Yes, we've got you. You're sounding good. Very masculine, very deep. Aside from that, okay. All right, gentlemen. Effectively, it's yours for the next 20 to 30 minutes. And hopefully I'll be back before then, and I'll just keep checking in and monitoring that to make certain anything is working at all. And in the meantime, just going to try and move the mic around.
Wait, Douglas, before you go, I was going to say I just got back from the Southwest. And
oh God, you're back! You're back!
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, and I saw the Kon-Tiki place that you went to, and I totally understand now why you had such a terrible time.
Thank you.
There's nothing out there. It's just like giant cactuses and like sketchy drug people.
Thank you. It's like, no, in all fairness, it's not so much that the establishment...
The nature is beautiful.
Yeah, and it's not so much that the establishment was not attempting to accommodate. The problem is they have nowhere near the capacity to accommodate anything. Anything. Yes. They're just they're too small. It just is what it is, a historical site where a lot of things went down, such as that's where the serial killer picked up a number of his victims and shit, but...
Yeah, I didn't mean to call out just that one business, but like the whole town was crazy.
Yeah, but the town, it's definitely. Oh God, yeah. Oh man, and and like I said, with Holly Coditis Kiefer, God bless her, was driving us around. She was basically having emotional trauma. She was reliving emotional issues just going through there, and then she would be spelled by Laura Lee Solomon, who of course was totally fucking batshit crazy. And just after that, it's like, I almost died 3 times down there. I mean, literally, no exaggeration. It's not like, oh God, I was just so, full of blithering ennui that I wanted to escape into death mercifully. No, it was like I almost died down there 3 times with their driving. It was just... I
don't doubt it.
Yeah. They
Within 5 minutes of being there, out of the airport, we almost got hit by a semi-truck, so
I get it. Thank you. Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you for bringing back all that trauma. And
yeah, I had to. I'm so sorry.
Well, love you all.
Because you don't get a sympathy until you've actually been through it, and then you're like, okay, now I get what he was saying.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, no, it's
the nature's beautiful and like everything there was nice, but just the vibe of it's different than California.
If you could only wipe out all the people, it'd be heaven. Yeah. I'm sorry, I don't mean that, people down there. I mean, it's well, maybe I do. At any rate, okay, gentlemen. Now, Brandon, our man Brendan was all pissed off at Mr. Game of Thrones. Manly. What's his fucking name again? Always yelling at
George R.R. Martin.
Yeah, George R.R. Martin.
Yeah, always shitting on Tolkien. Who started.
Who I've met.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And if you met him, like, was he on life support, or was he in a wheelchair, or just waddles around like a weed?
He was in a wheelchair, but he was quite the cum slut, and unfortunately, he ate way too much that he could handle.
Yeah. Cool. Okay.
No. I did meet him at Myth Moot 49, and he was the honored guest because he had just come out with he actually wrote space fiction.
Yeah, he did.
Sort of on the lines of L. Ron Hubbard.
Yeah.
It was sort of like Game of Thrones in space, if you can imagine that.
No, I can't.
And so it was like, well, I mean,
I can.
Alien, basically. Where, Alien, James Cameron Alien, where he goes in there and it's a chick and she's the lone survivor of, this impending doom. And so on. But yes,
anyway.
Let you
gentlemen cover all this. I'm going to go mute. Ian, I want you to participate aggressively, and you'll have to take over when Brendan has to drop. But Brendan, the fact that you could join us all, deeply appreciate it. And thank God we've got people to bounce off Brandon. Gentlemen, please take it from here. I
God
know you
bless you,
guys can handle this.
Thomas.
Thank you. I'll go mute now, and stage is yours. Bless you. Thank you.
Well, guys, so I have a so if I can propose something, I was in my Old Norse class today, and my professor, who is he's one of the founders of the Tolkien Studies Journal, which is one of the best journals in the world for scholarship, and he said, you know, I had the privilege of taking class with him 3 times a week and being a friend to him. So, you know, if you look at the Old Norse myth, you have this thing where it names about, I think, like 25 dwarves, right? And some of them are Buri and Nori and Durin and Fili and Kili and Bomber and so on, and Oakenshield, which anyone that knows Tolkien would know is the dwarves of The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings. And I was wondering if Brendan was still there.
Yes.
And
Yes, I'm listening.
So where Tolkien got the name of the dwarves from is from this old Norse, probably one of the oldest Norse myth in existence, which is when, and in fact, as opposed to the Bible, where we copy things and we get it wrong, the Norse culture, the Icelandics, the Danes, the Yeats, the Geats, and so on, all got this part right. Like, they thought that the names were really important. And so it was Durin, which we all recognize as Durin, who founded all the dwarves, and Kili and Fili. But why did that have such resonance? Why is it not mistaken? Why is it not... and I think, like, Tolkien thought this. He was reading these things, and he thought, why is it that in all of literature there is nothing that aberrates from the condition?
Yes, and he even made the point to emphasize that the Dwarven language was runic itself.
Yep.
So he definitely wanted to show that lineage. And,
Absolutely.
And he was one of the eminent scholars on Beowulf as well. So, like, that whole thing was his realm, we'll say.
Absolutely. So Beowulf is Anglo-Saxon, but I think what Tolkien did was he tried to go further back with that. And he found out that England was, in fact, very much influenced in UK, or what we'd call Northern Europe, was influenced by the Vikings, or the Norse peoples. Which...
Now, what is their relation to the Norman? The Norman, is that something later?
Oh, the
that comes
Norman
later?
Conquest and stuff?
Yeah.
Right, in 1066? Right.
Yeah.
So that's different. That's France. That's Gaul.
Yes.
That's way after. We're talking way, like, maybe 1,000 years later. Maybe post-Roman Empire. I think 1066 was when the Battle of Hastings was in England, where the Normans came from France and, basically took over the Anglo-Saxons because they have a cavalry, which were horses, essentially, right? Because they had this technology of cavalry, of horses, they were able to succumb the entire British peninsula or island. And Tolkien didn't like this. So what did he invent was the Rohirrim, who were the Anglo-Saxons, but with horses that could defend themselves against the Norman conquest, right? So he did all these sort of things that he wished would happen, but yeah, no, I don't think there's any relation, but there might be, linguistically.
What's your interpretation of when Tolkien, or you might know a little bit about this, but on his interviews he said that he detests allegory, and he always said, like, I don't use allegory. What did he mean by that? 'Cause
I know exactly.
Literal.
Yep. Good question. Very good question. So allegory to Tolkien was something like the Pilgrim's Progress, where it's very much an allegory, whereas his friend Pastor is the pastor for the church next door, and this person represents that, and it's sort of a very, very simplification of archetype. He didn't like what he's saying is he didn't like the medieval concept of allegory. I'm talking about Pilgrim's Progress. Nowadays people say, like, there's the allegory of the cave, which is basically a philosophical proposition or hypothesis or thought control, right? So it's not exactly an allegory. It's not saying this person stands for this. It's not saying that the slave in Plato's cave stands for ignorance, even though he does. We can see that on right. But we had a literature in the medieval and even before the medieval period, even in the Greco-Roman era, in Asian, that was essentially allegorical in the sense that this person represented the energy of lust. This person represented the energy of communication, Hermes. This person represented the energy of thunder and lightning, Thor and Loki, etc.
Right. And that's something you could see across cultures, like all the way back through the Vedas, which later became Eddas.
Yeah.
And there's a thread that this can all be traced back to something that's beyond ancient.
Yep.
And it connects through the Egyptian, through what we would know as Hindu, but it's actually Vedic, which is very, very ancient. And it was a vast connection as far as like geographic. All the way
I tend to agree with that, only because there was a professor of Buddhism or Eastern religion at Amherst College, and he was named Bob Thurman. And Bob Thurman ended up teaching at Columbia, and being like the head of Tibet House, which is where the Dalai Lama is basically essentially an area that's designated for a safe zone for the Dalai Lama. And so, but Bob Thurman, he had a daughter named Uma Thurman, who is an actress.
Right. Yeah.
But he's a Buddha scholar, and so he brought up this idea of exactly sort of like these, that the Indus Valley was one of the first, from a materialist point of view, geologically and so on, was one of the first that would give one of the most fertile crescents in all of history. So you had like 49 different types of mangoes, and all these different surpluses of vegetation. And that's why you have people that weren't so hungry, so they could start thinking about philosophy. They could start thinking about spirituality. So I agree. A lot of it does come from the Indus Valley region.
And those are the beings that came up with like this kind of abundant agriculture. The original civilization of agricultural society, and like you have all the Daros like Mohenjo-Daro and these different fully advanced cities with plumbing and everything. I mean, I think it goes back 5,000 BC at least.
Mm-hmm.
So there's like, that's what you're speaking of. And
yeah,
there's an ancient river there, like the Saraswati River, that they've confirmed was actually there now with like LiDAR and different satellites or imaging.
Well,
yeah.
I just wanted to come back in and check in with you guys, and I know you're all doing well. The one thing that I remembered while I actually took advantage of you gentlemen being here, and I want everyone in the chat room to know this show would be impossible without volunteers like this. David Fitzsimon says, DDD, the microphone sounds clearer than previous nights. That's appreciated. Thank you. I mean, it is what it is. We keep it going by sheer paper clips and rubber bands and darning needles. And it's, well, back in my dad's day, they used to call it in the Navy nigger rig until they all became race conscious. And then they used the term Afro engineering. So all of that being said, that's hope nobody takes that wrong. This is obviously just a very bitter night when I'm working with a lot of ugly equipment. And let's check the Skype now and see if our man Ian is still with us, because he's so silent.
Oh, don't worry, we use nigger rigging all the time. Don't worry, it's fine. We still call everything.
Yes. So what I wanted to say was, you know who warned me not to go down to Arizona or Australia based on astrology? Was Noreen Halpan. And Noreen Halpan told me that these were high conflict zones for me, that I would face all kinds of challenges, and that I might not come back alive. And I'll be fucking damned if she wasn't right. And yet she wanted to go with me to Australia, and she's like the only reason I got out. So, I mean, for this reason, I have deep respect for Noreen Halpan, despite the fact that, she's just very much indoctrinated by so much of the right-wing crap that she reads on the internet, or what she was exposed to with Revolution Radio all those years. Which, by the way, Revolution Radio, just so everyone knows, has turned extraordinarily hostile against Christine Joanna Hart. And for those who don't know, Noreen Halpan has taken a long break from Revolution Radio because she's taking care of her mother, and God knows if she's ever going to be able to get back on there. And so it looks like they're totally severed from the people that I know. So they've gone totally Edomic, and they can have it. They were always there anyway. So I will shut up again and let these young gentlemen take over, and I'm going to go.
I just wanted to say about just knowing a little bit about your horoscope and stuff, as far as the like the lunar position, is like you're definitely more suited for more marine type environments. Thank you. Sailing or water, oceans.
Interesting.
So the desert is probably not the best place.
Interesting. Thank you. No, deeply profound.
Because I feel like it now that thinking about your whole story, every time you go to a desert, it seems kind of interesting. Something happens.
So you noticed, yes. Yeah. I've got to stay away from the goddamn deserts. Yeah, and so thank you. I want to speak with you privately at length about that sometime. But all of you are doing so well with this Tolkien, and personally, what I think was going on with Tolkien was he desperately wanted to provide for the British the kind of depth of culture that the continental Europeans had through their Nordic and Scandinavian heritage. And so he kind of created, he filled this vacuum for the British peoples. Even though there is this Celtic background, the British people don't consider themselves Celtic. They disambiguate themselves from the Celtic fringe of Ireland and Wales and Scotland. And so they were kind of this Romanized hybrid vacuum. And in this cultural vacuum, Tolkien filled it with this kind of very Nordic mythos that the British didn't otherwise have. So, I mean, that's just my impression of what was going on with that phenomenon, why it took so strongly. But I'll leave you gentlemen to respond to that in my absence. I'll review it later. I'm going to go mute again, and thank you again so much, all of you, for being here.
Thank you.
Yeah, I understand what Douglas is saying there, and I agree to an extent. And but there's also the aspect that Tolkien knew, because of his connections to Oxford, and he definitely had access to writings that were not public writings, and histories that he could translate that others couldn't. He had knowledge of like the antediluvian times and different things like that, where Britain was connected to the European mainland, which they've actually found that there was a land bridge to Norway that connected parts of England and Scotland. And they've confirmed that through like, what is it, like sea, depth charging the sea, or however they do it now, the sonic imaging of the oceans. And there was something catastrophic that separated Britain from the mainland. But at some point, they were all one mass of like, especially human body of beings that were connected there. So he knew this, and I'm sure you've heard of one of his interviews. He was speaking about how he used to have dreams when he was younger about seeing a wave coming towards him, and then so he had a past life in Atlantis. This is my interpretation of what he's saying. He definitely had a past life of Atlantis, but in Atlantis, and he knew somehow he was able to bring all these ancient things up that are in like the DNA and in the heart of beings, because in my view, beings reincarnate. Obviously, I mean, that's almost confirmed at this point. Maybe not scientifically to most people's standards, but in my view, it is like reincarnation's real. Yeah.
Well, we can talk about that.
Yeah. So that's all I was saying about this.
No, guys, those are great points. But what Douglas was saying, let me address that first, which is what was your point about that he wanted to create? Tolkien wanted essentially, because if you look at, for example, the Homer, you have the Iliad and the Odyssey. You have the foundational nationalistic mythologies of Rome with the Aeneid. You have all these national sort of mythologies that go along with it. And in fact, Tolkien wanted to create a mythology for England, which he felt like it did not have. So he did rely on sort of these disparate elements, whether they be antediluvian, Celtic, and Old Norse, and so on. And I believe he did. He even admitted that that's exactly what he set out to do, was to create a mythology for England, almost in the sense that the Aeneid was the mythology for Rome, and in fact Dante would have been the mythology for Italy, or and so on and so forth. Even as my professor explained to me, he said that, did you know that Anglo-Saxon was supposed to be, or as proposed by Thomas Jefferson, the bastard, to be Anglo-Saxon was supposed to be the official language of the United States of America, and in fact, the Great Seal was going to have Horsa and Hengist, who were the founders of England, on the Great Seal. But there was a compromise.
Interesting.
In the Constitutional Congress, and basically they came upon that they'd have Horsa and Hengist, but also they'd have the light pillar of fire of the Israelites. So they combined the two into their own national mythos, right? So every nation, every nation must have their national mythos. And in fact, if you look at the Soviet Union, when it formed under Lenin, they immediately had to wash away the previous monarchy and so on, and they had to create their own mythos. So that's where you get the tomb of Lenin. That's where you get sort of this whole gigantic mythos that was quite obviously a lie, right? But it's
that
just
explains their
interesting
reliance on the propaganda, because they needed to, you know, sort of set that stuff up properly to look for optics. Yeah.
Yep. Well, especially you know, let's look at the United States too. It also was reliance on the United States of propaganda to exert its national identity as, you know, the inheritors of God's given manifest destiny and God's given conquering this sort of American exceptionalism that's always spouted about, is that, oh, no, we can invade your country, but you can't invade us, sort of thing, right?
Yes. And regarding the Tolkien,
England said that. England said that they could invade us, but we couldn't invade them.
Boo.
That was the American view on it.
Oh.
Yeah. Which we still have. Yeah.
I'll go on mute.
No. That was fine. And that the thing you spoke about Tolkien, how the evidence for that, or obviously his whole writings, but the Silmarillion was basically that showed his intention that he wanted to create a mythos, because it starts from the beginning of time, and you have to have this kind of, you know, fundamentals of like the arcade would be the word, the primeval forces working.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems like he started that,
right?
You know, Silmarillion to do this, to create the full mythos.
Yeah, and it starts with the music of the Ainur, who are sort of an angel group who sing a song and hearken to Ilúvatar, who is basically the All-Father.
Yes.
All-Father in Norse. I mean, it's really hard not to read these old Norse myths and think of Tolkien, because you know, the All-Father is there. This idea of a monotheistic monarchy or whatever. But yeah, he hearkens, and of course there's descent in the form of, you know, Satan, if you will, or Lucifer, by the name of Melkor, who brings 1/3 of the angels, or the Valar, with him into Earth.
Yes.
And they become the ones that are into Earth, and they fight over the dominion of Earth. And so, yeah, I think you're right. Like, he wasn't taking this from anywhere. It was just like, this was already in the air, but he kind of was brilliant enough, Tolkien was, to change the language a little bit. But keep the same fundamental tenets to make it.
And his use of that thing. Yeah.
Brendan Doggett, what part of Arizona did you say you visited recently?
I visited Tucson, so it's southern.
Okay.
Like close to the border. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. There's a underground entrance in Tucson right there. There's a huge. There's also a huge FEMA camp right there where they take the illegal immigrants and turn them into diamonds. So
interesting.
That's a true story. But that
like underground entrance. You're saying it's like military, or like some
are they
kind of
blood diamonds or what? Or
yeah, well they take these illegal immigrants and fucking burn them into ashes and fucking compress their ashes into diamonds and sell them.
Shine bright like a diamond.
I bet you that's basically what she means, you know. But no, that's a true thing. I don't have the entrance for Tucson, but I got the entrance for the where they're doing that voter shit. That what is that fucking place called? Maricopa County. That place.
Right.
But anyway, yeah, that could be why everybody's fucked up there. So, but here, let me let you guys.
Yeah. It was definitely an interesting trip, and the funny part about you saying like diamonds and stuff is that like that area is like the mineral capital of the entire world. Like they have multiple shows per year where people come and trade all types of minerals from around the world, and it's very famous for that kind of stuff. So it'd be the best place to secrete diamonds into the market, if that is the case. But yeah, I think with the Tolkien, back to the Tolkien, is like he seemed very syncretic about it, because even the music of the original beings, I'm sorry,
Ainur.
The Ainur, the music of the Ainur, and that kind of dynamic even comes from the Vedic myths, like ancient Vedic times. There was the battle of the Sur versus the Asur. So these beings in mythology. The word Sur in Sanskrit means tune or music, and then the Asur is someone who's anti-music.
Oh,
so you can say, so you can say the divine is this tune or this sound frequency. Like the word came the world. Yes, the word came the world.
Wow, that's fascinating.
Yeah, and that's how divine creates things, is with sound, and that's how they interpret it.
Right.
And like the goddess Saraswati uses her veena, which is an instrument, and they have this kind of motif of music creation, which is how it happens even scientifically. Like they're proving this now, that everything's a vibration, and a vibration comes out of the ether, and it's in our 3D physical, it's sound. That's what happens. And so that's, even the ancient myths are saying the same thing, that the beings that are against divine were out of tune with divine.
Yes.
And that's so.
Well,
that's
Tolkien
fascinating.
says that they were like Melkor was. He compares the harmony of the Iluvatar to the discordance. I think those are important words, right? Because what is discordant? It's something that goes against the music that doesn't sound right. It's just right. It's we all know this
And
intuitively.
That even carries on into like the modern times, or I guess like, what is it, like Baroque, Renaissance, where they removed like certain notes, like the Devil's Seventh, and these different notes they considered to be the devil's music or whatever they called it, and it didn't actually reappear until what would be like the heavy metal era, where people started bringing them in. Yeah, there's a special note that I think Ozzy Osbourne, or these beings that started metal, they actually brought it back, like intentionally, and it was called the Devil's Seventh chord. I don't know the full details on it, but I'm sure someone that knows about it.
The brown note.
That one's different. Yeah.
I was gonna say Ian West might know.
Oh no, I do. Yeah, how to use the tunings and shit. You got to go to 427 megahertz instead of 430 megahertz and shit. To lift shit, to make it flow. Yeah, I know all about it.
Yeah, and the ancients had that knowledge as well of the acoustics. So
yeah, that's true. Yeah. And
there's a power in sound.
Then they changed the standard tuning to the 430, I think, instead of 427. But I'm gonna go ahead.
Yeah, it's
but music. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
There's a bit of a delay. It was A 432. They switched to 440. A 440. That's right.
So, in this Old Norse myth, we're wondering why Fili and Kili and Nori and Bori and so on. And I thought to myself, on Dasher and Prancer and Nixon and Vixen and Commonal. So it's like, but also in an oral tradition, that would make sense. If there wasn't enough parchment or lamb's skin to write it down on, right? Which was a very specialized thing back in the day, and actually a luxury, to write things down. So these things had to have a sort of musicality or phonoaesthetic sense to them, right? For them to be memorized. And I think what the human mind likes is rhyming, succinctness or concision, and number. So some of the things is, what is it? 9 stitches prevent one. No, 1 stitch prevents the 9. I forget exactly the phrase, but we have all these phrases which incorporate, number. And I think if you repeat the number, as long as that number, like the 12 or the 7 or the 3, is repeated in the same sort of mythological, archetypical vein, that they will spark something in the human imagination that's deep recessed within their almost genetic code to sort of flounder, and that's what aesthetics might be. I'm not sure, but this is what I'm exploring in this class.
Wonderful.
Right.
So
fascinating.
Yeah. So Brendan, before you leave us, I noticed that Sammy Romero joined us for just a moment there and then took off. While I was setting up my little stand here, my nightstand on which I quote unquote produce. So, Sammy, you're welcome to jump back in with us. Brendan, what exactly do I refer to this as? Basically, I've got the microphone. The original microphone that was sent to me by Sammy had this, what I call, for lack of a better word, the vaginal outlet or input, the hole in which I plug the cable that connects to the PC. The other mic he sent me doesn't even have that, so therefore is useless. So the problem with this microphone is that very hole. What is this hole called? The hole that the cable goes into? A USB?
Is it a circle? Is it a circle or a square?
The
or a
circle
rectangle?
is what I stick the earbuds into, and the other one is this oblong kind of, oblong. It's just slit. It's a slit. It's a slot.
It's a rectangle, so it's a USB port.
Yeah, a USB port. Yeah, so the other one has no USB port whatsoever, and therefore cannot be connected to the PC.
Does the other one have any connection looking things on it? Wait, what brand is it? Do you know the brand?
Shure, Shure, S-H-U-R-E. The other one he sent me, same thing. It's supposedly, it's the exact same mic, except that it's now even more useless than the first one. The first one's broken. The second one you can't even use. See, not only does it not have the no port to stick the jack to the computer in, it's got no circular hole to stick my earbuds in. So it's completely useless. I don't know why they built it. It's like a dud hand grenade. It's
most likely it's wireless.
It's wireless. So how do I make it work?
So we'll have to set it up at some point.
But it doesn't even have the controls the other one has for the other one. The one I've got now has digital controls for the, what do you call it? It's like how I make it, the volume go up and down.
Do you have the model number with you? I don't want to bore people to death. Do you have the model number?
I'm sure I do. I don't know where to look for it. Where would I look for it?
On the box or something?
Oh, yeah, I'd have to go get the box. We'll do that later. You and I will do that later alone. Or we'll simply send it back. He may have thought he was doing me a favor by getting something more advanced. But, if this one has these digital controls that took me a while to get used to, I mean, you like them once you get used to them. But since this one had digital things...
you got to get stuff, you got to think like you're buying for your grandparents, whoever buys Douglas electronics.
Thank you. This shit,
no offense.
If the other mic he had is digital to the point where it's responding to the touch of my fingertips, this one must be responding to psychic impulses, because there's no controls on it at all. Nothing digital. There's nothing. It is like an inert object. Jesus fucking Christ. So, all right.
So it doesn't even have a power cord, is what you're saying?
No.
Oh, wow.
No, it's got something to put a power cord into. Yeah, but I never use
It
that.
might be a Bluetooth mic, Doug.
It's a what?
It might be a Bluetooth mic.
Bluetooth.
Yeah, I think it is, most likely.
It whatever it is. No, it's a microphone, but it's like it's got something for a power cord. Yeah, if I ever were to stick in a power cord, which I've never done on this, because it runs off the power of the computer. So it's like but hey, so that okay, so there we go. So that's established, and now everyone knows why Douglas is so miserable tonight. Among the other fact that my computer went through an update, and every time it goes through an update, then it's like it changes the time to like time in bumfuck Polynesia or something. It was like saying it was 10:45 a.m. in the morning until at least a few minutes ago. Now it says it's 5:52 p.m. So I think it's back on California time. I'll have to check. Is that California time, Brendan? Are you on 5:52 p.m.? Let's see now. 5:52. It's finally back on California time. Okay, so it wasn't throughout.
Yeah, that's Pacific.
Oh my fucking god! Yeah, well, it took long enough for it to adjust. Yeah, after they updated it. So yeah, there you go. A number of frustrations to deal with tonight. So the other night I was dealing with 4 ladies that all had their various issues. Tonight, not dealing with any of them. But at any rate, changes the tone somewhat of the entire affair. Other than that,
did you have a good Valentine's Day?
Yeah, I had a great Valentine's Day. Yeah.
Man, I got set with these 2 sluts. Fucking, I had to kick them out. It was like fucking 5 a.m. They were talking about how much they hate their boyfriends and shit. I mean, it was the fucking weirdest fucking. And then Sarah called me out of the goddamn blue, wanted me to fucking come over, and I was like, "Nuh-uh, bitch, I haven't heard from your ass in like fucking 3 years." But anyway. I'm glad you had a good Valentine's Day.
No, thank you. Thank you for sharing what you did. I was about to say, having this mic sent to me without any ports for connecting. It's like having an escort that, you strip her down, because I had opened up the box and everything, stuck it onto the stand, screwed it into the stand, and was just about to put the cable in when I saw there's no USB port. It's like, like stripping down an escort and finding out she has no vagina. It's like, oh, sorry, didn't tell you, I wasn't born with one. It's like that. Oh, there we go. Oh, shit.
What?
We had an incoming call from, our favorite lady, but, can't take her on just before I bring on Pete. I can't bring her on just before I bring on Pete. So, anyhow, I'll try her later. So that being said, we've got a few minutes before Pete comes on. I'm glad that, Brendan and Brandon and Ian were able to stay with us throughout the opening hour, and hopefully Sammy can check in with us later. And other than that,
yeah, can you hear what Brendan and Brandon did for Valentine's Day?
What did you guys
do? What did y'all get into?
Brandon, what did you do for Valentine's Day, gentlemen?
I was traveling through the desert.
On a horse with no name.
Basically.
And Brandon, you were with that young lady?
I was in Malta.
Wonderful.
On the island of Malta, which is sort of off the Italian coast, with about 5 supermodels, and and Kelsey was sort of.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Kelsey was sort of watching the whole thing unfold, and so I want to thank her for letting me spend my Valentine with Cupid and Eros.
Yeah, Jessica had only popped one tit out so I could do some coke off of it, but then I ended up just, fucking Pam for like a couple hours while she was on the phone with her ex. But anyway, that was my Valentine's Day, and my dope man didn't.
Whilst on the phone, oh my goodness, I like Brandon's Valentine's Day the best. That one was
Thank you.
Yeah, well, it was mythical. He was with his muses while Kelsey watched. Yes.
And Malta has a very ancient history as well. It's
That's right.
One of the most beautiful places, or so I've heard.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So the Knights of St. John, right?
Okay.
Yes.
I'm I'm just laughing because I'm reading what Brooke's saying in the chat room. Basically, Clarice Claudette says, these guys sound great without the ego. Thank you for such intelligent and interesting conversations.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. And Jack Star Michelson says, everything looks in order here. Vicky Johnson says, maybe it's Bluetooth. Thinking along the lines of Brendan.
The Vikings.
Yes. Brooke says, oh my God.
Bluetooth was a Viking.
Yeah. And then
she look at your boot.
Then she describes me as great grandpa trying to work the microphone. And Jack Star Michelson's laughing at what she's saying. And so then it goes on with, I don't know, a bunch of other stuff. And I guess I'll read it later. But so chat room's active. Clifford Jackson Kuji joined us and said a bunch of other stuff. Again, I'll review it later. Radcat guy says, how does it play in Petuniasville? I don't know. It goes on. So a lot of people go and get into the chat room, and I guess they just express themselves in bizarre ways that they can't elsewhere. And that's fine. Everybody hit the up button because the enemy hits the down votes and wipes us off the searches. So the only way to get us back on searches is to hit an upvote.
Hit that like button, everybody, please.
Yes, and thank you. And so Brooke says, no call, just wanted to laugh at Ian's lies.
She's so jealous. She's so jealous.
Yes.
That's not good.
Yes. That's right. And then we had Seth Mount Pleasant, who was sending me just obtuse messages. I have no idea what he's sending me. When his explanations don't make any more sense. I was trying to call Sammy, and then wound up calling him by mistake. This noise you hear is my putting this microphone back in the wrap, and then placing it in a corner. Other than that, we've got a few minutes left. Gentlemen, take us to the top. What else comes to mind that you think we should be paying attention to at this time?
Well, before I go, I wanted to. Oh, go ahead, Brendan. Yeah.
No, Brendan.
Go on, Brendan.
I was keen on telling you this before I left. There was I found the passage in one of my books about the Sur-Asur polarity.
Oh, nice.
And so this will kind of put into context what I was saying better.
Yes.
In tune, Sur and Asur. Being in tune has nothing to do with being in tune with so-called musical interval frequency notes. It is, however, all to do with being in tune with the multiversal divine source. That's why Sur, the Sanskrit name for tune, is replaceable for the devas, or the good godly folk, while Asur, meaning not in tune, is used for the demons, suggesting that they are so because of not being in tune with the divine will. So that kind of puts it into perspective. Yeah. When I heard that the first time, it was very, amazingly put.
Thank you. Wow. Thanks, man.
Yes. Yes, and I appreciate your insights as well. This was a very good conversation.
You very much, man. Every time I encounter you.
Gratitude.
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Hopefully Brendan joins us more often in the future, and my love to all of you gentlemen. And Brick Gibson sends 3 words: God help you. Because no one else will. And with that,
same shit I say to her. God help her. Oh, what you know? One of my girls is just pulling up. How do you like that?
Yeah,
one of them.
Yeah,
stay on the line for me. I can have her say hi to Brooke Gibson for Valentine's Day. Stay on the phone with me.
Oh my God.
We can make Peter wait 10 minutes or something.
Brooke says, at least I was drinking when idiotic. And such being said, I must end the call, everyone, and start the...
love you.
Yes, love you dearly. Much love, all of you gentlemen. You're my brothers from another mother. All of you are well loved and valued and cherished, and we'll be back. I'll give you all a call again when Peter retreats into the gentle night. Just jump on if you're willing. Okay, bye. He said absolutely is what he meant to say. Oh, okay. So with that, we reestablish the call with Peter Moon. Okay, where's Peter? There we are. Okay. Blow my eardrums out with that ringtone. There we are, dear Peter. How are you, sir?
I'm very good, thank you. It's nice to be with you.
Thank you.
And I think we have a lot to go over tonight.
Good.
I'd like to begin. I want to begin by, I was listening to about the last 5 minutes or so of the, session.
Yes.
And I want to stress something that's very important. And it has to do with, the magic that we all talk about, compete with this subject matter of the grammar or the grimoire, grammar being just the English word for grimoire, which is identified with magical texts that are spells. And now, many people who listen to this broadcast are very interested in the magical ends of things. And so much of what Douglas learned and discovered and exposed with regards to the magical grimoire or the magical scrolls that were being used for spells in the Presidio by Michael Aquino, and to a lesser degree other people. This is the whole woof and warp or underlying dilemma of the universe that we live in, because of course we hear magical spells, spelling words. This is what makes grammar. Now we know grammar in English. It's very interesting because the English language becomes codified with the works of Shakespeare, and Shakespeare is right out of the cauldron of the John Dee time period. And if you want to study the relationship between John Dee and Shakespeare and Edward Kelly, you want to go to listen to Vincent Bridges on YouTube. Look up Vincent Bridges Shakespeare, and you'll find some interesting correlations. We give some very detailed explanations of this. But the English language itself becomes codified after the work of John Dee, who's channeling angelic entities that form this whole Enochian language with its own grammar or grimoire. And it is the foundation of all Western scholarship. It's the foundation of the British Empire, which has controlled the world, had substantial influence. Some of that was ceded to the United States with the drug trade during the 1930s when FDR, took over the Golden Triangle drug trade from the British under threat of invasion of Canada. And this is all documented. And it's mentioned in the book, The Roswell Deception.
Yes,
the Roswell
at great
Deception.
length. Yes.
Yes, and this is a very important book. And I'm going to go into this because current events with the balloons in the sky and the UAPs or UFOs is all coming to a head now, because Pluto is in the last degree of Capricorn, and it's really making the fur fly on tyrannical government. It'll leave, it'll go into Aquarius, and it'll come back and finish what it didn't finish. So also coincident with this Capricorn Pluto going into the 29th degree is the head of Scientology, David Miscavige, has been declared served. He's been declared served by a Florida State Court, Florida Secretary of State, rather, in conjunction with the court, has declared him as being legally served, which means he has 21 days to respond, or he will be in default against a judgment of multi-million dollars against people who are claiming they've been human trafficked by the Church of Scientology. So this is the tyrants being surfaced. Now, I don't want to digress onto that subject, except to say it puts him in a position where he can either challenge it, appeal it. I don't know how successful that will be. That requires a legal opinion. If he can appeal it because he has not been physically served. In other words, he's been avoiding service for so long, and it's so obvious that he's been served that the Secretary of State of the state of Florida is saying, you've been served. Where the court is saying you've been served. You have 20 days to respond. And I'm sure his lawyer will respond saying he has not been served. And but I don't know to what extent he can appeal that, because there is a federal statute at work here. But I don't know. I'm not qualified to comment on the legalities of it. But if the service cannot be denied and there is a potential default judgment, it would mean that he would be induced to settle for millions upon millions of dollars, and I'm not talking about a few million, with the plaintiffs. And this way he could not be subject to court or court depositions. So this is just one sample of what we're going through with Pluto in the last degree of Capricorn. Capricorn, of course, involves institutions, which includes religion. Capricorn is a very religious sign. And of course, it is symbolized by the goat, which is also superimposed upon the character we know as Baphomet. But to get back to the subject I was talking about, grammar and grimoire, John Dee, the English language. The English language it gets codified, because if you go back and look at the times of Shakespearean letters, the letters are, F's or sometimes G's or sometimes L. I'm not being exactly accurate, but you see that the letters are transposed so that one letter, which you know as an F, might be a P, or vice versa. But the language becomes codified after Shakespeare, who is coincident and concomitant with John Dee, the great Dr. John Dee. So what I'm trying to get at here, other than the fact that telling you that the scholarship of the world, the politics of the world, the geopolitics of the world, even the demiurge of the world is all steeped in the foundation of the magic of John Dee, and therefore the English language. Why is the English language the ruling language, the international language? When I was a child, my mother told me that French was the international language, and indeed it was. If you didn't speak French, you weren't international. But that has changed. We had North Africa, which was French. Morocco is French. French in Southeast Asia, Vietnam, other places. French, a lot of Englishmen knew French. Russians had a very strong bond with France, and many spoke the language. And then, of course, we had the French coming into French Canada and New Orleans area. So even Haiti had a French influence. So, but then it all is now English. The English won over the French in wars. So English is now, you go anywhere in the world and you can pretty much find somebody who will speak English. The dollar is the most universal currency. I would be more comfortable with a dollar in foreign countries than I would with Swiss francs. Swiss francs are always better value than a dollar. But you can go to Ecuador and use dollars because that's what they use down there. But if you go in Argentina, if you go to some countries and you have Swiss francs, they'll look at you like you're Swiss. It's not as, I guess, what you call universal a currency.
Yeah.
It's a better currency for value. And while I'm on the subject of Switzerland, I will just digress for a moment. We may go back to this, but Switzerland has just ruled that they will not sequester Putin's bank accounts. In other words, they tried to get, okay, Putin, you can't have any more money. So Putin's going to be able to drain his Swiss bank accounts or use them to fund whatever he's trying to fund. I don't think it'll do him much good, but
right,
it'll do him some good. I mean, it stops him from bleeding more. But see, Switzerland has a lot of cachet, chic to it. Switzerland, oh man, it's so cool. And they can defend themselves. The citizens there will defend themselves with weapons. They are prepared to fend off any invasion, sort of like Taiwan. And Switzerland has a lot of prestige, but Switzerland is the great enabler of criminality and always has been because of their law of secrecy on banking. Yes. At one point, many years ago, it would cost you as much as 25% interest to keep your money in Switzerland with certain accounts if you weren't a citizen. That was a long time ago. In other words, they punish you for keeping your money in the bank, but you could keep it in the bank. You know, this is for criminals. This was to deter criminals. I suppose you might be able to have an above boards account there without doing that. I don't really know, but that was their price for, of course, they've become much more amenable to that. So Switzerland is a major red flag in terms of world geopolitics, but I just mentioned that because they're protecting Putin. So they did not, however, according to the book Operation JB, protect the Third Reich's assets. They did not. Ian Fleming went in there and got them to admit that Martin Bormann was the signatory. And then they went and got it didn't give them rights to the accounts, but it did give them access to Martin Bormann, which then in turn, he gave them access to many riches of the Third Reich. And he bought his, what's it called, clandestine freedom. But to get back to grammar, and this is the point I was trying to make. People are careless with their spelling. They're careless with their language. They're careless with their correct use of language. They're sloppy when they write emails, write private messages. And I'm the last thing from a school teacher. Grammar was very challenging to me when I was in the 7th grade. And my mother was a whiz at it. She didn't particularly help me, but I didn't ask for help either. She was very good at diagramming sentences, she told me, breaking them down. I was very good at expressing myself in words. I even won a contest in the 6th grade, essay contest. We all had to participate. I wasn't given a choice to participate. So I was able to express myself, but I wasn't really clear didn't grasp participles, predicates, and all this gobbledygook. It wasn't my best subject, although I was very good at writing and expressing myself, which is really the core of it. I became better at it as I got kicked out of my 9th grade English class. I got kicked out for outrageous behavior.
What did you do?
It was actually quite funny. My friend from across the street who was really kind of getting on everybody's nerves because he was going through adolescence and he had a really good academic aptitude, but he wasn't fitting in. And he was beginning to make, dawn errors about himself. He was toward the awkward age. Well, he was being way too awkward. And he decided to take his shoes off in the class.
Oh, God.
And there was very few of us in the class. It was like 15 at the most. It was a small class. And Miss Mullen was about, 76 years old, and nobody took her too seriously. My best friend in the class, he'd sit there in the class and he'd go, Mullen. And nobody's, Mullen. and stuff like that. And I might have done it too, but he'd do it, and she'd get up and look around. So, you could engage in outrageous behavior. So I think I took his shoe, and I took it, and I went up to across the room where there was no chairs, and I sharpened my pencil. I got up to sharpen my pencil, and I brought the shoe over there. And I'm doing this in such a way as to get caught on purpose. Mm-hmm. It's like I'm not like really trying to hide. And she says, "What are you doing over there? What are you doing?" And some people know what I'm doing, and I'm getting attention. And I go, "Well, I'm just sharpening my pencil." and then she goes, and then she runs over there. "Ha ha! I knew you weren't sharpening the pencil. Ha 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 ha! Like I taught you." And she found his shoe over there. She goes, "Whose shoe is this? Whose shoe is this?"
Oh my God!
And he looks up, and he's like shocked. It's just, it was just, stupid. And I think, and then me and this guy took the shoe. I think we were, and so I got called in to see the dean, and the dean was like, he's giving, like, he thinks he's like a shrink or something. And he's really a jerk. And I don't know if this is true, but apparently he called in my friend, the one that was going Mullen, for something else. And I think, I think his father, threatened him or something. Threatened the dean.
Jesus.
Because he deserved a threat. Right. I don't know if it was true, because I asked, I'd hear a lot of BS from my friends. And, I told him, I said, "Look, you used to tell me," this same guy, I said, "You told me your dad ate a tranquilizer the size of a sandwich." He says, "No, that wasn't true." And I said, "Yeah, but you also told me the story that when you were at Sturry's, you were on your bike and you drove into Sturry's, gas station." I said, "Those guys were looking at you, and the mechanics, and they said, 'Hey, let's grease his Peter.' And they went and got for a grease gun, and they were going to, stick a bunch of grease down his pants."
Jesus.
And right at that time, his dad drove up to get gas. And he said, "Oh God," he says, "my dad saved me." They left him alone. Mm-hmm. And I said, "Was that story true?" He goes, "Yeah, it was true." I'm asking him this when he's an adult. He goes, "Yeah, that was true." So I don't remember if his dad threatened the dean or not. But the dean had said, I think he called my mother or something. Uh-huh. And, I convinced my mother not to tell my dad because, he's going to get upset, unduly upset. And she agreed. So she didn't tell my dad.
Wow. Which
meant nothing. So then at the end of the year, we had the finals. Mm-hmm. And me and the guy that I took the shoe of, and we were both like really good students. And we were like, somehow they had the answers, and we were cheating on the answers on the final exam because you could see it was on the back screen. And so, we were erasing, and they saw eraser marks. So they, deemed that we cheated. And we were both brought into the dean. He got in all sorts of trouble. Wow. And the dean said to me, he says, "You didn't need to cheat. This is all on a curve. You would have done very well." He says, "But this is the second time." He says, "Miss Mullen won't have you in her class anymore." Yeah. And I said, "Great." He says, "And I'm not even going to bother. You're getting kicked out." And of course, he didn't even call my mom. I was hopeless. But this other guy got in all sorts of trouble. And I didn't get in any trouble.
Oh my God.
And except that he says, "Okay, we'll send you to Mr. Palmisano." And he says, "He will accept you, but you have to behave. He's not going to accept any nonsense from you." And I said, "Well, Mr. Palmisano was a real teacher. Yeah. I had no reason. He taught me punctuation rules. Mm-hmm. We had punctuation rules. He made us learn them. I went at the semester. And me and Dave Billings was a character. He became a drug pusher, but he'd always like put these like lifesavers, and he kind of like extend out to you. Oh, you know, this, I forget, window greens or something, and he kind of give you a lifesaver. And I used to just joke with him about that. He'd always like, he'd push him till he'd squeeze one out and give everyone. He became had a serious dope problem.
Jeez.
His dad, was a school teacher who was on dope, and he, give it to his kids, give his kid, and Dave was really cool, but he was fun. And so we used to joke that Mr. Palmisano was an alien because he had hair on his ears. We didn't even know you could have hair on your ears, something you get when you're older. And we'd say, God, this guy's got hair on his ears. He must be an alien. And this is before we joked about aliens, but it was, Mr. Palmisano was a good teacher, and he taught me the punctuation rules. And that was the foundation of my, writing. And it was very important. In other words, my goofing off and bad behavior in a class where I wasn't learning anything from Miss Mullen took me to another class. It also caused me to rearrange my schedule with guess who? Guess what the counselor's name was?
What?
Rommel.
Delightful.
Yeah, he had a daughter, Debbie Rommel, who was one of my classmates, and I never forgot that name. I said, well, I didn't know of Rommel from the Nazis.
Interesting.
And I maybe I could look her up and find out if they're related. She would probably remember me. I was much better known than probably I realized.
Right.
Anyway, so anyway, I went to Mr. Rommel, and he rearranged my schedule. And I got to choose my classes. And I took that experience into my next high school, where I got to choose Eurasian civilization. This was the foundation of where I started learning about Japan. And my second round with Japan. So it's like I learned choice, and I could change my schedule. And the counselor, in other words, I rearranged all of my classes. Most kids didn't do this. They just went in and got what they were told. But I found out there was choice, and I could, rearrange my schedule, graduate early, and it was really empowering. Choice, the word choice and power are very important. And if you look deep into the etymology, if you can choose something, and if you're disempowered, you can choose between the lesser negative alternative than the worse alternative. So even that is empowering. Yeah. Like say, if you're going to be a dishwasher or a ditch digger, you can choose that which is more empowering. A ditch digger could be more empowering because you might parlay that into contracting if you were smart enough or ambitious enough and rise out of being a ditch digger, whereas dishwashing might not take you as further. But it's certainly a less stressful work than ditch digging.
Yes.
It depends. But I'm saying is there's always an alternative to take, and choice is very empowering. Yeah. It even relates to the word joy. Yes. Joy, choice, and power. But to get back to grammar, and this is where I began to feel comfortable about grammar. And then when I moved to Davis, I put, my goofing off behind. That was all done. Because anything prior to the 10th grade did not count academically for college. So then I began to take my academics much more seriously. And I didn't need to goof off anymore. I matriculated, I was like in charge of goofing off. I was better at it than most kids. Some would argue better at it than all of them. And I didn't have to do it anymore. So it was good to experience that. And it was one of my favorite stories of L. Ron Hubbard that was in, I think, the LA Times articles. And they said that he was, one of his old students was describing him when he was in high school. And said the teacher got angry at him. I don't know what he had done. And he threw an eraser at him. And he was referring to Hubbard. They called him Brick. He says, old Brick, because he had this red hair. Oh. He threw the eraser at L. Ron Hubbard, and L. Ron Hubbard ducked, and it hit the girl behind him. Oh. So Hubbard, according to this, got up, and he took the took the teacher, and he stuffed him in a trash can. Oh. And he couldn't get out. Oh. I guess he had to help him out. And that was the end of L. Ron Hubbard in that high school. But and so they're saying, how outrageous this guy is. How outrageous is this guy? And of course, as somebody who was highly qualified and goofing off, I kind of admired him, you know.
Yes, of course.
Most of my colleagues in school would have, they admired me for getting thrown out of algebra in the 8th grade. I was like a hero. Yeah. And that was only for standing up for myself. From standing up for my friend who used to say Mullen and harass the teacher.
Right.
The one who's, almost got his Peter greased. It's like, I was standing up for him. He didn't need anybody to stand up for him, but I was doing it out of loyalty. And so you get a certain amount of admiration for that. But, that's, I guess, what you call part of growing up. As I say, not so many kids is so good at it. And the teachers I respected, I wouldn't mess with. And they were like my basketball coaches. So, they would give me the evil eye, when they'd hear about me.
I'm sure that disturbed you no end.
No, it didn't disturb me at all.
I'm being facetious.
Yeah. No, it's like, they made me want to associate with types of people they didn't like.
Right.
Not that I really did, but they, and I never trusted the standing upright citizens of the world. I didn't trust them. This goes back to the 4th grade. I didn't trust the student body presidents.
Right.
It's just the way I was. And I think because, it's the kind of person who would be an easy target.
Right.
Not that I was targeting them, but they just seemed vulnerable to the dark side. Right. For whatever reason, I viewed life that way. But to get back to grammar, and this is the whole thing, this is quite a diatribe about grammar. Mm-hmm. It's very important. I'm trying to say that I'm not a school teacher. Mm-hmm. And also, I was going to say about Hubbard throwing that teacher in the garbage in the ash can, right, is that the writers of the article who were saying how outrageous this man is, how outrageous he was, he was doing that because he was free from punishment. He was now going to go to Guam with his father. He was going overseas. He was not accountable anymore to the school.
Right.
And so that's like, okay, I can get away with murder. Mm-hmm. Put the teacher in the garbage can. And it's very clear he was prompted by the teacher throwing an eraser at him, which he shouldn't have done. Mm-hmm. I don't know why he threw the eraser at him. He also hit a girl, mm-hmm, Yeah. So I'm sure he felt, in his own way, like a knight in shining armor to defend the girl's honor by sticking the teacher in a garbage can.
Yes. Yes.
And, and this was, Montana, where men were men.
Yes.
And school teachers were school teachers.
Right.
I doubt if you had many of those brawny Montana people being school teachers in those days. In fact,
right.
The school teacher would have, been somebody who was probably was probably fragile. So it was a nightmare waiting to happen. And, it's like, what is this thing about perfect behavior? But here I am, having said all that, advocating that you spell correctly, that you take care with your language when you write in private messages, in emails, right, and when you write anything, because that communication has a resonance.
Yes.
And the clearer you make your communication, the more integrity it has, the more it communicates.
Yes.
And this becomes important when you're saying serious things, and when you're saying, especially when you're talking about logistics.
Yes.
And people are very casual about, I'm going to LA. Well, what the hell does LA mean? Does it mean LA County? Does it mean LA proper? And even in LA proper, they have different sections of LA. So it's like, where the hell are you going? You might not need to know where they're going, but if you need to know, say, well, I'll be in LA, call me. Well, you might be on the other side of town, and it might be quite inconvenient to just pop over there. Because when I go to LA, I'm driving, to Orange County, to Laguna Beach, to, sometimes to San Diego, to Ventura, Santa Barbara, God knows where. And I'm getting tired out traveling.
Yeah.
So if I'm going to LA and somebody, come see me, it's like, well, okay. On what day? It's like, might I get some rest for a few days?
Yeah. Oh, believe me, I understand. By the way, I just put a message in your private message box. It's the hyperlink, so you can share that. I was so busy with so much, as you understand the challenges I was dealing with the microphone. Just got that up now, so that will at least tell everybody who's listening to us. The hyperlink helps immensely to get them directly to where they're at, to where we're at. And in terms of the grimoire and how important that is, believe me, there's no overstating that. Say, for instance, if you were trying to summon an entity, you would want to make sure you're using all of the right words, as opposed to, say, for instance, something that would, enter the wrong program, and you could wind up doing all kinds of damage to yourself. So thank you. That's our wonderful Peter Moon there has got that up, and that will help immensely. Just making sure it takes everybody to the right place, and it does. So wonderful. And when you get there, put that upvote, because the enemy puts their share of downvotes to wipe us off the searches. So it's your war. You've got to fight it, and the only thing that gets us back on the searches is your upvotes. So everybody send them from every IP address you've got. All right, and back to Peter, of course.
Well, yes, and so basically, we all talk. I wrote a book called The White Bat: The Alchemy of Writing, which discusses writing. I do mention grammar, not necessarily in quite the same context I'm saying tonight, but even if it's a business card, if it's a blurb, all of this stuff is who you are. It's what you're communicating to the world. What you're communicating to the world should have integrity, and it should have whole. It's like this casual sloppiness is not good. It's not good for you. It's good to be precise. It's good to be careful. And these things are important because people will, poo-poo grammar or spelling. And you know who was the worst at it? The absolute worst was Preston Nichols.
Oh my God! You mean Preston Nichols, his English was just poor?
He could speak. Okay. He could speak English, but he could speak clearly. He was super intelligent. His mind, his brain was very right-brained, very creative. He was a triple Gemini. I think his rising sun was Gemini. His sun was a Gemini. And I think it was Uranus in Gemini. And Uranus is, of course, a crazy planet. It's full of technology. Gemini is communication. And it's just like, this guy was involved in communications, radio communications. He could think in frequencies. His brain was thinking in frequencies. and in ways that the normal person doesn't think. So when it came to linear reality, and the only reason I experienced this is that he was participating for a short time, which was a rather short-lived experience, the Montauk Project Posting Board, which was not hosted by any of us. It was hosted by a third party who basically had to take it down because it was doing some illegal things. And I actually had it shut down because it, the police told me we'll put this guy in jail. And I said, that's not necessary. He tried to secure the rights to the Montauk Project, but I wouldn't give that to him. And I don't know that it was revenge. He bought the MontaukProject.com before anybody was buying things, and he put up this talking board, and it wasn't necessarily him, but he wasn't putting this, what amounted to child porn and what amounted to it, or equivalent, and he was not necessarily perpetrating that at all, but he was enabling it by allowing it. And I wrote him a certified letter, and he shut the board down. And the police said, we're just going to arrest him if you want, and it wasn't necessary. And anyway, this is the type of crap that I've had to deal with career-wise. But anyway, there was a certain amount of serious dialogue on that board. It basically turned into, it was actually, Joe Matheny told me it was famous for its trolling and disgusting behavior. Internet chats are notorious for trolling and disgusting language. He said this project board was famous for it in people that weren't even into Montauk Project, you see. It was so notorious. And anyway, but when there was serious dialogue, Preston went on there for a while, and his spelling was just so atrocious that people were like commenting on it. Learn how to spell. And it was very clear to me, who knew Preston well, that this just was, he didn't think in linear terms like that. So when I would put together Preston's chapters in writing the Montauk Project, he kind of talked, like when you got to the end of the diatribe, you saw that, this is the beginning of the chapter. And I kind of have to turn everything around and edit it. He didn't think linearly. He could be very good at explaining things. He could be impeccable at explaining things. But then again, sometimes he started at the end and went the other way. It's just a very chaotic mind that was full of genius and brilliance, but, complicated, if not convoluted at times. But he was, a genius where he was a genius. And he clued the world in on a lot. He could only take us all so far. And I really appreciate his contributions, but he was not a good speller. And that spelling is part of your left brain, and you want to integrate the two.
Yes.
So the more precise you are with the left brain, the more it will feed your right brain or creative side. And you want to bridge these two brains. And it was Phil Dick who basically experimented with vitamin C dosages. Linus Pauling had his vitamin C dosages, and I guess Phil Dick.
What were they trying to do with the vitamin C dosages? Did they feel that large doses of vitamin C would do something?
Well, this is what Phil Dick theorized. Based upon, I don't remember what Linus Pauling was doing it for. I don't really remember. We could look up. His experiments are famous. But Phil Dick, who was quite drugged himself.
Right.
he took so much of this he took the wrong dose. He took way too much dosage.
Ooh.
And he theorized, based upon his large doses, that it, quote unquote, burned a hole in his corpus callosum. The corpus callosum is the part of the brain which is between the left and the right hemispheres. And it put a hole in it so that there were all of a sudden the left and the right brain were like, you know, he became a super brain. And what this is where Phil Dick came up with the idea in his book, Exegesis. It sounds like ex-Jesus, but it's Exegesis, which is a work on, theology, God.
Exegesis. Excuse me. Exegesis. It was another way to pronounce it, but I'm sure you're pronouncing it more correctly.
Exegesis?
Yeah.
Exegesis. Exegesis. I don't know. It's not a word we use enough to even for me to be familiar with the pronunciation.
That's quite true. Nobody speaks these words anymore. Go on. Yeah.
Exegesis. I don't know that anybody ever did it except for scholars or clerics, but certainly not the man in the street, because the cleric was there to do all that. Yeah. But anyway, this is where he comes up with this Yod-He Shin Vav-He. He writes about this, the name of Jesus, and Shin is the middle letter of Yod-He Shin Vav-He, the name for Jesus, which means Jesus. But the real Shin he equates to the corpus callosum. And he goes into this, and this is where Shin is the bridge between the two hemispheres. Now, Shin is, I've talked a lot about this in the past, it means heart in Chinese. In Japanese, Shin Dao, Shinto. If you look up in the English language etymology of Shinto, the Japanese religion, it'll say Shin and Dao. Dao is the way, Shin is the way of the spirit. It's defined as spirit in Hebrew. I mean, in Hebrew and in Japanese. Now, the Hebrew say Shin means tooth, and this is named after the boar's tooth, which is like the moon, the shining moon. Shin as in shining. Shinar from Babylon was the capital of Babylon. Shinar was named after the Shin, the shine, the boar's tooth, the shining moon, the crescent tooth. And this is how it became the word tooth in Hebrew. But the rabbis will recognize that although Shin means tooth in Hebrew as a letter, it also means change or spirit. And you see the word spirit in Japan, where Shin is equated. Now, Japanese. I don't know if this is what the Webster's dictionary says. Is Shin equate to spirit in Japan as far as the Japanese language?
Well, basically, yeah. I mean, there's, the quickest way to say it is yes. Yeah. It's, do is basically the Japanese word, or basically the loan word from Chinese for Dao, the way, as in the path. So it's the way of the spirits, the Shinto. Yeah.
Right. Well, so, okay, thank you for verifying that. And for those of you, who hear the word dojo, the great place for where you do your martial arts, dojo is where you do your Dao work. Do is Dao. Yeah. So you're doing the work of the Dao, when you're flipping people over in judo, or whatever it is, dojo, Dao work, dojo or do, it's a place of the Dao. So you have this word Shin, and Philip Dick is like scorching his brain. Now, this was theory. This is a theory by Phil Dick. Joe Matheny experimented with this himself because he thought Phil Dick was incredible. So he experimented with this. And, he had a lot of strange experiences himself. But
to say the least, yeah.
To say the least. And he had a deep impact on my life, which I've written about in Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal, where you go into Shin. And, he stressed that concept for me so much. I learned so much from him in that regard. But so anyway, Phil Dick was this, became, a lot of his work was taken and put into movies and really wasn't accurately portrayed.
Well, it's
But
impossible to accurately portray his literary work because it's essentially a drug trip. But go on.
well, yeah, indeed. And something is very, very, some things are very challenging to bring to the screen, and unless you get a really creative director and creative writer. So anyway, this is where we get this concept from Phil Dick and burning through the brain. Now, I had asked Karl Pribram about this because Karl Pribram is was the most preeminent brain scientist in the world. And of course,
just so our listeners understand, Dr. Karl Pribram was the man who was paralleling the human brain to holograms, and he worked a lot with holography. So he developed the concept of the holographic brain. Go on, Peter.
Yeah, that's correct. And I imagine his work was used at the Presidio.
Yes.
I should, and the way I knew Karl was through his significant other, Catherine Neville, an incredible novelist,
yes,
who I was put in touch with by my old girlfriend, who had, loved her book 8. In fact, we were put onto her book 8, EIGHT, by Mark Roberts, who was the cameraman for Dan Rather when Ruby shot Oswald. And I wrote about Mark in my book, Montauk Book of the Living. So 8 was an incredible book, and it ends at Montauk Point, and Catherine and I had a lot of similar themes. We're very different writers, but we were very much kind of like synergistic writers. And I loved her book. And of course, we met a few times, and I met with Karl twice as well. But I asked Karl about this, and she always said Karl was he wasn't quite with it on some of these things because he was such a scientist. And he says, no, there's none of this left brain and right brain. This doesn't exist. It's to correlate, blah, 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 blah. And then after he told me this, I saw somebody on PBS, some guy who totally contradicted what Karl said. He was a patient whose brain it totally vindicated this theory. When I told Joe, he says, well, it's just a theory, but Phil Dick, it vindicated the theory. So, sometimes you have to throw the scientist out the window. You never throw science out the window, but you have to throw the scientist out the window.
Yes. Because
whatever he was saying was observably not true in this patient. I forget what the circumstances was, but somebody sort of vindicated one aspect of Phil Dick's theory. The whole point is that, this connectivity of the brain, and what I'm getting back is to the linear of the grammar, the linear aspect of the grammar. Just as Douglas said, if you're going to do a spell, magic spell, and I'm not recommending anybody do this stuff,
right?
But if you're going to do something, you do it as precise as possible. You do it as precise as possible so that the grammar is correct. It's like if you're going to write a contract, write it correctly.
Yes.
Write it correctly and read it correctly. And people will put so much crap in a contract that it's very dangerous.
Yes.
They say, well, that's just a standard contract. No, it's not. Everybody's got to sign. No, you don't sign it. It's just disgusting. And even somebody was telling me the other day about he had, I think, paid $15,000 to hire Yellow Freight to take his stuff across country. And they basically lost or damaged all of it. And they wouldn't talk to him. They wouldn't pay him. They would just avoid him. And then he went and called the police to put out a police report.
Yeah.
And the police, this was, I think, in New Jersey. maybe it was in New York, and the police said they wouldn't take the report. And they were bought off by the company.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
and then I said to him, I said, is this because you weren't a white person? This person is Hispanic. Puerto Rican, Taino Indian.
Mm-hmm.
But he says, yeah, if it was a white person, they probably would have taken the report.
Yeah.
I asked him. He didn't volunteer that. He says, I think they would have. But this guy, he's not short of money. He does well.
Okay.
Does very well. And he said that they wouldn't take the report, and that in the contract, it's like you sign with Yellow Freight. He said, they wanted to settle for like 8 cents on the dollar or something. He finally just took whatever they gave him and wrote it all off.
Wow.
Now, I've had big problems with Yellow Freight in the past. He said they bought up everything. Now, most of the deliveries I get are Yellow Freight, but the one thing I have going for me is the printing company, or the people that print the books. They want their books to get here safe. And so Yellow Freight doesn't try to get away with anything. In fact, they do a pretty good job for me. But if you're going to move, you better, and even with a moving company, you have to be careful. I told him, if you're going to move cross country, I think this was between Las Vegas and New York or New Jersey. I think if you're going to move, you're probably better off to just buy new furniture. Go to IKEA and buy new furniture. It might be cheaper than, like in the old days, you'd move your furniture.
Yeah.
And my father's company would pay for the moves we did. And, they'd put everything, and you have your furniture in the new house. But that's kind of a thing of the past. Unless you can drive it across country or something. But even that gets expensive. He also told me that if you rent U-Haul in California or on the West Coast, it'll cost a fortune, like $6,000 to rent a truck. Whereas if you rent it back on the East Coast and go west, it's nominal. Just weird stuff. Maybe because there's such a demand for people leaving California. I don't know. It's just, everybody wants to leave everywhere. So this is all a long diatribe about stressing on using the correct language. Because if you don't use the correct language, you're not going to communicate. And if your communication isn't that important, then don't say it. Instead of this sloppy, I don't care about grammar, I don't care about this, because it strengthens you. And we're living in times that are very challenging. And I told I told my friend Joan Roth today, who might be listening. Joan Roth is a very incredible person, and she's going to be speaking with me at the Living Truth Summit #2 in Shasta, 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th of March, Mount Shasta. And you can go to Living Truth Summit #2. Joan is a transformational healer. I'm going to be doing a podcast with her next week, I think, tentatively scheduled, and tell her incredible story of how the dark side tried to take her out. Wow. And I guess this guy went to kill her. I think she called him a black robe. Wow. He was very highly connected. I think a Jesuit. I think he was a Jesuit. I'm not going to say he was a Jesuit, but I think he was. He was a black robe, and was stalking her all the way to Lourdes after she was doing these incredible healings in France. Right. And he was about to kill her, and he just broke down and started crying. He couldn't do it. Mm. And she's very, very protected. She's been to Romania with me twice, and she's gonna, be with me when we're gonna meet you together, Douglas. She's looking forward to meeting you.
I look forward to meeting her.
Yeah, and she does. We were talking about that today, and you know, she does. She learned the ancient art of Chinese face reading.
Wow.
So when I spent time for the first time with her, it was in a restaurant in Manhattan, and she says, "Can I do this? Can I do this in front of so-and-so?" I'm not going to say who so-and-so was because it was one of her best friends. I said, "Sure, you can do it in front of so-and-so." I can't talk about so-and-so because so-and-so is deeply tied into the story we'll be doing, and we don't really want to share her name, but for her own privacy issues. So anyway, she's giving me this reading, and she's going into she's telling me stuff about my father. She's telling me stuff about my life that she cannot know. You know, she couldn't possibly know. Even if she had a CIA and FBI dossier on me, she couldn't know. You know, she couldn't. She's, you know, purely empathic, and she's taken stuff, you know, and she's telling me stuff about myself. And of course, she has a great gift, and she exercised this gift in Romania for the kids at Atlanticron, and they were just, you know, blown away. And people just love her, and of course, there were she couldn't do everybody. There were kids lined up, so she took all their names. She went home and she did them all from her home. She did readings on them at home, and so she has not been back to Atlanticron since before COVID, 2018. She was last with me, and she's been with me to the cave twice. She didn't get to go. She was with me the first time I went to the cave, and the third time I went to the cave, as she did not go on either of the trips when I actually entered, you know, the caves. That I did alone, except with David Anderson's wife. She went in with me last time. And Heather will be, David Anderson's wife will be with us at Mount Shasta. And all three of us are board members of the World Genesis Foundation, and we'll be promoting the World Genesis Foundation, the purpose of which is to leave no child without hope for the future. And so I'm stressing the importance of grammar, and I'm going to shift gears a little bit. I want to get back to, you know, the balloons and the buffoons and all that. But I got contacted today by contacted the other day by a lovely woman, Crystal Go. And Crystal I was on this panel discussion with her, and, you know, she was a little bit befuddled, if not annoyed, that I couldn't remember her so clearly. I was on this panel that she was orchestrating, and I did remember her. I just didn't remember too many details because I give too many talks. But Crystal is, let me see, she's from the UK. She's from Thailand originally. And what's the organization she's part of? She's allied with New Earth University. And it's putting physics together, cutting edge stuff. And she put me in touch with a man named Bruno Mihalescu. Bruno Mihalescu from Romania. And he's like, "Oh, we got this big media thing going. We got all this stuff going. I want to interview you, and I want to do all this. So we're going to, you know, talk all this stuff. We're going to do a movie." And this is great, fantastic. Thank you for the invitation. I said, "You know, you have to understand, I have proprietary obligations with Radu Cinemar. So I can't just be jumping on the bandwagon, you know, and say, yeah, I'll be part of this big documentary that's being done." What's important is it's a lot of Romanian scientists getting together and exposing. You know, he introduced me to some bigwig. And when the guy who heard who I was, he, like, you know, put his hands together and in a bowing form, you know, he knows who I am. I have a lot of, I guess, respect and admiration in Romania. And I don't know what we're going to do, if we're going to do anything. I said, come to Atlanticon and meet me. Now he knows professors that I know, so there's some familiarity. He knows Andrei Kyriak, my good friend, who's doing the incredible docuseries in Romanian right now, Egregor, which is about the sacred religious or sacred traditions of Romania. So this was very exciting that there's so much interest, and it's going to be like, wow. I just hope I can align with it. So I had to write to my publisher, and they're going to show me what they said is pictures of the underground complex beneath the Romanian Sphinx that is in the books. But I told him, I said, this is wonderful. But Radu Sinamar has stated very explicitly that unless these things come via myself, Peter Moon, via my publisher, Sorin Hormos, in Bucharest, that he says, don't believe them. So I have to be conscientious that this is not an effort to make a big Gaiam-style TV expose and co-opt the narrative, you see, or adulterate it. And Joan said to me, she said, well, this is great exposure. I don't care about the exposure. I care more about the integrity than the exposure. Because I've had people come to me that they know Radu Sinamar, they know characters in the book, and Radu says, no, they don't. They're BSing me. So I can't just jump on the bandwagon. There's also another important point here. I've moved away from media attention to align myself with the knowledge, work, and scholarship of Douglas Dietrich.
Thank you, sir.
Not the seedier side of his life. But that is a fact. And so be it. As they say, if Christ in the Bible, was hanging out with publicans and sinners, it's okay for me to talk to somebody who hangs out with them. It's okay. Because they have, they don't have pretense. His gang brothers don't have pretense.
Thank you.
And they seem to care a hell of a lot more about human trafficking and the people they traffic than the governments do.
Thank you.
Because they're saving the lives of people.
Thank you. Yes.
And it's a jaded issue. But so much of what happens with our so-called real politicians is total hypocrisy. So anyway, these are exciting things, and I think something's going to bust open in this new era, this new year. And I'm very much looking forward to these, the Living Truth Summit, and then the Dream Workshop I will be doing in Chatlavina, Transylvania in August. So we're going to have some very interesting energies at play and some very interesting people. So this is really good. Now, I suppose we should steer towards the balloons and the buffoons. and I want to say, for those who are new to Douglas Dietrich or listening for the first time, and even to recontextualize it, which is always good, I did summarize a mouthful of what you said.
Thank you.
And one of my friends who's a professional journalist, he read it because he was making some comment, and I wrote him all this. I wrote down this, sort of summarize what we talked about with the balloons and the Presidio and the the computer project, the artificial intelligence. And he goes, you know, that's a lot to swallow. I go, it sure is. And, you know, I thank you, you know, because I wrote this. It's like, I've got to keep refining it. Yes. I've got to keep refining this presentation to get it across to people. Because if you watch the news, CNN, now it's very interesting that CNN and Fox, now I know CNN's starting to turn to the right now, slowly but surely. They're slowly turning to the right, but it's very slow. And they're still going to lead with stories that are, you know, where Biden's winning the war in Russia sort of thing. Good Biden. But they're both running this story on the aerial phenomena. Yes. They're both running it, which means that they're in league on this. Because, nobody knows what's happening. The government's not telling us what's happened. The stigma has been taken off of aliens. They're now taking it seriously. And this is so ludicrous that it could be aliens, because look at, I mean, aliens are getting shot down, you know.
Left and right, repeatedly.
And at the same time, the government doesn't know what's going on and can't explain it. And it's like, it's considered outrageous. Now, if anybody reads our book, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II, which you can get at Amazon, you can read it on Kindle, or you can go to skybooks.usa.com, skybooks.usa.com, where it's still on discount. And there's other discounts you can get with other books if you're interested. But you can also, there's one offer where you can get the book and our newsletter at a discount. Your subscription. This book covers a basis. It's like Asian Balloons 101. Yes. Agent Balloons and Government Lies 101. This would be a prerequisite to anybody who wants to understand the Chinese balloon bomb insanity and the American press response to it. So read The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. It qualifies you to not only understand the balloon phenomena, but to begin to understand it, because it's more complicated than all that. But it also qualifies you to understand the ancillary circumstances and politics around it, which include the chip wars, the battle for AI, and how our host, Douglas Dietrich, fits into all of this. Now, if we go back in time, back to the career of Peter Moon, he's writing with Preston Nichols, the Montauk Project, Experiments in Time, which is like all of a sudden jumpstarts the hell out of the whole conspiracy paradigm. Yes. And as Preston Nichols said, he was here, part of his mission was to get mankind through this transition. And the Montauk Project is explained by others as not me, and Preston's diatribes as this whole sort of unified theory that underlies everything. It's like an underlying matrix to all of this phenomena. Well, so I was always in a position where I was very well known about by the media, but never acknowledged.
Right.
And just, we don't talk about him. We don't talk about that. Begrudgingly, the book would be mentioned. Begrudgingly, Preston would be mentioned in front of me. Well, first off, he's the primary author. But the one thing that I added that Preston didn't add was a certain amount of credibility, because I was not, claiming to see aliens or be aliens. I wasn't putting myself on the line. I was just, sort of putting certain amount of logic and journalistic integrity into the situation. And of course, people would say, "Oh, there's no verification. There's no this." Well, I wrote a book, Silver Anniversary of the Montauk Project, 25th Silver Anniversary Edition, 25 years after the original book, which clearly delineates that everything we were saying in the original book is valid in essence, corroborates everything except for the time travel itself. But that was also actually corroborated beyond any shadow of a scientific doubt by the work of David Anderson, who came into my life. Yes. Dr. David Anderson and his Time Travel Research Center, which is now the Anderson Institute, which does have a website, which is also explained in my website, the Time Travel Education Center. The Time Travel Education Center, which has 7 free videos that demonstrate that time travel is within the bounds of ordinary math and physics, 8th grade level math and physics. And when I say 8th grade level, all you need to understand is the Pythagorean theorem. And if you don't understand the Pythagorean theorem, you can do a YouTube on it. That's the only prerequisite you need to understand these videos. And even then, you might need to go through them several times just to get what's actually being said. You might not do, but it's actually clearly explained, as clearly as it can be explained, to understand the basics. Of course, it does not give you the technology to do it. There is also a patent, the patent application, which explains the technology. And I've even dumbed that down in videos on the proprietary or the people who subscribe to the paid subscription. But if you can take the PDF, which I have of the patent, it explains this stuff, how the technology of it, the abstract, doesn't mean you can go out in your garage and do it. But but this is the thing. So the point here is I've been on, and this is something that no physicist wants to mention. Now, I will say that there is a physics website or some website. They contacted me because Peter Moon's being mentioned all over the place. And it's not me. It's somebody called Sir Peter Moon from the UK who's, got a couple of, hot rod physics theories up his ass. I don't know. I don't know who he is. But these people are firing away papers here, papers there. It's like, you could have a paper airplane fight. And I don't have time to indulge them. Some of the stuff I can't possibly understand. They're having a field day, paper here, a paper there, paper everywhere. And, they're not, you don't see David Anderson in there plowing away with papers. He's doing what he does, and so, so anyway, what I'm trying to say here, I have been in a maverick position my entire career. And I've been very comfortable in recognizing who I am and where I am in relation to all these other characters out there, and where I fit in and where I don't fit in. And sometimes these people are very quick to tell me that I don't fit in, but they seldom say it. They just say nothing. So-and-so comes up, you should go to this institute. They really need to hear this stuff. These people are, they do yoga, they do meditation, they do this. And then they do scientific and Tesla and so I send them some information and, no response. They don't have anything to do with me. And I will also tell you quite candidly that when one of my great rewards in this life was when I was invited by Sharon Jackson, Winona Redbird, the shaman of the Montauk tribe, to speak at a gathering at a cemetery, Montauk or Indian cemetery in Copiague, New York. I was invited to speak at a gathering there, and they had the local assemblyman, I think a state senator. I think one of them had the same surname as my mother, Sweeney, and he got a kick out of that. And I got up and talked about the pyramids and said a few words, and on the way back to my car, I saw Gail Evening Star, my friend Gail Evening Star, who remembered the pyramids of Montauk that I wrote about in the book, and because her grandfather told her about them, and nobody ever believed her until she heard me talk about them at a Montauk Indian Thanksgiving that I attended in Jericho before I'd written the book Pyramids of Montauk, and I talked about them. She came up to me and we became friends. Her mother and I were great friends. And she said, "Are you going to the dinner afterwards?" And I said, "No, I haven't been invited." And she says, "You are now." And it's a great gift of my life, and not the dinner so much, but the dinner was fine. Well, and we met at a VFW, that's Veterans of Foreign Wars. VFW, they have these little buildings around Long Island and otherwhere, I'm sure, in the rest of the country, where the Veterans of Foreign Wars meet. And that of course, they rent the building, and this is all the Montauk tribe. And there's hundreds of people. And they're having Thanksgiving. Was this Thanksgiving? This was not Thanksgiving. I later attended some more Thanksgivings with them. And so I'm brought into I go to the VFW, and they say, "Okay, you're going to sit here. This is for the table with people who don't have family here." Not family. We're all family, but we have family. And I'm welcomed. I'm made to feel like family. And I got to several of their get-togethers and powwows, and not in a long time, but I was always treated like family by these people, by Sharon, and Gail. And then I sit at the table next to this man, Artie Crippen, who's talking a mile a minute about the Montauks, how all the Indians in the world, in the United States rather, to prove their authenticity as Indians, have to use the Montauk genetic line to prove that they're actual Indians, because the Montauk genetic line has been preserved better than any other genetic family tree of any Native American tribe. So they have to prove they're a Montauk to prove they're a displaced tribe. Then they get their status. But the Montauks themselves do not have a status. This is the insanity of the situation. He's going into elaborate detail in this. And I'm sitting there, this stuff is right down my alley. I mean, God, and then I find out he's the medicine man of the tribe. Mm-hmm. He's sitting next to me, and he's going to be doing a program for seniors. Not anybody can do it, but for the tribe. And he's going to be giving this juice called Ageless Extra, Osha root, and Qigong. It's a fountain of youth. And this is where I got my youth from, where you talk about the youth all the time. It's from the medicine of the Montauks. Yeah. So he says, "Okay, we're going to meet on Tuesday or whatever, and come here." And then he's got to be picked up from the ferry in Orient Point, because he lives in Connecticut. And, somebody's got to drive out there and get him and, pay for him to come. Or, it's kind of an expense. And so he comes, and he starts teaching us Qigong, the purple juice. I help him buy the purple juice. I start wholesaling it, and I start taking it, and it's really great stuff. Ageless Extra. Not supposed to advertise it on the web. I don't do it anymore. It's not that juice is no good, but I started taking super beets. I wouldn't mind going back to the juice, to tell you the truth. But I used to, wholesale it and sell it through my catalog. I'd sometimes sell whole cases of it. And it was really good stuff. It was patented for cellular renewal. And so Artie, was teaching me and all of us Qigong. And the first night after I did it, and this was rudimentary Qigong. I mean, this is like 15 minutes a day, 10 minutes a day. So you got to do this 10 minutes a day. 10 minutes a day is nothing. But most people can't do 10 minutes a day. And when I did 10 minutes a day, there was a big change. When I played touch football on Sunday, all of a sudden I felt like, wow, I'm not getting hurt. This is going to happen. I felt protected energetically. It was like, wee. This is doing 10 minutes a day. And I will confess that I missed about 10 days during that year. 10 days of doing 10 minutes a day. I missed 10 days. And at the end of that year, I was then qualified myself in the universe to meet his teacher. Not to meet his teacher, I'd met him the year before, but to study with his teacher. I proved to the universe that I could do something for a whole year. And at that point, I found out from a woman who grew up in the Moorish Science Temple that he was teaching every week in Brooklyn. I learned his schedule. First year, I didn't know he was teaching. Nobody told me anything. But I then went down there the next morning, and started studying with him. And I never quit. This was the great gift of my life, of my whatever youth I have. And Artie the Medicine Man was the facilitator of that. And he told me, he says, you're my best student. He says, but I'm Roosevelt's best student. Roosevelt was the name of my Qigong teacher, Roosevelt Gainey. He says, I'm his best student. He told me that. And maybe he was. But the difference is Artie lived far away. He didn't have access. Roosevelt had saved his life, literally saved his life. He was a wreck. And Artie studied martial arts from very early on. He was friends with Bruce Lee. He knew Bruce Lee because Artie's half Chinese. His mother was from Hong Kong. His father was Montauk and Shinnecock Indian. So he said Bruce Lee would come out to the powwows, and that's how he knew. Uncle Lee, he used to call him. So he had different training from different people, but he said there was nobody who compared to Roosevelt. And he had run into Roosevelt in a park one day. He was ready to tip over, and Roosevelt saw him. And he knew him. They knew each other from before. And he just goes, help me. And Roosevelt looks at him and says, he says, you're a maggot, but I'll help you. He says, you're a maggot, but I'll help you. He never hesitated to call somebody a maggot if he felt like it. In other words, he loved him. He loved Artie. And he helped him, got him better. And then, and they would talk by phone. But then finally it got to the point where, he's talking to Artie, and he says to Artie, ask Peter Moon. Ask Peter Moon. He's been studying with me now. I was only studying with him for about not even 6 months at that point, but I was going several times a week. And I'd learned so much, he started referring Artie to me for things. So so I really, because I was getting information all over the place. And that was a great gift. I miss Artie. I think he's taking care of his wife in Connecticut. I don't even have contact for him now. Yeah. But he shows up in Indian time. And just to understand the magic of the Indian magic, one time there was a get-together of Montauks at this church in Oyster Bay, and I was going, and I was driving the shaman there. I picked her up and drove her there. And we didn't know exactly where we were going. We're at a park, and all of a sudden we're driving up the parking lot, and Artie comes out of the building and looks at us and tells us, where to park. And I go back in there later, and I said, how come you came out of the building? He says, I felt you. I felt you. And he knew he was supposed to come out and show us where to go. That's, the magic. And we had a lot of fun together. I drove him with him. We drove together. We shared driving all the way to Michigan. He went to Mary Hardy's Temple of Saqqara with me. And boy, did we have a lot of fun sharing our life stories together. We're in the car for like 13 hours. Cool. And then on the way back, I was, we were going through Ohio, and he says, Akron, 45 minutes away, or an hour, whatever it was. He says, can we go visit Miss Kitty? Miss Kitty, I want to see Aunt Roma. And I think he says Aunt Roma, not Miss Kitty, Aunt Roma. He grew up with Aunt Roma. And so I said, yeah, we'll go see Aunt Roma. So we go meet Aunt Roma, and Miss Kitty's there. Now, I was telling one of my friends who might be listening a joke about Miss Kitty from Gunsmoke. This isn't the same Miss Kitty. This Miss Kitty was a grandmother, matriarch of the Montauk's. But what was so interesting about her is she was related to Nat Turner. Nat Turner from Louisiana. He was part of he's a famous character in Nat Turner. And this was showing that the Washita tribe of Louisiana, the Washita Empire, is where we get the name Washington. This is why the only white person you'll ever hear of that's named Washington is George Washington. All the other Washingtons are black or colored or melanated. And they come from the Washita Empire, which was once the whole Louisiana Purchase. And when the Louisiana Purchase was purchased from Napoleon to fund his war with Haiti, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he didn't really own the land. But for all quote unquote legal purposes, he did. And he sold it. It belonged to the Washita. And there have been lawsuits. It was the Empress of the Washita Empire who was recognized by the Mormons. So that's a whole part of obscure history. But anyway, I learned that Miss Kitty was not only Montauk, she was tied to to Nat Turner and the Washita. And it blended the Moorish nation with the Montauks, which I already kind of knew, but it was like I was sitting there meeting royalty. But it's a royalty that nobody with white skin would even fathom to recognize. And it's kind of like your mother, Douglas.
Yes.
It's like a different context. Your mother is royalty. Nobody knows who the hell she was. They're not about to honor or respect her. So was Miss Kitty. And I knew I was in the presence of royalty. Yes. It was a very humble royalty. And it was, in a strange way, it was one of the honors of my life, even though nothing really came of it. It's kind of like, somebody, getting to meet some rock junkie, getting to meet Bob Dylan, only, but it was like, oh, I got to meet Bob Dylan. But, it was actually a thrill because I recognized and I saw the actual genetics. I was present and respectful of them. And it was really, and that was just by this digression because he wanted to go see his Aunt Roma, Right. It's like a little kid, oh boy, I get to see Aunt Roma. And she loved him, and they fed us dinner and we, pulled into, I think, Manhattan about 6:30 in the morning. It was a pretty rugged night. because of that that trip to go see Aunt Roma. But I did it with him, and we had a great time. And it's so that is an important part of how I got at this whole youthening experience. He says, I'm going to teach the fountain of youth. You're going to get the fountain of youth. And that was the fountain of youth. First, I think, I don't know about this. I mean, it sounds nice. We'll go with it. So certainly that was about 14 years ago. And I'm aging quite gracefully.
Yes.
So so back to the theme I was talking about. And okay, this is the other thing Artie told me. He says, I'm an outcast. Now, he's since been kicked out of the tribe.
Wow.
Now, that means nothing, because this is like the tribe had factions and fighting within itself.
Yes.
That's part of why it's not recognized.
Ah.
But they kicked him out of the tribe. Who's they? I mean, it doesn't even matter. The shaman would never endorse that kicking out, because the shamans, they always recognize the shaman. And of course, I know stories within the stories, which I won't go into, and they shouldn't be made public. But he says he's an outcast. He said Roosevelt Gainey's an outcast. He's an outcast from the martial arts community, and a feared outcast he was, very feared. And I said, yeah. And I said, I fit into that category as well. And that's, here is the embrace with Douglas Dietrich.
Thank you.
He's an outcast. And I get traction by doing this. Might not be the traction of a, center stage in the Barnum and Bailey Circus, such as Erich von Däniken, who was literally a career criminal. People don't realize that. Douglas has exposed this, quite delineated it. He was in jail. Yeah. And this is the problem with, he's being highlighted with this Ancient Aliens Conference, Erich von Däniken with the other people that are on there. And it's like, I can't, not that I've been invited to be associated with these people, but I couldn't if I was. I will get more traction by staying with Douglas Dietrich.
Thank you.
And this is the problem with when I go into this media frenzy that's happening in Romania. I'm going to say, but I go on, it's like, but what about Douglas? What about this? What about this? When I was on some show, what was it? I forget which one it was. I think it was the one, was it WB Mysteries?
Wow.
I forget.
That was a long
but
time ago.
The one that they had me, they actually featured me. The first one I went to, I think I got paid $300 to let them use the name, the Montauk Project. They interviewed me for a couple hours, but they didn't show any of me.
Right, of course not.
But I got paid to go out there. And I got a lot of publicity out of it, even though they didn't tell the story accurately at all. Then this one, they did feature me. They did show me. But they did not, they cut out all the parts about Romania and Dr. David Anderson. They did not mention Dr. David Anderson. But they did give me, they showed me handing the patent application for the time reactor, David Anderson's time reactor. And then they had Michio Kaku look at it and said, this is like the scratchings of a child.
Yeah, that piece of shit.
And he says, it has no power source. Well, it does have a power source, and it's explained in the patent application. It's explained in some detail. And he's, in effect, lying.
Yes.
He's lying.
Of course.
And so they're basically sandbagging the whole idea, and they're denigrating the idea rather than presenting what is there and refuting it. Rather than to refute what is presented, they don't present it because they can't refute it honestly.
That's right.
And this is the BS that I've had to deal with as a professional, and I know better. I know better. I knew better then. I only acceded to it because of my colleague I was working with in Hollywood, who I'm no longer with, and he learned the hard way of what I was going through. He learned, because he'd been through this with me now twice, and he saw what I had to put up with. And now he can't put up with me at all. Because by all apparencies, he's been gotten to.
Yes.
He had great credentials to take this someplace. And some people will say, well, you need a good publicity agent. No, I don't need a publicity agent. Publicity agents charge an arm and a leg for basically just telling somebody to have you on TV, somebody they know. And they may or may not put you on TV. And I don't need a publicity agent, because if I hired a publicity agent, the people that the publicity agent would go to say, well, we're not going to have him on because we know better. And as I say, if I was, well, let's just say Art Bell would promote, and he's not the only one to do this, but he promoted known scam artists.
That's right.
Like Sean Morton.
Yeah.
Known, proven, convicted, and jailed scam artists.
Yes.
Like Sean David Morton. Yes. And promote the hell out of him.
Yeah.
And other career criminals.
Yes.
And he wouldn't touch me with a 10-foot pole.
That's right.
Except when he wanted to interview David Anderson, then he called me personally.
Oh my God.
You seem to be the only one that knows how to get a hold of him.
What was it like? I don't remember you ever telling me that you spoke to him personally. What was it like?
The phone. He called me on the phone. And I said, well, I said, and I actually wrote to David and told him. I actually forwarded the message. I did not say, don't do it. David never answered him. Art was dying. He went off the air with his whatever he was on Coast to Coast, and he was now doing Dark Matter, which didn't work very well.
Yeah, of course
he was
not.
desperate for an audience. But the point was he actually was impressed with David and did a long interview with him in the early days. In the early days, he wanted to have him back. But yeah, in other words, I've been on the no-fly list for so much of media, and it's just, as they say, but this is traction. It's like, I was reading something the other day where if you're only moving in known territory, like, if I'm teaching people how to play chess or checkers or gin rummy, blackjack, it's like these are known territories now. And you could possibly be sharp with instruction on chess or, backgammon or, whatever game, but you could be very sharp and maybe do better YouTubes than other people are doing. But okay, this is not what I do. And what Douglas has to offer here is so important. So if you study the Roswell deception, you will have a grounding in geopolitical science, and that you do not have if you go to the university or if you're studying CNN and Fox News or whatever it is, or conspiracy websites. You're going to get a foundational understanding. Now, I want to point out something, and I pointed this out in my book, L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity, which is a very comprehensive book on L. Ron Hubbard, very succinct in a lot of ways, and very thorough, because it gives aspects into this man that nobody will understand. Certainly not his detractors, and certainly not his supporters. And my friend Aaron Tice, who's been on the show sometimes, described very expertly the mechanics of a cult and how it works, and how he did a very good job. I'm going to have to delineate this sometime. He did such a good job. And it basically, people who are in the cult are in the cult. And then when they leave the cult, they're still part of the cult because they're now obsessed with the cult. They have friends who are ex-cult members that are dissatisfied with the cult, but their lives are still marked by the cult because they're still dealing with it, coping with the experience of having been in the cult, exposing the cult, fighting the cult. They're still a member of the cult. Just they're wearing a different color. You know, it's like some people in the NFL wear green jerseys, some wear red jerseys. They're just wearing a different color jersey. They're still in the NFL. And he explained it beautifully because, you know, he was in a cult. He grew up in the Pentecostal nonsense.
Yeah.
He's got stories to tell that are so incredible. In fact, he was telling me one the other night about the minister was like in a porno movie. And it became this huge embarrassment. And it was all these stories, like, and then he said, meanwhile, you know, all this nonsense is going on, you know, and his parents are still believing in the shtick. You see, they don't see all the nonsense going on.
Or they refuse to.
Yeah, yeah. So it's like this is the dynamics of cult, and you know, he understands them much better than I do. I mean, I was in a cult in Scientology for 11, 12 years of my life, and I survived it very well. You know, I didn't walk out having a complex about the cult. You know, I left it. Essentially never went back. I've had to revisit the information. I learned a lot, so and so on. But it's like people are they still have reunions. You know, people I was on the ship with, they still have their old reunions. And
that's kind of healthy, I guess, sort of.
I don't know. I mean, I've been, I think, invited. Only recently did I get invited with Janice.
Were you tempted? Were you tempted to go?
It wasn't really viable for me to go because I had other commitments in work. And, you know, I think the last one, I just wasn't interested. I think it was the last one. But Janice Gillum Grady, of course, I knew her on the ship, and she was a very nice person. And she's kind of, you know, everybody knew her. She kind of networked everybody together. Her mom started the Celebrity Center, and I was able to tell her things about her mom that she didn't know. And she did invite me, and of course I knew her husband as well. And he's passed away, and I think she invited me to his funeral. I just couldn't make that. That was last year. But other than that, I never really, you know, was invited to any of them. I was kind of not really in the loop of ex-Scientologists. And I guess I've really moved beyond that. And what I'm doing is, you know, some of them might, would, should, could appreciate it, but I'm living a different life. And there are some who do follow my work and who I appreciate. I have met with individuals who I've known or was even friends with, but never these big gatherings. Because, I don't know, I might have too much explaining to do. And I, you know, I had a lot of superior understanding of certain things that, like, who in the hell else is doing what I'm doing from that movement? I went out and found myself a real implant station, Montauk.
Yes.
Now we can also throw the Presidio into that. Yes. And the antecedents of Scientology, the magical aspects. Virtually, not completely, but virtually all the ex-Scientologists who or exposers of Scientology, when they go to the occult stuff of L. Ron Hubbard, they'll point at it and go, "Oh, he's dark, he's evil." Oh, you know, and they don't understand what they're dealing with, what Hubbard was dealing with. Was it jaded? Yeah, it was jaded. It was power. It was dark. But it wasn't just that. It you know, there was a certain amount of power and knowledge. And Hubbard certainly empowered himself with what he knew. Yes. And he wasn't all bad. But it's like they can only, you know, I guess what you'd say, they can only see what they can see. And all people have limitations. All of us have limitations. But they're not, you know, they didn't take, you know, the prerequisites to understand it, whatever those prerequisites are. So in other words, I don't sit there and, you know, finger point and say, you know, evil Hubbard, evil Parsons, evil Crowley. I take the information and do something with it. And of course, my study of Aleister Crowley, and the only reason I studied that was because I learned Hubbard was so fascinated with him. And I said, if Hubbard was fascinated with him, I want to know why. I want to study it because I had such a close understanding of Hubbard, an intimate understanding of him on many levels. And then I began to, study this. And Preston Nichols appeared in my life and had this whole diatribe of being connected to not just Aleister Crowley, but I mean Aleister Crowley's father, a familial connection through the Wilson brothers, which proved itself to be valid in terms of providing synchronicity. And synchronicity is the connectivity of the higher consciousness. It's the gateway to the Tao, and the Tao is the God mind, which is expressed very clearly in my video series. What's it called? The Psychology of Space-Time - Dimension. The Psychology of Space-Time Dimension, understanding dimension with a quantitative approach. And this explains the 10 dimensions based upon a mathematical model. You'll understand why Rod Serling calls the Twilight Zone the 5th dimension. And it is. He was correct. But the 9th dimension is synchronicity, as codified and explained by myself, based upon a mathematical model. The 10th dimension is the God mind, 1 and 0, 1 and 0, which brings us back to AI. But so, as I say, I've been an outcast, and I'm familiar in that role and comfortable in that role. Is it my favorite role? I don't know. It's, you know, I don't know if I want to be the guy who walks down the street and everybody claps and waves at. You know? Like the mechanic who fixes everybody's car and tells them what to do in the whole neighborhood. I mean, that's nice. It's nice to be known and loved and liked. It's great. I have much more juice in Romania than I do in the United States. You know, much more appreciation in that country, where I could be considered a favorite son in many respects.
Yes.
And I don't know. It's everything is relative. So, but as they say, if I come, well, somebody once explained to me that Druids were notorious for alienating people because they, you know, might be wearing a dead cat over their shoulder. Very alienating. You know, I come into the room, I bring Douglas Dietrich. Douglas is not a dead cat by any stretch of the imagination, but he will be treated like a dead cat by many people. So in other words, now, for example, and I'm going to say, Jonathan Chelamar, who produces the Living Truth Summit, #1, that I was the keynote speaker at last year, and Living Truth Summit #2. I don't know if I'm the keynote speaker, but I'll be speaking for 2.5 hours on Saturday,
that's pretty key. That's a long time.
It's good enough. Is he, when we were first going to do this, and the first event got disturbed by COVID, Douglas, he'd always wanted to have Peter Moon. He was a big Peter Moon fan. He said, I've always wanted to have you. It's time, because Jonathan's been on the mountain for 14 years, living alone up on the mountain before he came down and lived in a house. And he said, I want you to come. Okay, so great. So I said, well, I told him who Douglas was. He listened to Douglas, and he admires Douglas.
Thank you.
He admires Douglas, and so he put Douglas on the bill, and all hell broke loose.
Yes.
And of course, we were saved from hell freezing over because COVID canceled the whole event. But before it canceled the event was running into all sorts of hell because he said that 80% of his audience, or whatever his audience is, maybe his friends, his colleagues, were, throwing spears at Douglas Dietrich. And at the same time, one of Douglas's enemies, who we won't name because it only gives them juice, was calling the police, threatening to call the police.
Actually did. Not that it got them anywhere.
A pedophile. She said, you're having Douglas. I'm going to call you a pedophile. And it's like, she never called the police. It's like, what kind of nonsense why do people even do this? What motivates them? They're not going to do that if Brooks Agnew was speaking. If Stanton Friedman was speaking, they're not going to do that. They're not going to say anything. But when Douglas Dietrich gets up to speak, he must be stopped. And
at all costs, they pull out all the plugs. Yes.
Yeah, so it's like, so when we did the next one, I kind of like, okay, it's like, we don't want to go through this again. We both knew better. We didn't even discuss it. I didn't say, would you have Douglas on? We didn't even discuss it because we knew better. We didn't want to go through that again. And when I talked to him about it, he says, I want to have Douglas on in the future.
Great.
He said that to me.
Yes.
I didn't say it to him.
Yes.
So I'm going to promote the Dream Workshop when I go there this year. And I think I will, this is just my own intuition. The Dream Workshop I'm doing in Chalklavina is closed. I don't have enough capacity. I've got a limited capacity at the camp. Otherwise, I'd have a lot of people coming. And I might I have a feeling that I might be doing a dream workshop in Shasta in the future with Jonathan.
Yeah.
Because he can't make the train. He want to make the Transylvania one, but he's not going to make it. And so that means I'll be returning. And of course, one of my dreams would be to have Douglas. In fact, speak. In fact, I'm doing the dream workshop, and part of the dream workshop, which I intend to put a book out, simple book to promote dreaming and actualizing dreams. I'm going to start focusing on that dream to have Douglas's work more recognized.
Thank you.
Of course, there's dreams, there's different priorities on dreams and whatnot, but this is very important. So I will probably do a dream workshop at Mount Shasta, and if it's ideally under my terms, it would be done in conjunction with Stephanie South, who's the one that helped me think up the idea for the dream workshop, which is based upon the work of her mentor, Jose Arguelles, who started the whole Earth movement. And he did this with his students at UC Davis by dividing them into astrological signs and then assigning them to work on their dreams. And this is the one thing I will be doing at Choclavina. One of the things I will be doing. I intend to have them all making dream catchers, which is something that is done at Atlanticron. I may have to sharpen up on my skills to teach others how to do it. It's not the hardest thing in the world to do, to make a dream catcher. But that's just one thing. We're going to be dividing ourselves up into astrological groups and working on our dreams. And because we have a limited number of people, I won't necessarily have 5 Scorpios and 3 Leos and 10 Aquarians. If I don't have enough Aquarians, I'll take myself, who has a moon in Aquarius, and somebody with a Jupiter in Aquarius, and somebody with a Saturn in Aquarius, and we'll represent Aquarius. We'll cover all the 12 signs of the zodiac one way or another. And we'll do it. And this is, and so when Jose Arguelles did this at UC Davis, it resulted in the first Whole Earth Week in 1970 in March, which I attended because I went to high school in the same town. And everybody was talking about it, and I went down there and met the Hare Krishnas. That's the first time I ever heard a Hare Krishna, and boy, it never left. I suppose they had the most noisy crowd, and unfortunately, and this is the thing about cults, all they did was chant Hare Krishna, and I learned it right away. I never forgot it. You know, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Jesus.
And I immediately noticed this is the same melody, or very similar to this land is your land, this land is my land. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. And I learned that, and never forgot it. And of course, it had teepees on the quad. It was a great feeling. And I think everything in Davis kind of crystallized and changed. It was already that, but it became more that. And of course, Jose was very popular with the students. He was so popular, they fired him.
There you go.
He didn't have tenure. He was bigger than the university. And Stephanie had an amazing relationship with him. And she's like one of my best buds now. And although, she has something similar to Aaron Rodgers, the Green Bay Packer quarterback. He just went into, I think, for darkness for 4 days. She goes into the dark. She'll go into the dark and meditate, she'll say, in the meantime, communicate with me telepathically. And she means it. I'm in constant communication with her one way or another. So and she learns so much. And her story is incredible. Her books are incredible. I haven't had time to finish them all. But so like, I hope that she can do a dream workshop with me in Shasta.
Oh, someone's knocking at your door?
Yeah, I do. I think it's Paula.
Okay.
Hang on. I'll
take your time. I'll hold the stage. So
yeah, just a second.
Yeah, our man Peter's going to answer that door. Let's hope it's benevolent. Let's hope it's benign. And in the meantime, as he's suggesting, we'll ultimately get to the point where we discuss the buffoon balloons. By the way, this is a deadly serious subject, and it's so easy to dismiss and make fun of because of the ignorance that most people have about the potential lethality that can be delivered by balloons, and the fact that people have no defense against them. Obviously, when you're expending millions of dollars on missiles that are taking down these balloons, it's a losing proposition. It just doesn't work. You're not fighting warfare effectively, and there really is no effective means to fight back against the balloons. So the Chinese are using Japanese tactics in order to win World War III. First, by getting us to shoot down as many innocuous objects as possible, so that our military expends ammunition and looks like idiots. What we're going to do right now is, I'm getting some incoming messages. You can hear the bells for that. And let me take a look at this. I'm just looking at something here. This has been sent to me by this wonderful lady, Diane Hillis-Buchberger, and looking at a motorcyclist, and he's got a big-wheeled motorbike here, and they're talking about this complete makeover to the bike and what he loves so much. And she was calling the Hare Krishnas Hare Christians. So looking at this night rod, it's an impressive beast, and it is, it's incredible stuff. Glad she sent this to me because it's always impressive to look at stuff like this. It seems like a motorcycle even someone like I could conceivably ride because it's got such easy balance on it, almost like a tricycle with that big wheel. So aside from that, let me shut that down before I get distracted from all the other stuff that appears. And if I'm sounding incoherent, it's because I'm completely distracted by a number of information, a number of things coming in. Okay. So just listening to this here, and
excuse me, Douglas, I'm back. Did I miss anything? It sounded like you started to talk about the balloons.
Oh, I was just talking about different aspects of what people were sending me. So believe me, we won't get to the balloons just yet. Continue where you were, by all means.
Well, I'm just setting up this whole diatribe for 2 hours, talking about grammar and talking about you and the
Artilect.
Well, yeah, and and the dreams and all this, and the justification of who you are and what you represent. And of course, Stephanie, she respects and appreciates you as well. She will listen to the transmissions when she can. So you have friends out there that you're not aware of necessarily, and there's only so much. She's probably better off in the cave than listening to you too much. Nothing against you. I'm just saying the cave is powerful. And, Aaron Rodgers, the quarterback, is out there in the cave. He'll come out and decide whether he wants to come to the New York Jets or whatnot. Who the hell knows? Which will only entertain the media. Aaron Rodgers, of course, for those of you who are not familiar with football, is one of the most talented quarterbacks ever to play the game. And he's got a real quirky personality as far as the media is concerned because he's from California. And, he's thought of as, he takes ayahuasca, he's meditating in caves. yet he has this uncanny ability to throw a football. And he doesn't quite jive with the mentality of normal football players. So it's California versus the National Football League. So he's become a media thing. But I'm saying, Stephanie's out there doing the cave as well. I advocate doing the dark room for 15 minutes a day, twice a day, which is good enough to keep you instead, in my opinion.
Thank you.
That's how I was trained in Qigong. And you also learn to enter the dark room permanently, which means you don't have to be in it all the time. You take the dark room with you. You take the cave with you. But anyway, now I want to get to the balloons, because if you understand the foundation of the Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II, available in Amazon and Kindle and skybooks.usa.com, you'll begin to understand the geopolitics of the world. And what I was going to say, in geopolitics or political science, one thing that the basic text in geopolitics and political science is Machiavelli. The ends justify the means. And it's all about, what this all comes down to is killing your adversary.
Yes.
Neutralizing your adversary. There's different degrees. If you can neutralize them without killing them, it's sort of like how the mafia operates. They don't necessarily want to kill the person. Just if he shuts his mouth, and he's not going to speak. But if he has to be shut up permanently because you can't trust him not to speak, then it's expedient to kill him.
Yes.
So this is the basic of political science when you go to study political science, Machiavelli. And by the way, I will say, and I put this in my book, although it's never been stated anywhere else, and I only noticed because it was in his handwriting, he referred to Machiavelli as somebody who stole his work. And, he thought he was Lorenzo de Medici. But whether or not L. Ron Hubbard was Lorenzo de Medici, who actually sponsored Machiavelli, I believe, historically, the point is Hubbard identified with Machiavelli so hard that he believed he actually wrote the book, or the main tenets of the book. He identified with it that strongly, and that's what's important. And he was a very politically oriented character. But we think about, killing people, Hassan Saba, assassinations. Now we get into, the government was full of this nonsense of killing people. Murder Incorporated, they called it. Came up in congressional hearings and whatnot. But when we get to the core of geopolitics and what's going on in the world, the Roswell deception is a foundational reference point. Now we have all of these UAPs, UFOs, balloons, unidentified objects, which we won't call them anything. and you have the silliest, giddy smirking by the commentators saying, well, we're taking aliens seriously now. And yeah. So what do you have to say for starters, Douglas?
Oh God, well, it's simply too much. You really let's just put it this way. It's one of these things that you're just disgusted. You're disgusted because of the kinds of things that people are saying. Now, understand, whatever I say, which I think is more important than what you're going to hear from, say, for instance, Joe Biden, let it be known that Joe Biden plans to deliver his most extensive remarks yet about the aerial objects that the military shot down. So for what it's worth, which is pretty much nothing. President Joe Biden plans to deliver his most extended public remarks yet as early as Thursday about the unidentified objects that the U.S. military has been shooting down. Biden will explain how the administration intends to deal with aerial balloons and other objects spotted in the future based on a study conducted by a series of government agencies. Now, the exact timing of Biden's remarks has not yet been settled. Now, basically, we're talking about something that is founded on the fact that 4 unidentified objects have been impacting us and have in turn been impacted in 8 days. Basically, the United States has been shooting down or has shot down its 4th unidentified object in 8 days fairly recently. And that was when President Biden ordered on Sunday, my own transmission day, is when he ordered a U.S. fighter jet to shoot down an unidentified object over Lake Huron. That's the 3rd in as many days. And then the Canadian Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, on the Saturday before that, it was on his order that a United States fighter jet shot down an unidentified object flying over the Yukon, and the United States took similar action against an object over Alaska on the Friday into this action-packed weekend. And the officials said that all of these objects were flying at altitudes that posed a threat to commercial aircraft. Now, finally, on Sunday, we concluded that weekend with Senator Majority Leader Charles E. Schumer saying that the Alaska and Canada objects were believed to be balloons, though much smaller than the Chi-Com, or Chinese Communist balloon, that is known to be a spy aircraft. I am just appalled. I still see people using words like alleged. There's nothing alleged about it. They've recovered sensors. It was a porcupine hive of antennae. Just like a porcupine has quills, this thing was sporting as many antennae. It was just covered in them, almost as if it were a protective measure for itself. All of that being said, of course, it very well may have been. The question then becomes, of course, which is something that, as a military person, I might try to answer, is why the military is using expensive as hell missiles to shoot down these balloons as opposed to just plain bullets, which would be theoretically much cheaper. As a matter of fact, it's one reason we have cannon installed on aircraft, which many people have been arguing for generations that aircraft cannon are obsolete. But this would prove the fact that they're not, and why we continue to need them. But by cannon, of course, we're referring to multi-barreled machine guns, really, just a form of Gatling gun. They refer to them on aircraft as cannon. Now, when it comes to something far more important than how the Americans are dealing with it, I guess the Americans, for instance, one way they're dealing with it is, well, there's several ways of dealing with it. First off, when Schumer was saying what he was saying, that these objects were much smaller than the Chi-Com balloon that the United States authorities shot down on February 4th off South Carolina, what he was indicating was that the source and purpose of the 3 objects downed over the weekend was not clear. And at that point, we began to see a lot of generals saying that we cannot rule out aliens. And this goes all back to the Roswell defense. Again, when Peter Moon is recommending as a geopolitical primer, as a primer in Machiavellian Intelligence, the book The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II, understand that the Americans were developing a standard operational procedure to deny the fact that Asians could violate American airspace at will and threaten the lives of every American. And the way they would do that is to say that they're aliens and therefore imply a sense of, shall we say, powerlessness, an explanation for their impotence. And with that rationalization, the public then turns to a kind of cargo cult mentality expecting the aliens to deliver technology, and therefore they can explain away a lot of the advanced technology that they got from the Japanese. And that way they can say, well, we didn't get this from little yellow people. We got these from greater beings greater than us, greater than you and I. It just goes on and on. There's no winning in a situation like this unless you read the Roswell deception and you break out of the matrix. That is your bloody fucking red pill, people. If you're obsessed with conspiracies and taking the red pill, the Roswell deception is your red pill. It's the only red pill you've got. So the only one that counts. That being said, get a copy. Make certain you send as many as you can to your congressman. But far more important than how the Americans are responding to it is the fact that Japan is treating this as it's basically an assault and something to mobilize against. So they're all about bursting China's balloons. The Americans, meanwhile, are saying three things, aside from the aliens that I already mentioned. They're also saying that all three of the other objects shot down were private or somehow public balloons, meaning they either belong to government weather observation efforts or government or private corporate efforts, something like Goodyear blimp jobs, and that none of them were Chinese. That was another thing that was said to avoid escalating the tensions with the enemy, because they're scared to death of the Chinese now. The Chinese have proven they can violate American airspace and that they can kill every American, effectively, the overwhelming demographic majority, by balloon distribution of biological weapons, which was actually suggested by some of the Republican senators and representatives, as well it should have been, and then dismissed as, oh, that's reading too much into it, or that's panic porn, etc. So when you've got these separate ways of looking at it and none of them help or provide a solution, Japan is basically relaxing requirements for using weapons against aircraft violating its airspace, amid questions over how Tokyo can respond to incursions by unmanned objects. So it was on Tuesday of this week that the Defense Ministry of the Empire of Japan said it strongly suspects, those are its words, objects that flew over Japan in 2019, 2020, and 2021 were Chinese spy balloons. And so this news comes as the Empire of Japan is embarking on a major defense buildup aimed at dissuading others from attempting, in their words, unilateral changes to the status quo in region. Now, the Communist Chinese Empire presents the most difficult challenge, but acquiring the capability to attack enemy bases could also prove to be key in deterring the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire and North Korea from any rash actions. And so, wasting no time on that front, Defense Minister Yasukazu Hamada said on Tuesday, which is effectively just yesterday, that the Empire of Japan plans to buy all the Tomahawk cruise missiles it's seeking from the United States in one go in fiscal 2023, rather than over several years as initially planned. So Kyodo reports that the Empire of Japan will build 4 major ammunition depots at SDF, or the Self-Defense Force facilities, in Oita and Aomori prefectures, likely to store such missiles. Meanwhile, on the economic security front, last week, the cabinet of the Empire of Japan approved a bill designed to support domestic defense equipment producers and tighten up the management of sensitive information on their products. But the question in America might be, why are we seeing so many UFOs over America all of a sudden? Now, the interesting thing is my cosmetologist, V, who is very much into UFOs in a sense. I wouldn't say that, oh God, I don't know how to describe it. It's a, shall we say, it's just a kind of, she's had experiences. And one of her experiences was being on a beach and with some friends, and they all lost time, felt like there was an explosion. She remembers seeing her friends flying what seemed like very high in the air, like 20 feet, but more as if they were flying from the force of an explosion. than being levitated, and then remembers waking up kind of much farther inland. And so there was some lost time there, and but other than that, no real memories about it, though she definitely feels convinced that we probably have secret space bases on the moon, or things like that. She feels that the government is not sharing things. So she takes a look at many of these UFO phenomenon with this kind of eye, that they're here, that the aliens are here. And but she's began to familiarize herself by looking through my book. She actually scanned it, actually flipped through it, and was understanding the basic message. So when she was asking me about this, I explained that they're pretty much doing now what they did in World War II. They're basically heading towards the alien arena, saying that get the public excited about that, distract them, get them watching the History Channel and Ancient Aliens again, and they'll stop paying attention to the national security threat and the fact that we're entering a third world war. But the fact remains that the U.S. military shot down 3 unidentified objects in a single weekend. So America's skies are filled with UFOs all of a sudden. And she was saying, wow, they're looking for experts. She said she might even give me, like, I don't know, the number to a radio station or something that was asking for experts on this. Though I didn't follow up with her yet on that. And I doubt that they'll, we'll see what happens. I don't expect anything. But the fact remains that I'm sure they don't have anyone that would give them the context that I would anywhere. But in the span of 2 weeks, in February of this 2023 year in our Lord, U.S. military pilots have shot down 4 mysterious objects spotted over the United States and Canada. Now, the military identified the first of these objects as this 60 meters, that's 200 feet tall, Chinese spy balloon. Now, this is the size of 3 school buses. That's the size of a regional passenger jet, floating approximately 18,200 meters. That's 60,000 feet over Alaska in late January. And the government tracked the balloon forever. We're talking about a full fucking week, not a work week, but a week complete with weekend, while it floats serenely southeast across the continental United States, what is strategically referenced by the U.S. military as the CONUS, the continental United States, before finally shooting it down off the South Carolina coast with a fighter jet on February 4th. The other 3 objects, which include a car-sized cylinder shot down over Canada's frigid Yukon territory and a strange octagonal object shot into the waters of Lake Huron, they truly remain unidentified and were all destroyed between February 9th and 12th. And these 3 objects were less sophisticated than the spy balloon. Now, that's been confirmed by White House officials in a February 13th press briefing. And they all floated between altitudes of 6,000 and 12,000 meters. That would be between 20,000 and 40,000 feet. However, they were flying in airspace used by commercial airplanes, which added to the security risk. Even the government officials admitted that. So these rapid-fire incidents have left many wondering why the government is suddenly detecting and destroying so many unidentified objects in United States and Canadian aerospace. Are there really more objects up there than usual? Or is the military simply, finally, suddenly getting better at tracking them? Well, while it's impossible to know for sure how many objects are in a given country's aerospace at any time, government officials have been clear on one point. Following the detection of the Dy-Com surveillance balloon in late January, the military deliberately broadened its search for foreign objects at similar altitudes. And that effort, apparently, has been qualified as a success. Think of what they've been missing all these years. And while the military has not identified any of these 3 objects, subsequently shot down in February, both the United States and Canadian governments have suggested a pattern between these objects and the downed spy balloon, and declined to rule out the possibility that they are all part of a foreign spying effort. Now, John Kirby, a spokesperson for the White House National Security Council, added in the February 13th press briefing that the Communist Chinese Empire has been surveilling these United States with high-altitude spy balloons for several years, at least since the administration of former President Donald John Trump, but that those objects had never been detected before now. And meanwhile, the National Public Radio reported that Red China has claimed that the United States has flown spy balloons into its aerospace more than 10 times since January of 2022. Well, now it's much more difficult for Americans to send balloons across the Pacific than it is for the Asians because the Kuroshia, the jet stream that is propelled by the black current across the Pacific, goes in only one direction. But in either case, either side of the Pacific, what we're experiencing apparently is a UFO culture shift. You see, the strange incidents from early February, they're just the latest in a string of hundreds of encounters. Now, I'm just going to check my quality of sound here because my microphone is highly unstable. I received a new microphone that's fucking bloody useless, at least to me.
While you check with that, Douglas.
Yeah, go on.
Go ahead and check.
I'm just checking. I did just check it. It seems okay.
Oh, okay, carry on.
Yeah. So basically, these strange incidents in early February, they're just the latest in a string of hundreds of encounters between U.S. military personnel and alleged UFOs, which is acronymous for unidentified flying objects. And just so people know, the military no longer uses that term. That's strictly now a popular culture reference. The military reference now is WAPs. They use the term UAPs, WAPs, for unidentified anomalous phenomena. So UAP, just remember that and you can sound official. And that's the military preference call for them that have been reported over the last several years. In 2022 alone, the DoD, the Department of Defense, of which I was a former employee, their officials opened investigations into 366 reported WAP sightings, 171 of which remained unresolved by year's end. That's according to the first annual report of the AARO, AARO, they call it the AARO. That's an acronym for All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. So there you have it. There's your neat little UFO office, your X-Files office. It does exist. AARO, AARO, All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. That's a Pentagon office founded in early 2022. It did not exist until fucking yesterday to investigate alleged WAP sightings by military personnel. So that means shit's really heating up. It means that the shit's hitting the fan now, and they are basically, the military is seeing an endless siege of our skies by Chinese unconventional aircraft. And they are impotent, and so they set this anomaly office bullshit up so they can make it believe that they're chasing little gray aliens and throw everybody off from a panic. Because then people would realize we're defenseless and prostrate and on our knees and our legs spread up in the air while the Chinese are fucking us up the ass. Now, that single year's caseload is more than double the 144 alleged WAP encounters reported by the military during the previous 17 fucking years. And that's according to a Pentagon report detailing WAP sightings between 2004 and 2021. So the Chinese have gone on the defensive. They're pushed into a corner by the fact that they're losing the chip wars, and now they're going to demonstrate that they can take us out at any time. So at a news briefing on February 12th, Melissa Dalton, the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Homeland Defense and Hemispheric Affairs, said, "We have been more closely scrutinizing our aerospace at these altitudes, including enhancing our radar, which may at least partly explain the increase in objects that we've detected over the past week." Oh my God. Don't you feel safer now? Now you can sleep at night. They turned down the lights. Wow. In other words, in an interview, Jack Weinstein, a professor of international security at Boston University and a retired lieutenant general with the U.S. Air Force, told the press that after the military successfully tracked the spy balloon across the country for several days, they learned the best way to detect similar objects at similar altitudes that had previously gone unnoticed. Weinstein himself asserting that this huge increase in alleged WAP sightings may be the result of a culture shift within the military, with military personnel less likely to feel stigmatized for reporting their strange encounters. Now, qualifying that his own father, a radio operator on a World War II bomber, saw phenomena he could not explain, which were basically the department of Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels' Reichspropaganda Ministry's remote-controlled flares, kind of like the aerial version of nautical mines that the Americans called Krautballs in Europe, Foo Fighters in the Pacific. He did not feel comfortable reporting them. Weinstein saying, the military may be transitioning to a culture where people are not ridiculed for reporting unknown phenomena that maybe in the past they would be ridiculed for. The culture now allows pilots to make those reports. I think it all stems from the balloon. It appears to me that the military is just now figuring out how to track those items. Now, think about that. Think about that. This man is a former, highly commissioned Air Force officer, and he's saying, duh, I think the military is just now figuring out how to track those items. Now, of the 366 newly opened WAP cases yesteryear, 163 were resolved as balloons or balloon-like entities. That's according to the ARRO year-end report. Another 26 cases were identified as drones, while 6 more were identified as arrow-borne clutter, such as birds or plastic bags. Now, cases from prior years have been attributed to weather phenomena and optical illusions. And nowhere in the report, it must be emphasized, are any extraterrestrial intelligences, i.e., aliens, mentioned at all as a possible explanation for WAP. Now, even the aforecited Weinstein was quoted as saying, this is no surprise. Basically what he said was, I would think that if you're smart enough to travel to Earth from another planet, you'd be smart enough not to get caught. So, all of that being said, again, we're still dealing with so many implications here that it will take, I might go into it again during the monologue, but I think that what all of this distracts from, and something that just disturbs me no end, is the fact that the communist Chinese are simply infiltrating yet another aspect of American life. The entire American empire is watching, or certainly watched as a surveillance balloon floated serenely and undisturbedly across the continental United States earlier this month. And while the Chinese Communist Party claimed that balloon was being used to track weather patterns, which of course, in a very real sense it was, among so many other things, it heightened national security concerns. Now, since then, you've had at least 3 more objects flying over North America. The CCP, that's the Chinese Communist Party, claiming to know nothing about them. And all Latin America is strangely silent on all the communist Chinese balloons that have been spotted over Latin America. And I think that speaks volumes. They're effectively colonies in our hemisphere of the communist Chinese. And we should all know better. Allowing the CCP to infiltrate all aspects of American life, from social media to agriculture to shopping, will be seen as the gravest error of the 21st century. And this error was just on full display on one of the American Empire's biggest stages. On Super Bowl Sunday, the day of my transmission, the Super Bowl aired a commercial for Temu. That's a goddamn Chinese communist-based e-commerce company. Temu was founded just approximately 6 months ago, and it's already the most downloaded app in these United States. This may sound familiar as TikTok, another app developed in communist China, has taken our nation by storm. Rather than encouraging viral dance moves, Temu offers absurdly low prices on a junky, ad-ridden website. And it seems the shopping app is the latest way that the CCP is asserting its malevolent influence within American borders. Immediately, it's clear that the products are being sold at unrealistically low prices. Exemplar Gratiae. The site is currently selling copycat AirPods for less than $10. Apple, in comparison, sells its classic AirPods for $100. Already there have been complaints of long waits for these products, unresponsive customer service, and unexpected charges. In fact, 30 complaints were filed with the Better Business Bureau since the company opened its virtual doors that I know about because of my gang brothers. It seems the extremely low prices really are too good to be true. But of course, if they had interviewed myself or any of the gang brothers, any American would have been told the same thing. We would have warned them ahead of time. And of course, any company based in communist China on the mainland should also be scrutinized for human rights abuses. From solar panel production to fast fashion companies such as Shein, labor conditions supervised by the CCP are dismal. Late last year, the Biden administration blacklisted another red China-based company for human rights violations, as well as accusations of shark finning. So, while human rights should be our first priority, companies such as Temu are also bad news for our environment. Cheaply made, plastic-heavy products and mass consumerism are exactly what we should be moving away from as we work to reduce emissions and address other environmental concerns such as microplastics, our ocean debris. Temu's cheap products, everything from the copycat AirPods to kitchen sponges in bulk, will likely become waste immediately, filling up American landfills. Now, Temu claims to offset shipping emissions and support sustainable farming initiatives, but it's impossible to tell if these maneuvers are legitimate or disingenuous public relations ploys. I think any sensible person would bet on the latter. Moreover, shipping products from Red China will always result in higher emissions than producing goods right here at home. It's a shame that the Super Bowl allowed Temu to air not just one, but multiple spots throughout the most-watched television program of the year. The Communist Chinese Party's influence on American life is not something we should take lightly. For human life and our environment alike, Communist Chinese Party influence is one of the most dangerous forces on this planet. We have to fight back. During World War II, the Japanese fought to force the Americans to open their market. Once the Japanese won and the Americans opened their market, the Japanese did what was simply better business. They produced better products than you. And for that reason, your industry died. The Communist Chinese are threatening to annihilate you while your market is already wide open to them. They didn't need to fight World War III. They've already won. You've already lost. You're lost in every sense. You've lost in your souls. You've lost your minds. You've lost everything. You make me sick. I'm the only civilized Oriental stranded in a land of white and black savages. When I'm constantly sent messages to be deported home, you have no idea how I wish I could be. But I can't, because the art-elect has my citizenship. And as far as Taiwan's concerned, Dietrich is already home. They've got the software. the meat's left here on these shores to rot with you, watching balefully while you buy from the enemy that's running you to the ground. That's what I have to say, Peter. I'm sorry. Give me a break to retake my breath.
All right. Well, thank you for that. And but what I wanted to touch on, I mentioned it to you, sent you a link. I didn't realize this. And but the ambassador, because the U.S. ambassador to Japan, Rahm Emanuel, commented on the Chinese balloons. Now, Rahm Emanuel was the mayor of Chicago. He was also tied to the Obama administration. I think he was the chief of staff. But
Probably.
Rahm Emanuel is also very tied to Israel. And I find it very interesting that he is the U.S. ambassador to Japan, being that the connections between Israel and Japan historically are incredibly strong and relevant. The Japanese language having so many characteristics that as the Hebrew language. The Japanese relics also being identifiable as Hebrew relics.
Yes.
So when I see somebody like Rahm Emanuel being the ambassador to Japan, I say, oh my goodness, this is not an accident. And what I would assume, not knowing all the details of Rahm Emanuel, but remembering him somewhat vaguely of the positions he took, always seemed to be on the wrong side of the ledger, from what I recall. I don't really remember, but it's like, he sounds like he would be most likely an Edomite.
Absolutely.
In Japan. And this is not good for Japan. It's not good for America. It's not good for Judaic people as well.
Thank you.
Do you have anything to say about Rahm Emanuel?
The only good thing to say would be it's not so much a form of Herodian insurgency into Japan. It's more or less the Herodian American, all American anti-culture is effectively Herodian. For all intents and purposes, the Americans are subject to the Edomite agenda. The fact that they would send him to Japan is just par for the course. The Japanese, of course, will just treat him with the same distancing respect that they treat all foreigners. Humor the crazy white guy, and if he's someone who's useful for them, such as helping to break it to the Americans that the Japanese are mobilizing as never before, then in that sense, he's a useful idiot to them. Just to be the mouthpiece to the Americans for, the Japanese are mobilizing and it's good for us, to tell that to the Americans. And therefore, in that sense, he's a plus. Other than that, he's just a corrupt agent, but he has no ability to corrupt Japan to any great degree. He's just an ambassador. And like all ambassadors before him, he's just secluded inside of a gated community where they can keep him contained like a virus. And that's pretty much what my conclusion would be. But if you have any other concerns.
Well, that's nice to know. I'd have to look more into that if that's the way you think he's, I mean, before that, I don't remember if it was right before that, but Caroline Kennedy was the ambassador to Japan. I think, I think she was during the Obama administration.
I mean, I'm not quite sure which is worse. I mean, they're both kind of.
Well, I mean, I don't know, I really don't know what she would know about anything, and I'm not trying to insult her.
Understood.
I just don't know why she would even be remotely qualified to do that. Because I really don't know.
I don't think any of these people they send over there are remotely qualified to be involved.
Well, she does have the prestige of the Kennedy name, which really should mean absolutely nothing.
I was about to say,
but it does mean a lot in terms of
nepotism. Yes.
Yeah, but she did was interested in running for senator of New York State, but it was said that when she found out all that was involved, financial revelations she would have to be making subject to, she bowed out because it would, stir up too many hornets apparently for her financial interests. And I wouldn't imagine, I don't know what her financial interests are of anything, because she doesn't have a high profile. She is a Kennedy. She inherited a lot of money. So I don't know. It's just, but,
other than that, there's nothing there. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying is you wouldn't think it was particularly dirty money as far as coming down to her. That would go generations back.
Yeah.
But I guess when you get into politics at that level, or at Oprah's level, because she had the same problem, you open yourself to vulnerability, whether it's not necessarily being exposed for crimes, but you're vulnerable to where your life and your assets are no longer exclusively your own. And you have to answer to authorities. And somebody like her or Oprah would decide, I've got a good life. I don't need to, sacrifice any of it to go into politics. It's just not worth it.
Thank you.
That's what I would assume.
But that's based on logic as opposed to how these people, quote unquote, think.
It doesn't take much for them to think that, look, I'm going to get in trouble.
Yes.
If I do X, Y, Z, but anyway, so, yeah, I mean, so anyway, yeah, I mean, what this whole balloon thing is like, there's this sort of embarrassed glee or giggling that they're saying, oh, well, aliens, we can, there's no stigma on aliens. It's like, it's silly. It's like they get giddy, like, ha, 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 ha. We're not going to consider that stupid anymore. When the whole thing is an obvious smokescreen for revealing the true history of World War II. It's exclusively and completely nothing more than that. And this is why it's popping up at this time. It's like, okay, what's the Kuroshio current? What's this? I mean, and then there's a whole other aspect we won't go into tonight, maybe in the future, is that the HAART project was created to jam the Kuroshio current so that these balloons couldn't come. And in actual fact, they could ramp it up and stop. Now, that might wreak havoc on the weather, but they could do it.
Yes.
And and it's like, there's no answers. There's no answers because they don't tell the truth.
Thank you.
They're very good at not telling the truth because that is what they do. That's what it's about. Really, all they know how to do.
Thank you. Is lie, and of course their obsession is to try and tell you that Douglas Dietrich lies, and they invest.
Better yet, they don't even want to mention Douglas Dietrich because it does them. It's better to just ignore him. And now, the very kamikaze winds themselves are saying, "Look at this! Look at this! Look at this!"
Yes.
Of course, the kamikaze are the divine winds.
Yes.
And it's the divine winds blowing these balloons.
Thank you.
And this is stuff of Douglas's mother. She could better explain this to us. Absolutely. Because she's probably up there orchestrating the winds.
Thank you. Doing her angel work. Yes. Now, I am getting some questions in emails, of course, about people demanding, very respectfully, the answer to why the United States is using missiles as opposed to cheap bullets to shoot down these Chinese balloons, at least the 3 unidentified objects, which of course is ridiculous because they've all been retrieved. All of these objects have been recovered, just so people understand. So what the United States fighter jets fired were at least 5 heat-seeking AIM or AIM-9X, aim 9 times, Sidewinder missiles to take down 4 aerial objects floating high over the United States and Canadian aerospace between February 4th and February 12th. Now, Tuesday, which is just yesterday, U.S. officials confirmed that the unidentified floating octagon shot down over Lake Huron in Upper Michigan required 2 Sidewinders because the first one failed to detect the object, quote unquote, did not fuse, and crashed harmlessly into Lake Huron, where someday it might blow up when some fisherman recovers it. At any rate, it's talk about well, there's $400,000 for you right there for nothing. It didn't even work. So the military and the Biden administration, they've been getting some blowback for using these $400,000 US Sidewinders to take down 4 balloons, 3 of which were, by their own claim, benign objects. Though the octagon sounds sinister as hell to me. But the Washington Post reports that the military's ability to respond to balloons and similar craft is constrained by physics and the capabilities of current weapons. What they're probably trying to say is that you can't really pop a giant balloon with gunfire at 40,000 feet. It's kind of like space combat. The bullets don't work anymore. I think it's David Deptula. He's a retired Air Force lieutenant general and a fighter pilot who has been quoted as saying that you can fill a balloon full of bullet holes and it's going to stay at altitude. So this explains, of course, why the Japanese balloons were invulnerable. Just basically the aero dreadnoughts and super dirigibles, in effect, were invulnerable. Now, you could shoot down the balloons individually that were balloon bombs, but those babies, the flying hamburgers, as the Americans called them, and the super battle dirigible Mikado, were effectively bulletproof. You see, the air pressure that high up doesn't allow helium, even though the Japanese weren't using that, they were using the much more explosive hydrogen. But the Americans are claiming that these are all domestic company private balloons, and they're using helium. And the air pressure that high up doesn't allow the helium to freely escape through small holes. Even if fighter jets flying by at hundreds of miles per hour can riddle the near stationary balloon with bullets. Now, again, this depends on if these are really domestic and they're using helium, which if they're all recovered, maybe they've concluded that definitively. Now, Canada figured out what this guy is trying to describe the hard way in 1998, I think, when it tried to bring down a giant runaway weather balloon launched from Saskatchewan to measure ozone levels. And that's when CBC News recalled this incident. I think they recalled it right after the Chinese spy balloon incident, that Canadian CF-18 fighter jet pilots caught up with the balloon off the coast of Newfoundland and took aim, firing more than 1,000 rounds of ammunition at it. But the balloon survived the assault, soldiering on over the North Atlantic, floating above British, Norwegian, and eventually into Russian aerospace before finally crashing in Finland. And the British press roasted Canada's Air Force pilots for failing to pop the rogue balloon, but then British and U.S. pilots also tried to shoot it down and failed. So I don't know what the fuck the limeys were on about. At the time, the Canadian Air Force spokesman, Major Roland Lavoie, told the Associated Press that Canadian CF-18s were equipped with air-to-air missiles, but, in his words, citizens would not have appreciated having a missile blowing over their heads. Also, it might be overkill, spending a couple of $100,000 on a missile to shoot down a balloon that's drifting away. Well, it was just as expensive firing thousands of balloons, but think about what the U.S. pilots were confronted with in World War II. There was nothing they could do when the Japanese went all out and launched thousands of balloons. Nothing. You are left with what I've described about the jets can't fire at them when they're too high in altitude because they're effectively in space. The planes can't go there. And when they're coming down, you can fill them full of bullets and they don't die. And then you're stuck with these missiles and you run out of that arsenal pretty quick. It's going to be very soon when you empty that inventory when you're faced with thousands of cheap balloons in an all-out assault. This is the way World War III will be won, except the Chinese have already won it because your markets are completely theirs. So we're in this kind of conundrum. The reason the Chinese are attacking when they've already conquered you is because you're denying them chips and they can't build a Dietrich Artilect of their own by which they can take Taiwan. So that's what leads to this cycle that Peter Moon's going to try to explain, either in this book or in books in the future. But Peter, take it from there.
Well, you know, it's the whole paradigm. I want to say something, that there's a book which Mark Roberts had, you know, not only suggested, it's a tough read, but it can educate the hell out of you. It's called The White Goddess by Robert Graves. And the White Goddess, he studied under Robert Graves, who's, you know, sort of the quintessential scholar on, at least in academics, on Druidism. But see, Mark could read Ogham, the Ogham language, Ogham. And of course, he would say that scholars would get all up in arms. Oh, you can't, there's no Ogham in the United States. And he could go point out where there's Ogham. Ogham is an ancient language.
Wow.
But it's based upon the structure of trees.
Wow.
It all makes sense if you think about it. But people aren't oriented to think like that. But basically, what Robert Graves said was that the king in ancient times was the one who could tell the best story. He could put it all together and explain the world. Now, you've got a lot of people who either think they're real smart or people think they're real smart. And of course, one of the most diminutive examples of this is the knowledge base of, you know, what a newscaster tells you is, you know, this is all the conventional knowledge. You know, so they bring out Deepak Chopra or Michio Kaku and, oh, what do we know about this? Wow, I know. And they act like an authority when in fact they're an agent of disinformation, calculated. It's just the way it is. So what we have here with all of this is we're building a explanation.
Thank you.
You know, it's like neither Douglas nor myself are in a position to, you know, become king of the world by telling the best story. It doesn't work that way.
If only it did.
And so it's like, but the story, the narrative is the ruling influence. Like, as Aleister Crowley pointed out, whether or not you believe in the book of Revelation, it's one of the most influential books in the world. Therefore, it's a book of magic. That's not saying it's a good book. It's not saying it's a bad book. It's saying it's an influential book. And here is the self-professed Antichrist saying it. And he's giving you a context which might cause you to question the book. But that's beside the point. It's really it's a powerful influence. And so some of the most prevalent powers in the world are going to do everything they can to stop the Douglas Dietrich diatribe and the Peter Moon diatribe that rides along with it. At this stage of my life, and I just got my first Social Security check deposit today. My very first one.
Cool.
So I'm now
How do you feel?
Indifferent. How do I feel? You know, it makes you wish you would have, you know, put in more years so you'd be making triple the amount. It's okay.
You'd be a wreck if you had done that, so you're better off.
I don't know. I mean, it just, you know, you say, well, if I did it this way. I only started taking a salary, you know, about 23 years ago. You know,
yeah.
Because I said, you know what, I'm going to maybe need this someday.
Yeah.
but whatever. It's, it doesn't make or break myself or Sky Books. It just maybe will help pay the high taxes on Long Island. But anyway, but yeah, so we're I said at this stage of my life, I'm not looking to, be crazy popular. That doesn't, I guess, what you call ring my chimes. I've had far more, I guess what you'd say, popularity, celebrity, attention than I ever wanted. I mean, it's okay. Like say, every football player is not going to achieve the success of Tom Brady. There may never be another one. And if there is, there might be one or two. How successful do you have to be? If you play professional football, you're going to be very happy if you survive 5 years, because then you get a pension, a sizable pension at the retirement time, if you play 5 years. If you play 4 years, like one of my friends did, you get screwed. He didn't play enough to get injured, so I guess he didn't get screwed. But, it's like, how successful do you have to be? It's okay. I want the information to get out that's most important, which is Douglas's information. And of course, to get back to what you were saying about putting this together, it's this book that I'm working on, which does not have a title, which is about, the magical circumstance of the world. It's like, what's going on here? What's happening in this world? Now, this balloon nonsense, and nobody knows. It's like, it just shows the boobery of the U.S. government.
Thank you.
It's a bunch of fools.
Thank you.
And I say this not with disrespect, but with great accuracy. Because why in the Tree of Life schematic of the tarot is the Fool at the top? You got the Fool at the top and the Magician coming down. Because it's only foolery that runs the universe. The universe starts as a foolery. Magic and foolery. Magic is intent. Foolery is capriciousness. It's more like, if you look at the top of the Tree of Life and you see the magician is a linear intent. He's linear. He's saying, okay, I'm going to make a bunny rabbit. And he creates this thought form and he creates a bunny rabbit. The fool just creates any old thing. It's sort of that, it's intuitive to an extent, but it's sort of like whatever comes into the mind. And it's like, it doesn't necessarily put a lot of care into it, where the magician puts a lot of care into it, where the fool is more creative, but more spontaneous than creative. And here we're coming towards April Fool. People will often consider the fool, the April Fool, is the foolish behavior to, go out and have a fling and have a romance, have a baby, have sex. That's called a fool. I mean, let's go have a fool. And it's with springtime. And springtime, look at, you might be in school at that pubescent age, and you might have your eye on the girl in the front of the class who you think's particularly beautiful, and you've got your linear mind set on her. And then the next thing you know, you're out in the meadow with the girl that you never really noticed before, and she's half naked, and all of a sudden, wow, you got something going. That's not something you planned. You know, you had your linear mind on the girl, and then you got this one who's ready, willing, and able. And that's what rules the universe, is the foolish impulse. It's not necessarily in a sexual context like I just poemed, but that shows the dynamics. So you've got, oh, okay, who's here? Like you ever see a meeting, you know, where they're doing Robert's Rules of Orders, and nobody really wants to take the committee chair and run the meeting, and some people are really good at it, and some people that gravitate towards it, you don't really want to run it, but they do. It's like a very foolish impulse what goes into the leadership in a community meeting hall. And it's, you see, that the fool is a very interesting mechanism that goes on in life. So as I say, we're being ruled by, like, I watch some of these generals talks, and the first thing I try to evaluate in a general when I see them talk on TV is, what is the gay component of the general? And I don't say this with laughter, but I say this from everything that I've heard about generals from yourself and Preston Nichols. You know,
yeah,
he talked quite a bit about that, and then when it's not a gay component, it's, you know, what is the truth component, and who are they hiding, and what do certain generals know that other generals don't know? They're just, and some of them outrank the others. Not necessarily by reason of their stars, but by reason of the position they hold over a certain area. So like, say, if you have a 4-star general who's in charge of, you know, the missiles, and you got a 2-star general who's in charge of Army intelligence and security, that, you know, he's going to have certain rank over certain issues that the other general doesn't have influence over, even though he's a more important. The intelligence could be a colonel, but it's because it's not the other general's area. So, you know, you have all these echelons of government that crisscross each other. And at some point, the authority of different generals or officers wanes in certain areas where they don't have it. And some upstart can come and just, boom, take position. That's the fool element here. So you have these generals sitting there talking about, you know, just, like, how can something get over airspace and basically not be noticed by the military? I mean, they had thousands of balloons coming over at a time during World War II.
Right.
They couldn't control them all. They couldn't begin to control them all. Yes. They could only control them when the fires would start. And even then they couldn't control them.
Yes.
So it's like, they should be damn lucky. And there probably are more balloons. They're just not reporting them. They only report the balloons that they can't avoid not reporting.
Thank you.
And then they shoot them down and brag about it. You know, and it's just like Douglas had said to me a long time ago, there is no defense of the air. You wouldn't believe it. You'd think so because there's all this money spent. And it's like Mel Brooks made the movie History of the World Part 1 so he could show coming attractions for History of the World Part 2. That's why he made the movie, he said, because there were 2 trailers for History of the World Part 2. There was never a History of the World Part 2. Of course, it's a comedy movie. And the history of the trailers he ran was, one was Hitler on ice. So he's got a guy dressed up like Hitler dancing, doing pirouettes and whatnot on the ice. He says, Hitler on ice. He thought that was really funny. Hitler was a big trigger for Mel Brooks, being Jewish.
Yes.
Big trigger.
Lifelong
But then
obsession.
the second one, he was making fun of his own people he had Jews in space. He had this song, Jews in Space, and he had all these spaceships, made up like, the menorah and the Star of David, and he thought that was really funny, Jews in space.
What's really bizarre is that the Muppets later on had this Pigs in Space segment they would play every once in a while, Pigs in Space, and that had to be inspired by that. But of course, the pork comment, it's just bizarre. It reminds me of the Spaniards used to call the crypto Jews, the ones who had converted to Catholicism under force, but were still secretly practicing Judaism, they would call them, pigs. And this is like maybe the Muppets had some similar crypto message. It was bizarre. Go on. Sorry, just had to bring that up.
That is funny. But what did I say in space? I said something
Jews
else.
in space with,
I said Jews in space, but I said, it's like this whole thing is silly. It's just like, and the reason it's silly, the reason these, people have these embarrassed smiles on their face and these giggles when they start mentioning aliens and this like this complete mystification as to how we could have, our airspace is not tight. We have all this advanced equipment. And one of the reasons is because we're not officially at war. We're not really at war. We are at war in a sense. The Chinese are at war. There is a war going on, but it's not an officially declared war, and it's not a, I guess what you'd call a hyped up violent war at this point in America. It's all behind. There's always a war going on. So people are, like saying, they're befuddled by this. And the reason they're befuddled is because they're not looking at the truth of this Roswell deception book and the paradigm it lays out. This is the truth of your world, people. This is the truth of your world. And it's like, years ago, people would become unhappy with you or unhappy listening to you because you'd be screaming in frustration. And I understand why you were screaming in frustration, because nobody was listening to you. And those who were listening to you were primarily agents.
Yes.
Assets.
Yes.
And so people are listening to you, all they hear is the screaming. They don't hear, well, why is this person frustrated? I already knew. I mean, I wasn't necessarily listening to the screaming because I would have been tuned out by then. And, I understood it. People are responding to the screaming rather than, why is he screaming? It's like, okay, because they're not, let alone qualified, they're not qualified to tell the story. They're not qualified to understand the story. And this is why understanding is the key to everything. If you understand the paradigm, and of course, most people, if not everybody in the UFO movement, accepts the premise that the government is lying about UFOs. Of course, there are some people who are there to make you think the government or to sit there and shill for the government. And it's like, but what is the real truth? What is the real truth? They accept the idea that the government's lying, but they don't even know the history of how it was set up to lie with the Office of War Information.
Thank you.
With the influence of FDR. They don't understand this. And you can we've got a lot of PhDs in the world, and PhDs are not as esteemed as they were 20 years ago, 30 years ago, for the simple reason that colleges have turned into abusive diploma mills.
Yes, cash cows.
That might be less guilty than Trump University was found to be. I mean, more guilty.
I was about to say, thank you.
More guilty. Where you're churning money, and football in colleges has now become a business. It's being recognized as a business, and they're actually paying the students. And of course, when football was not a business in college, the schools had much more legitimacy than they do now. And I've seen PhD theses that were literally embarrassing. I would have been embarrassed to write such a thing. I would have been embarrassed as a professor to approve such a thing. I mean, they're following the rules of how you write a thesis, but man, this was like, written by somebody who was a C+ student in high school. I mean, a level of a C+ student. It's like, it's embarrassing. They're following the rules. Oh, this is a PhD. And a PhD was the idea that you would contribute something new to the subject you're studying. Like when Emperor Hirohito was a marine biologist, he discovered a whole new species, which was a big thing. I don't know that that's what he got his PhD thesis on, but it's something you're actually making a contribution to the field in which you study.
Yes.
So you have somebody like Stanton Friedman denying, without any basis in fact, that David Anderson did not have a PhD.
Oh my God.
Whereas David Anderson has contributed something far beyond what most physicists can even wrap their heads around. Physicists who think they're experts and think too much. So this is the ridiculousness of the academic world. And as I say, it's much less prestigious than it was. But nevertheless, a PhD, you just take a mediocre PhD. I'm not talking about one that necessarily should be embarrassed. But there are people who have a certain agility of the mind. They can think. They couldn't be stupid, or they couldn't get that degree. It takes some knowledge to pass tests and to do things, because we know there's some people who aren't up to that. But it doesn't mean they have common sense, and they don't. If they were real smart, they'd see the paradigms that they're missing. And there are many people who do accept and acknowledge data that's outside of their reference frame. It's just like, what are you going to do with it? So we're in an environment where people need to, I don't know if they need to do anything. They, would like to think that they need to learn and want to learn. And what is the relative value of people being informed of this? There's a bigger audience for rather than to seriously wrestle with these subjects. There's a bigger audience for what team is Aaron Rodgers going to play for next year. There's a bigger audience because, these are things people can look at and understand. And the only controversy is inside the story, not the story itself. Like, is he going to do this? Should he do this? Should he do that? And silly stuff like this. It's not important. But people get interested and, because it's like, it's a game they get interested in. And, what is the people talking about, World War II? It's like, if you think of the old talk show format, and the talk show format has changed so much over the years to where it's very regimented and there's not room for a lot of open conversation. It's kind of controlled conversation, or usually to plug a product. But if you haven't, I guess they have that show, The View, which I've never really watched. I've seen little bits of it, and I know it's slanted towards left wing, and it's very opinionated, and it's too opinionated. It's not necessarily logical, and it's usually politically motivated. Well, any show that's politically motivated, it ruins the open dialogue. Because the best you'll have, and I say best in quotes, is you'll have, 3 Republicans and a Democrat to spice it up. The Democrats there to spice it up, or vice versa. 3 Democrats and a Republican to kind of give the Republican airtime. Well, why do we even have to be talking Democrat and Republican? Rather than, what is the issue? Rather than somebody taking a party line and just sticking to that. It's because they don't digress from that. So this is, you don't have intelligent dialogue. And so then you have to ask, what is the value of people knowing this information? It's not going to be talked about that much. Like, say, back in the 60s, you'd have people talking about long hair, free love, and not just the hippie faction. You'd have the intellectuals, the politicians, the musicians, and I don't mean, the rock bands, I mean the straight musicians. And they'd give their opinions. And some would have issues with it, some would endorse it. It was sort of like, wow. And anti-war sentiment. Now, and of course, all that time, and I guess what you'd say, the hardcore liberal element that underlied the hippie element was that, the U.S. government was lock, stock, and barrel crazy. And they were, controlling the world with evil, firearms, military, defense industry. It was considered evil. And when I went to, after writing the Montauk Project, or being almost done with it, virtually done with it, I went to the library in East Meadow to get to find out, read about publishing. And I found a book. It was a paperback book, scrap put together, and it was a book about, getting books published. And it was written by somebody who probably came out of Jose Arguelles's class. It looked like a hippie book. I mean, it had that hippie spirit.
Yes.
and it said, if you want to publish a book that is, you know, I guess, uplifting, holistic, relevant, the first thing you better know is that all the major publishers are owned by defense contractors, and he laid them out. Owned by defense contractors. And that told me right there is, don't go that route.
Thank you.
Don't go that route. And then I met a guy named Tag Powell who published the Silva mind control books. I showed him the flyer. I put together a very nice flyer that was designed to elicit immediate interest, aided by my editor friend. It said in big, bold letters, "Do you remember the Philadelphia experiment?" And then it had a diatribe of what the Montauk Project was. Totally new, introduced. It elicited immediate interest, and he read it. This is really interesting. And, you know, he toyed with it. He knew it would sell. But it really, he didn't jump at it. And then I met Judy Pope-Coteen, the former editor. She was at the time the editor for J.Z. Knight. And she said, and she knew who Preston and Dunn were. She says, you do this book yourself. Because I told her I was in the printing and design and advertising business. She says, you'll do far better with this book yourself. You won't have to deal with anybody. Do it yourself. And she was like my coach. You know, we talked on the phone. She advised me, told me what to do, where to go. I mean, I read some books, and I also had some experience from my days in Scientology. And that's like, okay, we're not going to go the defense contractor route. And that's great. That's a story of you know, using common sense to figure out. I'm not doing this with the help of, you know, the regular folk. And Joe Matheny once asked me, how come I didn't put blurbs on the back of my book to get people, you know, authors to say this and that about? I go, well, who's going to say what about my book? You know? Yeah. You know, if I stretched it, I could have. I could have. Well, I didn't know David Childress at the time I wrote the first book. I could have, you know, persuaded him to do some stuff for me like that, because I know him and he's a friend. But, you know, do I want endorsements from anybody? You know, do I want anybody's endorsements? Douglas, do I?
It's a tough question. I don't think you need them. I mean,
No,
obviously you've done well enough without them.
Yeah. In other words, yeah. In fact, I've had a lot of success. So many people that got in the publishing business or were already in it at the time I got in, they're long gone.
Yes.
It's you know, they're long gone. So, yeah. So it's like. You know, it's funny, but anyway, so yeah, the balloon crisis is going to go on, and it's not going to get distracted. It's just going to sit there and lurk.
Thank you.
And we need to tell this story.
Thank you.
Of the chip wars. Yes. And it's too weird, because, you know, when I'm telling my journalist friend writing on his timeline about this, you know, I'm talking about the Presidio, I'm talking about cadaver parts. Yeah. And he said, that's a lot to take in. It's a lot to swallow. It is. And then ultimately we come back to this, you know, who's going to believe the art elect? Who's going to believe there is an art elect? Well,
think of the circumstantial evidence.
Circumstantial evidence, indeed. It's there, but they're in denial.
Yes.
You know, Paula, for all of her lack of, I guess what you'd say, following of this information, right, she knows enough. Yes. not only from meeting you, but from talking to me, that she's got I guess what you call a very summarized understanding of this.
Yes.
She knows, I kind of tell her this, that, and the other thing, and she's got at least some grasp of it.
Yes.
Just because she's had access to you and myself, she's got a little bit of knowledge of it. And she's open to weird stuff. And this is weird. It is weird. And, my friend Doug, who you met, he thanked me for the knowledge, because I told him a little bit, you appreciate it. I appreciate all that I've learned from you. But this is, and, it's like, how can somebody who's walking around in their workaday world, even fathom some of this stuff? But the point of it is, it's the truth, and the truth has it's like water. It flows into the strangest places.
Yes. And
here, this knowledge will flow into, and when you see it screaming out in the headlines every day, or the silly responses that the United States appears to be totally incompetent, and the Chinese, who are making inroads, at the same time are plagued with their own incompetence.
Yes. And
they're
corruption.
highly incompetent, and they will end up being fools.
Yes.
In the long run. And the smartest politician of all is the art-elect.
Thank you.
There's no one smarter. In fact, when you have that much power, people will resent your power and try to take you down. But the problem is they can't.
Yes.
Because if they take down the art-elect, if they even could figure out what the art-elect is, it would compromise the whole system.
Yes.
And I can't say it because I don't know, but the art-elect could have even orchestrated Nancy Pelosi's investment so that she's protecting it, and art-elect's making her think she's rich, so she'll protect the art-elect. I'm not saying that happened.
Understood.
But damn well could have happened, because who the hell knows? So the art-elect can play games with these people, control them through money.
Yes.
Bitcoin, who the hell knows? Because the art-elect is AI steps ahead of everybody. And that's the AI war. Our AI is better than your AI. We can do more AI than yours. And who knows more AI than the AI itself? That's a very interesting concept.
Yes.
Reality. What is that word in the Navy? Aye, sir. AI, sir.
Yes.
AI, sir. Your father would have fun with that.
He would.
So anyway, good. Tonight is
Wonderful.
Wednesday night.
Yes.
It's February the 15th.
Yes.
And I think we have the 19th coming up. And I will hope to be with you on that day, that evening.
I hope you will be as well. There's nothing that would stand in the way of that, is there?
Nope.
Okay,
nope,
good.
Nope.
Wonderful. Well, it's been wonderful having you. We love you dearly, and share that love with Paula. And
and remember to have everybody speak good English.
Yes. It's certainly
with minimal mention of, private parts.
Yes. We'll try that.
Because it does not doesn't serve them in the end.
Yes, thank you. No, it's always important to maintain some sense of decorum, and blessed be.
And by the way,
yes,
when you have no decorum at all, then you're in the environment of mind control.
Yes.
I will, and I would see that with the Montauk people.
Yes.
They would just degenerate into expletives.
Thank you.
And stuff that I don't know where that came out of their mind. I won't go into the details. And I'm not even talking about Preston. But anyway, so good. Have a good night, and maybe I'll see you in the morning. Maybe I won't.
Understood. And if you do, that's great. If not, we'll speak again soon enough. We've got a while towards the weekend. Though it'll probably be busy. It will be the President's Day weekend, as a matter of fact, which is...
That's right. Holiday weekend. Okay.
Yes. All right, then. Take care. Bye for now.
Good.
Okay. And that is Peter Moon. Everybody go to skybooksusa.com. We're going to see who we can call. I regret not bringing Brooke Gibson on earlier just so she could dash a little bit with Ian West, but that was something that was just too tempting. It would have gone on. I know enough not to call her tonight because I, definitely want her to maintain her working schedule. And so let's see who we might be able to call. And we're going to try, let's see now. Now, Amy Camus, of course, was lurking in her library last time. Let's see if we can call Michelle Carmela Sultana now. All right, so we'll give it a try. And hopefully she responds. If she does not, we may not be able to connect with her. Let's see if it's ringing. That's already a good sign, but we'll see if it goes from there. She'd have to be on the computer. She'd have to have Skype up.
Hello?
She does. Oh my God, honey. So, like I said, how are you feeling right now? As I said, we're on Wednesday nights and Sunday nights. And I tried to bring in the opening hour, but I caught you now. So, how are you feeling?
I'm okay.
Good. And with that, I'll try and bring some other people on. We'll see who we can connect with us for you to bounce off of. But other than that, I'll try and get you to talk a bit more about yourself. Again, always take the time to introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Now, I don't know if you did see the timestamps. I've emphasized the fact that you were the founder of a website. And that you are a satanic ritual abuse survivor and a victim's advocate. I also said in the timestamps you're a human rights activist. Any other definitions for yourself you want to add? Please.
No, that covers a lot right there.
Okay.
Well, can I call you back in another minute, Douglas, so I could find a place that's more conducive to talk?
Sure. Why don't we do that? You just call me back. I'll be waiting for you, all right?
Okay.
Okay, honey.
All right. Just one moment. Thank you.
Yeah. So that's her, and let's see if we can get some other people on. It's easier when you've got a call that's tethered, but, if she's only going to take a minute, I might wait until she... comes back and then see if I could bring others on. Oh, that sounds so exciting when I yawn, doesn't it? And then I'll see if I can take a few moments break, refresh myself, and then prepare for the monologue later tonight. Want to thank everybody in the chat room. Going to go through the chat from the last time that I interacted. Bruce Dallas III says, I'm in here. Shout out to Bruce Dallas III. Hugs to our dear brother. Elizabeth Beam says, pretty pic on the video. Love you, honey. Love you dearly. And so I do hope everyone appreciates that. We have other people who have agreed with her. Myself and my escort. For the Valentine's Day that my son got for me. Serbian descent, and of course it's Serbian National Day, is pretty much conflated with this February 14th, with every February 14th, because Serbian Statehood Day is on the 15th through the 16th. And so Ad Hoxa Jarekrits says, crazy. And he is someone I intend to call. So if you're out there, heads up. I'll try and give you a call as soon as we get our dear Carmela back on. Debbie Starborn says, good evening, dear ones. Shout out to Debbie Starborn and a kiss for her nice big pink waving Mickey Mouse hand. Amor Fadi says hello and good night, everyone. Yes, beautiful picture on the video transmission. Thank you, Amor. Lovely young lady. Again, my son made certain that she was of Serbian descent for the Serbian National Day, dressed in Serbian blue. And of course, our dear lady, V, had dyed my hair blue, actually. You don't notice it in that light, but you notice it in the light on the promotional banner, where you see the blue tint to my hair and to match my eyes, which she feels, she always interprets them as showing up more as blue on video than as purple. She certainly feels that's the way they showed up on the interview with Christine Joanna Hart. And I'm going to try and talk to Christine Joanna Hart for a bit after transmission. Oh my God, it's just going to be one of those days. Soldiering through until probably everything opens at the Kaiser and get a few more things done with that bureaucracy. As a matter of fact, MARTYRDy says, I've been getting a lot of Scientology ads in YouTube lately. What the fuck? Somebody thinks you're bad off. MARTYRDy says, hello, Douglas and Peter. Glad to hear you guys safe and sound. Daniel Cardenas then joined us and said, good evening, ladies and gents, and a good evening to you, sir. So everybody else who wants to, do get into the chat and make certain that you interact. Helps immensely. Okay, let's check around some more, see if I'm getting the incoming messages. Thanks for the upvotes. And aside from that, everybody who's in chat who hasn't placed an upvote, please do so. Also, support at paypal.me/Douglas D. Dietrich. Definitely need support before the end of the month. Don't know how much, but certainly something. And, oh my God, I'm just... Till we get our lady Michelle back on, until we get some other people connected with her and get them bouncing off each other, I'm just counting the moments before I refresh myself. Just, how would I say it? The stuff I go through right before we get on transmission, it just wears me out. But I guess it's worth it in the end. We have to get out there, get the word out. And someday it will have its impact. That much I know because of the sheer amount of expenditure of energy and investment of time and money that they put into attempting to dissuade me from continuing, and the amount of assets that they simply assign towards that end, towards that purpose. Now, you might notice what my son caught in the photograph. He caught a rainbow. Can anybody see the rainbow in the photographic image? There we are. So I'm gonna pick her up. There we are. Give me a second, honey. That ring always blows my eardrums out, so I just have to close my ears and swallow and get myself back together every time I encounter that infamous ring tone. With that, darling, what I'm going to try and do is add
that ring, yeah.
Yes. So, honey, you're in a better area. Let's test your audio. Say something.
Yeah,
good?
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Do you hear background noise?
A little bit. Is that traffic?
Yeah, that's the most that you're going to hear.
Okay. That's Los Angeles traffic. Are you outside?
Yeah.
Are you comfortable? Are you comfortable outside?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Glad to... You're not cold then. You're...
Oh, no. It's California.
Uh-huh. So
it's California.
Well, what does that mean? I mean, it's been cold in Los Angeles lately, you know that, and in San Francisco.
Yeah, but I have a Pennsylvania winter coat for California, so I'm warm.
Okay, good. And your legs and feet are warm?
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right.
Although it's, you know, you could see somebody in California that they could be dressed in layers and a parka and scarf, and then they're wearing sand.
Yeah, I never understand that. I never understand
that. You know, that happens a lot.
Yeah. What's that, honey?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
I'm sorry,
California
honey.
thing. You know, every place has every place has their thing, and that's a California thing.
Yes, yes, indeed. It can be. It can be. Unless somebody knows better and they decide they're not going to catch pneumonia, then they don't follow that pattern of misbehavior. Let's put it that way.
So true.
Yes.
So true.
And so a warning to everybody, wear Ugg boots. If anyone's familiar with Ugg boots, yes, get yourself a pair from Australia and be wearing those sheepskin lined boots, and you're going to need them in California. So let me see if there's anyone else I want to add on here, or should try to add on here. And I'm just going to press the add button and see who can join us. And prayerfully, somebody can. Oh, that's it. Ted Boss. I forgot to add Teddy Bays. So let's see if I can find Teddy Bays. Okay, wrong place to go. Press this button, add Teddy Bays. And the real Ian West, did he join us? If so, say hello. And oh, there we are, Teddy Bays. Okay, press that, press the add button. Okay, there we are, another one that hopefully will join us. And that way you have someone to bounce off of, and I can refresh myself for a few minutes and then come back and speak to you. How's your week been? How's things been going?
Oh, well, today was interesting.
Okay.
So, today I had an interesting phone call with, so the one abuser that I told you that had made a donation to the GoFundMe.
Yes.
And I needed some information. I've been needing information from them regarding my health issues.
Yes.
And I'll just put it out.
Okay, now you're going to glitch out for a few minutes while we bring other people online, honey. So while the other people are coming online, it glitches you. So can you hear me? Say something again, darling.
Whoa.
That's Teddy Bays. We know that. Yeah. So do me a favor, Teddy. Let's see if we can get Michelle to speak. George Knight is also with us. Michelle, honey, can you hear me? Man, when she glitched, she really glitched. Holy fucking shit. Darling, we can't hear you. Honey.
My darling.
Yeah. Honey. Michelle, say something. I know she was trying, or it looked like her box was lighting up there for a minute. That's so frustrating. So, Mr. Bass, let me introduce you to George Knight. And George Knight, I'd love to introduce the both of you gentlemen to Michelle Saldana. Unfortunately, she seems to have gone incommunicado for the moment, and that's just frustrating beyond expression. Let me put this into her message box. We cannot hear you, honey. We cannot hear you, Michelle. Cannot hear you, Michelle. And okay, good. Click that, and hopefully she fucking sees it. Aside from that, I will add the same into her message box, and it looks like it's just going to be.
Oh, she left. Yeah, she jumped out now, but I think look. Oh,
yeah. Oops. So hopefully the
reboot the computer.
Yeah, hopefully the boogeyman didn't get her. And she may try to call back. If so, then I'm going to try and get her back on. But
yeah, bring her back. And I don't know if Jorge K. Knight is on the thing. I think we chatted before, but
did you?
Fabito,
yeah,
I think so. I think he called another time when I was on. You brought me on, sir.
Okay. So George Knight, you know, if I haven't introduced you to Mr. Teddy Bass, I'm doing so now. And
good to meet you, sir.
Yeah. And how are you two gentlemen doing? Introduce yourselves, please. George Knight is our man from England. And George Knight, this is Teddy Bass from up in the Pacific Northwest, near the Canadian border.
That is correct. Near Seattle.
Yeah.
Nice speaking to you again, Teddy.
Yeah.
Mr. Bass.
Yes, sir.
Nice speaking to you again. Thank you.
Excellent.
And thank you for having us on, Douglas.
Oh,
really
bless
appreciate
you. Thank
this.
you.
Exactly. Thanks, Douglas. Hey, great show the other day as well.
Bless
appreciate
you.
all the everything, boys. Yeah. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, by all means, both of you get the conversation started before I feel secure in taking off for a refreshment break. Meanwhile, I'm going to try and add Michelle back on. Hopefully she responds. But either way, apparently both you gentlemen have met before, and it goes to show.
And so let's go right off the top. So what do we think about this, the escalation of the, what would you call that, the uncured chloride? Is that vinyl chloride that blew up? I mean, there's many things we can talk about. So
sure. Well, I have no idea what you're talking about.
No, I haven't heard of that either. I'm afraid, Mr. Bates. Could you please enlighten us on this?
There was a in Ohio.
Okay.
There was a train derailment.
Oh shit.
And in the train derailment, a bunch of the cars had uncured vinyl chloride, which I think was used in World War I as a nerve toxin or a chemical agent.
Oh fuck.
And what they did is I don't know, I wouldn't say which department. Somebody came in and put bombs on it and blew it up. And you could see it on.
Okay. And they did this as something to keep it contained or under control?
They thought that this is a preempt, or like I think the statement is that this is somehow going to make it better, but by actually exploding it, they made the fallout. So it's like almost like a Chernobyl in the U.S. is from what I understand it, and the media is suppressing it. So I was just curious what, if you guys had heard anything, or you got any boots on the ground. But from what I understand, it's pretty dangerous what's going on. A woman in Ohio later that afternoon, not only did the Marines come in and stop a independent journalist from recording the town council, but there was other people suppressing independent journalists. Later that day, a woman went to a local creek and just filmed, and all of the bottom feeders, like the catfish and all that, were all dead, and you could see all of the life in the water was dead.
Yeah.
So I was just curious if you guys had heard anything, because I've seen mixed results. The media's kind of ignoring it, but to me this seems like quite a, what I would call a chemical act of war.
Well, I think it's more just a horrible accident. Are you concerned it might be sabotage? Now, this is a question that was, I believe, asked by Mr. Brendan Zoge, who was talking about the train derailments. Could that be sabotage? And so, if so, that is obviously an act of war. We don't have.
And have we talked since they blew those the high altitude satellites that came down?
The balloons.
Have we talked since then? The balloons that they blew out of the air.
Just so everybody knows, I mean, it's an excellent point that I should have brought up while Peter Moon was here, so I neglected to bring that up. But the Communist Chinese military, there are supposed to be hotlines between nations so that nations can call each other during these crises. And that supposedly, now the Trump administration and all the members of the Trump administration claim this is disinformation. The Biden administration claims that during the balloons that they say were hovering over the United States during the Trump administration, the Pentagon or the military never informed their executive commander-in-chief about them at all, that they instead basically contacted the Communist Chinese and maintained a controlled situation in a dialogue using these hotlines. Now, the one thing that we do know for a fact is that President Biden himself has attempted to contact Xi Jinping. The U.S. military has attempted to contact the Communist Chinese military during all of these balloon shootdowns, and the military in Communist China has been completely non-responsive. So they're not picking up the phone is what's going on with that. So American and Chinese relations have completely derailed. So the train is kind of a metaphor of that. Just to put some perspective on the horror of what this man is describing, I will describe what I do know about as a historian, which was basically the train wreck that poisoned California. So understand that in July 14th of 1991, what was supposed to be a routine normal evening for the Southern Pacific Railroad operators traversing Siskiyou County's bucolic forests near Dunsmuir, California, Well, they were transporting nearly 20,000 gallons of metum sodium, which is an agricultural pesticide commonly used to kill fungus, nematodes, and weeds. But in the dead of night, as the freight train approached the Cantara Loop, that's a bend that snakes along the 447-mile-long Sacramento River waterway, it suddenly jumped the tracks, leading to one of the world's worst ecological disasters, certainly the worst in our state's history. A chemical tank car crashed into the water, dragging multiple other train cars along with it. And this was ultimately all cataloged in a 2007 report that wasn't released until the year that my late and sainted sire, my legal father, the man who raised and guided me, Chief Petty Officer George Joseph Dietrich, died. 2007. That was released by the CTC, the Cantara Trustee Council. So by that time, California Department of Fish and Wildlife wardens made it to the wreckage. They realized, to their horror, that 19,000 gallons of potent herbicides had been unleashed into the pristine waterway.
Right.
So the report describes it that in the upper Sacramento River, every living creature in the water downstream from that spill died. And as this toxic plume of green slick slowly crept downstream, a noxious cloud are you back in 3 minutes, George? You're coming back in 3 minutes? You're saying? Or he says he'll be...
Yes, thank you, Douglas. I'll be back in 3 minutes.
Okay,
Won't be long at all.
Yeah,
thank you so much.
I look forward to your return. Thank you.
Thank you, Douglas.
Yeah. And so as this was creeping downstream, then this noxious cloud formed overhead, and it drove all the first responders out of the area. And when it was finally safe enough for them to return, they stumbled across dead fish, salamanders, and other aquatic species all over that lonely forest region. But the government agencies had no idea just how large and out of control the spill would become. By July 17th, the chemicals had invaded Shasta Lake, leaving what was ultimately described as a 41-mile wake of destruction. That decimated...
A fallout area, for sure.
It decimated...
And I've heard the same thing, that it'll be about 2 months before you actually see, because if this is the same type of hydrochloric acid that these people are ingested, that you will succumb to the effects within a short time. So...
Yeah, it not only decimated local wildlife, it sickened nearby residents. It's an important point. For the next 12 days, the California Department of Water Resources and the Southern Pacific workers diluted the pesticides, but it was already too late. More than 1 million fish and tens of thousands of amphibians and crayfish were killed, along with millions of aquatic invertebrates, including insects, mollusks, which form the basis of the river's ecosystem.
That's right. So when they blew up these tanks, it wasn't just one, Douglas. It was multiple.
Yeah.
That it's so big that they can see it on Doppler radar. So the cloud of gases is big enough that it's visible around. And I guess our normal usual suspects aren't there calling for what would you call that, carbon reaction or whatever it is, because it's kind of weird. Like, this is really bad. How come the media is not paying attention to it, right? So,
yeah, let me tell Michelle I will call again.
I see Michelle is sort of there, yeah.
What's that?
I see Michelle is sort of saying she can hear us or something there on the side.
Yeah, that's good. You could see that as well. And I'm glad you're around and you're catching us up on this. I had no idea that this had happened in the Pacific Northwest. And of course, if that's so, it's completely tragic. It's I'm left without words. It's whenever something like this happens, there's no way we can ever heal from it. It damages us forever. Okay,
well, by the military going in there and putting explosives on that and detonating it instead of trying to clean it up, it sort of shows the state attacking the citizens, which I think is where some of the people I've been chatting with earlier are trying to describe. It shows an egregious act or a malevolent act on the state's behalf during these trying times.
So I see now where you're coming from. So what you're saying is that this would be an act of war, basically democide, the state against the people. So
on some levels, I mean, we have, because they're going to try and control the narrative, obviously, and the textuality of how it's perceived, right? Did they need to do this? And I think that's where they were arresting the journalists, is they didn't want people to be discussing what was going on in those first hours, where there can sort of be seen actions by the players. If it sort of just looks like it happened this after, but nobody knows the lead up to it, it's a way to, divert attention from the actors involved.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's it's definitely, whatever the case, it's bad. It's bad.
It's really bad. I mean, so maybe some more low altitude balloons. Or I heard that they blew something the size of a VW Bug out of the air with NORAD, and they're trying to say some, like, this is okay now, or that they're handling the flight zones above North America. But I think it's very sloppy actions, Douglas. So.
Yeah, to say the least. I mean, it's altogether, we discussed that in the opening hour. Might get back to it again in monologue. It's hard to add more to that, but to add more to
no worries. Let's go on. I was curious. I listened to you for about 45 minutes, and then Ian had tried to talk to me, but I heard you ring me up there, so I was like, oh, well, right on.
Well, thank God. Well, Ian didn't answer me, so hopefully he'll come on later. I mean, whoever I call, theoretically, they can come back onto the call.
There must be an EMP out there, because he was having problems. He was having to reboot his computer. It looks like Michelle's having maybe some issues. I don't know. Maybe some of the grid network is going down.
Well, they're at opposite ends of the country, so it would have to be, separate attacks, which is always possible. That's possible. I mean, it's
anything other than look at what's going on, right? Hey, it's over here.
Yeah, it's well, I mean,
I've just got back to this.
Yes. Oh, there we are. Our man is back. I tried to call Michelle. She's not responding, or is not receiving the rings. So thank you. How much time do you have with us, George?
I've got an hour, Douglas.
Oh, excellent. Thank
I've
God.
got an hour.
Thank
Good
God.
hour with you. Yeah, thank you.
And she's
we
back.
can go to town.
Yeah, she's back. Michelle. Okay, we don't need the camera.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
So
looks like you got the camera on, but that eats bandwidth.
I don't want the camera on.
Okay, there we are.
Sorry,
what's that noise in the background? What's?
Well, I'm in the dining room, and I actually just came on to tell you that what happened was my computer decided it was going to update.
Okay.
So it booted me off, but I think the time slot of 5 o'clock is better.
Okay.
Because I have the house to myself pretty much at that time.
Oh, I understand, but I don't think your environment is so noisy that. I mean, do you want to hang with us a few minutes at least?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I also don't want to get into deep conversations.
Is this because of sleep issues? Do you want to go to sleep?
No, it's because we have a pretty good dynamic in the house, and topics stay outside.
I see what you're saying. So can you go back outside? Can you go back out?
Yeah, I'll go out. I'll go out.
And
well, actually, is it okay if we just wait till Wednesday?
It is Wednesday, honey.
I mean, a Sunday. I'm so sorry.
No worries. Well, I mean, is it that inconvenient for you to go outside? I'm just curious. Is it because I'd prefer you to be with us for at least about 15 minutes,
Okay,
can you try
do
that? Yeah, just go
that.
outside for about 15 minutes with us. And before I go to refresh myself, I'll leave you with these two gentlemen. I'm sure they'll behave.
The only thing, the reason why is because I am starting to wind down. I had, it was a quiet day, but it was also kind of an eventful day. And I did a lot of research today.
Okay.
So
you need to share some of that.
I'll be out. I'm outside now.
Excellent. And so, honey, stick with us for a little bit till I get back. These two gentlemen will behave themselves, I'm sure. And the three of you can have Yeah. Oh, let me introduce you. This is George Knight and Teddy Bays. And George Knight is our man in England. Teddy Bays is our man in the Pacific Northwest on the border of Canada. So they're both very, they talk very Canadian and very English. And this is Michelle Carmela Sultana.
Old English, yes. Good. Nice to meet you, Michelle.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, too.
Yeah. And
so,
Michelle was born in Taiwan like myself, but she's white. And,
she's fair, eh? She's got the fair
I'm
skin.
fair because I'm actually I'm mixed. So I'm Italian, Scottish. Well, we'll just say this because it does come up in different circles. So I'm Italian, Scots Irish, Welsh, German, Hungarian, Czech.
Wonderful.
A little bit of Romanian.
Wonderful.
Seneca, and somewhere along the line, a little bit of Haitian.
Wow.
Oh, good genes. Good genes.
Yeah.
And the Egyptians, they had fair skinned people too. So you can still be, the daughter of Pharaoh. It's all right.
Yeah.
United Nations. I think most of us are United Nations anyway.
Of course.
That's a gang out here where we come from.
Yeah.
I know there's only 2-3 gangs the Canadian government acknowledges, but the UN is one of them.
Oh.
There's the United Nations, and then there's our genetics.
Yes. And so, George Knight, do introduce yourself to Michelle, and there we are.
Yes, hello, Michelle. Nice to speak to you.
Hello, boy. You got a great voice, I gotta tell you.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. And so just before I go to refresh myself, I do want people to understand what the Pacific Northwest is in for. When we had that spill in California, there was a former Dunsmuir residentress, Christy Osborne, who told the DETSC, that's the Department of Toxic Substances Control, if I remember, that when it basically all this spill caused the lake it went into, that basically it cleaned the rocks. There was no moss. There was no life in the river. And following the spill, all the people living in the area developed an alarming array of symptoms like rashes, diarrhea, chest tightness. That was from a 2004 report from the California Environmental Protection Agency. And so they're all sick and scared. And the Dunsmuir residents, they all stayed inside and shut their windows, unsure of what to do amid this chaos. I mean, it was just crazy not knowing what to do. And so basically afterwards, the state of California and the U.S. government filed a lawsuit against Southern Pacific in 1992. And the rail company had to pay a $38 million United States dollar settlement. So, and then they installed a really big guardrail. That's all there might be some other things I remember as the night goes on, but I can tell you this, it's the Pacific.
So is the railroad part of COG, continuation of government? Because in Canada, I think that they have more power than the federal government.
I don't know these things in terms of that kind of terminology. I'll check into it. But the continuity of government, of course, has to deal with emergency situations like nuclear war.
I know, but they've definitely sort of side skirted that up here by allowing certain things. They said that any act, which is where you saw Trudeau push the Emergencies Act and have your grandmother's bank account seized for buying a T-shirt, which seems incredibly strange and an overreach of power, but that's what they're doing on this side of the
border. Yeah, understood. So let me refresh myself. The three of you can speak of these things. George Knight, before I refresh myself, is there anything you feel needs to be brought to my attention?
No, Douglas, please take your time, and we'll cover the stage. We'll take over take as long as you need to.
Thank you, Michelle. If you could do us a favor and tell us a bit about if you've had any hospital visits since the last time I spoke to you, let us know, okay? And tell people.
What was the last time? It's been a while.
Sunday.
The last.
It feels like a while. It's only been.
Oh no, not since Sunday, but okay. I'm going back years, Douglas. Not since Sunday.
No. I meant since Sunday. Don't forget to tell everybody your GoFundMe. Introduce your GoFundMe. I won't let you go without it. So introduce that.
Okay. Okay. But, gentlemen, forgive me for coming in the middle of the conversation, but I do have a question. So, the spill, is it that Douglas was referring to in the Northwest? Is it along the lines of what just happened in Ohio, or the release?
So I was speaking of the Ohio one. I believe that Douglas was speaking of one in California from a prior time and relating the two events together on how it was handled within the government.
And also, Fukushima is about to release more radiated water.
Terrible.
Yeah, I just got the notice on that today. I belong to a anti-nuclear group of former physicists who monitor.
Have they taken the slump out of the fallout yet? Have they removed the core?
I'm not sure. I'm not really sure yet. I really haven't followed either one of the headlines. I've just been collecting the articles and I haven't analyzed them yet.
From what I understand, on the nuclear reactors, there was two types of models. One where when the reactor failed, the slump would go into sort of containment unit. Another one that they were actually able to remove it. But I think it was pushed, and one of these big world organizations made it so they went to the more non-clean method of building these plants. And during the Cold War, hundreds of these plants were built. So I'm just curious on the Fukushima one. I have not looked at the engineering plans, but I assume that there's some sort of uranium slump or something that is that would be the problem with giving off radiation, right?
Yeah, I just caught the headline today and bookmarked it, and with the intent of reading it tomorrow or the next couple days. And I have a friend that he was an oceanographer when Fukushima hit. He was one of the scientists that was in the early days measuring the radiation in the water. Yeah, we were always worried about him because of the radiation levels, but he made it out fine somehow, miraculously. And I was a child when 3 Mile Island nuclear reactor in Pennsylvania had their explosion, their meltdown. And years ago, there was a politician running for Senate against an incumbent, and we had a gasoline company that kept leaking out in Pasadena, that kept leaking out gas into the air, very toxic fumes, and people getting sick and dying, and children not able to go to school and having breathing problems, and it was really bad. And the politician that had asked me to be on his advisory board, I said yes, because I saw that he wasn't just a name only. He had for years been active in protecting being active in people's affairs, and even not even as a candidate, just as a leader in the community. And he was running because he was Native American, and he didn't see any other way of protecting the area and bringing accountability to the corporations, the environmental corporations, unless he ran. And unfortunately, he lost. Well,
because there was money that would rather hide it than bring someone to bring accountability, for sure.
Yes, and there was a situation where I don't drive, so somebody was supposed to pick me up to take me to his house, and they called me and told me that they were suffering car troubles. And so this was before Uber and Lyft were as mainstream as they are now. So I said, okay. I called him up and I said, they're having car troubles. I won't be able to make it. And he said, car troubles? They're right here. What are you talking about? They're right here. I was like, oh, well, somebody didn't want me on your team. I said, well, that's interesting. So, yeah, that was pretty underhanded and pretty interesting. But we stayed in contact for a while. And he realized that night that his candidacy was compromised, but he still put out every effort he could to to fight this incumbent if he could. But he realized that there was something underhanded going on, and that he found out. Yeah, we found out later on why and how, and it had to do with corporations. It had to do with corporations undermining his work, again, because of the accountability issues.
Well, if you have to deal with the idea of getting rid of toxins or whatever infrastructure is there to responsibly remove whatever waste, even if it's just dirty water or black water, a lot of times people will pay a fee or do whatever they can to avoid it. And it's quite famous that the government allow you to put it on barges and go sig it out in the ocean and just pretend, so.
Yeah, there's a lot of pretending in government. A lot of pretending in government and corporations. Which, so years ago, before I took my hiatus from podcasting, I would speak about ICANN. And ICANN is the government that runs the world now. It's DARPA, along with, so it's the military powerhouse, along with corporations and technocrats. So they actually tell the governments what to do. It's no longer governments. It's no longer the EU or the UN or even the Council of the 300 or what have you, the IMF.
You just said the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, DARPA stuff? Is that what you?
Yeah, it's DARPA, it's the corporations, and it's technology.
And so would you think that they come back even to the point of like Cecil, will of Cecil Rhodes and the Federal Reserve? Is that what this is?
They're higher than that. They're higher than that.
Yeah. Okay.
Everything answers to ICANN. And as a matter of fact, COVID was already in the works because ICANN, all the members.
I've seen patents. I've seen patents from almost 10 years ago on COVID, so I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yes, and all the patterns, and all. I mean, what am I saying? All the members who were putting out policies are members of ICANN in the Government Advisory Board. Now, ICANN is corporations. The corporations, mainly the tech corporations, are the governing agency of ICANN. Business where the money is. Have the government agencies, board is allowed to give advice, but they're not allowed to give counsel so much. There's a difference between advice and counsel. advisory board also carries out the directives of the ICANN board. And the ICANN board is the military tech companies.
Okay, how's
so it was the military.
Go on, honey.
As strange as it is, the military tech companies were telling us what to do with our health. That's why the likes of Bill Gates was pontificating about health and vaccines, because Bill Gates is tech. Bill Gates is computers. What does he know about biology and health and everything?
No.
Well, you know, he's not an authority any more than you and I are. He's not a doctor in biology. He's not a doctor in neuroscience. He's not a doctor with vaccinations or anything. But yet, no more than any of us are. But the fact is, the authority he had was because he belongs to the class of the tech.
He's down with the Promise software, and he's probably helped Halliburton, and he probably helps run their operating systems, and he's in on that racket, you know.
By the way, the term you're looking for is technocracy. He's part of the technocracy.
Thank you so much.
Yes,
thank you. Well, there's that. That's where the expressive aphasia comes in, because I hear the word in my head, but then my tongue doesn't want to say it. So, but I spoke of these things before, and I even spoke on critical omissions when I was on it a few years back, and they came after my website. They wanted me to pay $150,000, or they were going to shut down my website.
Jeez.
And I found a way to use the policies against them. It cost me $300, but I was able to keep my website. And even Facebook decided that they were going to come against me with practicing journalism without a license. And I told them, if that's the case, then everybody that uses Facebook is practicing journalism without a license. Anybody who uses the internet and writes a letter or writes anything is practicing some form of journalism without a license. So what we compromised on is I post recipes, and I post gardens, gardening, and I post arts and crafts if I want to keep my articles, my past articles that I have up saved for, because I was using Facebook as a library for a while. So if I want to keep those articles, I just post fluff. I don't post anything of substance anymore. I save that for my website.
Wow, so sad. Just profoundly sad. So in other words, what were everyone speaking about while I was gone? No need to be repetitive on my account, but some summary can be provided. George, I want you to participate more aggressively here. Assert yourself.
Don't leave him hanging.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, hit him.
So basically, Ted or Michelle, could you please just reiterate to Douglas what you were speaking of? Because I was in the background just listening in, so I can't articulate it.
Well, Michelle, you take it, all right?
Oh, well, thank you, gentlemen. That's kind of you. So basically, I was asking about the Fukushima, if Fukushima and what happened in Ohio had anything to do with what you had spoken about in the Northwest before you took your leave for a moment. And then I had spoken to a situation where in Pasadena we were having a company, a gasoline company that, well, not a gasoline company, a gas company that.
Oh, Jesus. Now they got her.
They were leaking toxins into the environment, and people were getting sick. The politician that was running that, so he could do something about that, and he had asked me to be on his board of advisors. And the day that I was supposed to be there when he announced that he was running so I could sign the form, and my ride to his house called and said that they were in car trouble. And when I called to let him know that I wasn't going to be there because of car trouble, he said, "What are you talking about? They're right here." I'm looking right at them, and I said, "Oh, somebody did not want me to be on your board." So, and then I spoke a little bit about ICANN.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that, honey.
That's it.
Yeah, no, that's important. And so when it came to you're comfortable, honey, where you're at right now outside talking with us. How are you feeling?
I actually have some quiet.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm okay.
Good. And in terms of her having been born in Taiwan and all that, it's always fascinating to me, and I do want people to know that I think it's really an important part of her past that not even you might understand too much about. But our wonderful George Knight had some wonderful experiences with Taiwanese people when he was working at the hotel for a while, and certainly he understood their culture better than anyone. And of course, you left when you were very young, I believe. And
I don't even think I was a 1 year old.
Okay.
I think I was just I was just a little baby.
Right. And so for George, I do want you to know that I will definitely be hitting Britain tonight. I'm certain I'll be covering it in my monologue. I think I should be able to get around to it, but it's just, it's one of these situations where it's depressing enough where you wonder whether you really want to get there. So what can you catch us up on with what you know about lately?
Yes. Oh, yes. Thank you, Douglas. Well, yeah, absolutely. I can share actually something with yourselves and the viewers who are listening. The main energy provider in Britain, British Gas, the largest energy supply company, has raised their prices in January. January's just passed, and they have basically told everyone that the prices are going to.
Michelle, please. So we're hearing the traffic.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Thank you. Yeah. So go on, George. No worries. Go on, George.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Douglas. Yeah, and they've just basically just explained to us that the prices again will be going up in April, and it's gone up tenfold. The prices have risen astronomically, and I was speaking about this with only Eric, my colleague, yesterday, who I work with. We were speaking of the fact that there are two major factors into the rise of the energy crisis that we're going through. One being Brexit and the other one being the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And so basically in Europe, if you go to the Scandinavian countries like Finland and Sweden, they have a lot of energy reserves, gas and oil reserves. Now we're severed from the European Union. We no longer have access to these supplies, to these reserves. And so this is why the crisis, this is why the energy tariff has been rising astronomically. And they basically, in a 6-week period, our gas and energy bill has gone up, hundreds of pounds, hundreds, in just a 6-week period. And we, you pay it every quarterly, so every 3 months. And so it is just astronomical. And it's just going to get worse because in April, the tariffs and the prices all rise again. And so this is going to have a massive knock-on effect. It's going to just be, I don't know how the normal average person in Britain can afford to live. And just speaking, just generally to people, they will tell you that they don't have the heating on in the house. They will literally have everything turned off all day long. So when they come home, they're coming home to a cold house. And so this is going to have health impact issues, and it's just going to, people are going to start dying very, very shortly.
Well, they already are.
And I know we're coming up to spring. Yeah, exactly, Dogs. Thank you. They already are. And this is the point that I was making with Eric as well, that, about they don't want to escalate the situation in Ukraine. They don't want to escalate it to a conventional warfare situation. But I was explaining it's already escalated years ago to that point. We should already be at that point. We already are. And And so, yeah, this is just so important that people need to understand this and realize that. And do you know what? I listen to every now and then to the LBC radio show that it's on YouTube, that all the shows get aired, published on YouTube, and I catch up on those sometimes. And all the callers calling in are now regretting voting for Brexit. So just on the Brexit standpoint, you know, all these people are now regretting basically on that referendum to vote out of the European Union, and they are seeing the ramifications for that vote.
Yes.
Thankfully, I never voted. I never understood it entirely. If I could go back, obviously, I would have voted, but I would have voted to remain. Yeah. These and I would have probably been more aggressive in my campaign to convince people not to vote leave. But everyone was so in the indoctrination. They were saying, yes, we need to leave. I mean, this is all to do with immigration. It was all that anti-immigration campaign that was being basically forecasted along across the British national news, the media, and it was horrible, absolutely horrible, and it's still going on. But yeah, that's just to relay the situation in Britain. That it's going to get much worse. And we're already at that point of where we are already detrimental. We are already precarious in our situation living in Britain at the moment. It's the poorest country in all of, you comprise of all of the European countries.
Certainly the poorest in Western Europe. Certainly, yeah.
Definitely the poorest in all Western Europe. Yeah, absolutely. And it's just going to get, I think, you know, and it's really sad for me to say this, but people need to basically, without me sounding self-loathing to the British people, but they need to wake up to this. They need to realize this. You know, what they've done is a massive mistake. The people running the country are completely incompetent, and they need to start to realize and wake up to what Douglas is saying, what I am saying, and then have to eventually, like I said to Eric, they will eventually they'll be forced to recognize what we are saying and take in consideration. And, you know, hopefully, ultimately, you know, the goal is for them to actually listen and to take on board what we're saying and to actually implement what we are saying. And that is because the solutions are there. They're not realizing that. It's just inept incompetence. They don't realize what's going on. And the show is being run by a bunch of idiots. It's just... And so it's very, very important that people actually start to realize the wake up to reality. Yeah. And that's everything that we stand by, is just reality, factual reality. Yes. We're going by, you know, we're not going by anything that is a hypothesis, or we're not regurgitating propaganda. Sorry, I'm going off on a little tangent, Douglas, but I'm going to stop it there and just end at that point, because that's important to contextualize the situation in Britain. So I'll stop it at that point before I go off on one.
No. I mean, by the way, it's you begin to see why someone like Teddy Bass would be so cynical as to believe that the U.S. military striking with explosives at these containers that had all of these toxic chemicals in them, that it might be a strike against the population itself. I mean, it's at that point where, why not? I mean, when you see what's going on in the British government, Teddy Bass, I was explaining before how Rishi Sunak is proud of the fact that 5,000 Britons are dying every week, basically, because of the non-responsiveness of their ambulance services.
Yes. Yeah. One of my best friends' father passed away because there was only 2 defibrillators in Surrey. And my friend is a firefighter, and it was over 30 minutes, and his father passed away just for that reason. So, and now there's defibrillators everywhere, but, you know, this is years later, so.
Oh my God. Oh, that's horrible. Ian West has joined us, and so shout out to Ian West. Do test your audio, Ian. Let's see if we can hear you.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Okay, great. Have I introduced you to Michelle Carmela Saldana? Michelle Carmela Saldana, this is the real, how does he call himself? The real Ian fucking West is, as he references himself. So he's an individual in Florida who investigates, in particular, Tunnels. So perhaps say hi to Michelle. Let's see if she responds.
Hi, Michelle. How are you doing?
Yeah.
I'm well. Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you too.
What did she say?
She said, "Nice to meet you."
No, before that, it sounded like she said something like, "Hello." Was that what you said, Michelle?
I said I am well. Nice to meet you.
Okay, I am well. Okay, thank you. Okay, it's yeah. So yeah. And maybe you could see if Michelle responds to a little bit of your news. What kind of news have you brought with you, Ian?
Oh, well, I was gonna say, you guys just ignore me. I'm working on this new thing. Out in Clearwater, Florida, down the street from that Scientology place. These 9 little black boys fucking came running out of this mansion, fucking talking about these people are like trying to fuck him and shit. So I'm trying to.
Yes. Oh shit.
Yeah. So I'm looking. I'm still working on this. So y'all just ignore me and go about your, go about your day.
Right.
Well, let's go back to another thing, Douglas, for a second. You guys have me there for 1 minute.
Sure.
About the Ishmaeli aspect of like Hassan I-Sabah is how covert could these actions be? Just to what George was saying as well. How nefarious could these actors be? Are you guys familiar with the cult of the assassins?
Historically, yes.
So you kind of understand this.
Yeah. So Michelle, tell us a little bit about your experience there.
I've talked to a few that were abused as children that alleged that they were from the occult.
Wow.
So go on, please.
Oh, actually, Ian. Hey.
Okay, so no, go, Michelle.
Well, whichever of you gentlemen that is speaking, please.
Oh, I was just curious.
I'm interested in what you have to say.
Yeah, let's go on with Teddy. Go on. Sorry.
All right, so in that thing, Hassan was a harsh overlord, and he would have the devotees. I think there's one story where he would purchase unwanted children.
Yes.
So then you could come into the aspect of blackmail and bring us right along the Epstein style, sort of Edward J. Hoover style of blackmail, where you facilitate crimes so you can possess people and use them with strings attached. So even if you would not want to participate in the actions, therefore you would facilitate them because then you would own the players. And this is a subversive act, which as the followers of Ali and Sunni Muslim under the orthodox aspects of the Muslims is where the assassin creed came from.
Right.
And this was,
the game, the video game. Go on.
Exactly, right? So, and so would you guys think that what's going on today is somehow a sort of origami or a folded, more complex way, or a Yakuza, an 893 aspect of this, where it has morphed into our present day playing board?
Yes, we are actually in a video game, but it's real life.
Neo,
but it's based on they run it like it's all video game type thing. How they do us.
And for sure, a lot of people are that desensitized, and they're just money, and they have so much access and wealth. But is that the real end of it all? I mean, is there not a spirit, or does the Pope own the temporal and the spiritual, or is there still salvation?
There's still salvation. I'm happy to say that I was on the research team that helped bring Pope Benedict down and hold the Catholic Church accountable in 2012.
Awesome for you, excellent.
Who was that guy? Are you talking about that guy with the glasses who was holding those?
Yeah, Benedict. Pope Benedict, the one that just recently died.
The guy who was holding these trials in Canada. What was his name? The guy who claimed he was going to hold the Pope in an international court of law. His name. You were working with him, right? Honey?
Oh, no. That was for the Queen, and she was found guilty. But that didn't make international news because Sandy Hook broke the same day that he was having his press conference about Canada and the Queen.
What was his name?
Rock Logpre.
Okay.
Logpre. I'm saying his name wrong, but
okay.
Yeah, he was actually he grew up an orphan on Prince Edward Island, and he was severely traumatically abused. He and the survivors as adults sued Canada and the Queen and won against them. And when he went to make the announcement, Sandy Hook got on that. So
wow, diversion, yep.
It pretty much silenced the fact that the Queen was actually found guilty by the courts.
The Queen and Charles, so Elizabeth and Charles, were tried in absentia for a bunch of missing Native kids in Kamloops in the late 70s, I believe, and they were found guilty as well in the media. No one ever notices, but these were kids who were given to their care with their entourage and never returned to their families.
Mm-hmm. And I know of that. These are horrible atrocities. Ian, can you hear me? I'm just curious. I know you told us to ignore you, but I was curious about something.
I was back in.
What was
that?
Yeah,
what's up?
Go ahead. You apparently sent me some notes the other day saying, "Yo, dude, you up?" Was there something going on the other night you wanted to tell me about?
Yeah, it was about these little kids running away from this mansion / foster home. It's kind of fucked up, and it ties in with the Church of Scientology.
Okay, thank you.
But I'm still doing research on it, and then I got this other document that I wanted to run by you, make sure that you could attest, vouch for it. But that was it. That wasn't any big deal.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. This document, is this something you want to talk to me about privately?
I mean, I don't have to. It's nothing personal. It's just, it's basically saying, it's like, yes, these Satanists can kill animals. Yes, these Satanists can kill children. And it's totally legal because it goes with their religious, fucking whatever. Their religious specs. Or I don't know.
I'd like to see that. Yes.
But I've got it. I've got the document.
Wonderful.
You almost need like a devout sort of Hassan Isabah guy just to go against all these satanic people, just to say off them all.
Honestly, well, when I say every congressman, every member of our government is compromised, I genuinely, truly mean that.
I totally believe you.
Yes.
That my mother hung out with exotic entertainers and dominatrix, and when I was a child, they explained to me that the people that they entertained were not the poor people or whatever, and their tastes were incredibly weird, and this was a control mechanism for them. So I'm quite well aware of how disgusting the people that control us are.
Yes. So such being presumed.
As am I.
Go on.
Well, as am I. I grew up in all of that, and I'm suffering my health issues are because of all the stuff that I was forced to participate in. And I've spent 37 years helping other people in those situations to get out, or people who were born into organized crime, or people who, as you're coming across now, Ian, with these kids, I've helped a lot of years in all of those situations.
Mm-hmm. And so, honey, is there something about these things that were done to you that you're willing to describe? Share a bit about them?
I am. I'm more than willing, but I'd have to wait for the next time we're on air, about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, is when I have the house all to myself.
When I called earlier at 5 p.m. today, you didn't respond. Were you okay, or were you sleeping, or?
Because I'm coming down from a very emotional call.
Okay. Oh, like you said, it's that abuser. You were
Yes.
talking that abuser who had.
Yeah, it was that abuser who had donated on my GoFundMe, and I finally unleashed whatever remnant of my emotions that I had to unleash on them. And I feel really good. If you can't tell, my voice sounds a lot stronger, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
So, yeah, it was quite the conversation today that we could get into another time. But I just find it fascinating that what you gentlemen are speaking to, has been part of my work over the decades. So I'm very interested in the research that you come across. Right now, I'm looking into patterns of. So years ago, I was able to find a few rings within Pennsylvania that went statewide and internationally, and there's a now that I'm fascinated with whatever research that you come across. I would also like to, if you would, and if it's okay if Douglas sends it to me or if you send it to me, I would appreciate it. And if you want any of my research too, I'll be happy to send it to you as well. With that, I'm going to close the mic and listen.
Well, Ian, if you've heard her, is there a way you can send things to Michelle? The two of you could friend each other on Facebook. Is there one of your Facebook timelines you'd prefer me to give her the link to?
Yeah, give her the link to the Black Frank one, because I'm banned from my Frank Black.
Okay. Black Frank.
Yeah, so give her Black Frank, okay. And I can send her all the Tory Smith testimonies.
Okay.
And everything.
There we are. So let me get that for her. And so George joined back into the conversation and tell us a bit about how do you understand the children? Are they faring well in Britain? Obviously, nobody is faring well in Britain, but obviously you have a job, Eric has a job, and does he have any family? Does he have any what's obviously we don't need his private secrets for his personal security reasons.
Yeah.
But, is he?
Yeah, they are. Oh yeah, thank you, Doug. Yeah, they are trying. They're trying to conceive at the moment. His wife is going through IVF treatment currently at this moment. Not been greatly successful in previous treatments, but hopefully I'm optimistic for him, and he would love to be a father. He's a few years older than me, so she's younger than him. So yeah, they are trying, and I do hope they are able to have a child of their own. They don't have any children. They're both just got each other. So yeah, that's the situation with Eric. So yeah, it's but other than that, you just try to make life the best you can for the children and make them as happy as possible. That's all you can do. And thankfully, children aren't really aware of what's going on. So, but you try and make life better for them. You just try to do everything you can to keep them happy. I was
just thinking the other day how lucky you were that your daughter had not had a fully developed immunosystem when she contracted the COVID, and therefore as an infant, was able to survive it. So that's, it was just, when your whole family contracted COVID like that, that was just horrible. Did any of you gentlemen out there, Ian, Teddy, Michelle, have you had COVID? I was just curious if I don't believe you've ever been exposed to COVID. Have you, Michelle?
She's not coming on, no.
Okay. Well,
no, I have not had COVID, but I also understand Carrie Muller in the PCR test, so I haven't had the flu for 2 or 3 years, but I've recently had the cold. You can tell I'm a little bit stuffed up in my sinuses. Okay. My beautiful singing voice isn't there right now, but yeah, it's the first time I have been a little bit sick in the past 2 or 3 years, and but to that point, no, I have not had the 1984 vid.
Yeah, and so thank goodness for that. I mean, you've been spared quite a bit of pain. Okay, so I've just linked Black Frank to. I'm sorry.
I did have it twice before it was even named.
How did you live through it? What was it like?
I have a portable nebulizer, and I had all my antihistamines, and at that time I happened to have a sinus infection, so I had antibiotic with me, and I drank a lot of hot liquids. Did round the clock breathing treatments, and had somebody pound on my back to loosen up all that phlegm, and but I stayed quarantined in the room for about 2 weeks at a time. So I caught it from my landlord that I was renting a room from was an X-ray tech, and he caught it from somebody that he had 2 patients that were both coming in from China, and that's how he caught it. And then it ended up going to everybody in the house. So
Jesus, he got it
but I'm
straight from
here.
the source. Go on.
Yeah, he did pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. So I was acknowledging Ian's the calendar, and I got caught up in how to remember how to work chat that I wasn't able to respond to the question right away.
Oh.
So sorry about that.
Oh, no
Okay, I'm gonna log off for the evening, gentlemen.
Yes, honey.
And thank you so much for the conversation, and thank you for the good work that you're doing, and it really makes me buoyant and help.
Tell people how to reach you, and I want you to give out your GoFundMe again before you go, and I'll be calling you on Sunday at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to bow out as well. Thanks. Nice to meet you, Michelle. Have a great night. Appreciate all you're doing.
I got to say, the conversations with you guys help make me buoyant and hopeful to know that there's other people, and especially the men, who are on top of things. It helps a lot knowing that.
Stay blessed. Yeah. Be healthy. There you go. Get some
Thank
rest.
you.
Oh, she's got to give out her GoFundMe, right? I mean,
yes. It's GoFundMe. Life-saving. What is it? You know what, Douglas? You know what I really, in my heart, want to do the fundraising for, is the We Are Rearranging Hell.
What?
That's really in my heart where I want to do the fundraising for. Okay. Well, I haven't set one up for that.
Say,
but
both gentlemen have messages for you in the text. Yeah.
Life-saving help for Michelle Carmela Saldana, or Michelle Carmela. Just go to GoFundMe and type in Michelle Carmela, all one word, and I'm sure you'll be able to find it. Okay. And thank you so much for this, Douglas. Yes. And thank you so much, gentlemen. Yeah. I look forward to talking with you all again soon.
And I'll try to call you privately before Sunday, okay?
Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah. Have a good night.
Yeah. And what's the best times to reach you before Sunday?
Anywhere between, I would say, about 1 o'clock in the afternoon to about 8 in the evening.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So thank you. Okay. Any time. Okay. Any day
Good
between
night.
1 to 8 in the evening. Okay. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
Yes.
Love you dearly. Teddy Bays was.
Love you too. Okay. Good night.
Bye for now. Teddy
I'm gonna jump out too, boys. Good to see you. Got your computer back on, Ian.
Okay.
I got to go, man. I'm busy there. I got to do my workables and stuff. Anyways, no, it's all good, boys. Nice to talk to you, George. Nice to talk to you, Ian. Douglas, thank you so much for having me on, sir. I'll come again and chat again soon, okay?
I look forward to it.
All right, buddy. Be good.
Yes. You take care.
Take care, everyone. Have a great night.
Thank you so much. Bye for now. Yeah. And so there we are. So now we know about that alarming situation in the Pacific Northwest, thanks to him. Best wishes to him. So, George, now since we we're talking about a number of subjects. Now,
Yes.
one of the things that you could address, if you wish, certainly Ian and and Michelle has just left. So it's just Ian and George and myself right now for a few minutes while I'll have George kind of speak to some subjects. And, obviously things are fairly peaceful right now in terms of very few of us on the call. Tell us a bit about, shall we say, how your job's going in terms of your own, any encounters with anything unusual in laying all of that cable, fiber optic cable. Tell us a bit about how things are going.
Oh yeah, Douglas. The only thing I could just share just very quickly is the other day I had an encounter with. I was providing a fiber line to a property, and the neighbour that was next door came out of nowhere after I completed the job and told me, "You need to take that down." And I was like, "Excuse me?" And he was like, "Yeah, that." You need to take that down. I've got future development going to commence in my backyard. We're going to have property developed on there, and that is obstructing our over our land. I was like, excuse me, I'm so sorry, but I've come out. I've come out to do a job for my customer, and I've just done what I'm supposed to do, and I've done it now, so it's up there. I can't just take it down. And he was like, he's going to get me reported. So he got his phone out and he was taking pictures of myself and my van and the work. He started taking photographs. And obviously, in the end, it was concluded, Douglas, that all this man had was a previous history with our company doing lines in the area, in the vicinity. And it's not even obstructing his curtilage. It wasn't even on his land, on his property. It's public land. It's not even private on his. And it was away from himself. And I actually had to look up the other day about the drop. We call it a drop wire, Flying Drop Wire Act of 1984, and it was only the regulations only apply as long as the wire itself is above 3 meters above the ground and 2 meters from a property. This was meters and meters. This was like yards away, hundreds of yards away from his property. Okay. So it was just really very, but he was very hostile, and it actually shook me up. I actually reported it back to my senior peers, to my the management about it. I got out of the situation, I drove off, and then I reported it. And just to cover my own back, and I sent photographs of the work I did, and they saw no what do you want to call it? Just nothing wrong with the job I completed.
Right.
There was nothing. Yeah, there was nothing I did that was that is viable for any form of lawsuit or any prosecution against myself, because that's what this guy was threatening me with. He was gonna. I was like, well, you can. I told him that people you can go to British Telecoms and report it to them. It's their line plan. This is their infrastructure. It's their property. So if there's anything that you are not happy with, report it back to them and see. And then it was just like what my patch lead said to me. He goes, well, we have the best firms in the world. We have the best lawyers and the best in the country. You can't even so let him go down that road of trying to take it out legally. He said he was going to get his builders to take it down. I was like, I did warn him that will be damage to our property, and so there will be implications to that. And so I asked him, when is this development going to be planned? When are you planning on having it? And he goes, that is my business and not for you to know. And I was like, you're a liar. You're just lying. There's nothing. You just look at his house and the garden. It was just all derelict. It was not maintained. So it was just
very good, George. That usually means they don't have an answer whenever they say it. That's your business. Yeah. Very good. Very good.
Yeah. It was trying to tell me, you need to take that down. I was like, no, because I've been sent out by I'm an employee of this company. I don't work on behalf of yourself. You're not my customer. So no, I did my job correctly. So there was nothing he had. There was no ground for him to stand on. So that was just something. It shook me up a little bit, because it was sort of like he came out of nowhere. and he was demanding I take it down. I was like, whoa, this could go quite hasty. This could escalate quite hasty to like a, yeah. So basically, with my past experience, I was able to diffuse that situation. Do you know what I was telling him, Douglas? In order for him to calm down and to basically hold him at bay, I have to tell him, I'm so sorry, sir, but I'm ignorant. I'm completely ignorant, and I'm not in the loop about anything that goes on. I can't consult hundreds of people that live around me. Around me when I'm conducting any type of work. I can't ask permission from every single person that lives on the street if it's all right if I erect a drop wire.
Right.
I was like, this is just, I was basically just telling them, look, I am just completely ignorant. I'm oblivious to anything that's going on. It's not my, and he goes, I know it's not your fault. I know it's not your fault. He goes, but he was just basically saying he didn't want it up there.
He's just got a bug up his ass about he used to work for your organization, right? Is that what you said?
Well, I think he's got a history. Maybe, I don't know. He never said anything on those matters, but he was saying he's had basically, what would you call it, problems with BT, with British Telecom, who own all the line plant in the UK, who own the network. And basically, he was saying that he's had issues with them in the past. And basically, because I was the face of the company, because I had all the names on my clothing, it was all branded. He had a go at me for it, just because I was the face. Because he told me, he goes, whenever I try to contact your company, I can't get through to anyone. It's like, no, because we maintain the network. We work on behalf of your provider. We go out and work on behest of your provider. We get paid to do a job. And so there is no contact from you to us, because we could contact you because we're working on behalf of your provider, but it's the provider they have to go to order to make a complaint. They don't complain to us because it's not our issue. We work on behalf of them. So yeah, I was just the face of a company which he had issues with in the past. He had animosity towards them, so he just took out on me. And he was quite, he was taking photographs of myself. He was taking photographs.
That's so offensive.
And on my van, Yeah, just completely, yeah. And so I got out of there, so I did the right thing. And the patch lead just reiterated, you've done the right thing. You've got out of that situation, just drive off. And then I reported it. And so it was all documented in case he took matters further and he did want to report and go down that route of taking out a lawsuit against the work I had done. But there was nothing that he had any leg to stand on, because it was not obstructing. It was not even, it was meeting criteria. It was meeting regulations. And so he had nothing to stand on, basically. There was nothing he could do about it, essentially.
No, I mean, that's so incredible that people do these sorts of things. So I'm glad you handled it as well as you did. Yeah. And aside from all of that, so that's a pretty unpleasant encounter, and he's obviously basically disturbed. What about anything in particular stood out otherwise in your work week?
No, other than that, it's all pretty much straightforward. I do enjoy my work. I do enjoy it. It's rewarding. Of course.
I mean, oh my God, you're one of the few people in Britain who's even employed. So,
yes, absolutely.
And so, of course, that being said, and at least you're doing something you enjoy. And what kind of scenes do you see? Is Britain starting to look derelict? Tell us about this. The general sights you're seeing in terms of maintenance and upkeep. Otherwise, you're one of the few services that's obviously improving Britain. But I mean, how many services are they even maintaining with all of the cuts that are going on? And so, tell us about this general feeling.
Well, yeah, exactly. Well, just to explain it, you can live in a certain area in the UK. My town, for instance, you can live in a certain area. It will never change. In hundreds of years, it will stay exactly the same. But what they keep doing is developing more houses everywhere. So the town grows. It grows and grows, but there's no infrastructure for the demand for the people that live here. So in my town, for instance, there's nowhere to really shop, or there's no social life. So you have to go further afield. But the problem is it keeps growing and growing and growing. There is no medical clinics anywhere. So in like health centers, we call them, there is no, there's no facilities for people to go to. And the town is just grown astronomically, going into the thousands. We've already got, the town when I was growing up already had a population of over 10 to 15,000 people, and it just grows and grows and grows. But there's no infrastructure there. So the towns are always, it's developing larger, basically gaining more population, but there's nothing in the town to compensate that. So there's nothing there for the people to, if they want to, sign up for a dentist, a dental clinic, they can't, they say, sorry, we ain't got enough room for you. So they have to go further afield. And this is the problem. The town, you disappear for 10 years or 20 years, come back and you won't recognize it. But the places stay the same, but there's more houses just being grown. So fields that were green are now full of residential houses. They're cramming the houses and they don't have gardens. Whereas once upon a time, when they developed a garden, you have a substantial amount of land. You would have like maybe a quarter of an acre or half an acre of land for a garden. Now you don't get anything. You just get a few square feet just to put a few pots in. And so there's nothing now. And so that's the problem in the UK. Nothing ever changes. Nothing's ever uplifted or maintained. It is... it's essentially just, it's just being run into the ground. And also the other utility service, Thames Water, that maintain the water network for the supply for water to the houses. There are thousands and thousands of leaks just in my town alone. They have made redundant so many employees. They ain't got enough people to go out and to fix all these leaks. And so with the bad weather and the cold weather, it's basically all the pipes are bursting and they've got no one to replace them or to fix them. And so that is just one service. That's just one case scenario alone, which it's going to be so detrimental down the line. So in a few years' time, you're going to have floods everywhere, just from pipes bursting everywhere. And it's just going to get worse. That's just to summarize the situation in the UK, Douglas.
I mean, that's just awful. And and what about the politics in terms of the politics? I remember like what you said about when obviously Brexit, this is something that I remember you distinctively asking me, and of course John Warrington at the time about the Brexit, and basically, like John Warrington said, just refrained from voting because the frustration was just so great with the almost hopelessness of the system. And I understand what you're saying about if you could go back, you would vote against it. But at the same time, first off, I do want to express, as I will discuss later, that what happened in Britain was completely insane. It went against all form of rationality. This was based on what I call zombie populism, this kind of so-called populism, but it's like it's without any sense of rationality. This was all based on this kind of Russian promoted propaganda that was basically xenophobic. And a bunch of British people, just like the American Republicans, the British right wing, grabbed onto this, and the connections with Russia were pronounced. They were direct, and they wound up. Putin's overall strategy was to break up the European Union, and weaken it. And in this sense, he had this great success, but the end result is it's not going to do him any good. And in terms of Britain, fortunately, in terms of their severance, this hasn't rendered them into an ally of Russia. As I said, ultimately, thanks to Boris Johnson, of all people, they've taken a stance of helping Ukraine, and at least Rishi Sunak doesn't have the balls to turn against what Boris Johnson started. So when it comes to the situation, the best thing Britain can do now, it's bizarre that I would say this, but even with all of the negatives that I'm going to describe about Britain and what it's suffering from, I want people to understand that, in a sense, this had to happen. It had to happen because Britain was never going to be a part of Europe. It was never going to integrate its currency, because Britain is very proud of its pound sterling, and it wasn't going to integrate that with the euro. And all of the British rationale behind Brexit was completely absurd. It was all based on this maudlin sentimentality about World War II, where they all felt that they were under siege and absorbed by a Europe that they had quote unquote defeated. And this was all appealed to by the Russians, who are living with the same irrational World War II nostalgia, which they never outgrow, just like the Americans. This is this allied malaise, this allied pathology of living in the past. But at the same time, once they were severed from Europe, then what happens is, oh my God, Sammy Romero joined us. I didn't even notice that. And Ian West joined us fucking twice. He cloned himself. Those cloning vats really fucking work in those tunnels. I mean, first we had Teddy Bays, and now we've got Ian fucking West as well as the real Ian West, both on the same time. So hello to Sammy Romero. I just want to say to George Knight, to finish up what I'm saying, the end result, however, is that Britain is going to have to cast out on its own and redefine itself.
Absolutely.
And this is going to be a horrible period of time. But then again, this is kind of like the challenge the British were seeking. And this will ultimately result in Britain being a world power again. It may never be on the level of the superpowers, but it will certainly be a great power again, because it will have to. It has no other choice. And the one thing Britain does have, it's got a nuclear arsenal that's a hell of a lot more functional than Russia's. And it's got nuclear submarines, and it's got strategic bombers, and it's got some capability of waging some actual warfare. So it's got advantages in carving out another empire for itself. It's got the ability to do that. So that is what people are going to have to prepare themselves for. They have no other choice now. Granted, Britain's problems could be solved to a great degree by rejoining the European Union. And I have no doubt that if given another vote now, most Britons would vote for that. But the problem is, I don't think the European Union is going to let them back in.
No, it never will. Yes.
So that's, they're forced now to strike out on their own. So bless you. We'll speak about that later privately, and I want to go more into that in some of my columns.
That's good.
So Sammy, oh my God. So Sammy, I think what you did was you went ahead and you bought this quote unquote advanced model, and it's too advanced for me to use. Oh my God, Sammy.
Hey, what's going on, Doug? How you doing?
Oh, so what happened was when I struck out on Valentine's Day, and I told the people upstairs, that married couple, who I'm not going to name for security purposes, I told them about the fact that I'd be gone and that I'd probably have a package coming, and they said, no worries, we are expecting a package as well. And fortunately, as it turns out, from what they tell me, basically the same person delivered both packages. The package that was going to go to them was the same person who had a package for myself. So they asked, and he said, oh yes, I have a package for next door. And they said, we'll take it for him. And they took it for me. So I came home to the package, and I noticed, much smaller. It was just the mic. I opened it up, screwed it onto the stand, and then tried to plug the cable into it, which is the main problem with the mic I've got now. But it's got no portal for the cable. There's no USB portal for the cable to fit into it. It's a totally different model of some sort. So this one, like I said, is digital, which took me a while to get used to. It kind of grows on you after you get used to it. But with this new one, this must run on telepathy or some shit, because there's not even any controls, digital or otherwise. So
do you like it more?
You're kidding, right?
Do you like the
dude? I don't even know what to do with it.
Sammy, he can't use it. I think you got him a Bluetooth mic, and he doesn't have a Bluetooth dongle on his computer. I think that's what the problem is.
Hey, Ian, shut up. Anyways, I'm playing Ian. I'm sorry. You're just a punching bag. You're just a punching bag. I'm sorry.
No.
That's okay. Somebody's got to pick up for Brooks slack.
Anyhow, Ian, I appreciate what you're saying, Ian. No, Ian's saying something that I'm concerned may be quite true, and I thank you, Ian. I thank you. Real Tech is here to join us. He might be able to add some perspective to this as well. And honestly, Ian, thank you for
Hello.
Yeah. So
Hey,
Sammy,
go ahead.
Oh
Yes.
yeah. So Ian, I mean, Realtek, I don't know if you've heard what I've said, but okay, so I've got this new mic. This is an advanced model. I have no idea how to use it. I'm afraid that Sammy spent more money on getting a more advanced model, but this is too advanced for me. I'm like, it's like grandpa. It's like, dude.
What's the name of the model?
It is, well, it's a fucking it's a Shure HSHURE and model MV7X. It is CEUKCA, got a bunch of stuff on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good one. That's a very good one. That's a Japanese company.
Okay, I don't know how to use it. It's like it's got like the 3-prong plug to plug it in if you were gonna plug it in.
XLR. That's an XLR.
It's an XLR cable, Doug.
Okay.
One of the things about these mics, Doug, is they're like hot rods, okay?
Okay.
What I'm looking into is getting you. It's kind of like a booster, okay?
Okay.
It's kind of like I'm sure Realtek know what it is. Sorry, I'm on my break right now.
You're talking about a preamp, Sammy.
Yes.
Thank you. Preamp.
Thank you, Ian. Something to that.
Shut
what
up.
Ian was talking about. Yeah. We put our brains together. We can formulate actual thought.
Well, you could maybe help me make some use of this. It's but I don't understand how I use it now. What am I supposed to do? It's like, I'm not using it right now, just so you know, Sammy.
Okay, so one of the things you can go is you go on YouTube and they actually have tutorials. They have you just type in the model on YouTube, and they teach you the model. They pretty much tell you the model you have and just how to use it. This is part of that's one of the things about why I got you this mic is this is your profession, Doug. So you take it seriously, and I think it's great for your your platform, improving your platform, and you'll do fine. I just think I didn't realize this was cordless. This was an XLR. The one I got you prior was I believe it was USB, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay, so this must be an XLR. So really, I just can get you the XLR cable, or if you want, I'll get you the USB. I honestly, I thought this was the one I got you. It's just, I was pretty busy.
What I'm concerned about is that if this is something that is wireless, I may not be able to use it because there's nothing I do that's wireless.
It's not wireless.
It's not. It's the same with the XLR cable. All it is just a different cable. But
okay. So what you're telling me is this XLR cable can fit into my PC.
I'm sure it can.
No, it doesn't work like that. No, you need to get a preamp.
Okay, so interface, right? Interface.
Yeah, he's going to need a
interface.
Okay.
Right.
Yes.
Interface.
Yes.
So we'll talk about that, Doug, if you want.
Okay. So what I'll do is I'll look through the other box and see if that came with an XLR cable. Then maybe all we need to get is the interface, and because the other box you sent me may have the XLR cable, and if it does, then with an interface I might possibly be able to use this, even though there's no controls on it. I have no idea how to control it.
Well, that's one of the great things about this is I think to get you. Hello.
Yeah, go on. You said great things.
By the way, is there background noise? By the way, is that me? Oh, anyways,
maybe it's Ian. I don't know. Ian, is that your computer?
Oh, my bad.
Okay. Yeah, go on.
Either way, Doug, I think it's great. I think the interface will work well with you, and just to at least get your, because I mean your sound quality right now is actually pretty good. So I mean you can at least have the one you're on for a backup, but the interface shouldn't be that expensive. It's
what I'm concerned about is that there's I don't see any way to control this. There's no volume control or mute.
The interface will help you with that.
The interface will have that, I guess. Hopefully.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So I just sent you a link about something like that.
Oh, okay.
So it's,
thank you. Okay.
So
focus right. That's a very well-known Scarlet solo. That's a
Yeah.
very well-known basic preamp and
So
interface.
right, we can talk about that, and then we'll move on from there. But honestly, I did not know it was an XLR. The one I got you was USB last time.
Yes.
Did you get it from Guitar Center?
No, I got it from Amazon.
Oh, okay.
And Amazon did to him. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, try it out, Doug. Like I said,
well, I can't try it out because I don't have the interface.
Then I'll look into getting you the interface as soon as possible. Okay.
Well, or maybe we could send this back to them and you can get me a USB.
Okay, that's fine. We can do that too. So there's no biggie.
Yes, which for grandpa like me, you know, Douglas Dietrich is grandpa. He like uses flip phones and shit. It's like
honestly, there's another model. Because the thing about me is, and Isaac's the same way, my twin.
Yes.
When we start getting into stuff, I even looked at the other model that Shure has, which, you know, all the radio guys use. But I think for your case, I think just if you feel comfortable with the USB, then I'll send you the USB.
Yes.
So we'll just contact me. Yeah. We'll set that up. We'll set that up, and then we'll move from there.
Yeah, we'll work together on this. Thank you. And in the interim, it's so thank you so much. And aside from that, how are things going with both you gentlemen? Real Tech and Sammy, you've both come on just now. Go ahead and tell us how. So here's Ian West is saying this is the interface you need. So this might be a picture of it. He's entered into the chat, and let's take a look at the chat box here. And so this is what he's talking about. This looks pretty complicated. Yeah, this looks awfully.
That's too advanced. That's too advanced. No, that's too advanced for him.
Thank you.
The link I sent. It's a lot more simpler.
Okay, there we are. So what I'll do is I'll share these links with Sammy, and but he and I will probably in the end wind up sending this back and getting ourselves the oh my god,
USB one's fine. I mean, at least for now, Doug. If you really feel comfortable with that, then I'll accommodate you. It's not really a problem. Honestly, I probably should have paid attention. It's just, you know, I was swamped with work and you know, life. But besides a work, you know, everything's going.
Wonderful.
I really don't know what to add to the transmission. It's just, you know, just.
I mean, now, not that this is not, of course, a gossip session at all, but I've just, you know, to keep it just in the most general possible statement. Now, I want everyone to know, Brooke Gibson is seeking work, and she's trying to adapt to a schedule that is more accommodating to work. And
that's great.
Yeah, and that's why she's not with us tonight. She did try to call in to joust a little with Ian during the opening hour. I would have allowed it if it hadn't been just a few minutes before Peter was going to come on. And what I was going to say was that she seems to be fine. So I was just curious. Did you have any private conversations with her since the last episode that might have helped her, you know, just you know, center herself, so to speak?
I've been busy. I've been really busy. I overheard the broadcast, which is, I'm not gonna lie, it was hilarious, but at the same time, you know, it was a little concerning, but you know, it's just, I mean, you know, that's just a dynamic of you guys' relationship. And that's really it. I've been really busy, and that's really all I can say. I was hearing the broadcast up to where you're talking about the balloons. So no, honestly, that's just really what I was focusing on is your monologues. I really do enjoy them. Ian West and the rest of the guys they're great too. They're entertaining. They give a different dynamic along with Peter Moon. It's just I've been busy.
Understood.
I wouldn't want to talk to her either, Sammy. It's all good. I understand.
You know, it's just, you know, I got crap going on. I got.
She's
problems.
fine, man.
Yeah.
I said.
Yeah, Brooke.
Like I said, you know, it's just she's a good person. It's just
Yeah. I
You
mean,
you go through a lot of shit in life, man. You know.
right. We all, we all got problems, and we all.
Yeah, we all do. We all say fucked up shit anyway. So you know.
Well said, Sammy. Well said.
Once we phrase it like that, it becomes a little problematic in and of itself. Let's just.
I mean, you can say that misfits attract each other. So.
Yeah. In terms of So I mean, the one thing I did want to say was, of course, she brought on the goober with her, and that was there were several annoying things about that. I'll just put it that way. In terms of for some reason, just for the sake of bitching, just for the sake of venting a little bit, that person annoyed the hell out of me, and it was just of course now. Of course, she should have consulted with me before bringing anyone on, but she had apparently been at the Super Bowl, involved with the Super Bowl at a restaurant, and had, because of that, had indulged, and had come from the Super Bowl, decided it might be a good idea to bring him on to just kind of I guess maybe joust with Peter as a proxy in her place if she got kicked off or something. At any rate, whatever the reasoning, he particularly annoyed me because he came on, and when I was introducing him, he was like, "Hey, give me a chance to respond." When he's trying to, I guess, introduce himself to Michelle, who I think was on at the time. I think was the lady who was on, and it was like, okay, you don't interrupt a host to come on. You don't come on to a host show and interrupt what he's saying to impose yourself. That was pretty stupid. And then when I was saying how cold it was in San Francisco, and he gets into, "Oh yeah, it's nothing like Colorado. Oh yeah, if you were to hear," okay, that's the stupidity of this is kind of like saying, I'm afraid of falling from several stories because I know I'll die if I fall like 3 to 4 stories. And then some idiot says, "Oh, that's nothing like falling 100 stories." It's like, okay, this is the stupidity of it. No matter whether you fall 3 or 4 stories or 100 stories, you're going to die. So when he says it's colder in
Your audio.
Yeah, I think he doesn't know that his mic tapped.
It. My Amazon
All
what
right, so
I
there we
ordered.
are. So this is why I got to get a new mic, and this is why I'm so fucked. Okay, this is okay. Forget it. I'll cease my thing. But when I go off like that, I hope everybody else goes on talking without me, so that you can at least burn bandwidth.
Yes,
all right. That being said,
we did.
Yeah. Do go on.
Yeah. So anyways, I guess now we see why Doug needs a new mic. But
yes.
one of the things that I wanted to tell you, Doug.
Yeah.
And this is just me. I'm reading an audio. I was hearing an audiobook. And this is about undercover. Okay. This is an ex-agent or an agent going and infiltrating a biker gang called the Vagos, which they're Southern California based. And I remember you talking about, and I hate to swing it this way, but it came up to me. Michael Cuna had a lot of connections with the bikers.
He did.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
And one of the things they talked about was the Vagos, as far as the time frame where this book takes place, is like maybe circa 2000s, maybe all the way up to 2018, where their meth houses that are located in the high desert, which is usually, Apple Valley, Barstow, Palmdale, you know, some parts of Southern California, but it's really the high desert area. And they have these meth houses, and they actually have, it's almost like women. Well, they're junkies. They're women, but they're there as pets.
Yeah.
And they're there for their, you know, what they do, and they're just there as human slaves. But it reminded me a lot what you talked about, him having connections with the biker gangs. And what this book talked about is the Vagos along with the Hells Angels and the Mongols and all these biker gangs, quote unquote, these one percenters. A lot of them are a lot ex-military, so it makes a lot of sense in the sense of the connection there.
Yes.
When there, you know, the undercover was explaining that to be a hang around, and then you're a prospect, and so on and so forth. But a lot of this is just abuse that they take to finally get in these biker gangs. But they have a lot of connections with the military and law enforcement. They have a lot of spies in law enforcement and you know, local governments. But the way they have women as slaves, you obviously with narcotics and stuff, it's very interesting, and it kind of made a lot of sense what you talked about, where you alluded that he had a lot of connections with the biker gangs, which it made a lot of sense. This is one of these little nuggets that it always pops up in the stuff that, you know, that intrigues me, and it always correlates to, you know, what you always talked about in your monologues.
Thank you.
You know, these intricate connections that I always find with it. And it makes a lot of sense. And in this book, it's certain bikers have just, in other words, there's levels of evil.
Yes.
Some of these bikers are almost like animals, in the sense of how they think, and some of them are very calculating, intellectual. So it's layer upon layer of insanity. So it's a very interesting book. It's called I'm sorry, I'm going blank, but yeah, that's just, I wanted to add that. I think that's something that just popped in my mind.
Certainly you can remember the title if you can. Is the book around you? Maybe you can pick it up and
hold on. Yeah, give me a second. I'll
take your time. And so with and with you two gentlemen, thank you for your technical support. Honestly, just been so frustrating lately with some of the technology. And then, of course, we had our Michelle actually get this reboot on her computer. Yeah, you're basically looking for a USB condenser mic. Yeah, I mean, it's like the other one. You know, Realtek says Douglas doesn't like Blue Yeti. In a sense, that's correct. I mean, it's
called infiltration. Sorry, infiltration.
Excellent.
It's I need to get the author, but I'll send it in the text box. But it's very interesting because it just talks about this world, and it's you see the connection with the military and these clubs. So, anyways, go ahead, Doug.
Oh no! I mean, you've said what needs to be said, and I think that it's important. It's important for people to understand the Aquino phenomenon. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to mess with my cable a little bit. I want to be very careful about this so I don't knock myself off again. But at least one thing I've discovered is that, at least for now, my unplugging and replugging it can sometimes work to get me back on. So at least we've got that. And I'm going to have to ask everyone who's listening in the audience to constantly give me feedback. I'll try and be more good about checking into the chat room. And but aside from that, Sammy's investigation with his casual research into the biker underworld is definitely appreciated. There was a long time ago when the Hells Angels was trying to legitimize to a degree, you know, get more involved in businesses, that sort of thing. I don't know how successful that ever was, but certainly these biker gangs can have real power. They can, as a matter of fact, one of the things that was being brought up by Sammy was he didn't understand why some of them didn't have a lobby in Sacramento, the capital of California, with the kind of sway they have over local economics. I mean, Sammy, if you could relate that basically that black biker gang isn't it basically your neighborhood? They kind of, yeah.
Well, yes, there's a headquarters, I mean, down my street. And, well, who I talked to around the area, it's like, in other words, how I'm kind of seeing it is it's not really asking, it's really how you ask. Because there's just certain stuff you don't ask, obviously. It's only obvious, but from what it looks like, it's just it's almost intimidation, really. When you have, I mean, there's power in numbers. So from what I've been told is they do have a lot of influence. It's just really, it's not spoken of. And to a certain degree, it's almost like the influence they have, it's not public. It's pretty much off the record of whoever they deal with in the city. But the fact that they can shut down a whole block and law enforcement does not challenge them, it just lets you know how much power they wield. And I would say in that headquarters alone, when they do meet, it's roughly about 250, maybe 300 bikers. There's a lot of bikes.
Yes.
And you're talking about just me. That's just off the cuff a number, but I'm sure they're armed. They're armed.
Of course.
They have to be.
Yes.
And I'm just a regular civilian, so that's another thing too. Is because I'm just obviously the aura you give out, and the vibe you give out. I'm a nobody in the sense of that world. I don't look for danger. It's just reading this book. It makes me realize how much I'm not in that world, and how much I'm oblivious to. Not oblivious. It's just I'm not part of that world. So even if I may be close to it, it's not part of my world, and I mind my own business too. So that always helps. You don't want to go investigating. First of all, I'm not going to go to that club and investigate them and ask questions. I don't want to die. So, well, it's just I don't want to be getting beat up with a bunch of bats because it's just it's kind of like how can I say it? It's kind of like Real Tech going in there trying to be a private investigator to that point. It's just you're gonna get your ass kicked because you stand out. You're different. So, but what the story talks about is really how much. By the way, sorry for the background noise.
No worries.
How much criminality is very similar to law enforcement. Well, they even talk about law enforcement. Pretty much, the lines are blurred, especially with undercover work. There's so many blurred lines, and it also even involves the prison gangs in California. How much is interconnected with just really, I gotta say it, a beast respecting other beasts in a sense of gangs and organizations, really. So it's good book and to enter that world through literature because you're not sitting in a cell, but at the same time you really are transformed there through literature. I think and one of the things that some of these criminals, I'm not saying all of them, a lot of them respect intellectual or just the ability to be smart, the ability to be intellectually savvy. And it also reminded me of one of the things that you talked about where some of these organizations the Temple of Set, so on and so forth, not any Joe Blow can enter these organizations and say, hey, I want to join. You have to kind of fit their agenda.
Yes.
You have to fit their background. I just can't be selling tacos and say, "Hey, can I join your club?" They'll probably call the cops. It's a lot like these people, these organizations where, they involve themselves in criminality, but at the same time, you have to bring something to the table. And obviously, what this hang around or this undercover agent, what he was doing is being a hang around, and he pretty much had to fetch beers. They pretty much your entertainment. You're treated like nothing, like that's like the military, really. Basic training. They just break you down mentally. But at the same time, you had to fit a certain mold. Certain biker gangs, certain ethnicities are only allowed, so on and so forth. Which is, to me, it's a lot like a lot of ways the real world, in the sense of you got to fit in a lot of ways, and in a lot of ways you don't. But you definitely have to fit your surroundings. So if you stand out and in a way that makes them uncomfortable, then they're not going to trust you. There has to be, in other words, you have to have something to lose as well, just like they do. If you don't, then it's just you can't trust no one that has nothing to lose. It's just it just doesn't add up. At least in my mind, I wouldn't say I'm a professional criminal, but to be a good criminal, if there's 3 criminals, the best way, one of them can not go to jail if the other 2 are dead, right?
Yes.
Little stuff like that, which is intriguing, but at the same time, like anything, I sometimes have to compare it to some of the stuff you relate, because it just coincides so well. It coincides to it, and it's like a piece of the puzzle in the sense of you explaining how much the lines are not really that far off as far as boundaries. It's really a lot of times we don't want to believe. It's not that we don't believe, it's just the way we think as far as regular civilians. It's not they didn't tell us that in school, in other words. So they're not going to tell you in grammar school, hey, that politician, yeah, he's an asshole, he has a bunch of goons, and they're on his payroll. It's just they're not going to say that. They're going to say, go get a job, follow the rules, and pay your taxes, and stand up when
theoretically you will be rewarded with some prosperity in life, security,
right?
The false promises.
Yeah, it's like all these politicians doing insider trading. I was like reading about Dianne Feinstein's one of her trades with this
right
biotech company, and she invested into it and $1 million into it in 2009 called I need to look the name up. And then just a few months later, in 2009, she had legislation passed for some type of clinical trials for it, for the medication. So yeah, that's a bullshit politician right there.
Yeah, there we are. So I know I shouldn't ask this, but Ian, the National Tattler, the headlines, was there a reason for sharing that, or you just thought I'd find that titillating, or?
Yeah, it's just some of the new clip art I found this week. That's all. I was just sending it your way.
Okay. No, I enjoy it. Thank you. It's cute. Yes, thank you. And the FEMA camps file. Thank you. Yeah, and when it comes to what Sammy and Realtek are bringing up as well, yes, these are social dynamics that I think they're going to become even more pronounced as we head towards more and more chaos in this national situation that we're all experiencing. That of course, I want everyone to appreciate how all of this sources domestically. These are not bikers coming from across the border. These are homemade. This is homegrown warlordism at work. So, and where do they usually source from as their primary breeding ground? It's the military. So, yeah, you've got these basically this human slavery of female crack whore pets with a bunch of maniacal bikers that are just cruising up and down the highways and byways of America, dominating regional areas, and we're left with a kind of in-between world, a demi-monde, as it's called in the French, the half-world. That most people are fortunately not a part of, and they should thank their lucky stars for that. As for you know, where we're at with the situation in you know, otherwise you know, oh, there we are, Sammy's Vagos, Mongols, and Outlaws. Well, there we are, America's deadliest biker gangs. So I don't know if this looks familiar to Sammy. Oh, that's Sammy entered that. Okay.
Yes, yeah, that was me. My thing about it, Doug, is these biker gangs, because they are connected to the military, and that's one of the things that I was trying to explain to one of my friends is the military is almost like it's almost like a training ground. And what you talked about, if anybody pays attention to all the conflicts that the U.S. is in, what it does is there's always a new wave of these psychopath, you know, ex-military domestic terrorists that come in, and we're seeing it now with all these shootings, and it's a lot of them are ex-military, and it's really just the meat grinder that it's pumping out now. These new wave of serial killers.
Thank you.
Where this is now, you know, with their Afghanistan or Iraqi soldiers are really now the new Zodiac killers, or what Michael Aquino called, you know, the California Little League.
Thank you.
You know, it's just modern day now. It's just. And it's really a pattern now. That's all it is. Whether it was the Golden State Killer, or you know, I mean, you name it. There's so many to name. Yes. But a lot of this now is with these biker gangs, because they're all ex-military, and a lot of law enforcement now they're all ex-military. You know, going on to, you know, customs, anything to do with law enforcement. It's all connected with military. It's almost like a brotherhood, where it's an unspoken brotherhood, where the lines do get blurred, because a lot of these guys worked alongside each other in platoons and so on and so forth, where it's an infestation. I think that's one of the things why, if I'm not mistaken, Doug, where you have to recommend, you know, one of the things that you recommended was an all-female police squad, where some of these cycles get broken, because one of the things that women practice better is empathy, and where they're in teams, they can work better to police the public, and not be so brutal. And the corruption will probably go down tremendously because of this. So it makes a lot of sense. Reading these books kind of makes me realize what you're coming from.
Thank you.
And sometimes it's better to see it in other avenues, in other stories that are very similar to what you talk about. Obviously, you don't get into detail of everything, but you allude to a lot of things that intrigue me, because I mean, where I live in gangland, and I don't identify with that, but at the same time, it's good to at least know your surroundings, and not be so oblivious, and not be such a civilian, where I've had to come to terms with it, because I do believe I'm favored by God and His protection, but I also have to understand a lot of the reason why it's good to know this, to not be so naive. I'm not sure if I'm making sense, but
absolutely.
Can you kind of make it sense, Doug? If I'm not, I mean.
Oh,
Well,
let's put it this
can
way.
you respond to it?
Yes, of
Can you
course,
respond to that?
of course. So just so people understand what our man Samuel Romero is alluding to, and do let me know immediately if my audio goes off. As I want people to understand that what I was referring to was, first of all, I understand, look at the situation we're in worldwide. We're in the middle of what is obviously already, as George Knight was emphasizing, a world war. We're already effectively in a war with the Sino-Slav-Indic Synaxis and all of their satellite states like Iran and ultimately Israel. So we have to understand that we need a draft. Now, all of Europe needs to go back to conscription. And inside of a draft, I would propose an all-male draft. And there's reasons for this, because men work far better as units. Once women are involved in any of these units, then all the men are just going to wind up basically killing each other to try and fuck the woman. So you want to keep the genders separate. It's that simple. The idea of mixing genders in combat is preposterous. We have to understand the differences between men and women and just how they are not compatible in violent situations. Therefore, the counterpart to this would be a peace draft, and this peace draft would be all women of draft age. And I propose drafting all women of draft age unless there is physical or religious reasons why they could abstain, or basically conscientious objectors, etc., within reason. You would allow for a certain percentage of conscientious objectors or religious objectors to not participate, and of course physical or mental reasons. But otherwise, any woman of service age would be drafted into a national United States police force, and they would therefore serve as a National Guard that would be deployed in all of our major cities and basically begin to crack down on social problems as basically a kind of Peace Corps. Now, they would be armed. They would be trained in the use of arms before deployment. And the reality is, the overwhelming majority of them would never abuse their arms. This is now, I want to qualify this and point out my own experiences with women as police in San Francisco. Now, for those of you who don't know, I served with the San Francisco Police Department for a good, shall I say, several months. It was around close to a year. And I ultimately phased out by going through a program that's called the Patrol Special, which no other department to my knowledge has. San Francisco Police Department is extraordinarily unusual because this is kind of like Las Vegas, in the sense that Las Vegas is a city that's exclusively built from the ground up on crime. So their LVPD, the Las Vegas Police Department, you're talking about police that are serving mobsters, but without anyone hiding that fact. And that's the way it was from the beginning. San Francisco is very similar to that. It's not like New Orleans, where in New Orleans you have this extraordinarily corrupt police department simply because of hundreds of years of corruption. Rather, in San Francisco, you could consider it such, but because this used to be the Barbary Coast, it adapted to a kind of criminal demi-monde again, that half-world, where they developed what was called the Patrol Special, where there are police who are not police. No other department has that. So I phased out through that very special program of the Patrol Specials, where you've got a bunch of police who are kind of like, these are the ones that they just don't give a shit. They're phasing them out, so they really don't monitor them. And they're given like kind of like these like off-the-wall patrols, hence Patrol Special. It's like just a unusual program I'll go into another time. But the point that I'm making is, spending the time that I did with the San Francisco Police Department, I can tell you for a fact, in general, that female police are the worst in the world. You never want to work with them. Any one of them that decides to become a police officer is psychotic. There's no other woman who would ever want to be a police officer the way things are right now, other than a psychotic. crazed individual who secretly wants to be a man. And this is the same for any woman who wants to join the army right now. This is like a person voluntarily turning themselves into a prison. There is no one who would, in their right mind, do that other than someone who's out of their mind. So this is the kind of woman you'll find in both the military and in the police departments. So the reason for a draft to make an all-female police force is so that you won't have these psychotics. This is kind of like the problem with your so-called professional military. Professional militaries are the most unprofessional militaries in the world. They are really the worst. And this is because you have a cult of people who are claiming to be professionals when they're anything but. They're simply an organization of an in-crowd, a blue-collar mafia that is very similar to the police departments and fire departments and paramedical response units you have in the United States today. A blue-collar mafia is what develops. And since these are basically male mafias, like biker gangs, there's really no difference. Any woman who would want to join that is obviously out of her mind. So just to give you just paltry examples, it's like when you see, it's an unwritten rule. You're stopped for a traffic violation. And it's an unwritten rule that a cop will read you the riot act, give you the lecture, or give you a ticket. If he's going to give you a ticket, there's no point in lecturing you. The ticket is the lesson. He's giving you the ticket. There's no point in lecturing you. That's the lesson. If he lectures you, reads you the riot act, he should never give you a ticket. There's no point in his giving you a ticket, because why would he do that when he's lectured you? That's the whole point. He's trying to give you a break if he's lecturing you. If you get lectured by a cop, if he's reading you the riot act, you should thank your lucky stars. But female cops, they'll stop you, read the riot act, and then give you a ticket, which is just total fucking bullshit. There's no point in putting you through that. So then I see them like with my own eyes. When the police lock down on some guy who's basically obviously done serious time, he's on the run, they get him, they take him to the ground. The female officer will come running up and kick him in the head. There's no reason for that. It's because she's a lunatic who wants to get her kick in and she hates men and this is her chance. And this is the kind of shit I've always seen. This is to get rid of that. You create a draft force and then you get normal women in there who otherwise would never want to be there. Just like a draft army, you get normal men who otherwise would never want to be there. That way you get normal men. They keep an eye on the rapists, the crazies, the psychotics who otherwise commit all the atrocities. When you get men who volunteer for war, what other kind of individual would volunteer for war other than somebody who wants to go out and rape and do violence and conduct socially reprehensible acts and get medals for it? This is not a sane pursuit. Therefore, a draft is the answer where you keep a normalization. People keep a watch on each other. This way, you get a system going where nobody can tell lies about the military anymore, like all these professionals do, because everybody's been in the military and everybody will know who's bullshitting because they've all been there. That's why you didn't have all that many lies and bullshit stories about World War II that you would get with later wars, where you get somebody like Prince Harry saying, I killed 28 Taliban in his book. Like, really? Really? I mean, really, Prince Harry? You killed 28 Taliban. This is the kind of bullshit you get with the so-called professional military. Nobody can pull that when everybody.
Yeah, that's like saying George W. Bush Jr. was in Vietnam when he was specifically put in a National Guard air unit.
Thank you. The Champagne Wing. It was called the Champagne Wing because all they did was party. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. So
and then never going to go to Vietnam.
Right. Now, for anyone who asks, why is this necessary, Douglas? Why is this necessary to create this gender-specific two branches of service, the war branch and the peace branch? The problem is what you have right now is a bunch of military veterans in the police force. And the military veterans in the police force that's the last place you want them. Nobody is who's trained in the military is suitable for peace enforcement, because peace enforcement involves, well, keeping the peace, and it requires empathy. When you have, say, for instance, a need for violence, one man can often take down another man if he's trained for violence. You have women, you train them to operate as units. So one woman, on average, could never take down another man, on average. However, a squad of 5 women could almost always take down another man, or a man who's not of the same gender. They could cooperate, use their tasers, use nets if they have to, batons, pin this guy down. If they're trained to operate as a unit, they could easily, usually, the overwhelming majority of the time, take a man down. So this would train women in teamwork, use of weapons, self-defense. This would help women in so many ways, empower them. We would have far less domestic abuse. This would also help them create a sense of community, because they're not often going to pull out their guns, and they won't be combat veterans. Men who are combat veterans, what do? They take out their guns. They respond with force, because that's what they're trained to do in the military. We make veterans, we give them preference as police officers, and that's crazy. Now, for those of you who don't believe me, who say, Douglas, you're just one of these liberal progressives. Look, the entire methodology of American policing is guns and lies. 1 in 20 American homicides, murders, are committed by police. And those numbers are not falling. Police killings of any sort account for at least 5% of all homicides, with at least 1,192 people killed by law enforcement last year. You are talking about an army of murderers is loose in the United States, where an estimated, conservatively, 1 in 20 gun homicides are committed by police, as law enforcement killings have failed to decrease despite years of nationwide protests. All the protests we've been holding don't mean shit. Law enforcement officers killed at least 1,192 people last year. The highest number recorded in a goddamn decade. Now, that's according to Mapping Police Violence. That's a prominent nonprofit database of police killings. So, you've got, and thank you, Ian West just provided a file for the Office of Occult Crime. This is something that I think Lena Shea found once, Office of Criminal Investigations, the Occult Crime document. So I'll try and download that later. As a matter of fact, I better do that now, because this shit just does not... It's hard to find once you finish the call.
Hey, this goes in with what you guys are talking about.
Thank you. Thank you.
And the blackmailings and everything. And Sammy, are you still there?
Yeah, he's still there. Yeah.
I wanted to tell you guys, now that we have this this deep fake technology, released to the public and shit, now this cabal is just blackmailing whoever the fuck they want with this software. So you don't even have to fuck a kid anymore for them to fucking have some leverage over you. All they have to do is just have like 6 or 7 different shots of your face, and they can pop you in to like old kitty porn and old fucking kitty stuff films. And that's what they're doing now. And that's another reason why they were just letting Epstein and Ghislaine go, because they just don't need them for these kind of operations. Well, we'll go on mute.
Yeah, thank you. Women are appearing in deep fake porn without consent, and there's no laws to protect them. Artificial intelligence generated pornography featuring the faces of non-consenting women is becoming universal online, and it's spilling into the world of popular influencers and video streamers. You've got a plethora of free and paid face swapping apps that makes it more than easy for anyone to create a deepfake video or photograph in seconds. And there's only 4 states in the goddamn union that even have laws being proposed that specifically address this issue. So there is what they call a cyber civil rights initiative that has been organized by people like the Twitch streamer, QT Cinderella, who said, I'm being sold against my will. This is a postmodern form of chattel sex slavery where any woman is now basically being exploited for pornography by taking their face, and there's nothing anyone is willing to do about it. People are profiting off this. So any woman can have her face taken, money's made off of her by putting her head onto the late Raquel Welch's body like that fat black cunt Oprah Winfrey did, where she had her head put on Raquel Welch's body for the cover of the TV Guide. And these women aren't asking for that. And then they are showing them having sex with dogs, having sex with children. All of this is quite true. In this case, Ian West is not reaching here. And all of this is kind of complementary to what I'm discussing about the horror of the police situation. In terms of these various databases that I've been sourcing, I mean, more than 1,100 people were killed by the police in both 2020 and 2021. Both years. The vast majority of these deaths were all police shootings. There were more than 25,000 total homicides in the United States in 2020 and 26,000 in 2021. That's according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. The national data for 2022, that's not even available yet. There's been so many murders, they're still tabulating them. As for the police shooting deaths, they definitely represented 5% of all gun homicides in 2020 and 2021, and total police killings represented nearly 5% of all homicides, period. That's according to the best available public data. And because only a small number of deadly incidents each year receive wide media attention, most Americans don't even realize that a meaningful fraction of homicides in the United States are simply police killings. So Justin Feldman is a researcher at the Center for Policing Equity, and he says that there's fear with mass shootings and gun violence in general, but police contribute a large part to these numbers. The number of U.S. homicide victims who die in mass shootings each year, for instance, is smaller than the number killed by police. So while the definitions of mass shooting vary, the estimated number of people killed in these incidents have ranged from a few dozen to 700 people a year in recent years. But with everyone, well, that Mapping Police Violence site that I was sourcing, the founder of that site is a guy named Samuel Sinyongwe. And he says that, you know, obviously everyone's afraid with mass shootings and gun violence in general that some stranger will show up wherever you are and kill you. But you have a better chance of being killed by a police officer. And that should be outrageous. People should be outraged about this. But nobody even knows it. So when the circumstances for many murders are listed as unknown in the FBI's, again, I'll say the FBI's National Crime Statistics database is completely incomplete. But they do know that in 2020, nearly 4,000 people were listed as being killed by a friend or an acquaintance. And at about 1,800 were known to be killed by a stranger. Now, some police departments obviously have much higher rates of police killings than others. In Vallejo, California, which is known for police violence, That police department was responsible for 30% of that city's homicides in 2012. That means police killed 6 people that year. A single officer killed 3 people in 3 different incidents, and they made him the chief of police. More than 32,000 Americans have been killed by police since 1980. 32,000. That's more than any battle the United States has participated in since the goddamn Civil War or World War II. But official public health statistics have undercounted the number of killings for decades. That was proven in a 2021 study from the University of Washington, which the researchers published in The Lancet. That's a prominent medical journal. That's like the Journal of the American Medical Association in terms of reputation. And over the past 4 decades, U.S. police have killed black people at a rate 3.5 times higher than white people, and have also killed Hispanic and indigenous people at higher rates, all proven by this study. Now, the rate of fatalities from police violence rose even when the nation's overall homicide rate sharply declined, with the rate of deaths from, police violence rising 38% from the 1980s to the 2010s. Again, proven by this study published in the Lancet Medical Journal. In other words, the Lancet Medical Journal says this is a public health issue. The public health issue is that you have an army of uniformed killers running around in the United States with no accountability, killing whomever they want, whenever they want. And Americans are unaware that this is one of their greatest health dangers next to smoking and heart attacks, is your goddamn police force. It's like, you want a better life? Get out of the United States. And everyone.
Basically, yes.
What's that?
I said basically yes. Yeah, basically.
Well, thank you. Well, you're in Florida, which is kind of the same thing. You're outside of the United
States. I think we're number 1 for cop killers. I think we're number 1.
Probably. Well, that wouldn't surprise me.
Somebody can look that statistic up for me. I mean, I think we're number 1 or number 2 for police involved gun incidents.
I'm not surprised. The United States overall has much higher rates of both police killings and overall homicides than any other wealthy country on earth. In Europe, the combined number of police killings and state executions remains in the single digits each year in many countries. Now, the data from the University of Washington's IHME, that's the Institute for Health Metrics and Evaluation, concludes that the United States' annual rate of police killings and state executions, with more than 1,000 deaths a year, is more comparable to fucking Brazil, Colombia, Venezuela, the black African state of Cameroon, Libya, and the Sudan, which is under Sharia law. I mean, this is insane. This is like we may as well be occupied by the goddamn Taliban. At least one international study has found the rate of police killings strongly correlates, that's their words, with overall homicide rates across multiple countries, but also noted that the data on police violence is likely to be less reliable in countries where police kill more frequently. So there's this 2018 paper that was published in the American Journal of Public Health that found that the police were responsible for about 8% of all homicides with adult male victims between 2012 and 2018, or about 1 in 12. Frank Edwards at Rutgers University. He's a sociologist and the lead author of that study. He said it's not surprising that the current percentage of police homicides would be somewhat lower than 8% when factoring in the killings of women as well as men, and as the national total number of homicides has also increased sharply since 2020. Ever since COVID, everybody's gone crazy and everybody's purchased guns. So public databases from news outlets and nonprofits still offer more complete and reliable data on police killings than the U.S. government. And that's more than 7 years after the nation's FBI director called it embarrassing and ridiculous that newspapers produced a more accurate national count of American police shootings than the Department of Justice, which refuses to.
Yeah, the COVID shutdowns and restrictions just went on for too long. You know, that's also why there was such an explosion of protesting and property destruction.
Well,
one of the reasons why.
I don't know if it's so much the fact that the lockdowns went on too long. I would argue that they weren't enforced harshly enough. They weren't applied soon enough. They weren't applied soon enough.
Yes, they were not applied soon enough. I mean, as soon as Wuhan was shut down, it should have been no Super Bowl. Should have been no WrestleMania. It should have been no anything. It should have been extremely harsh right away. I absolutely agree about that.
Thank you. It's again that source that I'm citing in particular, the Mapping Police Violence. They track police killings using a combination of state law enforcement data and incident data drawn from media reports and public records requests. But it's not only the national crime data that's flawed when it comes to homicide by police. For decades, more than half of police killings have been intentionally mislabeled as generic homicides or suicides in the Center for Disease Control's their official death statistics database. That was confirmed by two ladies, one named Eve Wool, another one named Mohsen Negadi. They were two of the authors of the Lancet paper that was published in that British medical journal on police killings. That means that the police not only kill you, they'll claim that someone else did, or they'll claim that you committed suicide. So it's undercounted. So the reality is we need to double these numbers or triple them to get a fairer picture. That means that you are under an army of occupation that is effectively your enemy, considers you the enemy, and is out to kill you. So the undercounting of police killings in public health data, it's a result of coding failures by coroners, medical examiners, and other public health officials, whom the researchers proved all of them work for the police departments or are embedded within police departments. So you will never get a fair shake. Even in death, you'll find no justice. And because of the complete and total lack of American official statistics, Feldman and Edwards concluded that comparing the count of police killings in nonprofit databases like Mapping Police Violence with the United States Center for Disease Control's total homicide numbers is the most accurate way to estimate the percentage of homicides committed by police. And that's what brings us to doubling or tripling the numbers, which means you're effectively in a state of war. You're under occupation. You may as well be occupied by the Taliban. And you basically face an enemy that is out to exterminate you. This is why we need to fire them all and draft a female police force. And that way we don't get the psychotic cunts who secretly want to be men. And that way we train and empower women in general who suffer the most from violence against women in the United States, where statistically it's far more dangerous to be an American woman than it is to be an American soldier in combat. So all in all, this place sucks. And people wonder why I'm so down on it, so hard on it. And they just think, oh, he's just an unpatriotic foreigner who needs to be deported. It's like, go on, keep drinking the Kool-Aid and you're all going to die. This is like Jim Jones' suicide cult. And they still wave the goddamn flag. They love it. This is supposed to be...
Yeah, it's the same thing also with the National Guard that patrol around Times Square or 34th Street, the PAP station. And police, I feel completely uncomfortable with them around. If they weren't around, I'd be mortified. That's all. I feel like they're ready to shoot me anytime they want, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the potential's always there. It's a tough call. We just need to get rid of all the military veterans. Basically, you got to get rid of the police force as it stands. This is why when I come along with any sympathies with disband the police, I'm not thinking about a world without police. I'm thinking of a revolution in policing. And a revolution in policing would be a feminization of the police force so that they would be essentially armed Peace Corps. This would be a social workforce with guns to defend themselves. Okay, Sammy, let's bring you back on. Any thoughts with this? I need to refresh myself with a breath, of course. Let me breathe for a bit. I get so upset at these things that you can understand. Obviously, I'll need you gentlemen to take over for a minute. I'll just sit here and listen for a bit. And anyone can feel free to participate.
I was going to say,
yeah.
Orlando's not number one in police-involved shootings. We're number two. I take that back. Take that back.
You must lose a sense of pride. You must lose a sense of pride.
Not much of a difference, man.
Not much of a difference, yeah.
Not much of a difference, man.
I know. I wanted to come correct. I didn't want to, steal the thunder from another city that was.
Well, what's the city where it's top?
Police-involved shootings.
What's number one?
So what's number one then? Chicago?
Yeah,
New York.
You got it.
Yeah, Chicago.
Oh my God, they're third in the year for the highest amount of bed bugs too.
Holy shit! Oh wow.
Yeah, bed bugs and blue lice. Yes.
Do you see those documents I sent?
Okay, let me take a. The problem with most of your documents, Ian, is I need to download them.
Yeah, they're too large.
Yeah, they're extraordinarily large. FBI beheadings, adolescent saint. Well, you gotta admit, some of this is pretty. How is it? Peter Moon would say, I showed a lot of this Douglas stuff to my journalist friend, and he said, "Yeah, that's hard to swallow." Yeah. By the way, Sammy left us. I guess he. This is cute. I'm being facetious here. I'm being sarcastic, but yeah, Sammy got all offended. Yeah, I don't mean what I'm saying. I'm kidding, but but it's a nice joke. Sammy got all offended. Douglas is insulting the thin blue line, my people. Yeah. Oh God, he took off at the worst possible time. So aside from that, Ian and Realtek, how have both you guys been? Now, do join in the conversation, please. Take over for a few minutes while I sit back and catch my breath.
It's all good. I've been busy as fuck. Been busy.
That's a good thing, right? I mean, all that pussy coming by to, like you said, offer you the ability to snort the coke off their bodies. Yeah. I mean, I guess busy is a matter of...
run some fucking lines over some fucking tits.
Pam's always so sweet. She's just the sweetest girl. Pam's so sweet. I swear to God.
Who's that?
And I like her. I like her boyfriend too.
We presume that's platonic. We presume you say that platonically.
I hope so.
Yeah, like he's a nice guy.
He's cheating on her, and she's cheating on him, and
he's not cheating on her with you, is he?
No. I think he's banging some chick at his job or something. But and he tells me, and I don't think he figured out about her and I, but he picked her up this morning and from over here, and I know it was good.
And he picked her up from your place, and you think he hasn't figured out?
Oh, they got a big fight. So
I'd get in a big fight with my girl too if I picked her up from your place, Ian.
So, shit. Join the club.
Oh my God. Okay.
That's a great fucking story, man.
She is so sweet.
And yes, this is where if Brooke were here, yes, she'd come back with some incredible commentary. In a sense, I miss her.
Yeah, it'd be great to hear that commentary right now.
Yeah.
They're tearing him a new asshole.
Oh my God.
I love how jealous she goes. I actually get flattered.
Yes.
But then I saw what she looks like.
Yes. Well, Sammy, just to explain where Sammy was coming from, basically because Sammy was purchasing the microphone, I think it was just very frustrating for him that it turned out to be something I simply cannot use. So when you were pointing that out to him, Ian, that's why he responded such. You understand how frustrating it can be for somebody to try and do good for me, and That's where that was coming from. Just to put that into some context. Okay.
Oh yeah, I'm not offended by it. It's all good. I'm not. But no, here's the deal. Look, Sammy, start a refund process on Amazon. Fax or email him the label. You print out the label, return it from where you're at, and then you can get one of these just regular USB condensers. Well, it's not a big deal.
We'll try. And
yeah, you can set it up. He can set it up where the person can just pick it up, like from UPS.
Yeah, basically what Sammy can do is he can set it up where I just take it to the UPS. That's where I took.
Yeah, they use the QR code.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So all you need is like a screenshot of a QR code.
Yeah, he just needs to mail me. Yeah, what he can do is put that into my text message on my phone. He needs to text me on my cell phone the code, and then I will I'll use that, and we can get it off that phone. It was last time I did that with V, it was just a horrible misadventure, but it went through. But hopefully it'll do the same with our man Sammy, and so he just disappeared like that, and that's but then again, he was at work, and they probably needed him for something. Cathay Pacific.
He's the Phantom Man, He comes in, he's the Phantom Man.
No, he's a manager. That's the problem. He's a manager at work, so then they drag him away.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So he's the manager.
At least he's working.
Yeah, that's right. Him and George Knight, yes, they're both actual working men, which is kind of a, guys like you and I and Real Tech, that's an alien world to us.
It absolutely is, and I get so tired of the stereotype of people with always asking, well, what do you do for a living? Which I absolutely don't care about what they do for a living.
Yeah. So what do you?
No, I'm interested.
What do you tell them? You tell them you're a day trader, right? Something like that.
Sometimes.
Okay.
Or IT.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I don't do I freelance IT. But I don't always want to say day trading though, because first it's hard on your back.
Mm-hmm. So at any rate, what I'm going to try and do.
I mean, anything is better. Of course, anything is better than saying you have an inheritance and telling people you just got a 6-figure check and all the stupidity that led to
if you say stuff like that, you'd probably get laid by chicks who hear you. So I mean, it's not necessarily a bad strategy to you.
No, it has not been a bad strategy.
And it's like so let me see now if I can get my head out of my ass. I'm okay, so guys, do me a favor. Ian, Real Tech, why don't you guys talk back and forth for a few minutes while I get my head out of my ass and try and pull myself together to go into monologue, because once I get started, I don't stop, you know that. And let's see now. Deborah Hewen sent me a photograph here, and I'll just give her a heart there. Come on, you can hold the conversation, right?
Oh,
I mean, you get technical.
Speaking of jobs.
Yeah.
Speaking of jobs.
What were you doing the other day? I caught you working twice the other day. You were like, you were working all day. Tell us about that.
Oh, yeah, I was doing that Wicked show, that Wicked Broadway show. It was their last night in Orlando, and I did the loadout for them.
Uh-huh.
And it was pretty good. It went smooth, man. They like before COVID, I think they had like 15 or 16 semi trucks, and on this tour they broke it down to 13. So we got out of there pretty smooth, and it was fun. It was a lot of fun. I always have a good time working these big Broadway shows.
Yeah. So that's great. And what else can you tell us about that?
Always makes sure you get autographs.
Yeah. Did you you get lucky with any of the stage actresses?
No. I don't really fuck with them. I just, like I said, I get in there, I do my job, smoke a couple cigarettes, and I go. But you should have seen it, like, at the end of the night, they were, like, dragging ass, and we had, like, these two, like, 30-foot long truss rails, that float in the air and hold curtains and shit. So I just, like, fuck it. I was like, yo, this is taking too long, and I grabbed, like, one 30-foot at a time and just slung it across the back porch, or the backstage, and threw it on the trucks and got the fuck out of there. But it was funny as hell, though.
Wow. That's great. Yeah, and so that's wonderful. And I remember Ian, Real Tech. You were talking the other day to our man Sammy, and you were talking about some of the bodyguards that you hired going to some of these places that you go to. Did he ever express any a kind of impression did that surprise him?
No, he didn't.
Okay.
I don't know why. I don't know why. I mean, most people don't hire bodyguards, so I respect some type of impression from him about that.
Okay. And aside from all of that, Ian, so like, I'm glad you really enjoy your work. I mean, it sounds like when you are working, you really do enjoy it. Look, guys.
Yeah, it's a lot of
take
fun.
the fucking hint here, and you guys start talking to each other, hold a kind of conversation for about 5-10 minutes.
I could do that, but I want to get technical, of course.
Yeah, get technical. I don't care. Get technical.
Okay.
Just burn back.
Okay, I mean, sometimes you don't like that, so.
Well, actually, Real Tech, I've been meaning to ask you a question. Actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Remember you were talking about those chips or those processors that were going up in price a couple of shows ago.
Which ones?
What
you said?
I think they're
chips that were going up in price. That's probably what was intimidating Peter Moon.
No.
Remember you were trying to bring that up, and he said speak English.
I was just naming the processor. I was talking about the recent AMD processors. That's it I was talking about.
Oh.
And that's the name of them anyway. They either have a code name, like Intel's coming out with something called Sapphire Rapids. That's a new high-end desktop processors they're coming out with. So I mean, it's not like it's not like they named this stuff, not me. That's what I explained to him. So.
Oh, I hear you. No, I hear you, buddy. I hear you.
So I would say the prices were coming down, not going up. I was looking at it's too much money for it though. I mean, it's a lot cheaper now, of course, but it's like one of the only unlocked Xeons, because Intel's a bunch of fucking dickheads. They just fucking lock everything down now, and I hate it. So, but it's X299 28 core Xeons, $800. It's just something to fuck around with, but it's unlocked, so you can overclock it, over 5 gigabytes.
Okay.
But the ones I was mentioning was X99 or X79, which the prices are coming down with those.
Well, here, I'm going to take a picture. I'm going to send you. See, a few years ago, I bought like a case of these graphics cards. And I got this dude coming over in the morning to just buy all my shit. And let me know. Do you see that one?
Yeah, I'll take a look right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I see it. That's a Radeon.
Yeah, the AMD.
Yeah, I use AMD graphics card right now. I was looking at the Chinese made a. It's interesting. Yeah, the Chinese made a RX 6600 mobile version to like a desktop PCIe. It's like $215. So I want to fuck around with that one. Buy it from AliExpress.
That's cool. Yeah, I was digging.
Yeah, it's a really good deal. It's a really good fucking deal. So. It's a good 1080p, 14400 FPS. Mess around with that. I'll send a link in the chat.
All right. Yeah, I want to get all my shit together before this guy comes over tomorrow and buys it all. Like I'm gonna let him nickel and dime me, but I didn't want him to fuck me. So that's all. Anyway, it's right there.
Sorry. What you said? Okay.
And another thing is, I dug through your what's it called? I dug through the text messages from a couple of weeks ago, and I was like looking up those processors that you suggested, and I've actually got one of them. And the one that I got that you posted, and I'm pissed off about this too. Okay, here it is. It's a it just says the Core i7. Fuck. Let me see, that's a Dell T1700. So anyway, I bought this computer so I could hook my friend up with this like flight simulation, training software and shit. And whenever I got it, this like computer checker software that I ran on it, it fucking fried something in the BIOS, it fried something on the motherboard. And I can't get the motherfucker to work, and it's been absolute hell. And
which motherboard?
Let me pull it out here. I got it right fucking here too. It's been sitting here. Like it's a brand new fucking computer, and I actually ended up losing money on this because I ran that bullshit fucking software on it. Okay, here we go. Let me get it to the where's my fucking chair thing?
Sounds like it burnt the offsets or something, maybe.
It's something. It's like it won't reach for shit. Like I was so pissed off, dude.
Oh, the VRM or something.
It's like, man, I forgot. I mean, it's been like a few years, and I just said fuck it, and it's just been sitting on the shelf since. But here, I got the camera out. Let me take a picture of the board. Let me grab my light too. That way, I can light it up a little more. But it's an i7. It is what you listed in that one chat a few episodes ago. All right. Okay. Here's the board. I think the name. Okay. Here's the Dell logo. Let me turn on my goddamn light. There we go. Okay. Yeah, my flash is. Okay, my flash is off. Okay. Oh shit. Okay.
Ugh.
There we go. Here is the pick.
Wow. By the way, do either of you gentlemen understand what this lady in the chat room is saying? She says, this is Debbie Starborn, says, I was an 81 bitch. I worked with them for over a decade. 81 is some kind of IT company or something you guys know of?
Yeah, that doesn't ring a bell.
Okay.
Doesn't ring a bell either. I'll take a look at what you said here.
Okay.
In the chat on YouTube.
Okay. And
but so I can get the correct spelling, I'll look it up.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Thank you for talking.
Okay.
Yes.
81 computer company. Let's see here.
And I thank you. Our numbers are maintaining, and I'm proud of you, young lads. You're able to maintain numbers. You think talking tech is unpopular? I mean, people just like to hear you communicate. It's
hear about the struggles of my life and my investments.
Yeah. That's
okay. So listen to Dell. Okay. You might just have to get on the motherboard then.
I don't know. Like they were talking about, I have to like hook up an Arduino to something, and then I gotta like reprogram it with an Arduino, and I don't have time for all that shit. So I don't know what I'm gonna do with it.
Yeah, but instead of, I'm looking at doing some rebar, programming the motherboard to run rebar, resizable bar. It's a lot of work.
Okay,
X99 can do it easily, but I know those parts are very easy to get though. You know, you can even buy from Parts People. They're a company in Texas, partspeople.com. They have tons of Dell parts.
See, I might just okay. You know what I'm thinking? It's like I'm gonna put this computer on the side when he comes by tomorrow, and just sell him all the other Lenovo's. You know. But okay. I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do.
If you ever get a EVGA SR2, let me know. Yeah, that's a really good. It's a dual X58. It's a dual X58 motherboard, and it's hard to find.
What's the name of it?
EVGA SR2.
SR2, and that's a motherboard.
Yeah, that's a really good.
Are they in Lenovo's or Dell's?
No, it's EVGA, the graphics card. Well, they used to make it.
Okay, I see it now. God damn, this computer comes up and it's got like 3, 6, 9, 12, 13 RAM slots.
Yeah.
I didn't know they made them that fucking big. What the fuck?
Yeah,
I put 2 processors.
Yeah.
Man, it's gotta be like 10 G's.
Not 10 G's. No.
It looks like it.
Maybe it never was 10 G's. It'd be 10
G's to build the motherfucker. You know, after you get the 2 processors.
No, it's not 10 G's to build it. No. The fucking
I've
processor.
never seen one that big.
Well, yeah, it's SSIB. It's a silver motherboard, but you can overclock it. The CPUs. You know, it's X58, so you know it's from 2000. What you said?
I've never fucked with anything this big. Never.
Yeah, I want to get one of those. Fuck around with it.
Wow.
It's still got a lot of life in it, man. It won't die, man.
Let me
get choose for what you said.
Let me put it in my watch list.
Yeah, I gotta get that. Yeah, get 2 core Xeons for like $80. I'm sorry, $40 each. They're mad cheap now.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. No, I can put it.
You can overclock them. That's why I love all the old hardware. You know, they're so much fun. But of course, a lot of these are affected by the Spectre or Meltdown fucking microcode. So you gotta fucking get rid of that shit. I mean, I just used the program for it. But of course, you know, you can go into the modify the BIOS if you want. But yeah, it's that's what I really enjoy with the old hardware. It's just so much fun. The new hardware, you know, it's not the same.
I found a used one for $250 right now on eBay. Oh, and it's right in the neighborhood. It's in Oviedo, Florida. This guy wants $250 for it. But goddamn, that thing's fucking stacked as shit, dude. God damn.
Oh wow.
Anyway,
must be a new one. Okay, you're listening. Okay.
Yeah, I can send you the link to it. But yeah, like I said, I've never seen these motherfuckers ever. Like not once. All right. Here we go. Let me get to the chat.
Yes, there we are. He's getting into the chat, and
yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. There we have that. And I'll start monologuing any minute now. I do want people to understand how much I appreciate it. We have 4 hours left, approximately, and a half, 4.5, and you know the voice can wear out pretty quickly. So I doubt.
Yeah, you should drink some tea. Drink some tea and honey with lemon, and
I should.
You know.
Yes, I should.
Yeah, you should go make some tea with honey and lemon, green tea or whatever.
I don't have potable water in the tea heater. I use that as seldom as possible, but I want to get a new tea heater and then I can fill it with actual bottled water, which is my plan. So the old one's just been too exposed to this industrial effluvia that comes out of our pipes. So I want to thank both of you gentlemen. I want you to conclude your conversation now. If you have anything else to cover, by all means, conclude it. Take your time. It should take only about 5-10 minutes for you to conclude what you need to talk about. Anything else that comes to mind, by all means, talk about it, bring it up, and then I'll take over when I feel both of you have exhausted, the conversation, and I'll monologue. But I think you guys got a few more exchanges to go.
Yeah, I got a few stories that need to be brought to life. But you got anything first, Real Tech?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you have so what's the level you've been building?
Well, I'm done with this one now, and it's a Lenovo S20. It's a damn. What the fuck's that number? I got it written on top. It's like because there's like 20 fucking S20s, and I didn't know it when I bought the damn thing. But it's like a 4275 or something. It's a 4157. Yeah, Lenovo S20 4157. So I scored one of those on eBay for $20, and now I got it like up and running as like the main recording computer, and I pimped it out with like 24 gigs of RAM. So that's and then just some bullshit dual monitor card.
Yeah,
but it's
that's
really good.
Yeah, X58.
Is that it? Okay, cool. Well, I got like I got 4 of those now.
Okay. You you overclocked the CPU?
No. I haven't tinkered with it yet. But like I said, I'm thinking about selling these to this guy, and I didn't know I should ask for them. Like, they're all maxed out. They've all got like 24 gigs of RAM, and they've all got dual monitor cards with this AMD shit. And I don't know. I just don't know what to let them go for, you know? That's all.
You can definitely get a better if you want to fucking resell that shit. You can definitely get better deals with it.
Yeah, I was thinking about just asking for $100.
You can get a lot more than that if you can, of course, overclock it, clean it up, and also find a way to have an NVMe in there. I mean, that's a big fucking challenge. But if you can find a way to modify the files for NVMe and get like a RX 580 or something like that, or one of those, or a little lower. You can do something with it actually and get some better deals.
Yeah, it's just I don't really need 33 computers anymore. You know, I'm pretty.
Yeah.
Why did you have that many in the first? What was that about?
Well, I've been a big Lenovo whore for a minute, and my buddy's wife's parents' data center went out of business after COVID hit. And they pretty much just gave me the entire business hardware, everything. Like, I was giving away, like, rack mount server computers and shit. I was just giving them away, you know? You know, I wrote it off as, like, you know, Ian West donate, you know, 50 grand to underprivileged black youth in the Orlando area. You know, I had a little article like that. It was pretty good. It was like a publicity stunt.
Interesting.
Yeah, you know, it went well, you know? Well, it was just really busted ass computers that, you know, had all the hard drives and RAM scrapped out of it. So.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, you got lucky with that.
But by the way, what is that noise? Is that your air conditioner over there in Florida? You have to have an air conditioner on all the time or something like that? Is that what that is?
No, I got an air filter running inside of the house so I can smoke cigarettes. And it just.
So it's the same thing, isn't it?
No, it's an air filter. It's not. It doesn't blow out cool air. It sucks the smoke in and filters it. Here, let me turn it off. Hold on. I'm not smoking right now anyway. There we go. So, but anyway, the story I wanted to bring up was there's this missing case. There's this chick. She's 15 years old. She went missing from somewhere in North Florida. And I was, her name is, here it is. Florida teenager reported missing, deputies say. What's this little girl's name? Where is it? Carrie Gaskins. She was 15 years old, and she was last seen Sunday morning near Crystal River, Florida, around 9:30 a.m. And anyway, I was, checking out the satanic calendar of events, and they're always like, they start, kidnapping these kids for, these rituals and shit. And let me pull up where's the calendar at? Okay, here's the calendar. So yeah, her date of disappearance lines up perfectly with this February 25th St. Walpurgis Day.
St. Walpurgis.
I don't know
what. Walpurgis.
I don't know who that is. I have no idea what the fuck that is.
It's not a who. It's an event. It's just a classical pagan event, but it can be twisted into something satanic by people of ill intent. Walpurgisnacht is an abbreviation of Saint Walpurgis Night, or Saint Walpurgis Eve. It's for George Balanchine's 1975 ballet is probably how most people know of it, but it's an actual historic event. I think the best way to describe it would be the Christian feast day of Saint Walpurga. That was an 8th century abbess in Francia. So a lady, and it's all about bonfires and dancing. So the Church of Saint Walpurgis is in Eichstatt. But what happens is that night is mocked. It's mocked by Satanists. So they would be doing an inversion ritual to insult the church is what would happen. They would be holding, instead of celebration, more like a bacchanal. I hope that puts it in some perspective, but you know, other than that, yeah, so this is when this young lady was victimized, was apparently during this time, yes?
No. I'm saying that it says it doesn't start until February 25th.
Okay.
So the date of her disappearance with the 2 weeks, they say they kidnapped the kids 2 weeks in advance to like starve them up, or I don't know what the fuck they do.
Oh, I get it. Yeah,
but,
or fatten them up or starve them up.
Something.
Yeah.
But it says that this Walpurgis Day or whatever, it says it's a communion of blood and dismemberment, and they can use any age. So, you know, I just think it kind of fits the profile with it. And what I've discovered is like these Satanists are going out on their boats and their yachts, and they're doing all these sacrifices like out in the ocean or out in the Gulf. Mm-hmm. And that's why all these little kids' bodies are being found like floating up shore and shit.
Is that true?
So, huh?
I mean, are they actually finding little kids' bodies floating ashore?
Yeah. I talked about it on your show like fucking two months ago, where one of these little kids washed up that went missing, and it was like, you know, like all cut up and shit. There was no blood, and like it's a few episodes back, or couple of months back, I fucking reported on it. But yeah, that's what they're doing though. They go on these boats and do these fucking rituals, and that, you know, knocks out any kind of onlookers or ongoers, you know.
Wow. Yeah. So Realtek, have you ever heard of anything like this, or what can you contribute to this? Certainly, you must have heard of similar things.
No, I haven't.
But you're not, of course, arguing or denying against this either.
No, I'm not. Of course not. But I spiritually, I can't be focusing too much on that type of stuff.
It's understood. It's too traumatizing.
I start to manifest evil spirits. So
yes.
You know,
understood.
I just can't. So
and okay.
Well, you know, I study dementia, but I study that, but I mostly want to learn how to use that for figuring out the number moves with the markets. But you can do that. So
okay, and this is through geometry.
Well, if there's any,
yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Go on, Ian.
Yeah, I was gonna say if there's any good cops or any untainted or whatever, you know, not any jeopardized cops in the Crystal River Police Department or the Citrus County Sheriff's Department. If you guys want to do like a onlooker for boats on the 25th, and check these people out, you know, that are going out for late night rides on that night, you might be able to find that little girl. So,
wow. Okay, thank you. I mean, that's important. I mean, I appreciate that. Thank you, Ian. I think that's important. Yeah. Wouldn't it be nice if you saved that little girl's life? I mean, that would be wonderful. Well,
the last little girl that washed up ashore was right there over in Citrus County. It was like right there. That's where they found her body. Mm-hmm. So there's got to be some sort of shit going on there, but whatever.
Let me open up this water bottle. This will be my companion throughout the next 4 hours.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
I finally got a picture of one of these under lake. What are they called? Like these. You know how like I was telling you the MK Ultra Center here in Orlando is underneath Lake Holden, mm-hmm. And they have this shit. It's like called like a fucking dry bottom lake or some shit like that. I forgot what they call it, but yeah, I've actually got footage from. I forgot. I don't have the location. But anyway, it's called the Underwater Ballroom, and somebody finally got pictures of it. And these people are like, "You can't build a lake, or you can't build a building under a lake," and blah 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 blah. Well, here's the fucking pictures on how you do it. So.
Oh my god. No, so you're giving us files on that?
Yeah, I can send it to you. I mean, it looks beautiful. It looks, I mean, beautiful. I'd hate to think that they use it for such nefarious, purposes, but I mean, it's actually pretty fucking cool. And I've actually, got. Here we go. I'm going to send you the link right now. But the place is absolutely beautiful. And it's hidden underneath the lake.
Thank you. By the way, I want everyone to know in the chat, MARTYRDy is very active. So he's been speaking quite a bit about police communications, crime and homicide in Tijuana as an example of how ridiculously extreme it's gotten. He brings up that he's heard the Japanese police are among the best. Just to qualify that, the Japanese police are among the best in the world, but their greatest challenge is that they are the best when they are working almost exclusively with Japanese. Their biggest problem is foreigners.
Yeah, especially with the Yakuza.
Yeah. Well, the Japanese and the Yakuza have an understanding, so that would be like the reason why they work well with Japanese. The biggest problem is foreigners. The foreigners are just incomprehensible to them, so it's a great challenge for them. MARTYRDy brings up the would a male war draft and female peace draft also be effective in Mexico? And, the biggest problem is that in Mexico, you've got such a macho culture. You don't know if the men would stand for it. In America, you might have issues with a bunch of assholes who would be consistently trying to challenge the female police or goad them or taunt them, trying to provoke them. In Mexico, you would probably just have more of an attack and rape them philosophy where, again, they'd have to work as combat units and be prepared for this. They'd need to be indoctrinated to recognize that men are effectively, in a sense, the enemy, but they have to think in a community manner. And most women are good at thinking in a community manner anyway. I honestly think it would be good anywhere, really. MARTYRDy says, I've realized more and more looking at statistics that Mexico has tremendous problems, just like it has an amazing potential, but I don't see us developing that potential if we're drowning in problems. It's the same with, take a look at Africa. Africa's a basket case, but look at all the potential that it has if some of these problems could be overcome. Just you've got a large population, you've got a large amount of resources. What's there not to promise a better future? Well, social chaos, corruption. It's the problem we have almost universally. Some countries have it much less than others, but definitely, say for instance, Japan and Taiwan, some European countries like Switzerland. And of course, I have my disagreements with Peter Moon about Switzerland, and they don't need to be gone into right now. But he has some perspectives on Switzerland that are, shall we say, I would simply qualify, even deny, and bring up a completely different perspective. But it's not that big an issue. Most of the time, you bring up Switzerland, Peter Moon's saying something that's already kind of a misconception. Yeah, people think cool, Switzerland cool. No, they don't. They go blank. You talk Switzerland, people just go blank. They don't know what to think. Nobody knows anything about Switzerland in America. In America, they, if anything, it'd be something like what Realtek was saying the other day. First thing he'd think of is cuckoo clocks. Or Swiss watches or something like that. But most Americans have.
Yeah, that's. Yeah, or the wrestler. I don't know. I forgot. Claudio Castillo.
Okay.
Yeah, I would think about him. He's from Switzerland, but it's not really much to think about. I mean, I think about some things, but I've studied World War II with how the heavy water they were using, with the Nazis, but. That's not really well known, but all you can think about is just cuckoo clocks, fucking Swiss chocolate,
thank you,
and fucking automatic watches.
Well, only people like you would know about the heavy water or anything else about Switzerland in World War II. Most people
the Swiss Guard.
Yeah,
the Swiss Guard.
Thank you. Most other people, but mostly Catholics would know about the Swiss Guard. Most other people outside of Catholicism would never know about that. Other than that, the your average person would never know anything. They would think Switzerland was neutral in World War II, which it was not. It had a facade of neutrality. It claimed neutrality, but it was on the side of the Third Reich, and effectively. And for those of you who don't know any of that, go on. Yeah.
Hey, is it what's his name? Moon always talking about Romanian shit.
Yeah.
Well, we just busted an underground baby. What's it called? An underground baby chimera lab over in Bucharest. Which I assume is in Romania, I guess.
Yeah,
but
it's the capital. It's the capital.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm not well traveled. Excuse me. Anyway, but so anyway, I got word of the story a couple of months ago, and I got this subscription to academia.edu yesterday. I'm going through their fucking underground their underground files and shit. Yes. Lo and behold, I found the manual to the underground lab in Romania, Bucharest. That's all about chimera cloning and shit. So if anybody wants a copy of that, I got the document to that fucking we shut it down. It's closed now, but anyway, I got the document.
Now, when you say we shut it down, may I ask who you're referring to aside? Are you implying that you yourself were part of this effort?
No, I'm not on this one, but the Alliance did.
Okay. Thanks. George Knight has returned. He says, just came back to say I might be able to return. Sorry, I had to dash off earlier. I was running late for work. So George is with us
bring him
now.
on. Bring him on.
Yes.
Come on.
So George,
hello.
Yes. I'm so glad to find that Ian West's Alliance, his affiliates have helped to shut down this nefarious lab where they're producing chimerical creatures in the capital of Romania. I do hope he forgives my skepticism, but I must say that if exposed, it would add to their tourism potential, which right now is being boosted by the series Wednesday on Netflix, where Little Wednesday Addams is. Most of the scenes are filmed in Romania, and this is helping people to travel there. Little do they know, they may well become victims in this underworld of tunnels in these various chimerical labs where they might be bred with various creatures. I see now the plot, the conspiracy behind the Netflix series of Wednesday Addams and why they're filming there. You have to forgive me for having some fun with this, Ian, but honestly, it's kind of it's kind of just it's cute. It's cute. It is what it is, and I'll take a look at what you have to show, and I'm glad you get the word out there. And that being said, so George, what else comes to your mind when with things I was speaking about lately? I don't know if you caught any of it, but I went into a real rant when Sammy brought up police and the like. I don't know if you heard any of that, and
I did actually. I did tune in just to listen, Douglas, on my way to work, actually, because I've travelled about almost 50 minutes to my first destination. Funny enough, my first job was so easy. It was just a replacement of a power cable, and it was Huawei manufactured. So
oh, my God!
It's a common fault. It's a common fault. It's a common issue. I carry spare on my van just to replace it because it is so common.
Oh my God.
It is, it's because it just malfunctions after a period of time.
Oh, shit.
It just literally goes 40, yeah. But no, I did actually, Douglas. Thank you so much. It was so important. And also, I want to say thank you for putting into perspective, with the whole thing with Brexit. It had to happen in order for Britain to transition back into the prospects of
the empire,
regaining its empire. Yeah. It is something that had to happen, and I just wanted to...
Yes, it has to happen, yes.
I wanted to just bring credence and qualify also that is absolutely 100% correct, and it's something I completely agree with. And that's what I say.
Yeah, regarding Huawei, you can't blame. I'm sorry to interrupt you about that. I'd be really.
No, please carry on. No, what are you going to say?
Yeah, regarding Huawei, you can't blame Boris Johnson for blocking and trying to stop as much as he can China building the 6G network. It's just garbage.
It's replaced now. Huawei, we're replacing them with Nokia versions of what we call ONT. We're replacing it with Nokia. Yeah. That's
because you don't want Great Britain to be like fucking Philippines, where the Chinese built their electric grid and they just turn it off when they want, and I'm pissed at them or something. So
holy shit, I had no idea. I mean, basically,
yes.
Both of you gentlemen, do me a favor, both of you gentlemen, put this into perspective, because my understanding was the British were just really trying, because of Brexit, they were trying to find kind of a replacement for the European Union market in Red China. And for that reason, the British were teetering on the precipice of going all the way with Huawei. And this was definitely the case. And America then began to really pressure Boris Johnson, who then he basically then, I think, went towards stopping it. And correct me if that's not the way it happened, but that's my understanding of it. And then he just said, okay, we won't go there. And then I think that what changed it, however, I can't remember. I guess it was because they started clamping down on Hong Kong, but then that would give the British too much credit for caring about human rights. But they were taking in quite a bit of Hong Kong refugees. So,
refugees,
and they did. So I guess a combination of factors. The British just realized they couldn't work with Red China. What do you think it was, George? Any sense of like human rights responsibility, or a combination of that with pressure from America, or just Boris finally saw the light?
I think it's a bit of a combination, Douglas, actually, to be honest with you.
The pandemic.
Because when I joined in this new profession, in this new line of work, I had no idea, because I came in at the point where they were stopping all that. So I never got an insight as to why we stopped using Huawei products. I didn't understand why, but they are still out there. They are still extant in the network. So basically, they have provided fiber to properties where they are using Huawei head ends, which is where the fiber starts from. So we're replacing them with Nokia. So I've been working with Nokia, but I do order myself Huawei products. It's so I can replace the power cable, because they work off a different voltage. So they're not compatible with Huawei products, the Nokia power leads. So that it's incompatible. So that's the only reason. So they're harder to get hold of, actually, but I do carry a supply for that reason, because I know that they go faulty after a period of time, and they're nice, easy jobs. Yeah. But yeah, that's the situation. But it is a combination, Douglas. Absolutely, I think Boris Johnson was heavily influenced by America to stop all trade with Red China, with Communist China. Certainly, because that was the whole transition from Brexit. Once it was initiated, they were coming up with a Brexit plan, and it was to try and restabilize a trade agreement with other nations. And so that was the process that they went down. But what ultimately happened was, they went down certain routes which were then ceased eventually. So factors why, it's a combination, I could suggest, Douglas. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And just so people understand, when George and I are saying I'm ordering Huawei products, explain to our listeners, please, you're not ordering them for yourself, you're ordering them for what you have to do on your job.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. There's no other alternative. I have to order the Huawei the Huawei products, the products itself, because the cables that they used when they first started installing fiber, they initially were using Huawei products. So they were using Huawei technology. And so you cannot replace a normal power cable, a power lead, with a normal other adapter, another ordinary power lead from another product. They go off a different type of voltage. So it's not conducive to use other alternative solutions, other products. I'm forced to order it just so, because after a period of time, these things go faulty after a period of usage. So I'm forced to order them, to have them just there as a supply, as a reserve, in case I need to use them. And today was one of the examples. I wanted to bring that up because it's very important that that's another situation in Britain itself. And with my line of work, I understand the situation. I understand what's entails with it. So I've had to explain that to the customer, that these do go forward. And she was like, is this going to happen again? I was like, well, yeah, it's inevitable, unfortunately. It will eventually go. You have to do the same process. Get a replacement or find it yourself. Yeah.
And
it's remarkable, really.
So aren't they going to eventually replace all of this? Isn't that the intent?
Yeah. Do you know what? Yeah. Do you know what? It would make sense to do that. They don't think like that.
Oh my God.
Unfortunately, they just don't think like that. And it's like, do you know what? A very good point to bring up, actually, is a conversation that me and Eric, he got exposed to some information by what we call a hoist driver, a MOOT, a mobile elevation working platform device. It is so you can have someone safely working the network without climbing poles. And what he was explaining was they use a certain car manufacturer to deploy a hoist on the back of a van. So there are certain car manufacturers that will produce these massive vans that you could have an elevation platform mounted to it. And so there is what my company that I work for, they try to cut costs, try to save money. So someone in the accountant department saw that we can go for a cheaper product. So they were ordering Renault vans to mobilize, to mount a working platform on the back of it. They don't come with this thing called stability legs, which mounts onto the ground, which are deployed so you're able to stabilize, so you are balanced on the surface of the ground. So when you're working, when you're elevating the boom or the lift, basically you're extended so far that it tilts the van. So these legs stabilize the surface that you're working on. In case the ground is uneven, you're able to stabilize so you don't wobble or fall off balance, so then the van don't tip over. They were ordering these Renault vans without that mechanism, without that attached. So these hoist drivers were then refusing to do any work because there was no legs to stabilize themselves. So this could ultimately result in crashes or vans tipping over. Wow. So that was one way of them trying to save money, but it's based upon health and safety. Everything in the line of work is health and safety priority. Yes. But you know, we work under these regulations, under legislative regulations. It is law that we apply by, and we comply to all regulations, and yet they are ordering and buying these vans without that safety mechanism in place. So it's just like, wow, just to save on money. That's not a rational or viable way of working. That is just, I thought that was just absolutely sheer crazy. That just to save a few bucks, just to save a few little expenses, they resulted in jeopardizing people's lives by not having this safety mechanism in place, ordering these vans that were cheaper, but they didn't have that safety mechanism in place. So then hoist drivers are now refusing to do the line of work, which I don't blame them. I will refuse to.
Yes.
Crazy.
No, that's
yeah, but it's hard for me to paint that picture for people to understand that when these are massive vans that have a elevator on the back of them with a bucket which a human being sits in, they are harnessed to it, and it elevates to, could be about 30 feet in the air. So if you're extended out further and further, that weight will tilt the van, which you can topple over. So that's God. What these legs that stabilize the van itself from falling and tipping over is now not there. It's obsolete. They're not even present on the vans.
No, that's
crazy. Yeah.
Yes, that is.
It's just to save some money.
I feel offended by that. That is literally offensive. This is like, well, people should be able to understand that automatically.
Yes.
It would anybody who's witnessed any construction on the side of the road has seen these kinds of vehicles with what in America they call cherry pickers. This is what they call
right.
Yes. Yeah. And so the idea of that not having legs to stabilize the vehicle is okay. I don't understand how that went through. That's something the person who allowed that to go through needs to be fired. That the individuals responsible for that need to be terminated. That's outrageous. That's outrageous. Now, I have two links to bring to our attention. One was sent by the Real Tech Geek, and I bring that to the attention of George Knight. This is from The Guardian in England. Boris Johnson forced to reduce Huawei's role in the United Kingdom's 5G network. So that might give you some information on that. Whereas I want to tell Ian, I want to compliment him. He actually has brought forth a link about an abandoned room beneath a lake that was built by an extravagant Victorian criminal, Whitaker Wright. And this is real. This is a reputable source, Atlas Obscura. This is a real thing. This is real people. So this was a Victorian criminal who built an underwater ballroom. So
this is what we got down the street from me. This is what the MK Ultra or the MK Ultra Programming Center is underneath Lake Holden.
Then he has to say that.
Well, I'm saying that's what it. I know.
But
that really ruins your credibility, man.
No, I concede this. It obviously is technically possible. So what Ian West?
Look. I've got my buddies live on that lake. I put a magnet on a line, and the magnet stuck to the bottom of the goddamn lake. That's how I fucking know.
Okay, but it might take a little more to convince us. Not that I'm suggesting you learn scuba diving or buy a wetsuit, but
I ain't doing all that shit. I'll put a magnet on the line and fucking see if it sticks to the bottom.
That there might be a number of other things that could explain that. But let's just put it this way. It's not impossible what Ian is saying. However, I would refrain from jumping to any conclusions before, we saw a bit more evidence in regards to his particular, location.
Well, I also got the heat maps of the power grid that's underneath the lake too. I also got that.
Okay.
I'm gonna go on mute.
Yes, thank you. Oh, we love you, Ian. So that being said, with all of that, George, what about when it comes to other things like how do I say this? I think you've covered quite a bit today, and it's good to catch up on the work that you do because it is so important. Britain is so far behind. But did you hear what Realtek said? The Realtek said that Huawei, and I did not know this, apparently built, this must have been that asshole Duterte. That motherfucker Duterte must have just laid himself prostrate and allowed the communist Chinese to build apparently the infrastructure for the Philippines. And what Realtek is saying is that the Chinese have the capacity to turn off the national grid, essentially, at will for the Philippines. Of course, from what you're describing, they don't need to do that because it tends to shut down on its own.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Yeah, it just does it on its own after a period of time. It just goes faulty.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, and it's just like, wow, the conductors, it's to supply power to a product, and it's just like they malfunctions. It goes faulty after a period. It's just like, wow.
I can't believe nations were actually considering that any nation would consider allowing a nation like communist China to build their infrastructure is beyond me. This is like, you may as well
Belt and Road Initiative.
Yeah. To say that real time? Yeah.
It's part of the Belt and Road Initiative.
Right. Oh, God, that's right. And what was you said, George?
I was going to say, you might as well just capitulate.
Thank you.
Jesus.
Thank you.
Yeah, just that's it.
Yeah. No.
Thank you, Douglas.
Thank you. No, that's again, I'm astonished. Just astonished at the behavior of people, but and like Realtek said, the communist Chinese were approaching all of these extremely impoverished nations with development scams. Yeah.
Like Djibouti.
Yeah, Djibouti.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm saying yeah, and that's how they got their first overseas base by approaching them with scams and doing debt credit.
Yes.
And now that's how they got the 99-year lease, which will be forever. Their first overseas base. And of course, China now is the first. China, not the first. China is the largest debt creditor in the world now because of things like that.
Yeah, because it's predatory, and it's preying on all of
Yes,
these impoverished nations. But do understand that the 99-year lease would be, if they had their way, they'll simply keep extending it, rendering it forever. But I don't foresee the communist regime as necessarily being permanent. I mean, this could be, and with the crash of that regime, a lot of their contracts would also crash with it, but most likely. So in terms of the entire Belt and Road Initiative, I think it's astonishing that any nation just falls for that. But then again, nations are desperate, and they're hoping to take advantage of the communist Chinese. But, so much of what the communist Chinese are providing them is, like we see with George Knight's experience, it's just plain faulty. It's not even quality shit. So it's like a...
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, oh my God, a decrepit infrastructure. Now, when you do replace these other... now, I forgot exactly what the deal was with the copper. Of course, you got assholes who are just trying to strip it and steal it just for profit.
Yes.
And you've got like when the fiber optics, which hopefully will ultimately replace all the copper in England. I mean, isn't that the ultimate objective?
Yes, absolutely, Douglas. And it's not got any value to it. The fiber cable itself has no value, so nobody will want to steal it because it's imperative. It's useless. There's no reason to steal it. Yeah, because it's completely invaluable. There's no value to it. There's no commodity to it. So no, there's no value to it. So which is not only that, it's a more prominent product. It's definitely got a lot more advantages, but it has its disadvantages as well. It's easily breakable. But yeah, with all the copper in the ground, people are stealing it. I just saw because we have a platform called Workplace, which is similar. It's created by Meta, the same company that produces or maintains Facebook. It's Zuckerberg's company, and he basically Meta produces Workplace, which is basically an in-house platform for just engineers, field operatives to basically express their views on Openreach, basically, so they don't have to do it on social media. So I saw a post about they replaced just one single cable, which basically connected 19,000 people. 19,000 people, that it was damaged and it was stolen. So I saw this post. It was like incredible hard work to get 19,000 people back up into service by replacing this one cable, which is worth so much money. That one single piece of cable is worth so much money. 19,000 people, and that's a couple copper pairs per customer. So you're talking about 38,000 pairs of copper wiring. That's a lot, and so it's got a lot of value to it. So this is the extent that Britain is contending with regards to this crisis of living. People are resulting of theft and thievery and stealing and crime. It's just, that's the end result of it, of inflation going up. And then these people, I hate it when I hear these people say it's temporary. There is solutions, but it's not temporary.
Yeah, London is the capital of stabbings now. It's insane.
Capital of what?
Stabbing. Knife crime.
Okay,
Knife
so
crimes.
is that true, George, or is that like a Islamophobic rumor, or is that real? I guess because of gun control, people would commit violence with knives, so it makes sense. So is that how you understand it as well?
Sorry, I don't want to not understand the. I don't want to.
Okay, I think what Realtek was saying was that London is that. Yeah, what Realtek was saying was. Realtek was, by Realtek's understanding, he said from what he's read or what he's heard, he understands that London is now the capital of stabbings, of people stabbing crimes.
Oh right. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Beg your pardon, Realtek. Yes, it is. I don't know what the numbers are. People can cite the numbers themselves, but it is probably the largest in all of Western Europe by far. It is just, and it's not just London. It's all over the UK. I've been threatened to be stabbed in my lifetime by individuals. It's not. It's
45,000.
25,000, like in what?
45,000.
45,000.
Yeah. The year ending March 2022.
Yeah. Okay. Whoa. 45,000. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
There's like, what, millions of people live in London, right? How many millions?
Yeah, there are quite a few million. I can't remember if it's just under. It's anywhere
probably 7 to 8
between.
million.
Okay.
I think 7 to 8 million.
Okay.
Something like that.
Yeah. Wow.
I was gonna say it's just under 10 million. I think.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Yeah, most likely. 8.982. So.
Wow. Yeah.
I figured it'd be about the same amount of population as New York City.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and Douglas, thank you so much. One thing I forgot to mention before, also, I remember like listening to your conversation with Brooke, and thank you so much for reiterating to her. Like I was about I think she was talking about the way she speaks as a Southerner, and thank you so much for just bringing to her attention that what I was referring to was what in the United States, what they refer to the South, we refer to in the North. It was and thank you I just wanted to say thank you for just clarifying that, just bringing clarity to that, because I think she misinterpreted what I was actually saying completely.
Well, she's got a hair trigger. She has a hair trigger, she's. Yeah, I don't know if you heard the goober she brought on the other day. I started bitching about him when the mic went out. So go on.
Yeah, thank you. My impression was because she brought up he was in the Air Force, and I caught the part of the conversation where it was talking about who has the best, what was it, the best
food?
Food. Who has not the best value, but who has the best quality of food? And I just thought that this is just really bizarre. It's a bizarre thing to even say. Like it was him who brought it up. It was him who brought that bit up. But it was weird. I caught the last bit before. I'm glad, Douglas, you did the right thing with cutting off the conversation by ending the call and then re-establishing the call with Peter Moon. But even then, what Peter was trying to explain, he was trying to just get his point across to Brooke. I don't understand what you are saying. And then that bloke, I forgot his name, but he jumped on and said, no, that's out of order, Peter. Just before.
Did he really?
He said that's out of. Yeah, he was defending Brooke. This bloke was then defending Brooke, obviously because he knew he was going to be in
trouble
in
if
dire
he didn't.
straight after.
Hold on. I missed this. Hold on. I missed this. What happened?
Yeah. Well, basically, just before the call ended, the guy said, "No, now that's out of order, Peter." To Peter Moon, and Peter Moon was saying, "No, we're having a good conversation." But I think they're talking about couches or something.
Right.
And he said to Peter, "No, that's out of order, Peter."
Oh my God!
Look, Doug, if there's something hanging out with Brooke, don't have him on the show. That's the first rule.
Well, I'll say this, Brooke. She definitely did the wrong thing by not consulting me before bringing this individual on, and it's one of these things that I won't dwell on it because she's been under a lot of stress. She's looking for a job. She's trying to restabilize her health. A few challenges going on there, and obviously in need of overcoming some indulgences. It was Super Bowl Sunday, so she had been indulging, and she was at a restaurant where she had indulged. Now, you almost get the impression that they were at the restaurant and they both came on together, like walking into the studio together, so to speak. But no, he's in Colorado and she is where she's at. So they just came on because she basically kind of wanted somebody who she thought would be the designated driver. And now I would never... she'd have to really fucking seduce me to let that fucker on again. There's nothing that guy said that irritated me to the point where I would say I hate him or he's an enemy, but he definitely did just the wrong thing. He's trying to stay in Brooke's good graces, so he was, and at the same time he's trying to like yeah, I'm not gonna answer that. It's he has a crush on her. Apparently he's had a crush on her since school.
Yeah, that was obvious. Yeah.
So he's had a crush on her since since school. I don't know if he's even aware that she turned lesbian or bisexual, or maybe he's hoping.
That bitch ain't a lesbian. She just says that shit for attention. That's all.
Yeah. thank you, Ian.
That's true. I do agree.
She's bi. She's
I
bi.
agree. At very least, she's bi. Yes, at the very least.
Yeah.
And
yes, at the very least, she is bi. Yes.
Yeah, we all agree on that. Yeah, and but this dude, what I was saying about him before I got knocked off by this mic, it's no one's fault but my mic. Yeah, the first thing he did that irritated the hell out of me, in a sense, and I just let it slide, was, oh yeah, when I'm introducing him, give me a chance to introduce myself, and no, you don't say that to the host. You don't come on somebody's show, say that, and then it was the cold thing. You start with the small shit, the small talk. It's all bullshit. You talk about the weather, and I was mentioning the cold in San Francisco, which is an issue to me, and that's when he came up with that's nothing like Colorado, and that pissed me off, because it's basically, when you're saying, oh no, it's much colder here, and yes, there's always a place that's colder. It's even colder in the Antarctic, right? But the whole point is, it's kind of like saying, hey, I'm in danger of falling from 5 stories up. I know I'm going to die if I do that. And some idiot saying, well, I'm in danger of falling from 100 stories up. And it's like, it doesn't matter.
To one up you.
Yeah.
I've encountered people like that my entire life, Douglas. Yeah.
Thank you. George Knight, tell us about some of this. What some examples?
It doesn't matter what you say to someone, they've done it better, or they know more.
Or bigger,
the majority of people I encounter have that. They are like that. That is just who they are. If people don't like listening to me speak because they realize I know things that they don't know, but they try to say that they know something else much more than I do, and that is just the way it is. And it's like, I'm not trying to sound like I know more than they do, but because what I'm speaking of they don't know anything about, but then they start to enforce something completely different, completely off topic, but they tell you, oh yeah, I know this and I know that. They pretend they know it all, or they know better, or they have done better. You encounter that all the time.
Yeah, it's insecurity. Yeah. It's total fucking insecurity. And men are the worst. Men are the worst at that. Men are completely insecure. Yeah, they're pathetic.
Thank you, Douglas. They are. Do you know what? When I used to play video games, Douglas, do you know what? The amount of trolling that goes on online. I'm talking about 10 years ago when I used to play online, and the amount of trolling that people would do online just to irritate one another, because you're on a mic and then you're not in front of someone, so you can say whatever you want just to irritate the hell out of them.
Yeah. Like calling you a tuber.
These people do this. They just do it as to get a reaction. So they do it just to it's to trigger other people. Yeah. So online you got all this verbal abuse that goes on, and you know what? It's so easy to basically get under people's skin online. But the one thing I always knew that always worked was if you just brought up their confidence or their insecurity. That was the one thing that always would trigger them the most. Yeah. And I'll just be like, well, you're just saying that because, you're just insecure. That was the one thing that got to more than anything else, is because most guys are insecure. Yes. The majority of men, they will hide behind their persona. They'll hide
bravado.
Behind their character.
It's their bravado.
Yes. Yeah. And that's the majority. That is the majority of men. And they want to come across, they are, masculine. They want to enforce that. They want to, that their dominance. They have this, this range of masculinity, and they try to basically portray that. But yeah, as soon as you bring up the fact that, you're lacking, if you just say they're lacking confidence, you don't have any confidence. That was the one thing that always triggered them. And also the other thing, Douglas, is my old videos on my YouTube channel. If anyone wants to go back and review them, I was always, because they are basically videos where I get a response from people. It was me pretending online. This is what we used to do. Me and my friends would do. We would go online and just pretend to be gay, homosexuals. This is why I think a lot of people also used to think, oh, I think George is gay, because I had it my whole life. People used to just assume I was a homosexual. I was gay in my sexual orientation.
They're projecting because you have a boyish appearance. And they're projecting because of their own insecurity, because so many of them were attracted to you.
Yeah,
that's why.
Yeah, exactly.
So then they say,
exactly.
That's their way of throwing the guilt off themselves by saying it must be you. It's like it's and you know, when it comes to this kind of insanity. By the way, that one asshole who was like abusing you in the sense that you know, he was the individual who was talking to you about masturbation and everything. He was the one who was hit by the train. Yeah. Now, I noticed the picture I saw of him. There was a photograph of him like carrying a barrel at some kind of competition or something.
That's it.
And
Strong man, yeah.
And he had he had like this metal leg that looked like also extended into a metal hip kind of affair. And I was wondering, when that train ran into him and tore his leg off, it must have torn off half his pelvis. So I'm presuming there's a good chance he probably lost his dick. As far as you know, is that what happened? Or you don't know?
He's got children. He has got children. And he did get run over when we were in college. We were the same age and we were in college at the time. Because one of a mutual friend of ours told me the story. He got run over because he disappeared. He went off. He left during secondary school. So when I was in my adolescent years, he then went off to his family. I think they separated. He moved to a different school. So, but a mutual friend who I was acquainted with, who also knew him from his previous school, told me the story. He got run over by a train, and I just went, "Oh my God, another one!" That's all I thought in my head was, "Oh my God, that's somebody else who was, you know, who was quite." How do I want to put it? He was, just growing up. He was just like, "Do you know what sarcasm is? Ha ha! Do you know what sarcasm is, George?" Yeah, that's what. And it was like, he really, like, it was to the point. And basically, he was bullied as a child by his father. His father was very, very abusive towards him. So, of course, this is what initiated him to become a bully in school. So he was being picked on by his dad. And he didn't like the fact that all our mutual friends at school, back in secondary school, were saying that my dad looks like Arnold Schwarzenegger. So on Parents' Day, he goes, "I'm going to get my dad to meet your dad and stand next to him." And so they could compare sizes. And so, you know, it was just jealousy. So that's the way I saw it. And so, it was just like he thought he really loved his dad, but his dad was picking on him. He was very abusive towards him. And so that's what initiated him to become a bully. So it created a bully. But what was I going to say, Douglas? I do beg your pardon. But that was what happened to this individual. He did later on have children.
He seemed intent on destroying innocence. So it strikes me that there's a cycle of violence with some child predation there, because he had this. He's like teaching people about masturbation. He's like saying, "Do you know these adult concepts?" So this is a sense of child predation being carried on by the child, where he's almost practicing to be like, maybe there was something more to his father than just bullying. It's
maybe, Douglas. I agree with you on that one. It is very, that is definitely plausible. Definitely, because, that's just very strange. And even as an adult, he was still performing these strongman competitions. He was always trying to portray he's
overcompensating. He's overcompensating to a pathological degree. There's no need for him to do that. But it's like that is so he's still stuck. He's still stuck in that cycle of
that psyche. He's still in that frame of mind, Douglas. It's interesting. I've never spoken to him since school, but I have him on Facebook. Right. It's very strange. It's very, very strange. And he has liked a couple of my posts, but like, we haven't actually had a convo. I've not messaged him. He's not messaged me. So we've not spoken since school. So it's just something that it's just something that basically how do I put it? It is what it is.
Right.
It's just the way it is.
Now here's some interesting pictures that were uploaded by Ian, and these are floods of what is this, Ian?
That's Orlando. Sorry, that's Orlando.
Oh,
sorry,
okay.
I spoke again.
Yeah, and Orlando is like, what's going on? Is that Orlando right now?
No, that was Orlando during Hurricane Ian.
Okay.
And fucking, I had no idea that Lake Eola in downtown Orlando had one of these fucking dungeons underneath it. And since they started doing all the floodings at Disney and then Lake Holden and all that shit, since all that old underground or whatever this fucking kitty diddling shit, since it's all been flooded out, fucking now the water has nowhere to go. So it flooded like this, and it's never ever fucking flooded like this ever.
Let's see, it took a hurricane named after Ian himself to do that. Yeah. Notice that, George? They named the hurricane after him.
Yeah. Named right off Korea West. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
But yeah, that's Go ahead, George. Go ahead.
No, sorry, Ian. I was just going to go off topic for a second. The reason why I mentioned about, I wanted to say thank you to Douglas about what he reiterated to Brooke is because we're talking about stabbings in London, but I also know that up in the north, that's the reason why I was referencing it, is there are mass stabbings also up in, I think, in Liverpool and Manchester. That's something that I'm not going to verify with myself right now, but people can look this up. And if a Real Tech Geek, if you want to look that up, London is probably the capital of knife stabbings in the UK, but there are many cities up north, like in Manchester, Liverpool, Newcastle, that also have high rates of stabbings also. And it's just like... I just wanted to just bring up very briefly there's always been that when I was growing up with my family, like my older cousins were always referred to the Northerners as Northern monkeys, and they referred to the Southerners as Southern fairies. And there was always sort of like this dispute, it's sort of like a domestic civil dispute, just like, between the North and the South, divide. It's always there's a division there. And that was just the impression that I always got growing up listening to other people refer to them as that. And so that was why I wanted to just qualify that for Brooks. I remember we discussed, I think it was Sammy was on and Brooke was on, and they were talking about, I think it was Sammy that raised the question with myself. Is this, in the South, is it the same like it is in the United States? And it's like, no, it's the opposite. It's the inversion. It's the complete opposite. It's because London is in the South where it's the capital, and the people up north, it's much more cost, it's more you can buy property it's a lot cheaper. I was going to say the price value of houses up in the north is far less. It's far compared to, it's expensive to the more south you go, especially in the town I live in. It's extortionate to live in the town I live in. You're looking at £500,000 just to buy a property, at least. Just to buy a property, it's £500,000. But
that's the way it is here in Orlando right now. That's the way it is here.
Yeah. That's sorry, I'm going off on one, but that was basically, I just wanted to just re-emphasize that.
The reason you're able to live there is because you're kind of inherited the property or something.
That's right, Dad. My father bought it the year I was born in 1987, which. It was interesting because I think the last transmission, Peter Moon mentioned that 1987 is a very important year. So many things happened in the year I was born. I've lost count. You just type in 1987, the amount of events and things that happened in that year. It's just remarkable. The year I was born. It's just like in 1966, Douglas, the year you were born. So many things happened that year. But Peter Moon mentioned that in the last transmission. It was a very important year, 1987. But that was the year my father bought the house. He bought it for £20,000.
Wow.
It's now worth nearly £500,000.
Wow. Have you ever thought? I don't think there's any point. But have you ever fantasized about selling it or doing? But I guess there's no point.
No, that's that's basically my mum's and my father's house, right. And so it was always basically my father and my mother are joint owners of the house. They have a joint tenancy. My father has gone to his solicitors and they have produced a letter which they want my mum to sever ties with that tenancy, which that is just a request of my dad. They obviously want to sell. He wants to sell the house. He wants the money. My brother also wants the money. But when I was growing up, it was no. When mum and dad died, then me and my brother have we inherit that property and we can sell it or we can live there. It was up to us. So it's not up to mum and dad what they do with the house. In my eyes, that was supposed to be our inheritance. But obviously, my dad wants the money. And so that's the situation with that. I will obviously relay to you, Douglas, if anything progresses or develops from that.
Well, do your best to hold on to it for obvious reasons. I mean,
Exactly. I don't want to reveal too much.
Yeah, understood. You can tell me privately. And so
privately.
Yeah, the other thing that was so irritating about that doofus was it was brought up, of course, that he was in the Air Force, and I don't know if anyone noticed my sarcasm. I said very snidely thank you for your service. And he
Oh, that was good.
Yeah, yeah.
You both
I would've
noticed
been
that? You all noticed that? And he like didn't bat an eye. He like, you know, it was just like, yeah, okay. And, you know, no concept about reciprocating with asking, you know, oh, do you do any time or anything like that, which I was fine with. I don't want to go into my ugly story. But then the idiot goes into, like George Knight said, of all things, food. He starts talking about food. Now, what made this, again, so bizarre was he comes on like an expert and, you know, hey, you know, you got a bunch of guys at sea. They got to have the best food, right? I mean, you know, because my father entered the Navy as a young man and was therefore initially made a cook, I think I know something about Navy cooking. And since he was on carriers, he had to cook for thousands of men. And so I know a bit more about cooking. And one time my dad was considering a lateral transfer, and he was considering transferring to the Air Force. And this was after the war, obviously, because there was no Air Force till after the war. And he couldn't believe the shit these guys were eating. He said they were serving those fuckers pheasants under glass. And he said, what bullshit? He didn't want no part of that. And so it was like, he said, much better to cook slop for thousands of men. So, I mean, there's no way, of course, you're going to produce, quote unquote, food of this kind of quality nature this guy was envisioning on a carrier. And this is what Joe Ty was trying to tell him. Joe Ty was coming on because his son's on a carrier, right? So then Joe Ty was telling
poor
him,
Joe Ty had to deal with that. Oh, poor Joe Ty.
Yeah. So Joe Ty was telling him, well, his son joined the Navy. And so Joe Ty's trying to tell this guy, you know, maybe on the submarines, which is exactly what my dad said. The submarines, they give these guys this Air Force quality food because, you know, they're underwater and they got nothing else. So they give them this exquisite cuisine so they don't mutiny and shit. So it's like, this is what Joe Ty was trying to tell him. And then it developed into this kind of like stupid garble, you know, until then Pete comes on. And then when Pete comes on, then it was like, then instantly Brooke was triggered because Pete just triggers Brooke. and then she that's when you know, Doofus is like, you're out of line, Pete. And I didn't even hear that. I didn't even know about that till George Knight told me. Holy shit. So oh my.
Hey, Douglas, I was gonna say he's probably the fact that he brought up food, of all things, if you're in the Air Force, surely you've got a lot more other interesting things to speak about rather than food. It just shows you probably what he's saying is not genuine. Probably he's got nothing else better to say. Probably he's got nothing legitimate to say.
Well, it just goes it just goes to show
it's
that
like the movie Maverick.
Yeah.
It's like the movie Maverick. All they do all day is just drink at the bar.
Yeah.
So what? Because they've got nothing else better to do or talk about. Or, you know, how much airtime has he actually had in a fighter jet?
Well, that guy had none. He was enlisted. He was enlisted, so he at least admitted that. He admitted that he was enlisted, and therefore, for that reason, he stuck to a safe topic. Yeah, he just basically, and just so people understand, our listeners, for what it's worth, so people understand this, by admitting that he was enlisted, he was embarrassed. For those who might have caught that tone in his voice, he was saying, "Oh, I'm enlisted," and he sounded embarrassed. And this is because with every other branch of service, you have the enlisted men are sent out to fight and die. And the officers, of course, basically do their best to stay behind the lines and command and control the situation. And the Air Force is the only branch of service where it's the exact opposite. And it's where the enlisted men maintain the plane while the officer goes out to fight and die. So that's so that's why he was embarrassed when he said, "Oh, I was an enlisted man," and he said that with this sense of like
he's on the ground.
Yeah. So he would never do any flight time. So it's there you go. It's you know, it was what it was, and I just don't want him on again because he's just too. I mean, the couches. I mean, oh my God! When
full conversation, he hesitated. Yeah, he hesitated when you asked him, were you commissioned or were you enlisted? And he said he just, I was enlisted.
That's right. That's right. Oh my God, you're right. You're right. I wouldn't have remembered that. Okay, so do me a favor, gentlemen. Hold the stage. I'm going to refresh myself one more time and then try to dive into monologue shortly thereafter. If you gentlemen will kindly hold the stage. our man Real Tech brought up a link about the knife crime rises 90% in a decade. Apparently, carrying a knife has become normalized in England. George, are you going to carry a knife to work? Why not?
No, no, Douglas. I've got many other things. I've got a hacksaw in my van. I've got a hacksaw and
cool.
I've got a massive, great big iron pole. So yeah, it's all work related. But you know, I've got self-defense weapons if I have to. But no, I'm not. Yeah. But you know, under the normal, you know, it is last resort for myself. Obviously, I completely, you know, like I said earlier, I diffuse situations under, you know.
That's the bartender. That's the bartender training
that's my experience.
Yeah. And by the way, see, because George Knight was a bartender, he understood. There's so many things that George understands I'm saying are true because of his own experience. That's why he understood when I said, you know, in Russia, they manufacture the vodka bottles so you can't close them once you open them. So they intend for you to finish the fucking bottle once you open it.
Yes.
And this is how they keep their entire population inebriated and therefore unable to revolt because they're all drunk. And he said, yeah, tell us, George. I mean, this is your experience. You know what I say is true.
Yeah. Well, as soon as you twist that bottle cap and it snaps and you hear that crack of any bottle cap, what we're citing was the vodka bottle. So if you know when you open any spirit bottle, you've got that crack. Well, you're able to seal up again the any other spirit, but these vodka caps just keep turning. It doesn't slide in and basically close the lid. You can't close it as soon as it's opened. You have to finish the whole bottle because otherwise it's going to spill everywhere.
Yeah.
And then it's a flammable product.
Yeah.
So there you go. Yeah, and of course, you know, in Russia it's so cold, you know, they have open fires and stuff, and so it's just like, you've got to finish the whole bottle, and that's what people were doing. It's just remarkable. But yeah, I've had that from my own experience, Douglas. That once you open it, then you have to like create your own lid.
Yes.
Seal up yourself.
Yes. No, and that's what you do in the bar in order to reseal it. And you know, the horror of vodka is it's colorless, it's tasteless. It's like you don't have like wine tasters. You don't have you have wine tasters or beer tasters. People can tell the difference between the texture and flavor of wine and beer. It's like I don't hear anyone ever doing that with vodka.
No, it leaves a sharp. It's like, oh, that was that you could tell it's vodka. That alcohol content was so high that you make that squinty face. It was just like, oh, that burns.
Yeah,
a bit like whiskey. Yeah. A little bit like whiskey, but anyway, Douglas, there's so much to talk about. We could go on for hours.
Yes,
just talk about
go on.
Yeah,
go on.
If you need to refresh yourself,
so
Douglas,
I'll do that.
Cover
and
before I make a move on. Yeah.
Yes. So thank you, and you can entertain these gentlemen by telling them about the time that the Taiwanese visited, and you gave them the adlocutio, and they so appreciated that. Yes, I'll go mute and I'll refresh myself. I'll be back.
Oh yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, well, anyway, that's a very good story actually to tell of my my part in the hospitality trade. That once we had people come over from all over the world. We had people, because I worked as a bartender for a family-run private business. It was a hotel, and so we had a couple of visitors. It was a son and a mother, and it was basically reiterated to myself that they were from Taiwan, and I was like, oh, that's amazing. Because of course, from my from what I've learned from Douglas about Taiwan. So I initially went over to welcome them, and I asked them if they needed help with their luggage. So I helped them up to their bedroom upstairs in the hotel, and when I said to them, I asked them whether you're going to come down. We've got a restaurant and a bar downstairs, and I said, come see me. I'm at the bar. And when I gave them their baggage, and I said, see you downstairs, I then raised my hand to basically gesture them like you would when you're waving goodbye, but it was obviously that crucio. And as soon as which is the Roman salute. And so when I performed that, they looked at me and they smiled, and they performed the exact same thing back to me. And they raised their arm in the salute. Obviously, if I did that to anyone else in the UK, they would automatically frown upon it. They would automatically just go, oh my God, he's performing the Nazi salute. And,
oh my God.
Yeah. That is the initial reaction people will emote if you start to do it. It's banned in the UK. It's banned in most European countries and a lot of countries around the world. You know, you're not allowed to perform the Roman salute. It's frowned upon. It's illegal. You can go to prison for just performing it. But I did it in the privacy of themselves. They absolutely loved it. Because I understood the culture. I understood the background. So when they came downstairs, they gave me such a hefty tip to say thank you. And they had plenty of money. They were wealthy. They were well off. And they were visiting the UK. They were here to visit. So they stayed at my hotel that I was working in at the time. And we had a lovely conversation. It was just a general chat. I was telling them the history of the town I live in. And that was it. I remember the guy who I was working with, he was the guy who used to tell everyone, don't listen to George because he's a conspiracy theorist. So he was telling people not to listen to anything I say. I just told him that because he says he has friends from Taiwan. And I basically exposed to him that they performed the ad lucrutio. And he didn't know anything about that. He had no idea about the background of Taiwan. And he goes, you can't say things like that because I have Taiwan friends. I was like, no, but this is what, and I showed him pictures. This is where they swear their officials into office. This is where they take oaths. They perform the ad lucrutio because they are a Axis nation state. And I said, we are still legally at war with Taiwan. Under the United Nations still recognizes them as a legitimate enemy. But even though the Taiwan has one of the largest economies in the world, they are not recognized as an entity that even exists legitimately. It's not recognized internationally. Under international, none of the international community under law recognizes Taiwan as even existed, even though it has one of the largest economies in the world. And this is what I was reiterating. I was articulating this information to my friend, my colleague, who was trying to illegitimize my own credibility by telling people.
Yeah, it's insane. It's insane they were kicked out of the UN because of the red Chinese, the red communist Chinese, because they are a founding nation. That crazy.
Yeah, I think. Do you know what? I really do think that people do not know the difference between the People's Republic of China and the Chinese Communist mainland China. They don't know sorry.
The CCP.
Yeah, exactly. The Chinese Communist. They don't. I don't think that people can know the difference between the two. They don't realize, the National Republic of China. I think they conflate them with the same people. They don't understand the difference. Two totally different cultures. They're at war with one another. And so, yeah, it's only now that it is hit like sort of mainstream. Not really so much mainstream media news, but obviously the talk of an invasion of Taiwan, this is only brought to some people's forefront, conscious perception, conscious mind, but I don't think they actually truly fathom or comprehend the difference between the two cultures, the two people. It's convoluted. It's a very convoluted situation, and I don't think people understand the difference. I understand obviously the culture from Douglas, so it was such a remarkable experience to meet these two individuals. And also, there was a girl I actually worked with at one stage. She was only there temporarily many, many years ago, but she was also from Taiwan. She was also a Taiwan national. She was a citizen, which the family moved over from Taiwan to Britain. She went on to go study at the Imperial College of London to become a medical doctor. So, yeah, incredibly academic people, incredibly intellectual. Very, very, I had a lot of sentiment, admiration for this individual because she was seeding in her field and with everything. So it was incredible to meet this young girl, very polite, very pleasant young girl, and she went on to study, and I've got her on Facebook still, and she went on to become a medical doctor. Wow. So very, very remarkable. Oh, sorry, Douglas. I don't know if you catched.
All I caught was some young girl went on to become a medical doctor. Wow. And you got her on Facebook. Yeah, that's all I heard. Yeah,
she was from Taiwan. Yeah, she was from Taiwan. It was a girl who I worked with for a temporary period of time many, many years ago when I was a bartender. And so, yeah, she was, I was just saying how, you know, I was very fond of this young girl because she was just admirable with everything. You know, she was very academic, but very hardworking. And I was just saying about people, I don't think people understood, because I was basically reiterating the story when I met the two. There was a mother and a son from Taiwan when I performed the Adult Clue show. Yeah. And they were telling me about their visit. And I was telling them a brief history on the town that I lived in, the town that they were staying, you know, obviously the town that they were staying at the hotel in. And basically, I was just saying that the guy who was working with, you know, my former colleague, who was telling people, don't listen to George because he's a conspiracy theorist. Everything he's telling you is just all just bullshit. It's just nuts. And yeah, he was just kept reiterating to people. But he told me that he had friends with Taiwan, and I was exposing the information that, you know, they perform the Adult Clue show when they swear their officials into office and when they take oaths. Yeah. They would, and I was showing them pictures, many pictures of that I had in my archives. And he was like, "You can't say that. I've got Taiwanese friends." And I said, "This is a reality. This is what they are, a fascist nation state. They are not legally recognized on the international community. They're not recognized by the United Nations because the United Nations is still legally at war with the National Republic of China, which re-established themselves on the 100 islands of Taiwan. It's over 100 islands. It was that I basically exposed all this information. He didn't want to listen to any of it. And he's the guy calling me a conspiracy theorist. But everything I was reiterating was factual. Yes. And it was just, it's just, and I was just saying, Douglas, that I don't think people understand the difference between, you know, the Chinese, the communist Chinese, and Taiwan, the Nationalist Republic of China. I don't think people understand the difference between cultures.
Yeah, it's. Yeah, I think they're just beginning to grasp now. There's some kind of difference, but they don't know what.
No. Yeah. Clarity. They can't.
Yeah. So definitely, just so people know, there's some breaking news that the Communist Chinese Empire is now threatening U.S. entities, meaning U.S. companies and the like, over the downing of their balloon. They said that they're going to take measures against American entities related to the downing of this quote unquote suspected Chinese spy balloon. I don't know why they keep saying shit like this when obviously it's Chinese. If the Chinese are going to retaliate over it, if it wasn't theirs, they wouldn't retaliate. Jesus.
Yeah, exactly. It's ridiculous, Douglas. Do you know what? I'm sorry. I do have to make a move on because I can talk for hours and hours. But I did reiterate the basically in World War II to Eric the other day. I explained to him about the Fugo bombs, Fugo Japanese balloons. I was there, and I told him it's spelled F-U-G-O, the Fugo bombs, and these were the world's very first ICUBs, intercontinental unguided bombs, and these were incendiary bombs that would generate forest fires because the Japanese were violating American airspace using U-boat submarines. They were deploying seaplanes, and I said they were conducting reconnaissance to map out the wind currents. And I exposed all this, Douglas. I went on for a massive tangent on it, and I was saying, do you know, in your textbooks, Eric, they actually deny the Japanese violated American airspace at all, and they even claim that the only continental civilian victims or fatalities were just a woman and her 5 children.
Yeah, actually, the Fugo bomb actually destroyed a dam.
Yes,
that's what I reiterated. The Hanford Dam, which generated all the hydroelectric power to generate the plutonium necessary to produce the plutonium bomb. And I explained to him that there was a difference between Fat Man and Little Boy. I could go on for hours about this, Douglas. I do apologize. I don't know if I should make a move on or carry on. I want to carry on because it's a very important discussion, details to share. But I basically exposed that all to Eric the other day. He was definitely fascinated and intrigued with what I was saying.
Wonderful.
But I was saying that in your textbooks, Eric, they deny they could even do this. It was capable. They said the Americans could go one way across the jet stream, which the Americans never even knew existed until they started to try to bomb Japan across the Pacific. They had no idea that they were hitting 400 to 500 mile per hour headwinds, so they had to hit the deck, and then they were getting shot down by anti-aircraft fire from the Japanese. And I said, the ones that made out alive were the ones that were caught by the police for interrogation and questioning. And I exposed all this. And I said they lost 20,000 men trying to bomb Japan. They lost 20,000 of their own United States Army Air Corps pilots. And I told them there was no separate branch of service. I said there were 2 nations on Earth that didn't have an air force during World War II. I said, well, as the narrative, the conventional mainstream narrative implies it, because of course Japan and the United States were still legally at war in 1947, but the separate branch of service was collateral to the Roswell incident. And the CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency, both the Air Force and the CIA were both entities that never existed prior to July 1947, but became collateral as a response to the Roswell incident. Yes. And I just basically reiterated the Roswell incident to Eric as well. And I mentioned about the supermassive dirigibles. And I mentioned about the what was so important was the Battle of Los Angeles on February 24th to the night of 25th in February 1942, weeks after Pearl Harbor. Just weeks, the supermassive dirigibles floated across the Kurisha Current, across the jet stream, the Pacific jet stream, and down the west coast of the coastal line.
Yeah, they were sending the fugal bombs from Hokkaido, which is way in the north in Japan, next to Russia.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yes.
But with the Battle of Los Angeles, it was the supermassive dirigible, which had it was basically the Allies were working with helium, lighter than air, which is lighter than air, but the Japanese were using hydrogen peroxide, which is highly flammable, and so it was able to gain enough airlift.
By the way, everyone uses hydrogen peroxide except the Americans, because the Americans have basically a monopoly on helium. But go on, yes.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Douglas. Yes, thank you so much. And basically, over the night of February 24th into the night of the day of February 25th, what happened over Los Angeles was a Japanese dirigible that had that with these they had the parasite fighters, which were deployed from the dirigible through. I'm trying to pronounce this correctly, Douglas. The catamarans.
Catamarans launched. Yeah.
Catamarans. Thank you, catamarans. They deployed these parasite fighters, which were to deter or deflect basically the anti-aircraft fire, because 1,100 rounds of anti-aircraft fire was shot up. Now, by the way, I just mentioned that the only casualties that they have basically what they tell you in the textbooks, the history textbooks, is there was only, what was it? It was a mother and her 5 children through these Fugo bombs that were
the link was provided by Realtek, is what they're claiming. Yeah, they'll say that it was just this family of this priest or preacher that was killed, or something. Right?
Yeah, somewhere, I think it was in Oregon. It was this family that suffered this fatality because they got caught on fire.
They were at a picnic, and apparently they were curious, and the kids started playing with it, and it blew up on them. Is what they is what they'll say, which is it's not that it's a lie, but of course it's their lie is to take that all out of context. But go on, yes, please.
Thank you, Douglas. And what happened on February 24th into the night of 25th of February 1942, the 1,100 rounds were fired. Their rounds came back down and killed civilians. Yeah. This is the thing that people disregard. Yeah. They denied the fact that they even lost people that night. So people died that night simply from the aircraft fire coming back down and taking out civilians that were watching the dirigible. Yes. So this is a fact that people deny in the textbooks. They deny this. So no, this family was not the only fatalities in the continental United States of America in the Second World War during the period of hostilities. Of course, a legal declaration of hostilities was declared in 1942 against the Japanese and Germany. Two separate theaters of war. They had it was a two frontier war. But anyway, regardless of that, what happened? So after the night of, and I explained to Eric, there was an individual named Hideo Noguchi, who basically went around all these the Rockefeller Institution. He would make these claims. He was basically what do you want to call it? A political. It was not a scientific. He was basically a political spy for the emperor, for Emperor Hirohito, and he would go and make these claims that he isolated trachoma syphilis,
pretty much everything you could think of, he would claim.
Everything you could think of.
Yes.
So basically, he isolated this a sample of yellow fever from the I forget which university it was, Douglas, but he basically took a vial and he to bring back to the emperor, and he ultimately later on died. Yes. He died of contracting yellow fever on his return back to Japan with yellow fever. So the American High Command knew that Japan were weaponizing yellow fever, and so they concluded after the incident of what's known as the Battle of Los Angeles, is they made the conclusion, well, they didn't fire any rounds, they didn't deploy any rounds, or they didn't drop any bombs or deploy any rounds. So what were they doing over Los Angeles? And the American High Command concluded that they must have isolated and aerosolized yellow fever and sprayed the contagion all over Los Angeles. So the American high response was, we're going to cordon off every corner of Los Angeles. Anyone who tries to escape, you shoot them on sight. So that was the response. And so to prevent their own troops from dying, they vaccinated, not inoculated, they virilation, they vaccinated their own troops with this conjured up yellow fever vaccine, which was not approved by the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration. And they conjured this up by basically taking, what do you want to call it? Just samples from aborted babies and adult cadavers. And they mustered up this vaccine without being approved.
By the FDA.
And
by the Food and Drug Administration.
And they vaccinated. What was it? About 350,000 of their own troops with this.
Oh God,
vaccine?
yes, it was outrageous. Go on.
Outrageous number. And that, if people look up the spring between the months of March and April 1942, you had the largest hepatitis B outbreak in all human history ever recorded, and that was that. In fact, that basically that it was the army. Excuse me, Douglas. I'm just I'm trying to just get my words out correctly.
Right.
Basically, 50,000 men ultimately. Yeah, 50,000 people. 50,000.
Yeah, you're very enthusiastic.
The army.
Yeah,
50,000 people could verify this. 50,000 troops died ultimately, and another 300,000 men were severed from military service.
Yeah.
They were basically This was what I explained to Eric. This was Japan's Leningrad and Stalingrad, just as Douglas has always said. This is their version of Leningrad and Stalingrad. This was a victory on part of the Japanese that prolonged the war by 4.5 years, and that to prevent that information coming out, they told the civilian population that it was extraterrestrial.
Yes.
That was the military's propaganda to basically discombobulate the fact of reality, because the newspaper articles the next day gave you street addresses, Hollywood Boulevard. They named you the street addresses that the Japanese planes were shot down.
Yes.
And they told you that the next day in the newspaper articles. And like Douglas has always reiterated this, he's always said this for years, they tell you with Roswell, believe the newspaper stories, the very first ones that they released, because it's telling you the truth. They told you it was alien, so that you must believe it. But with the Battle of Los Angeles, which happened prior to 1947, which was before Roswell, they told you it was Japanese planes that were shot down. So you better believe it. But they're telling you, no, don't believe that, because that's not right. It was extraterrestrial.
Yeah.
And of course, this is when I brought up with Roswell with Eric, because I explained to him that what happened in 1945 when Emperor Hirohito, because they were working with biocidal weapons. And I said they were working with one of the most contagious, one of the most, what do you want to call it? Calamity biocidal weapons in the world, botulinum toxin, just like anthrax. Yes. Completely, a single pound of botulinum toxin that's evenly distributed can kill 1 billion people. Just 1 pound of it. Yeah. And this is what Emperor Hirohito sacrificed. Yeah. He sacrificed that over the west coast of the United States, which landed at Tonopah Army Airfield, which the Americans knew that they were working with all these biocidal weapons because of what was it, Unit 731?
Yes.
I know it was Pangfeng Complex in Korea. Manchuria, beg your
Yeah,
pardon, Doctor.
that's fine.
Thank you so much. Yeah, beg your pardon about that. And yeah, so this is what, and I said the Americans were they were extremely, the average person was 6 feet tall, and I said they couldn't even get any Americans to fit inside the cockpit of these dirigibles. So this is what they tortured the prisoners of war. This is what I was just explaining to. They tortured them, forced them to basically to meet their demands, to basically fly these dirigibles over Roswell, and
their intent was to test the dropping of a dummy atomic bomb. This is why you
Yes.
had the
Antarctica. Yes.
So and ultimately so that they were hoping to basically destroy the Nazi exodus, destroy it before the Germans could relocate into Unterland. All of this is connected. So just so people understand, the numbers were basically, because I'm looking them up, I'm cheating. I just want people to understand this. Looking up my old notes, what happened was the Americans, because they were producing an emergency vaccine without approval from the FDA or going through any of the normal processes, they were using senior cadavers, aborted fetuses, all this shit, and they put together these vaccines against the yellow fever, but this produced this epidemic of quote unquote unexplained hepatitis. So and so basically, since the average strength of a World War II era U.S. Army infantry division approximated 14,250 men, and approximately 51,000 active duty experienced U.S. military personnel with symptomatic hepatitis were terminally hospitalized, they died. Then a further 330,000 had to be mustered out of service because they were simply rendered unfit to serve because of their symptoms. Then that's basically that's the equivalent of 4 entire divisions wiped out. The Japanese effectively had the Americans wipe out 4 of their own divisions. And so this was, the equivalent of a tremendous battle in which the Japanese suffered effectively so few losses, a few pilots, as to it doesn't. There's no equivalency compared with what the Americans lost. So just for to add to the surrealism here, understand that the individual we're speaking of, Hideo Noguchi, he was born in Fukushima. But he's buried in the Bronx. He's buried in Woodlawn Cemetery. And he's there among Herman Melville and Joseph Pulitzer, the retail giants like R.H. Macy and F.W. Woolworth, the New York politicians such as Fiorello LaGuardia and Robert Moses, and musicians like Duke Ellington and Miles Davis. Among all these people is Hideo Noguchi, the scientific spy who was the Michio Kaku of his day. This is part of and he had married a white woman, a white American woman. That's how he wound up buried there in the Bronx in Woodlawn Cemetery. So there you go. It's just this is like, you couldn't make this stuff up in fiction and have anybody believe it.
No, and I just presented to Eric as well. You can look up, I think it's the 1,000 yen note. Yeah. Is it the 1,000 yen note?
That's right, the 1,000 yen note, they have his face on it in Japan. Yes.
Yeah.
They honor him in Japan as with the 1,000 yen note. And he's got a museum in which they have a talking biofacsimilacra that was open at least before the nuclear meltdown. There was a museum in which they had a talking biofacsimilacra in his image that would greet people, very, very low programmed one that would just greet people and kind of interact with them to a degree when they entered the museum. But yes, so we love you dearly, George. Share that with Sarah, and
thank
you so much for everything you do. And don't forget to also tell Eric or anyone you speak to, when it comes to the fatalities, the Germans knew they could never match the strategic bombing campaign efforts of the Allies. So what they deployed was an incredible insurgency of their saboteurs. And so it's important to remember that for every American military casualty, there were 8 industrial casualties on the home front. So in terms of the Second World War, forget the soldiers. I mean, basically, you only had 300. They got it down to an exact number because this is the VA monitoring for benefits. It was supposedly 306,005 American soldiers dead and another 571,822 that sustained life-crippling injuries. But forget them. I mean, the Bureau of Labor Statistics reported that between 1942 and 1945, there were 2 million deadly industrial accidents, totaling more than 6 million throughout the war. So as many Americans died as the Jews acknowledged died during the Holocaust on the home front. And these are overwhelmingly women in a female workforce, in what was almost an all-female workforce. They acknowledge, these are the real statistics. What they acknowledge is about 75,000 American women died or became permanently totally disabled, like paralyzed for life in industry during the war. And additionally, some 378,000 industrial working women suffered a permanent partial disability, meaning that they were in a wheelchair the rest of their lives or blind or something. And so that meant that there you go with that. This is what they acknowledge. But in reality, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, with the records I had to destroy, you're talking about well over 6 million women. So it's far more dangerous to be a woman working on the home front in World War II than it was to be a GI on the front lines in combat. So, you might bring that up with just emphasize that the Germans really did a number on the Americans, and it was something that the Americans completely hid. Yet, if you look back, all the propaganda films in World War II were the British and the Americans warning about the fifth column. And there's a reason why they were so adamant about that. So, okay. So take care, George. Have a blessed week. If he's still with us.
Thank you so much, Douglas, and good night, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Cheers for having me on.
Good night, George.
Good night. Thank you.
Take care, George.
Oh.
And wonderful. So how is it that you wind up with both your clone and yourself on at the same time, Ian? How does that happen? Where we get the Ian fucking West and the real Ian West simultaneously?
Well, no, I got it like set up like that so I can wear my headphones, and then if you guys want me to do the audio clips, I can do it through the other account.
Oh,
or if you want to.
That's right. Right. That makes sense.
Because I couldn't do it last time. So.
That's right. Oh my God! And every time you were doing it, Brooke was high stressing you, talking about talking smack.
Well, that's all she does anyway. That's all when you grow up like that, and we're in West Virginia or wherever she's from.
Clemens. It's Clemens, South Carolina. Right. Clemson.
Like the shampoo.
Yes.
Doesn't that sound like a shampoo? Like Clemson shampoo, I don't know. Whatever they do out there.
Oh God, I forgot. Thank God you remembered. Oh my God. So both of you gentlemen.
I can't believe I missed that of her trying to fucking seduce some dude from Brigham on, and he's not even in the same room as her or something. It's so funny.
Yes, listen to it. You'll hear it. It's on the latest episode before tonight's, and it's going to be in the early hours because it had to be, because it was just when I was bringing Peter on. So it's basically the opening hour. It was the opening hour. Peter came on late, so it's the opening hour and a half or 2 hours, because Peter came home late from his football party, his Super Bowl party, where I guess they were all digging into the chips and dips and shit. And then he came back to, kind of like a guy coming home late from a party. He's always got to have a woman chew his ass out. That's what he came home to with Brooke. He came onto the air, and then the only difference here was she had this, I call him her germanium, had her germanium with her, who started, chewing at his ankles, so to speak, biting at his ankles. For those of you who don't know, germanium's a small breed of dog, and since she's really into dogs, we'll call Joshua Diller was the fucker's name. Joshua Diller, her germanium. So the fact that he started chewing at our man Pete, the Moon Man's bone, that's pretty funny to me. I mean, it's unforgivable.
I could hear her coming on and going, "Hey, Doug, I got this new guy. His name's Jasper. Can I bring him on?" I could hear her saying something like that.
And so, oh my God, she wanted me when I knocked him off. She wanted me to let him back on as her proxy to duel with Peter. I mean, oh my God.
What? She doesn't need no help bitching at anybody. She's mastered that. She's got 2 kids already. I mean, my God. How much more, what backup do you need already?
Thank you.
But anyway, I got this clip about the Chinese. It's kind of important.
Okay.
Let me see if I can pull it up. But it's it's a little snippet. Okay. But let me see if I've got it here. Okay. But it's short. It's short. Did you get all those other files I sent you?
There's a lot. Now remember, these are I mean quite a bit, and they're big.
Dude, I had to pay $80. I had to pay $80 for those. So.
Oh my God. Realtek, see if you've got the capacity to even hold that shit. Doesn't that require like a fucking super file to hold that shit? Megabytes or something? Good God.
Well, they're like college interim, textbooks and shit. Like they're the real deal fucking oh shit, where is this?
Storage is very cheap now.
Huh? What are you saying?
Storage is not expensive now.
And adrenaline and adrenochrome. Okay, so let me download this. Okay,
that's the first book. That's from 1937, I think.
Okay, I hope this doesn't fill up my fucking computer or something like that. I hope there's no viruses that come down with this. I mean,
for $80, there better not be any fucking viruses.
Yeah, you might be paying $80 just for your computer to be filled with fucking viruses. Who knows? I mean, oh my God. So here we have what our man Teddy Bass was talking about, the major public health disaster in Ohio. So just so people understand, this must be what he's talking about. Ooh, oh, fuck. I'm looking at these trains. Holy shit. I'll do a little screen share for you here. I wish I could show this with our listeners, but unfortunately, everybody take a look at the screen. See if you can see your screen share. Look at Ohio. Holy shit. These are the toxic chemical trains. There you go. Look at that.
Did you hear what they were saying? Like the after effect?
What's the after effect?
Like the crops aren't going to be able to grow. Mm-hmm. The water supply is going to get poisoned. Like all sorts of shit from this.
Oh my God! So you guys are seeing this, right? You guys are seeing this?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Now let me show you something else. One of the headlines about. Well, let me see here if I can find it. 3-eyed. You'll love this. 3-eyed. Okay. Here we are. 3-eyed fish found near nuclear plant in Argentina. This is the real thing. This is reputable source. This is ZME Science. There we are.
Holy fucking shit.
Yeah. If you're a Simpsons fan, then
I'm not surprised.
Yeah. Blinky, the 3-eyed fish found near the nuclear plant where Homer Simpson was working. As it turns out, the Simpsons were right yet again. Fishermen in Cordoba, Argentina, caught a 3-eyed wolffish in a reservoir fed by a local nuclear power plant. I mean, oh, delightful. I feel I'm sick.
No, those things are going to start washing up more and more and more as time goes by.
Holy shit.
They will.
Oh my God. So
did you see the what are they called? The reptilian head that this Mexican dude cut off because this reptile was fucking with his kids and shit?
Okay. And you got
Yeah, this was down in Mexico. Fuck, where is it? Let me see if I can pull it up.
Provide a picture of that, that would be appreciated.
I mean, these things are scary. I mean, like, really scary.
Dude, you've got fucking iguanas falling from the sky where you live. What do you...
Yeah, but they're not going to eat me. Shit. All right, here it is. Documentary.
Some are big enough. I mean, Jesus.
True.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Well, anyway, I'll just tell you what this guy said. God damn it. I wish I made the fucking clip, but I can't find it now. Mm-hmm. But anyway, this dude's like bitching at people for not realizing that there's this war going underground. Mm-hmm. And he's like, there's 3 groups we're fighting. Oh, man, let me just fucking pull it up because you guys you wouldn't believe it if you heard it from me. Fuck, man. Go on, Real Tech. Say what you got to say to while I pull this shit up real quick. I don't know where I fucking put it.
Yeah, I think this might be like 3 Mile Island all over again.
What, in Argentina?
No, here in Ohio.
Oh,
in
with those trains. Yes, that's
yes.
I get it. Yeah, no, that's Amor Fadi says George Knight should do the audio voice for your books, Douglas. For those illiterate people.
Yeah, he should.
That would be funny.
That's funny as fuck.
That would be funny.
And Nathan, reconnection was successful.
I hear you.
Okay, so the reconnection was successful. We are reconnected. Now, that has nothing to do with my microphone. Okay, that's the online broadcasting software. So if we get knocked offline, that's totally beyond anyone's control. That's
exactly.
So thank God.
Yeah, it might have been something with your ISP. Maybe they're updating something.
Interesting. So that
recently T-Mobile had a problem with fiber optics, and
wasn't that hacking?
It shut down everything was affected. Yeah.
Yeah, but they were hacked, right?
I don't know. I haven't looked it up again. I don't think they were, but
that was my impression. I thought they were hacked, but
I mean, they did email me about that their information was hacked months ago.
Okay.
Soft. It was like a soft attack, so it wasn't a hardcore brute force attack. So, but it took hackers to Social Security information and things like that.
Right. So what Amor Fadi is saying, you guys mentioned me suggesting George Knight do the audio, said funny as fuck, then the audio cut off for like 30 seconds. Not the first time tonight. Well, the difference is the other times that happened was my microphone, and this time what happened was the online broadcasting software shut down and then reconnected, or rather it disconnected, or it lost connection and then reconnected. So he said, I'm always worried you guys are going to get hacked or cyber attacked. We should invest in high-tech equipment and cyber security.
Who's we? Who's we?
Yeah, I was about to say, maybe if I win the lottery.
Yeah. Show a picture of my arm about tax. Come on.
Oh,
all right.
Yes.
All right. Here, I got the clip. Let me pull up the phone.
Okay.
And
we're going to see if we can hear it.
You can hear it.
His clip.
It's only 2 minutes.
Okay.
It's short. It's only 2 minutes.
All right. After that, I'll go to the monologue.
Okay, here it is.
I'm not hearing anything.
Oh, you can't hear it?
No, I can't hear it.
What? Oh, God damn it.
See, if Brooke were here, she'd talk about, then he buys this cheap shit from the 80s and the 90s. Yeah. And,
oh, God, I give up. I fucking quit. Oh, I know what I did wrong. My bad. Okay. My bad. I'm an idiot. Hold on. Here, my bad. Okay. All right. One more time. Join the call. Unmute. Okay, here it is.
Tens of thousands of miles. Go to the back of the room.
Can you hear it now?
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, here we go.
So the point I'm making is that they have a nuclear threat at the same time for the Chinese. At the same time, they have an underground child rescue operation that is not complete. Okay, for those of you who don't understand that there are networks of underground tunnels 20 meters in diameter under the United States, tens of thousands of miles. Go to the back of the room. You are the slowest students in the class. In the underground tunnels, there's a war going on. I found out from military source. Are you aware who was fighting? It's U.S. Special Forces. Are you aware who was fighting? It's 3 groups. No? Chinese military were fighting a war. Chinese military in the tunnels. Mexican cartel in the tunnels, or they're conscripts. They're mercenaries. And the third group Chinese-made cyborgs. Unbelievable.
All right. That was it.
Oh, it was just getting interesting. Why does it cut off at the Chinese-made cyborgs?
Oh no, I did. It doesn't. I just cut it off right there because that was the unbelievable part that I wanted to play was that Chinese-made cyborgs. You know.
But is there any details about them after that? We'd like to hear them.
Yeah. Okay, here. Okay, hold on.
Oh, we don't need to hear it tonight. But I mean, you know, another night you might make another clip where we get to hear that part and hear what he says about these Chinese-made cyborgs.
Yes,
that would be.
It was so funny, right?
Yeah, well, it's entertaining. It's I don't know if I could call it informative, but it's entertaining. So I thank you for that. No, that you did well, and it came out well. It was certainly audible. We could hear all of it very clearly, even loudly. So I'm impressed. You did well with that. And by the way, Amorfati says, Team Dietrich needs tons of money. And of course, the solution is for Amorfati to become a Mexican cartel lord and help us out. I mean, geez, we could use friends south of the border. I mean, you heard Ian West's source. He claims we're fighting, narco lords underground with their conscripts. Well, there you go with that. I mean, now truly, they do build big tunnels from Mexico into the United States. This is a fact. They even use submarines. I mean, they use these narco submarines. I mean, there's a lot going on. And
and now these submarines are drone operated. They're all operated remote control. So
yes.
These days.
Yeah. And so to make money, we got to get into this shit. I mean, Ian, he's got his thing going with his drug trade, but it's obviously not networked enough. So need to network you with Amorfati, and maybe we'll get something going here. So that being said, all of you gentlemen have been wonderful. Do me a favor, and if you want to stick around, go ahead and interject if you feel you have something to offer. But I'm just going to start going monologue. Why don't you, both of you gentlemen, say good day to our audience, and Real Tech, if we could do like last time, just kind of have you at least hang out so I can anchor the call to maintain quality of sound, and that way you can jump on if you're awake and interject.
Yeah, sure, I'll be awake. I woke up earlier, so okay. I was.
Real Tech, I created the second account, so if you don't want to stay on, it's no big deal. I can just leave it on for him.
Okay.
Okay.
Wonderful, and that's delightful. And
thanks.
All right. I mean, you're both wonderful, and thank you both. You're angels. Again, both of you say good day to our listeners. I mean, you both have your fan bases, and people do. I don't know if you saw that, Ian. I do want you to know. Take a look at the threads underneath our latest episodes. Go back episode after episode, and you'll find out other people saying they, go Ian West. They're.
I'm flattered. I'm flattered.
Yes.
That's cool. That's good.
Yeah.
I'm happy for you.
Yeah. Yes.
You got some new side chicks, maybe.
Yeah. Out of the so many.
But that clip I just played you guys.
Yeah.
That was the dude who fucking sounded the alarm about Disney World and the fucking kids in the cages like 4 or 5 years ago. And when I found that clip, that's what brought into motion this little this sonar fucking mapping thing I did of Disney World, where I let him arrest me and shit.
Okay.
But that was the guy who
is this the guy that Brooke Gibson tells me is the same guy on all your videos? That these guys says I'm ex-CIA or something like that. And does the chalkboard?
No. Oh, that's Christian 21 she's talking about. That's Christian 21. No. This guy's like this day trader dude in like Cozumel or something. He knows all these rich fucks and fucking he gets all this intel about it. But yeah, he was the guy that turned me on about the kids in the cages underneath Disney World and how they were producing adrenochrome from it.
You do want to qualify that statement by saying he informed me or made me aware of. You don't use the term "turn on" to the kids in the cages.
Oh, well, you see what I'm saying, though. If it wasn't for him, I would have known all this.
Oh, yes, thank you. Okay, wonderful. And we love you dearly. Have a blessed night. Hang out if you want, if you feel you can interject with something constructive while I go.
Yeah, I'll go on mute. I'll go on mute. Okay. But like I said, if Realtek, if you have to close out, feel free to, because that's what I got the second account for.
Okay, wonderful. Wonderful. And so there you go, Realtek. And otherwise, of course, Realtek will hang out. And do say good day, both of you. Say good day.
I usually like to hang out anyway. So.
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds
cool.
Good. Yeah, wonderful. Wonderful. So that being said,
enjoy the monologue, everybody, and always support Douglas Dietrich.
Thank you.
He is our national treasure.
Oh, bless you. Thank you so much. I mean, thank you. That's very touching. That's very touching. Thank you. And so
ditto.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Very poetic. Very poetic. That's like when real Ian West was saying, yeah, then the lady I was fucking, she was telling me how she kept my sperm inside her while laying next to her husband. And Mark Hayes was saying, oh, that's so erotic. He was writing inside of the text box that that was such poetry, he said. Yes, Ian West has, with that single ditto, yes, that is this poetic reinforcement to what Realtek was saying.
That's his version of having a haiku.
Yes, yes, that's right. The Ian West haiku. Yes. Reptilian adrenochrome, moon over Florida. Yes, that's the, yes. Reptile heads, kids in cages, floods over Florida. Yes, this is haiku from Ian West. Okay, enough of those visions. With that, all right, I guess I'm revved up. So Amorphadi says, yes, here we are. Haha, I know guys who have said they want to become mega narco lords, and they're from respectable and wealthy families with legitimate businesses. I guess it's just the craze these days. Plus, who doesn't want to have that kind of money? Interesting idea, Douglas. Maybe I should get into the drug business. Pharmacies are big business for sure. There you are. There you can have the best of both worlds. Claim you're legit and rob people blind. And, you know, who needs all the grief of underworld activity when you've got the potential to do it legit, like Our Lady Brooke Gibson was working for those people. That's what led to too much access to drugs. And so just so people understand this, the Empire of Japan concludes that these balloons are Chinese. Whatever else the Americans may say about them being private and non-Chinese connected. On Tuesday, which is effectively yesterday when I started the program, the government of the Empire of Japan stated that 3 unidentified flying objects spotted over northern and southwestern areas of the home islands in recent years are strongly suspected to have been Chi-Com, or Chinese Communist, spy balloons. A day earlier, top diplomats from the Empire of Japan and South Korea said the countries backed the American downing of the quote-unquote suspected Chinese spy balloon earlier this month, adding that no country is allowed to infringe on another's territorial sovereignty. However, defense-related officials in Japan were telling Gigi, one of their local papers, that there are serious questions about whether the self-defense forces could practically, you know, in light of the Americans' problems and the Canadian problems with shooting these babies down, whether they practically could or legally should shoot down spy balloons above the country. And that's quite the potential restraint for an empire that's trying to become a more prominent regional security player as it looks beyond its alliance with the American empire for partners to help deter the communist Chinese empire and meet other regional challenges. So understand this is why the Japanese are loosening all these stupid restrictions they imposed upon themselves for the sake of decorum. Arguably, few countries would be as strategically important in a regional contingency as the Philippines archipelago, which is why reinforcing ties with Manila, the capital thereof, has become a critical element in both Tokyo and Washington's security plans after signing separate defense deals with the American and Japanese empires. Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. has revealed he's also reviewing a proposed tripartite security pact with these empires amid concerns his country could be pulled into a Taiwan conflict. So there is a China expert who asserts that Putin may be linked to the spy balloon over the United States, and of course warns that we are at the end of decades of general peace. Now, an expert on the Communist Chinese Empire has warned that Vladimir Putin could be involved in Beijing's spy balloon that was shot down by the United States military yesterday, it is last week. So what's happened is that Gordon Chang, he's an author, and he's a Gatestone Institute senior fellow. He's told CNN that the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire and the Communist Chinese Empire are forming what he calls adorable partnerships. And Putin may have been involved in the objects shot down over North America. To quote as Chang, the objects that were shot down on Friday and Saturday entered North American airspace from the north. That means that they probably passed over Russia. And Chang added that there could be three possibilities, including that the balloon could perhaps be a Russian object. The other possibilities were that Red China may have launched it from Russia, or maybe China launched them from the Chinese mainland, but they floated over Russia, which means that Russia presumably gave us approval to that. Chang also mentioned about the Sino-Slav-Indic synaxis, growing ties, and Beijing's support for Putin's unprecedented war in Ukraine. To quote his T, "We know that China's top diplomat is going to be in Moscow in a couple of days that follow a couple of weeks when the vice foreign minister went to Moscow. Xi Jinping, the Chinese ruler, is supposed to go to Moscow this year, and we have seen Red China being all in on Russia's war, referring Ukraine. So the conclusion is China and Russia are forming adorable partnerships." Now, I think that's the stupidest term I've ever heard. I don't know why he uses that. It could be something they said that actually translated as such, where they are in adoration of each other. It doesn't make sense to me. But Gordon Chang, as an expert on the topic, has also warned of the growing possibility of worldwide conflict. If not, in his words, World War III. So, effectively, yesterday, the day before by now, Gordon Chang tweeted, "We will be in the fight soon. China and Russia, which are driving events, are making sure of that. We are at the end of decades of general peace." So, such being said, the West has called Putin's bluff. The Russian dictator Vladimir Putin and Kremlin, well, all the Kremlin officials have warned multiple times over the 11 months, at this point almost 12 months by now. In fact, we are into the 12-month stretch since the invasion of Ukraine started, that Western interference could result in an escalation. However, the United States and other Western allies of Ukraine have repeatedly crossed Putin's supposed red lines. In his September address, while the United States continued providing Ukraine with more armaments to fight on territory illegitimately annexed by Putin, Putin himself said, "If the territorial integrity of our country is threatened, we will, without doubt, use all available means to protect Russia and our people. This is not a bluff." And more recently, Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov provided such a warning about arming Ukraine in December. He said, "Weapons supplies continue. The assortment of supplied weapons is expanding. All this, of course, leads to an aggravation of the conflict and, in fact, does not bode well for Ukraine. If anything, the weapons coming to Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky from the West escalated after Peskov's remarks. In fact, if I remember correctly, last week alone, President Joe Biden took the large step of saying the United States will provide Ukraine with 31 M1 Abrams tanks. His announcement came on the same day that United Germany confirmed it would give Ukrainian forces 13 Leopard 2 tanks. See the transposition of numbers there? The Americans are giving 31 M1 Abrams. The Germans are giving 13 Leopard 2 tanks, 3-1 and 1-3. That's because 13 German tanks are worth 31 American tanks. Lawrence C. Reardon, a professor of political science at the University of New Hampshire, told Newsweek that while Western leaders haven't taken Putin's words as fact, they nevertheless likely don't take Russia's nuclear capabilities or the chance of an angry Putin using them in Ukraine for granted. So, to quote he basically said, "Thus, the recent hesitance by Berlin and Washington to provide sophisticated tanks is not just related to the difficulty of Ukraine absorbing these tanks into their fighting forces, but also a fear of escalating the conflict. But Western leaders are not crying wolf and have no doubt, or rather his words exactly are, and no doubt have, warned Putin that NATO will rapidly escalate involvement should Putin resort to tactical nuclear weapons. There is a growing global perception that Russian leaders resemble the boy that cried wolf. When Russian forces are under pressure, Putin indirectly talks about the use of tactical nuclear weapons to defend Russia, especially to defend the newly annexed areas of southeast Ukraine, such as the Crimea." Now, Kremlin officials and Russian state-controlled media outlets responded to the news of the tanks with outrage. But George Mason University Schar School of Policy and Government professor Mark N. Katz told the press that the message from the West was clear. Putin's rhetoric wasn't going to cause them to back down. The Katz accords that another reason why Ukraine's Western allies may feel emboldened in their support of Ukraine is that Russia is, for the most part, well, they've stumbled in its war efforts. To quote us the Katz, Putin and his cronies have already declared that Russia is at war with NATO or the collective West, not just Ukraine. The U.S. and NATO do seem to take seriously the possibility that there are some things Ukraine might do which could result in Putin escalating the conflict. Putin's red lines are designed to deter Western states from crossing them. But Putin has not been able to prevent the West from crossing several of them. If Putin's forces are not doing so well against Ukraine, it is hard to see how they can do better by escalating the conflict by attacking any NATO member. Now, the tanks for Ukraine have shifted the balance of power in Europe. When the German and U.S. governments finally agreed last week to supply some of their most formidable battle tanks to Ukraine, the balance of power within Europe perceptibly shifted, I mean to say. Going to slur there because it's late. For months, President Joe Biden and the United German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, fearing an escalation of conflict between the West and Russia, had stubbornly put off Ukrainian requests for the powerful, highly maneuverable vehicles and the European states most directly vulnerable to Russian aggression, in Scandinavia, the Baltic region, and Central and Eastern Europe, had grown more and more frustrated with Washington and Berlin. Finally, the smaller countries had had enough. In an impressive show of diplomatic muscle, they forced NATO's two greatest powers to take a step that Biden, and especially Scholz, have clearly been afraid of taking. The episode is a reminder that a security alliance isn't just a means for major powers, such as the United States or the United Germany, to amplify their own influence by drawing on the forces of smaller nations. In this case, some of NATO's smaller members and partners understand the Russian threat far more clearly than either the United States or Die-XIV.CCLXIX, the Die-XIV.CCLXIX, the new United Germany does, because they don't have the option of complacency. Now, since the start of this war, United Germany and the United States have tried to give Ukraine enough military aid to perform well on the battlefield, but not so much that the Ukrainians can drive Russian forces out of all of occupied Ukraine, including areas that Russia occupied in 2014. Washington and Berlin have kept sending the same mixed signals. Russia cannot win the war, and Ukraine cannot be allowed to lose, but in the end, the defenders might have to make some significant concessions to the invaders to secure a peace deal. That message has sounded more and more discordant to states to Germany's north and east. The longer the war has gone on, the more grotesque the crimes and destruction that the Russian government has been willing to commit against its neighbor and ostensible little brother, Ukraine, the more these states have become convinced that Russia must not only be denied a victory, but be defeated outright. During the 20th century, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania were forcibly incorporated into the Greater Soviet Union against their will. Poland, the Czech Republic, and Slovakia were ruled as Soviets' vassals during the Cold War. These countries' leaders instinctively understand the threat of Russian imperialism and take Moscow's rhetoric about national expansion and greatness as the menace that it truly is. They want to see Russian power broken. 4 Nordic countries, Finland, Sweden, Denmark, and Norway, all have their own well-established reasons for unease about Russia. After World War II, Finland and Sweden opted for, or felt obliged to opt for, a neutral stance in the Cold War, staying out of NATO and hoping that, in exchange, Moscow would respect their independence. Norway uncomfortably shares a border with Russia. Denmark, which controls access to the Baltic Sea, has long had to contend with the presence of Russian military force. When all of these states saw how easily and with what brutality Vladimir Putin ripped up the post-1945 rulebook, embarking on an unnecessary war of national expansion while openly discussing the cultural genocide of another people, their old inhibitions dropped away. Finland might be the most remarkable member of this new coalition. For decades, Helsinki studiously avoided doing anything to offend the Soviet Union, to the point that Finlandization became a shorthand for when a smaller country partially acquiesces to a larger power in the hope of avoiding too much interference in its own internal affairs. However, as soon as Putin ordered the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, the Finnish government reacted with vigor. It quickly applied for NATO membership, which is almost sure to be granted, regardless of the recent stance of the Turkish and Hungarian governments. Of all world leaders, the Finnish Prime Ministress, Sanna Marin, has expressed the need to counter the Russian threat most bluntly. She has regretted European Union weakness in opposing Russian actions in Ukraine since 2014 and said that Ukrainian membership in NATO would have prevented the present crisis, which of course it would have. She has openly called for Russia's defeat, saying that its withdrawal from Ukrainian territory is the way out of the conflict. Without hesitation, Marin recently tied her own country's security to Ukraine's. To quote she, "We don't know when the war will end, but we have to make sure that the Ukrainians will win. I don't think there's any other choice. If Russia would win the war, then we would only see decades of this kind of behavior ahead of us. Now, similar sentiments are coming out of Warsaw, Tallinn, Stockholm, and other capitals in Eastern and Northern Europe. If anything, these governments' positions have been hardening the Baltic states, which have consistently given the largest percentage of their defense budgets to aid Ukraine, work together to persuade United Germany to give its advanced Leopard battle tanks to Ukraine. Sweden, maybe most surprisingly, raised the pressure noticeably with a pledge to give the Ukrainians its highly accurate Archer artillery system. For a while, the United States and United Germany both refused to budge. The Biden administration promised a large number of fighting vehicles, including Bradley armored personnel carriers, but not the Abrams battle tank. Berlin hemmed and hawed, even throwing up new and unexpected conditions on the transfer of Leopards to Ukraine by allied governments. As the NATO states were gathering at Ramstein Air Base in United Germany late yesterday, last week, to discuss their latest Ukrainian aid packages, Scholz's government was insisting that it could not provide Leopards to Ukraine until the United States first offered its own battle tanks. This position created the impression in many circles that Berlin was still desperate to protect its relationship with Moscow. But other European countries simply would not let up. In what became known as the Tallinn Pledge, the United Kingdom and the Netherlands joined NATO states in Eastern Europe and Scandinavia in calling for Russia to be pushed out of all Ukrainian territory, including the Crimea and other areas occupied before last February 24th. Always a leader in the anti-Russian coalition, Poland formally asked United Germany to let it convey its own Leopards to Ukraine, and other states discussed doing so even without requesting permission. Faced with this open revolt in a breathtaking 48 hours, in but the span of 2 days, the American Empire and Dy-Deutschland, the new United Germany, caved. In addition to granting other nations' requests, United Germany started planning on directly transferring tanks of its own. Then, Biden publicly offered 31 Abrams tanks. Other European states, including Portugal and Spain, immediately piled on with offers of even more tanks. So a new force has emerged in Europe. By acceding to their smaller allies' demands, the United Germany and the American Empire are belatedly recognizing a slow but relentless shift in the Western approach towards Russia, which is being determined not in Washington or even Berlin, but in the capitals of countries that, until recently, have been seen as junior partners. Moreover, these new drivers of European security strategy are unlikely to ease up. They are among Europe's richest and fastest growing economies and have some of the continent's best equipped militaries. Plus, they will always have Russia close by, and that reality alone will keep them focused. And the question then to ask amidst this new united front is whether Turkey by their own language and their rebrand, in other words, the Turks want you to bespeak of their country in their language, are they destined to get kicked out of NATO? Will Turkey actually exit NATO or be kicked out first? Would probably be the more valid question. Last week of last month, Turkey postponed what was to be a critical meeting with Sweden and Finland that was meant to resolve issues over the Nordic nations' bid to join the NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. On Monday, as dated the 23rd of January, Turkish dictator Tayyip Erdogan also warned that Sweden should not expect Turkey to back its membership bid following a protest in Stockholm in which a copy of the Quran was burned. However, the burning of the sacred Islamic book was not approved. Earlier, yestermensis, last month, Kurdish protesters had also hung the Turkish leader, the dictator Tayyip Erdogan, in effigy. After the protest, which had been approved by Swedish officials, Erdogan told reporters, "Sweden should not expect support from us for NATO. It is clear that those who caused such a disgrace in front of our country's embassy can no longer expect any benevolence from us regarding their application." Now, both Sweden and Finland, historically neutral nations, sought membership in the International Alliance following Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine last February. But NATO member Turkey still needs to approve their bids. Finland has begun to float a solo entry if Turkey won't budge on Sweden's membership. Ankara, the capital of Turkey, is the final hurdle that Stockholm and Helsinki, the capitals of Sweden and Finland respectively, need to clear for NATO membership. But questions are now being asked whether it is possible the twin Scandinavian nations could soon be part of the alliance, while Turkey may not be. Some Turkish officials have suggested it could leave the alliance, which it officially joined on February 18th of 1952. Protocol regarding its membership was signed in October of 1951. Turkey and the regional rival Greece were the first additions to the alliance. But rifts are growing. Ankara canceled Swedish Defense Minister Pål Johnson's upcoming visit to Turkey, and, well, just last week, or last month by now probably, Turkey's deputy leader of the Patriot, well, I think that's called the Patriotic Party when you transliterate it from the Turkish, Vatan Partici, Ethem Sanchak might be the man I'm really thinking of. He suggested that developments may prompt his country to take even more dramatic steps. Sanchak told the Aydınlık newspaper, "NATO is making us do so with its provocations. They have been seeking to contrast us to our neighbor, Turkey. Turkey will leave NATO in 5 to 6 months. They have been trying to get us caught in the Middle East crossfire. Finally, you can see campaigns against the Quran in Sweden and the Netherlands." The minister also claimed that upwards of 80% of the Turkish population is against being in the military alliance, and suggested Turkey's Patriotic Party has launched a campaign to exit NATO entirely and to shut down all military bases hosting American troops. Now, tensions between Washington and Ankara have been simmering for years, but increased after Turkey was ejected from the Lockheed Martin F-35 Joint Strike Fighter program after it went ahead with an acquisition of the Russian-made S-400, well, the S-400 Triumph aero defense system. Understand that America's Lockheed Martin F-35 Joint Strike Fighter program is our version of the Belt and Road Initiative of the Communist Chinese. That is a plane that requires complete and total dependence on American maintenance for it to run. So you are effectively slave-circuited to America the moment you decide to take on this incredibly advanced Joint Strike Fighter. NATO officials have argued that the II platforms, the Russian-made S-400 Triumph aero defense system, and of course Lockheed Martin's F-35 Joint Strike Fighters are not compatible. And Turkey operating both could compromise the security of the 5th generation fighter. But of course, such go as sans saying. More recently, talks for Turkey to acquire a number of advanced F-16 Fighting Falcon aircraft, along with modernization kits for its current fleet of fighter planes, have stalled. American lawmakers in Congress have been wary of Turkey's hostile rhetoric against Athens, the capital of Greece, whilst Ankara's holdup of supporting Swedish and Finnish NATO membership isn't going to help resolve any of these matters. No nation has completely exited NATO, nor has any been expelled. Turkey could be the first. It is now a matter of whether it exits the alliance or is formally kicked out. But it increasingly appears that Turkey's days as a member are numbered. Regardless of the fate of the Turkish nation, which occupies the Anatolian peninsula of Asia Minor, Ukraine now has the battlefield edge. As the conflict in Ukraine nears its first anniversary, both sides have settled in for a long war. Russia has mobilized some 300,000 reservists in September to stabilize its front as winter set in. Despite recent successes in Kharkiv and Kherson, Ukrainian leaders are now warning that a new Russian offensive is imminent. Well, imminent, I mean to say. Again, I started monologue a bit too late tonight, but people should understand we were covering a lot of ground. And the Russian offensive will be boosted by these reinforcements. Some analysts believe that this offensive may already have begun, but there is little reason to expect that increased manpower alone will lead to Russian victory. Ukraine's Western backers should hold their nerve and keep providing Ukraine what it needs most: modern weapons and the training to use them effectively. After the invasion's initial repulse, Russian dictator Vladimir Putin procrastinated on further mobilization as long as possible, summoning reserves only when the situation forced him to. Russia does not have a ready and deployable reserve like America's Army Reserve or National Guard. Russian reservists are simply men who previously served as one-year conscripts, most of them many years removed from the military. Less than 10% of those now mobilized had carried out any refresher training within half a decade of leaving active service. Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu himself noted that the average age of mobilized soldiers was 35. Hastily equipped with old weapons, Russia's Mobiks were rushed into combat with predictable results: immediate, heavy casualties. According to a recent estimate from Norway's defense chief, the total number of Russians killed or wounded in the war is nearing 200,000. This is, of course, untenable for running a war. And I definitely, well, let's just put it this way. The revanchist, revisionist Russian empires, belated, partial mobilization, did put men in uniform in Ukraine in time for winter, give them that much, but at the cost of some social unrest and a significant brain drain of people escaping the draft. A spate of protests occurred, and several recruiting stations were set on fire or even shot up, while hundreds of thousands of young men, many of them from Russia's educated professional class, have fled to neighboring countries such as Armenia and Georgia. You know, numbers alone are seldom the determining factor in modern war. All else being equal, The side that can throw more troops into battle has a big advantage, but all else is almost never equal. In this war, the Ukrainians' superior ability to both employ and evade firepower has been the crucial component. Historians and pundits are apt to note Russia's record of eking out victories, of grinding attrition, and invoke the empire's tolerance for enormous casualties and its scant regard for the lives of any of its soldiers. But the character of war, albeit never its nature, has changed since the days of Peter the Great and Napoleon. In a process that began more than a century ago, modern firepower has emptied the battlefield. As military analysts like myself are wont to say, units have to disperse and seek cover and concealment from enemy observation and the fire that follows it. That has become only more emphatically the case on battlefields surveilled by satellites and growing drone fleets. Firepower is key to victory, but its effects depend on the relative tactical skill and flexibility of the forces employing and facing it. Advances in military technology have dramatically magnified the rewards for superior combat skill, while punishing ineptitude ever more harshly. In his 2004 book titled Military Power, the Columbia professor Stephen Biddle dubbed this the modern system. Armies that lack the tactical proficiency and cohesion to disperse and survive in the face of enemy surveillance and firepower are little better than targets. The Russians have demonstrated in this year of conflict that they are that kind of army. In manpower terms, the Russian armed forces entered the war with a professional corps of contract soldiers that was too small, augmented by hundreds of thousands of conscripts with basic training and the expectation that they would only ever be asked to fight in a war of national defense. Thanks to the shortage of non-commissioned officers, the hands-on tactical leaders who ensure small unit success in Western armies, Russian troops immediately showed a deficit of discipline that has made them vulnerable to determined Ukrainian defenders. Vehicles have frequently been abandoned undamaged. Communication security, such as limiting cell phone use during fighting, has been non-existent, and troops have huddled together for a false sense of security, making them big targets for Ukrainian firepower. Within a week of the initial invasion, Russian soldiers were sometimes sabotaging their own vehicles to evade combat. Ukrainian success has come down to skillful use of modern weapons against this incompetent and demoralized enemy. A succession of Wunderwaffe, or wonder weapons, has been much hyped. Turkish Bayraktar attack drones, Jewish Javelin anti-tank missiles, and, most recently, HIMARS, rocket artillery from the Americans. All of these have had an impact, but none individually has been decisive. Oh, by the way, I meant to say, British anti-tank missiles are the Javelins. The Javelins and HIMARS are not new. Both systems were first fielded in the 1990s. They have, however, been brutally effective against poorly employed Russian troops and vehicles. By some estimates, Russia has lost half of its entire operational tank fleet in but a year of fighting. Now understand, of course, the Jewish people have been involved and very much on the side of the enemy, the Russians, and this involves drones, support, of course, for the Turks that comes through Israel. More on that another time. The Biden administration is now fending off calls to provide the Ukrainians with F-16 jets and ATAC-MS, the ATAC-MS ballistic missiles, because concerns about a Russian escalation aimed at Ukraine's Western allies still linger, even if they have diminished. the United States is, well, perhaps rightly, focusing on Ukraine's near-term needs, armored vehicles to provide protected mobility and artillery to continue to wear down Russian forces. Less high-profile than the hardware, Western training and advising have been almost as significant. The Ukrainians identify and prioritize Russian targets, but the U.S. military reportedly provides the precise GPS, or geosynchronous satellite positioning coordinates, for a great majority of HIMARS strikes. Though difficult to quantify, American training of Ukrainian forces since Russia's initial incursion back in 2014 has undoubtedly played a role in Ukraine's success to date. A far more ambitious effort planned in United Germany could help Ukrainian forces increase their overall proficiency in combined arms, even as they suffer heavy casualties, and continue to integrate tens of thousands of new soldiers into their formations. Many have likened the war in eastern Ukraine, with its trenches, mud, and incessant shelling, to World War I, but another echo of the Great War is worth remembering. Collapse. Like Putin's troops, the Imperial Russian Army went to war in 1914 woefully unprepared. Like Putin's troops, the Imperial Russian Army, well, how would I say it? It was like they didn't even have enough rifles for their soldiers. To many thousands of them, they simply gave them sticks and told them to charge the enemy with spears. As in 2022, the Russian battalions of 1914 suffered dearly for the hubris of their political leaders and the incompetence of their generals. After a shattering initial repulse at Tannenberg by the Germans, who were even more outnumbered than the Ukrainians are today, the Russians settled in for a long fight, but Imperial Russia would be out of the war sooner than any other major nation. Every army that started the war in 1914, with the singular exception of the greater British empires, suffered a crisis of cohesion and morale, culminating in mutiny, mass desertion, even revolution. In the Russian Empire, Tsar Nicholas II was forced to abdicate after protests and violence when soldiers joined demonstrators on the streets of Petrograd, now St. Petersburg. The strains of war and the loss of any remaining faith in its leaders drove Russia past the breaking point. Deteriorating morale on the front lines and at home is mutually reinforcing, especially in an age of near universal cell phone ownership and social media use. Yevgeny Prigozhin, the founder of Russia's brutal Wagner group of mercenaries, has just announced that he will no longer fill the ranks of his private military with Russian convicts. This move is probably driven less by any ethical considerations. For months, Wagner has fed tens of thousands of men into the meat grinder in the Donbass, and more decided by the fact that news battalions, well, news of the grim reality has gotten out. As a result, Prigozhin's task of filling his penal battalions was what I was looking for as the term the Russians would use, has gotten far harder. Russia's conventional army is facing similar recruiting problems. For 2 decades, Putin has been free to rule as he wished by insulating the Russian people from political concerns, an implicit bargain that runs from the oligarchs to the middle class. His reluctance to mobilize has been driven at least in part by a fear of a political backlash to the call-up. It remains to be seen whether Russian mobilization ends up being a bigger threat to Putin's hold on power than to Ukraine's sovereignty. checking out the live stream here. Oh, Trekkie General. Welcome aboard, honey. She says, Russia has been wanting to be a woman of royal lineage since I got a lot of people who are here, and all I have been abused because of her minions personally interrogated him, he. She says, all autotype and true, she says. Rest in peace, I am a woman of the fairy tale, of the fairy tale, of the fairy tale. As to you. Thank you, honey. Okay, and our man Entertainment Hub has been very active in the chat. Other people are welcome. Ukraine appears now to have lost the manpower advantage it briefly held yesteryear. But Russia's increased numbers are unlikely to overcome Ukrainian will and skill. As the French philosopher Voltaire noted more than 200 years ago. 12 centuries agone, he said, God is not on the side of the big battalions, but on the side of those who shoot best. So, the war in Ukraine is getting ready to explode. America confirms that the Ukrainian spring offensive is coming. In a joint press conference with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley, on Monday, the Defense Secretary, Lloyd Austin, revealed that Ukraine is preparing an offensive to take place in spring. It follows months of speculation that Russia is preparing to do precisely the same, waiting until the snow and ice melt and the ground is hard again. Qualifying that the Ukraine Defense Contact Group has been working diligently to ensure that Ukraine has the armored capability required to defeat the Russians, Lloyd Austin said, what Ukraine wants to do at the first possible moment is to establish or create momentum and establish conditions on the battlefield that continue to be in its favor. And so we expect to see them conduct an offensive sometime in the spring. Milley also reported that Russia appears to have started its planned spring offensive already, specifically focusing on the Bakhmut region, qualifying that the Russian offensive has so far proven to be relatively stable, despite Ukrainians proving that they are capable of holding their lines of defense. Milley said, this offensive that you see ongoing right now, generally in the Bakhmut area, from Kharkiv all the way down to Kherson on the front line, is quite stable, even though very violent and a lot of fighting. The question to ask at this pivotal time is whether or not American support is drying up on Ukraine. As Ukraine prepares for its newest offensive, the United States warns Kiev that a constant flow of weapons and economic assistance cannot be sustained forever. The suggestion is a remarkably different message from the one expressed by the chairman of General Mark Milley, who promised on Monday, opening this work week, that the United States and other Ukrainian allies will continue to provide the support Ukraine needs to win. The United States and Europa have repeatedly promised publicly to support Ukraine for as long as it takes, but according to officials who sprach to the Washington Post, the level of support given to Ukraine before the November midterms may not be easy to replicate now that the Republicans have controlled the House of Representatives. This is why they're a Russo-collaborationist red insurgency. On the condition of anonymity, one senior Biden administration official told the press that it is the view of the White House that it will be hard to provide the same amount of economic and security assistance from Congress. To quote the anonymous official, we will continue to try to impress upon them that we can't do anything and everything forever, as long as it pertains to the amount of conflict. It doesn't pertain to the amount of assistance. Now, another senior official said that while the Biden White House is committed to ensuring Ukraine has all the funding it needs, there are no guarantees that the requests will all be approved by Congress. White House, or rather, shall I put it this way, to look from the perspective of the Republican enemy. While House Republicans are not openly against Ukraine, nor do they openly dare support Russian aggression. Republicans are less likely to support constant spending on a foreign war long into the future. Data suggests that the United States chip embargo, however, has already started taking its toll on Red China, with Xi Jinping's Made in China ambitions stuck in mud on these sweeping U.S. chip export bans. In other words, in a major setback for the Xi Jinping administration, the American empire's sweeping export bans imposed yesteryear are holding up expansion plans for top Communist Chinese chip makers. In terms of what happened, the government's ambitions to make their empire a semiconductor powerhouse are in the doldrums as the chip makers struggle to source manufacturing gear for making advanced semiconductors. By the way, I'm sourcing Nikkei Asia, a Japanese source for this about the Chinese. The engineers and technicians at the massive flagship production site of YMTC, Yangtze Memory Technologies, are waiting for its second plant to operate. It was originally, I think they slated it to start in late 2022, but the sweeping curbs delayed the plans. One said, things like electrical equipment have been set up, but the installation of chip-making equipment hasn't started yet. Now, in 2020, that company had established a second factory at an estimated cost of around 100 billion yuan, that's 15 billion United States dollars, to triple production capacity and meet the government's wide ambitions to make Red China a chip-making hub. However, Washington's broad, stringent curbs on exports of technology and gear for making advanced semiconductors, along with restrictions on American nationals providing support to Communist Chinese chip makers, has now kept them waiting. The curbs have also forced YMTC to cut jobs. An engineer working at the company for about 3 years said, "Our department started layoffs in January of around 10% of its staff." Changxin Memory Technologies, the maker of DRAM chips, DRAM all in the uppercase, which also uses advanced technology covered by the sanctions, is facing a wrench thrown into its plans. The company also set up a second unit, but the operations remain uncertain. A CXMT engineer said, "We plan to begin operations in 2023, but it won't happen until 2024 or 2025 at the soonest." In 2015, Dictator Xi announced the Made in China 2025 initiative, which positioned semiconductors at the heart of it. Although the industry has made rapid growth since the announcement, the recent tensions between the American and Chinese empires are visibly taking a toll on the chip sector. So to take a look at how much time we have left, which is about an hour and a half, it says, Amorfati says, "Douglas, what do you know of Russia-Mexico relations?" Let's just put it this way. There's not much to them. There is a little, but not much. Nothing to speak of. I can at least comfort you with that. Believe me, you don't want any. You don't need that. If anything, there's far more of a future in the Caribbean with communist China activity, or at least the successor state to the communist Chinese, which will come when they eventually crash. Now, this brings us back to the war. And what I was talking about was the numbers, in which you had some man arguing as a historian that the big numbers are what decide military engagements at sea. That's why, in order to compensate for the communist Chinese having much bigger numbers on the high seas, NASSCO, NASSCO, the National Steel and Shipbuilding Company, which is a division of General Dynamics, has pitched some significant modifications to the United States Navy's ESB, or Expeditionary Sea Bases, which is an existing, highly flexible class of ship based on a modified oil tanker that supports the forward deployment of various forces. The proposed enhancements were conceptualized to address emerging U.S. Navy requirements and include the notable addition of a double UV, meaning two U's and a V, unmanned underwater vehicle bay. So as it stands, the Navy's ESBs are designed around four core capabilities that the service identifies as aviation facilities, berthing, equipment staging support, and command and control assets. Now, these enormous vessels, which include a 4-spot flight deck, a mission deck, and a hangar, measure 785 feet in length with a 164-foot beam and have a displacement of about 90,000 tons when fully loaded. While the ESB fleet is already used to support various smaller double UVs, meaning UUVs, the underwater unmanned vessels, as well as the WAVs, the waves as they call them, UAVs, unmanned aerial vehicles, and USV, which are unmanned surface vessels, drone boats, in effect, drone speedboats, in a limited capacity, NASSCO's new potential modifications would significantly expand upon those existing capabilities. The only way to counter Communist China's larger number of ships, and they can churn them out much faster than America can, in a production the reverse that of America versus Japan in World War II, the Americans will have to use unmanned robotic warriors at sea. Basically, robot sailor vessels. The UUV bay, the bay for the unmanned underwater vessels, for instance, seems to be especially centered around launching and recovering more sizable types, while the Boeing-built Orca drone submarine is what comes to my mind. Vessels like that. Figuring out how to launch, recover, and forward deploy these larger UUVs has been a challenge for the Navy since the use of unmanned technologies at sea began to accelerate. Now, one of the people who was considered an expert on this kind of subject, I'll source him later. His name is Strzok. He's explained that rulars, these are RULARS. I'm going on to try and basically explain to people a little bit of these technical aspects of this super weapon, because this is the weapon that will likely help us win World War III. And so when it comes to these particular systems, these tech systems that I'm trying to think about right now, this is something that, well, let's just tell you what it does. They're located deep inside the ESB's hull. They utilize a rotating drum-style system to recover and launch the UUVs, the unmanned undersea vessels. This would essentially serve the same purpose as the more traditional moon pool, like the one famously used on the Glomar Explorer. You can look that up, which launches and recovers equipment through an opening in the bottom of the ship's hull. However, this method poses stability concerns for ships at sea, especially when operating in rough waters. So NASSCO is seeking to address that with rulars. So by using this hull-mounted rotary launcher, or this traditional moon pool, that also provides the ability to clandestinely, secretly launch and recover site-sensitive unmanned undersea vessels, the robot submarines, the robo-subs, UUVs, outside of the gaze of prying eyes, where no one can see them because it's all happening inside the ship. Well, the Lewis B. Puller class's existing command and control architecture also makes it so the fleet is already well positioned for expanded unmanned operations, and also contributing to NASSCO's vision of turning these ESBs into drone motherships, which is the point of all this. We're talking about drone motherships. Is the company's proposed aft flight deck modification intended for WAVs, the UAVs, the unmanned aerial vessels or vehicles. So the USS Lewis B. Puller, which you can look up, could especially benefit from these upgrades as the ESB is currently forward deployed to the U.S. 5th Fleet area of operations in the Middle East and East Africa. The Navy is focusing on leveraging unmanned systems to maintain vigilance and enhance its operational capabilities in this troubled region above pretty much any other at this time. The Navy has stood up its Unmanned and Artificial Intelligence Innovation Unit Task Force 59 here to execute trailblazing experiments with a highly diverse and evolving cast of unmanned systems. An ESB modified for enhanced unmanned mothership operations could be a great fit for new operational unmanned capabilities and experimental ones as well. The vessels that could be most logical for receiving some of these modifications are the forthcoming ESBs 7 and 8, with construction on ESB 7 not projected to wrap until sometime in 2027, and ESB 8 essentially being a blank slate until the keel is laid, until they lay the keel. Both the Navy and NASSCO will have the opportunity to work together and decide how these ships could leverage the suggested modifications to best suit the Navy's unmanned framework. These vessels were also built to be easy to modify, so some of the proposed features could be backfitted to the existing fleet as time goes on. Now, in a video interview with the Naval News, recorded during yesteryear's Sea Airspace show, Brett Hirschman, the Director of Business Development for General Dynamics, explained that these deliberations are ongoing. The aft flight deck would allow the ESBs to carry out their primary mission on their main flight deck, the third largest in the Navy, while creating a dedicated space for uninterrupted unmanned aerial system operations at the same time. To quote his T, "We have discussed all of these with the Navy. In fact, while we're here at Sea Airspace, we always take advantage of speaking with a lot of the leadership while we're here. And so they're aware of these systems and these capabilities. Yes." Again, this is the defense industry actively participating constructively with the naval branch of service to prepare for the fact that the Chinese will outnumber Americans in terms of ships that are able to float at sea, compensate for it with robotic systems that they will manufacture in large enough numbers to balance the combat ratios. So the potential for these ESBs to carry F-35Bs under NASSCO's proposed additions, however, was not touched on by Hirschman in the Sea Airspace 2022 interview, and appears to be more nuanced than the drone mothership concept. At present, potential modifications to the ESB's flight deck to accommodate F-35Bs would mainly be used to facilitate transporting them long distances, as opposed to launching regular sorties. But the latter could be possible under specific conditions. So these could serve as minor aircraft carriers for surgical strikes. Now, pitching that the ESBs have nearly 40 years, or how's it been? How long have we had them out? It feels like that long. But what was it that Jim Strzok said? He's the independent consultant working with NASSCO on the ESB, And he told Navy News that, well, they've got nearly 40 seats for operational planners, so the command, control, communications, computers, and intelligence spaces are very extensive on this ship and can be collectively used in a variety of fashions that include unmanned systems information integration. So he went on to say, I want to be very, very clear. This ship was not designed to operate F-35s. Could it transit F-35 aeroframes into theater that could be transferred to amphibious ships and aircraft carriers? Yes. Could an F-35 with a small amount of fuel and no armament hopscotch from one ship to the next? Potentially, yes. It would involve modifications to the flight deck for deck heating modifications for the jet blast reflection. We did two things. We looked at emerging operational concepts. We looked at expeditionary advanced base operations, distributed maritime operations, and littoral operations in a contested environment. We looked at future operating concepts, and then we wrote papers on how the ships could support accomplishment missions within those concepts. We call it the Rotary UUV Launch and Recovery System, hence the acronym RULARS, RULARS, Rotary WV Launch and Recovery System. So we talked about how that can be engineered into the ship. This, referring to concept materials, shows just a moon pool. Then we went on to look at the counter-rotating system. So he goes on to express that RULARS is much better in mitigating the effects of sea state surge and water coming up into the ship itself when you're dumping robot submarines out of the bottom, inside the ship where nobody can see them being launched. It stabilizes the vehicle and keeps it in the upright position as it rotates down into the water. So the moon pool would work, but if you get a lot of wave action and surface action, that could become problematic. It's hard to see in the rendering, but RULARS goes in, rotates around, and goes out. So it's a compensation mechanism for all the waves that are caused by explosions or weather. Now, the Naval News explained that, in other words, NASSCO isn't trying to pitch the ESBs as primary F-35B operational platforms. Rather, the company envisions an ESB that can accommodate their own marketing pamphlets say, embarkation of other marine aircraft, such as V-22 Ospreys and CH-53K King Stallions, and the facilities to fully support them so that F-35B capable amphibious assault ships can be configured as F-35 carriers. Still, one could see lightly configured F-35Bs, such as one set up for counter-air duties, take off and immediately refuel from an MV-22 based aboard the same ESB and continue on its mission, potentially recovering at another locale, for instance. Then again, just having MV-22s that are capable of refueling F-35Bs on the ESB could be beneficial for operations across the expansive Pacific Theater, for instance. What these modifications emphasize is how ESBs are essentially relatively inexpensive real estate that the Navy can park anywhere in the world and adapt for a multitude of tasks. There is no doubt that the tapping of their potential is only just beginning, and becoming motherships for unmanned systems certainly makes sense and would fit with changing tactics based on these emerging capabilities. Regardless, the ESB fleet's ability to provide a persistent presence where the Navy needs it reflects value and relevance as threats grow in troubled regions. With this in mind, giving them an even larger unmanned support mission seems inevitable. But when it comes to the war for my Taiwan, in which these would undoubtedly play their part to compensate for the enemy's incredible numbers. Taiwan's ground forces are the key. Now, in that war game that I was citing in our latest episode before tonight's, the one that was conducted by CSIS, PLA, or People's Liberation Army, the Chinese Communist Red Army missile attacks, easily obliterated my Taiwan's Navy and Air Force in a couple of days. Only Taiwanese squadrons in fortified mountain bases survived, but struggled to generate sorties due to cratering of their exterior runways. Now, Cancian, the man who was the author of the overall conclusions of the war games, thus joins the chorus of analysts arguing that my Taiwan should not invest in large ships at all, or at least not in general, and certainly not in jet fighters. More survivable are my Taiwan's land-based anti-ship and anti-air weapons, and our ground forces, which must contain any CHICOM, PLA, People's Liberation Army, landing forces at the beachhead, preventing them from securing seaports that enable Red China to resupply the invasion using its many civilian ships. One major assumption of the war game scenario is that my Taiwan's forces will vigorously resist invasion. Sometimes, however, a country's armed forces, or at least their ruling elite, collapse and concede quickly at the sudden onset of war. But predicting a country's willingness to fight to the last can be tough, as Putin discovered to Russia's detriment in his invasion of Ukraine. Now, there were critiques of the CSIS approach. War games are unavoidably imperfect attempts to simulate reality, though some more so than others. So it's unsurprising that several experts on Asian-Pacific security have criticized aspects of the CSIS war games mechanics, underlying assumptions, and findings. Perhaps the most salient is that the Communist Chinese Empire is unlikely to attempt an invasion of Taiwan by 2026 while suffering such a capability mismatch. Beijing's own military modernization plans to peg the mid-2030s, or optimistically 2027, as when its military will be ready. The PLA Navy, the plan, People's Liberation Army Navy, will by then have many additional amphibious ships, missile destroyers, cruisers, aircraft carriers, stealth aircraft, combat drones, and hypersonic missiles. Some argue it's more likely the PLA would initiate a prolonged blockade and our bombardment of my Taiwan before attempting any amphibious landing, a longer time frame posing more politically complex choices for the Empire of Japan and the American Empire as well. Lastly, there's a lot of uncertainty about the realism of the game's combat mechanics, because a real-life, maritime-centric conflict of such an enormous scale has never been fought since World War II. Thus, it can be debated whether shocking outcomes in the war game reflect clarifying insights or originate from flaws in combat resolution rules or scenario assumptions. But despite these issues, the CSIS war games arguably still provide food for thought on the terrifying human, political, and technical implications of an all-out conflict over the fate of my Taiwan, and call attention to the likely strengths and weaknesses of the opposing forces. But would it all mean a Pyrrhic victory? Matthew Cancian of the U.S. Naval War College said there were crucial variables on which that success depends. First, he said, Taiwan itself must be determined to fight back. Secondly, the Empire of Japan must give its permission. Understand that everything they took into account in this war game because they're dealing with the fate of the world here. If the Communist Chinese conquer Taiwan, they effectively control planet Earth. They control the high technology that makes your life possible. So this is why they're not pulling any bullshit. They're not lying to themselves. So this is why Matthew Kansian of the U.S. Naval War College said that after the first point that Taiwan must be determined to fight to the death, secondly, the Empire of Japan must give its permission for the United States to launch counterattacks from its bases on Japanese territory. And he stated flat out, openly and on the public record, that without that, then the U.S. intervention would not be enough to continue Taiwan's autonomy. This is because he has to face the fact, like anyone with that level of security clearance, that the Empire of Japan won World War II. If the Empire of Japan had not won World War II, the United States could effectively do anything it wants. That they could use those bases that they lease to launch attacks, which would invite direct counterattack from the enemy against the Japanese, against the bases on Japanese territory, which effectively is a strike against Japan itself. Because the Empire of Japan won World War II, the United States cannot act without Japanese permission. If you don't understand, that means you lost the Second World War. Your head is so far up your ass, you're high on your own fumes, which unfortunately is the case with most Americans. Their heads are so far up in rectal defilade because of generations of propaganda brainwashing them into thinking they won the Second World War. Nothing could be further from the truth. So, in such cases where, say for instance, the Japanese denied or gave permission to the Americans, either way, the Communist Chinese would most certainly attack the Japanese if Americans are running operations out of the Japanese home islands. The human losses would be high. Some 10,000 in the first weeks of the war. The war game raised important unknowns, such as whether the United States would risk nuclear war by attacking mainland China directly. Secondly, it asked if the American empires and the Empire of Japan's public, if either the Japanese or American publics would be prepared to accept the losses that came with defending my Taiwan. It said American losses would damage Washington's ability to project global power for a very long time. The report says the United States might win a Pyrrhic victory, suffering more in the long run than the defeated Chinese. The report said both Taiwan and the U.S. military need to build up forces, focusing on the most survivable and effective weapons to create more deterrence to a commune Chinese invasion. It said, despite rhetoric about adopting a porcupine strategy, Taiwan still spends most of its defense budget on expensive ships and aircraft that Red China will quickly destroy. So, the war game suggests a Chi-Com invasion of my Taiwan would fail at a large cost to the American, Communist Chinese, and Taiwanese militaries. A Red Chinese invasion of Taiwan in 2026 would result in thousands of casualties among the Red Chinese, United States, Taiwanese, and Japanese forces, and it would be unlikely to result in any victory for Beijing Certainly, according to this prominent independent Washington think tank, which conducted these war game simulations of this possible conflict that is preoccupying military and political leaders in Asia and Washington. A war over my Taiwan could leave a victorious American military in a crippled, well, in as crippled a state as the communist Chinese forces it defeated. At the end of the conflict, at least 2 American aircraft carriers would lie at the bottom of the Pacific, and Red China's modern navy, which is presently the largest in the world, would be in shambles. Those are among the conclusions of the CSIS, the Center for Strategic and International Studies, made after running what is one of the most extensive war game simulations ever conducted on a possible conflict over my Taiwan, the democratically ruled island of 24 million that the Chinese Communist Party claims as part of its sovereign territory, despite never having controlled it. The Chinese Communist dictator Xi Jinping has refused to rule out the use of military force to bring my island China under Beijing's control. Now, I myself have reviewed an advance copy of the report titled The First Battle of the Next War on the 12 war scenarios run by CSIS, which said the project was necessary because previous government and private war simulations have been too narrow or too opaque to give the public and policymakers a true look at how conflict across the Black Strait between Taiwan and the mainland China might play out. So CSIS ran this war game 24 times to answer 12 fundamental questions. Would the invasion succeed? And at what cost? The likely answers to these 12 questions are no and enormous. The invasion would not succeed at enormous cost. In most scenarios, the U.S. Navy lost 12 aircraft carriers and 10 to 20 large surface combatants. Approximately 3,200 United States troops would be killed in 3 weeks of combat, nearly half of what the United States lost in 12 decades of combat in Iraq and Afghanistan. The report estimated Red China would suffer about 10,000 troops killed and lose 155 combat aircraft and 138 major ships. Taiwan would be devastated. Now, the scenarios paint a bleak future for Taiwan, even if a communist Chinese invasion doesn't succeed. The island China's army, would suffer about 3,500 casualties. 3,500, about equal to the Americans, a little bit more. And all 26 destroyers and frigates of its navy will be sunk. The Empire of Japan is likely to lose more than 100 combat aircraft and 26 warships, while U.S. military bases on its home territory come under communist Chinese attack. But CSIS said it did not want its report to imply a war over my Taiwan is inevitable or even probable. The CSIS report said, the United States and the Empire of Japan lose dozens of ships, hundreds of aircraft, and thousands of service members. Such losses would damage the United States' global position for many years. Red China also suffers heavily. Its navy is in shambles. The core of its amphibious forces is broken, and tens of thousands of soldiers are prisoners of war. While Taiwan's military is unbroken, it is severely degraded and left to defend a damaged economy, on an island without electricity and basic services. The Commu-Chinese leadership might adopt a strategy of diplomatic isolation, gray zone pressure, or economic coercion against Taiwan. Now, Dan Grazier, a senior defense policy fellow at the Pogo, which used to be a comic book character that all of you are far too young to ever remember. Your great-grandparents would know Pogo. But the acronym, POGO, is Project on Government Oversight. They see an outright communist Chinese invasion of Taiwan as extremely unlikely. Such a military operation would immediately disrupt the imports and exports upon which the Red Chinese economy relies for its very survival. That's what Dan Grazier told CNN. And interrupting this trade risks the collapse of the collectivized Chinese economy on the mainland in short order. Red China relies on imports of food and fuel, to drive their economic engine, and they have little room to maneuver. To quote as Dan Grazier himself, the Red Chinese are going to do everything they can, in my estimation, to avoid a military conflict with anybody. To challenge the American empire for global dominance, they'll use industrial and economic power instead of military force. But Pentagon leaders have labeled Red China as America's pacing threat, and yesteryear's China Military Power Report, mandated by Congress, said the PLA, meaning the People's Liberation Army, the Chinese Communist Red Army, increased provocative and destabilizing actions in and around the Taiwan Strait, to include increased flights into Taiwan's claimed Air Defense Identification Zone, its ADIZ, Air Defense ID Zone, and conducting exercises focused on the potential seizure of one of Taiwan's outlying islands. In August, the visit of then House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to my island, China, prompted a wide-ranging display of PLA military might, which included sending missiles over my island, China, as well as into the waters of the Empire of Japan's EEZ, its exclusive economic zone. So, Red China's been increasing military pressure. Entertainment Hub says, sounds like Hong Kong spending 130 years as a crown colony of the British Empire. Sounds inversely proportional. Thank you. Appreciate that, your input. And of course, to all our listeners, we've been maintaining great numbers, and that's impressive. I'm glad people understand the importance of the subject matter. The gravity of the situation. Now, since then, Beijing has stepped up aggressive military pressure tactics on my island, China, sending fighter jets across the median line of the Taiwan Strait, the body of water called the Black Strait, separating Taiwan and mainland China, and into my island, China's Air Defense Identification Zone, a buffer of airspace commonly referred to by its acronym, ADIZ, Air Defense ID Zone. And speaking about Taiwan at the 20th Chinese Communist Party Congress in October, Chinese Communist dictator Xi Jinping won large applause when he said Red China would strive for peaceful reunification, but then gave a grim warning, saying, "We will never promise to renounce the use of force, and we reserve the option of taking all measures necessary." Now, the Biden administration has been steadfast in its support for my island, China, as provided by the Taiwan Relations Act, which says Washington will provide my island, China, with the means to defend itself without committing American troops to that defense. Now, the recently signed National Defense Authorization Act commits the American empire to a program to modernize my Taiwan's military and provides for $10 billion of security assistance over half a decade, a 5-year plan in effect, a strong sign of long-term bipartisan support for my island, China. Biden, however, has said more than once that United States military personnel would defend my Taiwan if the Communist Chinese military were to launch an invasion, even as the Pentagon has insisted there is no change in Washington's One China policy. Under the One China policy, the United States acknowledges the Communist Chinese Empire's position that my Taiwan is part of Red China, but has never officially recognized Beijing's claim for my self-governing island. The CSIS report said for United States troops to prevent Red China from ultimately taking control of my Taiwan, there were 4 constants that emerged among the 24 wargame iterations that it ran. Taiwan's ground forces must be able to contain Chi-Com beachheads, Chinese communist landing strips on the sand. The United States must be able to use its bases in the Empire of Japan's home islands for combat operations. The United States must have long-range anti-ship missiles to hit the PLA Navy from afar and en masse. And the American Empire needs to fully arm Taiwan before shooting starts and jump into any conflict with its own forces immediately. See, there's no Ukraine model. There's no Ukraine model for my Taiwan. Referring to how the American Empire and Western aid slowly trickled into Ukraine well after Russia's invasion of its neighbors started and no United States or NATO troops are actively fighting against the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire, the CSIS report has concluded there is no Ukraine model for Taiwan. Mark Kansian, one of the 3 project leaders and the senior advisor at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, is quoted as saying, "There's no unclassified war game out there looking at the Sino-American conflict. Of the games that are unclassified, they're usually only done once or twice. Wars happen even when objective analysis might indicate that the attacker might not be successful. Once the war begins, it's impossible to get any troops or supplies onto Taiwan. So it's a very different situation from Ukraine, where the United States and its allies have been able to send supplies continuously to Ukraine. Whatever the Taiwanese are going to fight the war with, they have to have that when the war begins. Washington will need to begin acting now if it's to meet some of the CSIS recommendations for success in a Taiwan conflict. This is the think tank's advisement." Those include fortifying American bases on the home islands of the Empire of Japan and on Guam against Chi-Com missile attacks, Chinese communist missile barrages, moving its naval forces to smaller and more survivable ships, prioritizing submarines, prioritizing sustainable bomber forces over fighter forces, but producing more cheaper fighters, and pushing Taiwan toward a similar strategy, arming itself with more simple weapons platforms rather than expensive ships that are unlikely to survive a communist Chinese first strike. Those policies would make winning less costly for the American military, but the toll would still be high. The CSIS report concluded the United States might win a Pyrrhic victory, suffering more in the long run than the defeated Communist Chinese, victory is not everything. So the Sino-American war game shows the need for victory if deterrence fails. The CSIS, the Center for Strategic and International Studies, having recently conducted this war game, testing the scenarios and outcomes in this possible Sino-American war over my Taiwan, the reason for the exercise being that what was once unthinkable, direct conflict between the American and Communist Chinese empires, has now become a commonplace discussion in the national security community. Actually, the near doomsday scenario played out in the 1995 to 1996 Taiwan Strait crises, when the Communist Chinese Empire fired missiles toward my Taiwan and Washington sent a carrier battle group through the Black Strait between Taiwan and the communists on the mainland. A Clinton official called it our own Cuban Missile Crisis. We had stared into the abyss. Since then, only one American carrier has entered the Black Strait, though smaller Navy ships have conducted freedom of navigation transits under the Trump and Biden administrations. Red China's recently deployed carriers freely move through the Black Strait. Vladimir Putin's latest aggression against Ukraine and Xi Jinping's increasing pressure on my Taiwan, with each other's rhetorical support, have raised new alarms. So the CSIS report acknowledges, thusly, the possibility of one country invading another to acquire territory seemed antiquated. Russia's latest attack on Ukraine has reminded the world that cross-border invasions are possible. Speculation about a communist Chinese invasion of Taiwan was inevitable. Invasion is the most dangerous threat to Taiwan and is thus the first course of action that needs to be analyzed. The CSIS exercise was run 24 times. In most scenarios, the United States/Taiwan/Empire of Japan defeated a conventional amphibious invasion by the Communist Chinese Empire and maintained an autonomous Taiwan. But all parties in the war game suffered high losses. The report states, victory is therefore not enough. The United States needs to strengthen deterrence immediately. So the report recommends measures to improve American capabilities. Increase the arsenal of long-range anti-ship cruise missiles. Bombers capable of launching standoff anti-ship ordnance offer the fastest way to defeat the invasion with the least amount of American losses. Procuring such missiles and upgrading existing missiles with this anti-ship capability needs to be the top procurement priority. The problem, however, is less what weapons America would bring to the fight than its will to do so, and to sustain its kinetic involvement in the face of Red China's threatened and actual escalation. Since the 1995 through 1996 confrontation, that American will often has been doubted by Communist Chinese, Taiwanese, and American observers. So to read from the report itself, the United States has maintained a policy of strategic ambiguity to discourage Red China from attacking Taiwan, while also discouraging Taipei, that's the capital of Taiwan, from taking actions that might incentivize such an attack. It is also called dual deterrence, as it aims to deter Red China from invading Taiwan and deter Taiwan from declaring independence. See, the Americans feel that Taiwan is a renegade American territory, and they would never want its independence. That makes them a de facto, albeit duplicitous ally of the Communist Chinese. In the narrowest sense, the ambiguity policy has succeeded, since neither war nor formal independence has yet occurred. But the dynamic might better be termed deferral than deterrence. Over the years, Red China has moved inexorably toward more open and more potent aggression against my Taiwan. And Taiwan's population and government already have achieved de facto independence and greater international recognition of a separate Taiwanese identity. Each trend has reinforced the other as the irresistible force and the immovable object approach a collision point. While the war game focused only on how a hypothetical Sino-American conflict would proceed, Washington cannot be opposed to or even neutral about my Taiwan's international aspirations or our democratic security. American credibility as a reliable security partner and ally has been seriously damaged by recent grievous mistakes of action or inaction in Georgia, 2008, Ukraine, 2014, Syria in 2014, Afghanistan in 2021, and Ukraine in 2021. Moreover, my Taiwan is a global model in what both the Trump and Biden administrations have called the existential struggle of our time between democracy and autocracy. Taiwan immediately, or should I say intimately, implicates not only America's values, but, as the TRA, the Taiwan Relations Act, declares, its interests in the peace, security, and stability in the Western Pacific, and ultimately the global order. Imperial Japan launched and sustained World War II in the South Pacific from the Isle of Formosa, what General Dugurasu Makatura Douglas MacArthur called the unsinkable aircraft carrier of Taiwan. Red China seeks to use my Taiwan as the platform for its own aggressive ambitions in Southeast Asia. Now, CSIS had a caveat to its exercise. There is one major assumption here. Taiwan must resist and never capitulate. If Taiwan surrenders before American forces can be brought to bear, the rest is futile. Here, too, Washington's strategic ambiguity plays a critical and completely negative role. Some years ago, a senior Taiwanese naval officer told a Washington security conference that since Taiwan could neither defeat a communist Chinese attack nor match Red China's military spending, without a guarantee of direct American intervention, it should prudently consider its options. One CSIS recommendation would go part way to address that concern. Taiwan must start the war with everything it needs. Further delays and half measures by the United States would make the defense harder, increase American casualties, allow Red China to create a stronger lodgment, and raise the risk of escalation. The report states that decisive American action is also required if deterrence fails. To read therefrom, in wartime, if the United States decides to defend Taiwan, United States forces must quickly engage in direct combat. If Red China believes that the United States would be unwilling to bear the high costs of defending Taiwan, then Red China might indeed risk an invasion. The same reasoning applies once a war begins. If the Communist Chinese Empire believes the American Empire would be unwilling to bear the even higher costs of escalation, it might risk escalating, or at least threatening to do so. Here, the report goes astray when it recommends, do not plan on striking the mainland. The National Command Authority might withhold permission because of the grave risks of escalation with a nuclear power. But this is like surrendering to Putin now because he keeps crying wolf. The grave risks of escalation work in both directions. The Communist Chinese Empire would have at least as much to lose, probably more, including destabilized Chinese Communist Party rule. Although the report states there is no Ukraine model for Taiwan, that recommendation would replicate President Biden's initial mistake before the invasion, taking on American shoulders all the fear of escalation and the obligation to avoid it. Biden assured Putin of Russian immunity, not only from American action, but also from the victimized Ukrainians. Even placing American forces in Ukraine, ergo to enforce a no-fly zone, would be World War III. So Biden claimed, the chicken shit son of a bitch. Allowing privileged sanctuaries in North Vietnam contributed to the disastrous outcome of that war. Washington must ensure that Beijing understands a war with my Taiwan means all-out total war with the American Empire and our allies. It would also mean immediate international recognition of my Taiwan's independence. Public declaration of that United States and Allied resolve would help avert any Pyrrhic victory where losses exceed benefits. As the CSIS itself says correctly, it is better to deter the war in the first. Better to deter the war in the first place would be total commitment, no ambiguity. Total commitment to total victory. Now, this is where we spoke of Hong Kong, or at least Entertainment Hub did. We have half an hour left. The people who ran Hong Kong were the Imperial British. Let's talk a bit about what happened to them. And then remember, I need your support to make it through the month, to pay my rent. I need your help. And of course, you can support Douglas Dietrich via PayPal at the address on your screen, where, yes, I'm under the breasts of my escort, provided by my son for Valentine's Day. Understand, I don't pay for this. And again, to all you people who give me flack about the fact that some things in my life worked out, like I said, purchase your own child prostitute off the streets and marry them off to a multi-billionaire, and maybe things will work out for you in that sense as well. So, support Douglas Dietrich at paypal.me/Douglas D. Dietrich. It's on your screen. Make certain to provide me as much help as you can afford without putting yourself out. God knows I need it. Now, to provide what I can on our ally across the Atlantic, the ally that will eventually become a great power on its own, a rival to the American Empire. Amor Fati says, support Douglas Dietrich and someone donate a lot of money. There's got to be some millionaires out there listening. We know world leaders listen, or their analysts at least. Blessed be, dear amor fati. Muchas gracias, senor. Now, Brexiteers promised to take back control, but the decision has instead delivered recession, gloom, and despair. You've got blankets, food banks, shuttered pubs. Brexit has delivered a broken Britain. The United Kingdom will perform the worst out of the major developed economies in 2023. Just how did the United Kingdom become one of the poorest countries in Western Europe? The past few months have been rough for the United Kingdom. Energy prices are soaring. National inflation has breached double digits. The longest-serving British monarch has died. The shortest-serving Prime Ministress has quit. You probably knew all of that already. British news is covered amply, some might say too amply, in American media. Behind the lurid headlines, however, is a deeper story of decades-long economic dysfunction that holds lessons for the future. In the American imagination, the United Kingdom is not only our political parent, but also our cultural co-partner, a wealthy nation that gave us modern capitalism and the Industrial Revolution. But strictly by the numbers, Great Britain is pretty poor for a rich place. United Kingdom living standards and wages have fallen significantly behind those of Western Europe. By some measures, in fact, real wages in the UK are lower than they were 15 years ago, and will likely be even lower next year. This calamity was decades in the making. After World War II, Great Britain's economy grew slower than those of much of continental Europe, the people it was propagandized they defeated. By the 1970s, the Brits were having a national debate about why they were falling behind and how the former empire had become a relatively insular and sleepy economy. Under Prime Ministress Margaret Thatcher, in the 1980s, markets were deregulated, unions were smashed, and the financial sector emerged as a jewel of the British economy. Thatcher's injection of neoliberalism had many complicated knock-on effects. But from the 1990s into the aughts, the zeros, the 2000s, the British economy roared ahead, with London's financial boom leading the way. Britain, which got rich as the world's factory in the 19th century, had become the world's banker by the 21st. When the global financial crisis hit in 2008, it hit hard, smashing the engine of Great Britain's economic ascent. Wary of rising deficits, the British government pursued a policy of austerity, fretting about debt rather than productivity or aggregate demand. The results were disastrous. Real wages fell for 6 straight years, facing what the writer Fintan O'Toole called the dull anxiety of declining living standards. Conservative Pauls sniffed out a bogeyman to blame for this slow-motion catastrophe. They served up to anxious voters a menu of scary outsiders. Bureaucrats in Brussels, the erstwhile capital of European Union, immigrants, asylum seekers, anybody but the actual decision makers who had kneecapped British competitiveness. A cohort of older, middle-class, grievously nostalgic voters demanded Brexit, and they got it. In the past 30 years, the British economy chose finance over industry. Britain's government chose austerity over investment. And British voters chose a closed and poorer economy over an open and richer one. The predictable results are falling wages and stunningly low productivity growth. Although British media worry about robots taking everybody's jobs, the reality is closer to the opposite. That might sound like a quirky example, because the British economy is obviously more complex than blokes rubbing cars with soap, but it's an illustrative case. According to the International Federation of Robotics, the United Kingdom manufacturing industry has less technological automation than just about any other similarly rich country. With barely 100 installed robots per 10,000 manufacturing workers in 2020, its average robot density was below that of Slovenia and Slovakia. One analysis of the United Kingdom's infamous productivity puzzle concluded that outside of London and finance, almost every British sector has lower productivity than its Western European peers. Thus, the United Kingdom, the first nation to industrialize, was also the first to OBS Studio reconnection successful. We are back. Oh my God. Now, what was I saying? Obviously, what was once the world's most powerful globalized empire has now voted to explicitly reduce global access to trade and talent. And since Brexit, immigration, exports, and foreign investment have all declined, likely reducing the size of the United Kingdom's economy by several percentage points in the long run. Americans who have visited the UK may not recognize the portrait that I'm painting. That's probably because they're familiar with London, not the country as a whole. As the economics writer Noah Smith notes, London's financial prowess has concealed the overall economy's weakness in innovation and manufacturing. Or, as the economic analyst Matt Klein puts it, take out Greater London, the prosperity of which depends to an uncomfortable degree on a willingness to provide services to oligarchs from the Middle East and the former Soviet Union, and the UK is one of the poorest countries in Western Europe. Today, Great Britain seems trapped between a left-wing aversion to growth and a right-wing aversion to openness. On the academic left, the United Kingdom has lately been home to a surging movement called degrowtherism, which asserts that saving the planet requires rich countries to stop seeking growth. On the right, the electorate is dominated by older voters who care more about culture wars than about competitiveness. In an interview on a podcast, The Economist commentator Duncan Weldon told Plain English, that's the name of the podcast he was guested on, he said, between 2003 and 2018, the number of automatic roller car washes, that is, robots washing your car, declined by 50%, while the number of hand car washes, that is, men with buckets, increased by 100%. It's more like the people are taking the robots as jobs. In 2019, when Boris Johnson and the Conservative Party won a big majority in the House of Commons, most people of working age did not vote for them. I'm pretty sure that's the first time that's ever happened. You have this post-economic, older, economically insulated voting bloc that could afford to be anti-growth almost as a luxury, because they don't have to care about economic outcomes. The United Kingdom is now an object lesson for other countries dealing with a dark triad of deindustrialization, degrowth, and denigration of foreigners. Having offshored industry in favor of finance, its economy was not resilient. The resulting erosion in living standards made the public desperate for something to blame. Blame-seeking conservatives spotted bogeymen abroad. Brexit cut off the economy from further growth and set the stage for a rolling political circus. The American empire has a different menu of problems from the United Kingdom's. But here, too, politicians are navigating an industrial sector in structural decline, a political left that is often skeptical about the virtues of economic growth, and a political right that is organized in part around hating foreigners. Enemies of progress can criticize the legacy of industrialization, productivity, and globalization. But the UK shows us what can happen when a rich country seems to reject all three. Rather than transforming into some post-economic Eden of good vibes, it becometh bitter, flailing, and nonsensical. Okay, getting the notification that Peter Moon is in the house. So consider this an introduction. We've set the preface here for how bad off Britain is. Next episode, coming Sunday, I'm going to explain that Great Britain is much worse off than it understands. So, we're going to bring Peter on. And, of course, our numbers are up and jumping. Let's push the participants button here. Thank God we're still on call. Thank God our man Realtek stuck with us. Let's see now. Pete, the Moon Man. Here we are. Peter Moon is in the house. And with that, we conduct the dial. There we are, dear sir.
Hello.
Hi, our numbers are up very high for a morning. We've had a lot of people stay throughout the night or check in constantly throughout the night. And getting some feedback. Yeah, oh, Realtek says good morning as well. He's with us.
I thought my thing and I didn't, so that's now done.
Yes. So Realtek, say hi again. Thank you.
Hello, Realtek.
Morning, Mr. Moon. How are you doing?
Good.
Good. So,
how's your sleep?
Yeah, how was any dreams?
Oh, I had a lot of dreams.
Wow.
But they were heavy dreams, but I'm not going to go into them.
Okay.
It's too personal and too convoluted.
Ah, understood. And so you share with us some of what's on your mind for this morning. I was talking, of course, about Britain now being the poorest nation in Western Europe.
I've been for a while. A lot of it was hard to take in because it was so fast.
Okay.
But because you're talking about robot ships and robots operating the ships.
Yeah.
It sounds like, if you had spacecraft, ideally you'd have robots flying the spacecraft.
Yeah.
And you might have, one step removed from that would be biofacsimilagora operating the alien craft. And one step away from a biofacsimilagora is the prototype for a gray alien. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that is one step away from a biofacsimilagora. You understand what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, it's certainly portrayed as such. I mean, without genitals, they obviously can't biologically reproduce. So,
yeah. Well, yeah, they're like a little micro AI computer. Yeah, the gray alien, and it has just enough identity to mock being a human.
Yes.
And you could go back, maybe the Greeks invented it when they were inventing that owl.
There we go.
From that movie Clash of the Titans.
Yes.
Back in the forges of Vulcan.
Yes.
Or Hephaestus, as he was known by the Greeks.
Yeah.
But
Release the Kraken.
What was that,
Release the Kraken.
Oh, release the Kraken. He was saying, yes, thank you.
The Kraken. Well, the Kraken had a very different portrayal in that movie than he did in the Johnny Depp movie, where the Kraken was more like a giant squid.
And yes, by the way, I think the best term for the Greys would be bioautomatons. Yes, there we are, biological automatons. So do go on.
Well, I mean, I never really looked at it. You're talking about the more robots you get, the more into the Golem factor you get.
Yes.
And the Golem factor is what the Greys are, whether they're real or not. The Greys do not seem to have any tangible reality.
Yes.
They definitely have an intangible reality that, has horrified mankind in large numbers. Certainly did a lot more damage than the balloons. And one would ask the relationship between the Chichewa, the Edomites, and the it's like, what's the relationship there? I think the Edomites like the Chichewa because they create chaos.
Yes.
But the Chichewa could consume them as well.
Yes.
Which is worse? Probably the Edomites, because the Chichewa aren't as calculating.
Thank you. Good point.
They're malevolent, but they're not. They're malevolent because that's just what they are.
Yes. Excellent point.
I mean, you know them better than I do. I only know of them through you.
Yes.
So the I did hear from my new Romanian friend, and I told him, I had told him, basically what I need is a formal proposal. And he basically tried, to tell me to, buy into his heart. And this is fine, but it doesn't work. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like they come to you with an open heart. Well, that's great, and they're very sincere. And I've noticed Paula acts that way with this open heart, and it's fine. An open heart is beautiful, but we live in a culture that will twist that energy and manipulate.
Yes,
that's what it does. We have you can open your heart, but I see the opposition.
Yeah,
it's kind of like walking into a playground of malcontents.
Yes.
And saying, would anybody like to play volleyball? You have an open heart, you want to play volleyball, or you want to play hopscotch, and they'll make quick work of you.
Yes.
Because you don't understand the environment that you're operating in.
Yes.
You don't see the environment that you're operating in. And a real, happy nun can sometimes overcome, the guns of the West.
Yes.
By her innocence and purity.
Yes.
But whatever relative purity I might have, it's not on that level. And you can make a lot of that stuff go away.
Mm-hmm.
But when you don't see the demons and recognize them, you're vulnerable to them. And he said he was going to, send me some photos. So I politely asked him for that. I didn't receive them yet.
Well,
so
I just sent you some photos. I meant to say the year my latent sainted Cyrus was born. So there you have it. The 1923 Romania through the eyes of an American. And definitely I'll partner that up with a little something that I found very interesting about Netflix and the series Wednesday in Romania. I don't know if you know Netflix and their series Wednesday Addams, that apparently most of it is filmed in Romania, and it's being a big boost to the Romanian tourism. So let me get you a link on that. I thought that was the cutest thing in the world.
It was a documentary on Wednesday Addams, the Addams Family girl, right?
Yes, that's right. Here's the link to that. I'm putting both of these in your messenger now. And there you go. So both of those are, I think, very relevant. And you'll find them both entertaining as well as informative.
Well, you have a very beautiful contrast in Romania in the pictures you're showing, and these are, of course, older pictures, with modernism and peasantry.
Yes.
And the peasantry is considered very noble in its own way, not always recognized as such, but also because that's the staple of the land. And of course, that's why even King Charles, when he would go there, would dress as a peasant, a Transylvanian peasant.
Yes.
Of course, yeah, because they grow the crops, they make life possible.
Yes.
And there should be an honor bestowed upon them. And now you see a certain, not exclusively, but you see a certain power in them because they power their own lives with nature. And they know things. But yeah, and there's always been a certain, what is the word, genteel aspect to the city of Bucharest, as you say, the Paris of the Eastern Europe.
Yes.
A certain amount of class and style and all that. But yeah, so you have both of those factors.
Yes.
And then a very intelligent academic world.
Yeah.
But again, very different, a very different culture. And as they say, when it comes to business, it doesn't always make sense.
Right.
And even it's just the two cultures do not gel. And I have a real business relationship with the publisher, Søren Hermels, and we have a lot of good energy between us.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, okay, it's like, and yeah, you know, it's this whole thing. Trust me, and of course, the absolute worst thing you can do in Hollywood is to trust anybody.
Yes.
And that's media and film. TV is ruled by more Uranus, but the film, any depiction of a movie, whether it be in TV or film or video, is Neptune. And Neptune is the god of spirituality, and he's the god of movies, he's the god of the ocean, he's the god of deception. It's Maya. So it's like, when you get into that realm, they're ready, willing, and able to deceive you by the nature of the medium you are in. Just like you can go into the ocean and it's soft and nice. You can stay in the ocean on a boat. And then the next thing you know, it's a squall.
Yes.
Storm. You know, you had it. So this is the nature of what the media is. And the only way you can avoid those pitfalls of the weather is to have it stipulated in a contract, which is Capricorn or Saturn. And Saturn is the antidote to Neptune. It's because it stabilizes Neptune from dreams, visions. It's a beautiful world. It's a beautiful life. Okay, what does the fine print say? Because the fine print protects you from the dreaminess, which is can lead to big problems when Pluto steps in. I would like to do a whole essay on Neptune. In fact, Aleister Crowley says, and you can find it online probably, but he says the three planets, Neptune, Pluto, and Uranus, you can understand a whole chart from those positions. Wow. Because they are so powerful.
Yes.
Such powerful planets. And they are the outer planets, but they move very slowly. So like say, if I'm born on the 15th of January, and somebody's born a week or even a month later, there's not a whole hell of a lot of difference in those planets and where they are. They will have a difference in that area of the chart, for each of us are born at a different time.
Yes.
But so these planets are generational. So you might have a whole generation, like we have a lot of kids on the spectrum now, and that would have to do with one of those planets. I don't know what rules autism. It probably would have to do with, certainly with Gemini, which is the thinking, and Virgo, and they might, these things might be opposed right now with planets in Pisces, which is opposite Virgo, and what's opposite the other one I just said, Gemini, is Sagittarius. I mean, I don't really know what has astrologically influenced the rise in autism. You'll see people defend autism and say, well, they can do other things, but it's still a missing piece, you know?
Yes.
And as they say, when I had my colonic, I met with, you know, the kid whose autism was basically fixed with the hydrotherapy.
Wow. I mean, that's profound.
It's not the first time I met with him, but I met with him about his book, and I told him put it on Amazon, and I talked to him. I will help him. It's a beautiful, beautiful book. It took him 12 years to write it.
Wow.
It's just a beautiful book where he and it's based on some truths. He told me what was true and what was not true, but as I was very curious. But he has he basically taught. He goes on vacation to an island to stay with his uncle, and he takes care of the horses, and he can talk to the horses. And he really, I mean, he really gets into the, and it's kind of like transfers. You see, like, wow, he's telepathic with animals, and he is telepathic with animals in real life to a certain extent. And you know, I talked about my experiences in that regard. I'm not an animal communicator in any sense of the word. I've had a few instances with animals.
Understood. By the way, we are coming towards the end of our live stream span. I do want to relate from the chat room. Clarice Claudette, the woman who provided 200 United States dollars to help me towards rent last month, she said, that's a good saying, Peter. When you don't see the demons, you are vulnerable to them. This is so true. And she says, Black Magic 333 Chanel has a shout out to Peter Moon and his books. So wanted to relay that.
Thank you. Thank you both, and thank you for your contribution, Claudette, to Douglas. Very, very important.
Yes. Thank you so much. And we certainly want to continue talking about what you're talking about now on Sunday. This is something that obviously is fascinating and very relevant, considering
the real, and I don't know if I said it last night, but is Xinyi. Yeah, I did say it. Xinyi is the ancient martial art. Xin is heart, Yi is mind. The mind and the heart must be aligned, not just the heart.
Yes.
The mind can see what's going on in the playground.
So before we end stream tonight, do say good morning to everyone. And of course, remind them that I'll need their help to get through the end of the month.
Yes, please do contribute to Douglas in celebration of New Year's, Chinese New Year's,
yes,
Valentine's Day,
yes,
President's Day. You know, we're exposing the president, so you know we got to counteract the president's energy.
Yeah.
None of these presidents have clean slates.
Their auras are muddy.
They need your help.
Yes. And of course, I need a new microphone. Our man Sammy Romero is working on that, but your contributions will help.